Gravewalkers. Book 10. Foe, Grinder. By Richard T. Schrader. Copyright 2014. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Bluegrass Nellie. A long peaceful night watch had meditatively slowed Queen Jessica's breathing to where she felt that luxurious self-confidence that was borderline hypoxia seductive embrace. Hours of surveying the broad upriver direction through her rifle's telescopic sight had fully adjusted her vision to the illumination of starlight. In a world without pollution or reflected city lights, the night sky displayed its fully unmitigated grandeur. The sounds of summertime frogs and other assorted river ecosystem wildlife only added to the atmosphere of tranquility. Jessica's finger pressure flirted with the tenuously shallow depth that was her weapon-sensitive trigger. Her father Hiram had been an instructor at the Fort Benning Army sniper course. He had started teaching his daughter how to use a rifle even before the outbreak. His formation of the Gravewalkers platoon had made her continued training unto a professional capacity an actual necessity. During a momentary plateau between heartbeats, Jessica's hand just naturally became the gentle squeeze that discharged her rifle. Some strong men considered that much recoil to be a respectable hit. By lying prone braced on springy toes, Jessica calmly endured it. The travel time of her bullet and flight gave her a moment to admire just how romantically the starlight twinkled upon the river's faceted rippling chaos. Her hollow-point rifle round struck one of the river pirates on center to his upper forehead. That was only a few centimeters higher than she had intended, but still very nice when accounting for her difficult conditions. The man's skull broke up around the bullet as it penetrated. Combined fragments of lead and bone formed a fratricide scythe that flipped back the pirate's whole lodgepole scalp. The top of his head sprung upward into the headwind like the hairy lid on a big can of condensed brain soup. Swift forward movement of the pirate powerboat generated a strong incoming breeze. That wind held a man upright while he flapped and twitched. Dead man's fingers refused to release his weapon as he toppled over backward. He had been commanding the pirate boat's heavy-mounted machine gun. When he collapsed out of sight, the huge gun swung aside and then pointed skyward in a totally non-threatening direction. It didn't take but another moment for the rest of the pirate crew to realize that their man had gone down from a sniper shot. Their river patrol boat plowed up a wake of water as it made an abrupt turn to port. When their driver heard the others say sniper, he realized that he was the next target of choice. If the sniper disabled the driver, the rifleman could pick the rest of them off at leisure. Jessica had cycled the bolt action of her rifle by then, without her eye ever having left the scope. She had a focused telescopic view through the pirate boat's starboard pilot house window. The driver's whole head and much of his near shoulder showed fully exposed. As though sharing a psychic moment, the pilot realized his mistake and then turned to stare out through his window. It seemed like he knew that Jessica had zeroed in on him with her crosshairs. He sensed his danger if judged by the expression on his face when the glass exploded. Jessica's rifle shot turned his whole starboard window into a face spray of sharp chiclet shards. Instead of getting the whole bullet into the side of his head, the driver received 3 lesser fragments that wounded him from neck to shoulder. Adding insult to injury, the little glass blades had lined his face with minorly bleeding lacerations that included one that blinded an eye. If the driver had firmer nerve, he could have yet survived his wounds. Far from using judgment, he let his panic overwhelm him into doom hysteria. Not only did he have his mortal fear about bleeding to death from having just gotten shot, cut, and blinded, he also contended with his greater terror, which was his paranoid certainty that his exposed wounds guaranteed that he would get the ghoul infection. Actual blood loss combined with the coward's stupefying futility until it resulted in a sudden drop in blood pressure that put the driver into fainted shock. The speeding powerboat remained ignorant of the driver's many woes. The engine's throttle was a fixed-position lever that required the force of a hand to move it higher or lower. Since it was still in the high-power position, the boat raced ahead in a constant semi-turn that came to an abrupt end by crashing into a grassy causeway. That ground was near the end of one of 2 narrow spurs of land that approached each other from opposite sides of that enormous river. Even though each finger of roadway seemed daringly long in its attempt to cross, combined, both causeways still only secured half the requisite distance. Back in the days before the outbreak, a ferry had shuttled passenger cars between the 2 opposing docks. The remains of both piers remained readily discernible at the tips of the roadways. The local country had been a fertile farming valley until a modern dam project bottled up the river. That backed-up flood had taken its current form, which was more akin to a monumental lake. Rising waters had forced the original rural inhabitants to abandon everything that would end up below the new considerably elevated lake level. Army engineers had systematically demolished all the doomed lowland architecture so that none of the buildings would later become underwater hazards for the future boats that would traffic that new lake they had formed. It could have been sheer grandeur that inspired those demolition engineers to spare one structure in particular. The old riverboat warehouse was more than a century old. What remained was the epically sturdy cubical skeleton of iron-hard reinforced concrete. The surfaces had many chips, small arms battle scars, and spray-painted graffiti. Even while soaking waist-deep in a river, the old warehouse seemed immune to any further natural decomposition. Only 1.5 of the uppermost floors remained above the water level so that they formed an artificial island out deep in the permanent man-made flood. The place had once warehoused and transferred cargo that it shifted between locomotives and riverboats. With one whole upper floor high, dry, and totally secure from land-based attacks, the half-submerged structure formed a massively strong and supremely isolated survivor base that was ideally out of reach from man or ghoul alike. Jessica's perch involved her lying on an old blanket that she had spread out atop the highest roof of the island fortress. Through her rifle scope, she had an excellent view that watched the patrol boat beach itself at speed. It ramped inland so deep that there was no possible chance of the vessel ever returning to water without the assistance of major hoisting machinery. One of the pirate boat's raiders came out from hiding and then daringly got behind the heavy machine gun that had formerly belonged to the man Jessica killed on her first shot. She calmly held her fire as she waited to see if the man was really foolish enough to begin shooting that cannon at her. The old warehouse island was a long way from the beached boat, yet it was well within range of that powerful high-caliber machine gun. The ability of an operator to actually hit anything from such long distances was another matter. The panicked pirate at the machine gun mount promptly fired off a confused spray of tracer rounds that made brilliant fireworks over the river. Some of the tracers kept burning as they skipped off the water's surface as though hurled flat stones. Incoming heavy weapons fire was a rather lovely sight with its streaking luminance lines. The martial display abruptly ended when Jessica's third rifle shot struck the gunner in the center mass of his face. The impact blew his head apart into a mushy hairy bag of mess. Jessica fully expected what turned out to be the inevitable consequence of them firing off so loud a weapon as that heavy machine gun. The epically audible cannon reports attracted the attention of every ghoul in the county. It would only be a matter of time for them to find the narrow finger of roadway that led out to the landlocked pirate boat. The boat's driver had smashed his face into the dashboard upon impact with land. He could have avoided the extra injury by wearing his safety belt. Battered, confused, and demoralized as he was, the driver was in no condition to switch off the high-pitched shrieking of the powerful inboard engine that kept running at full throttle. Those ghouls in the most immediate area were able to track the screeching engine sound directly to its source. Even more threatening were their screams of feeding hysteria that informed other infected where they could find exposed humans ripe for eating. The contagiously telegraphing shrieks told every ghoul that a frenzied hunt for a confirmed sighting of humans was officially underway. Hardick spoke over his team's radio channel. Their patrol boat ran aground. Thermal shows a large force of runners that is on direct route for laying siege to the stranded pirate crew. The young officer was high overhead where he piloted the night invisible black hole airship. It afforded him an ideal overview of everything in the Lake Valley area. There were cameras to spare as he monitored every direction, including a strong telescopic surveillance directed much further upriver. He reported, "Hotel Nellie has just reversed her engines. I see deck activity on the aft drive section. I believe they are preparing to launch 2 more of their smaller speedboats." Jim had digital laser ranging binoculars held to his face as he studied the Nellie. For the moment, Hatchet had them silently concealed in their small flat-bottom boat. They lurked in a dark overgrown cove along the shore conveniently near to their intended target. Friendly survivors from the island fortress had loaned Jim their quite serviceable John boat. The survivor community living inside the concrete island's inhabitable interior had made shortwave radio contact with Kevin's control room. They had requested to join King Louis and that they were in need of emergency assistance. More pressing than their desire to liberate themselves from a dead-end situation, was an immediate threat of attack by homicidal river marauders. Jim had quickly assembled a forager team and then flown out from Camelot to answer the call. Sky Captain Gloria Robinson piloted the Black Hole on their swift response mission. Jim's primary means of performing the actual rescuing would be by ridding the world of one more murderous band of outlaw villains. The Nellie riverboat that Jim studied through his binoculars was a truly massive floating hotel in the motif of a southern plantation mansion. It had formerly been a river vacation tour craft, only habitat-sized at more than 700 feet long and over 50 feet wide. The mighty ship had twin upper decks, 100 staterooms, and lavish common areas that had included fine dining and recreation facilities along all the rooftop patios. At the forward end of the uppermost deck was a helipad complete with their own civilian helicopter. Back at the rear end was a 3,000 horsepower towboat that served as the supersized outboard motor that propelled the traveling Samuel Clemens Blackjack and Mint Julep Hotel. "I have to give them credit," Hatchet whispered to Jim. "That is a real nice ride they got there. That would look good parked off the front lawn down at Foranger's castle. It would be a shame if you decided that we had to blow it up. We haven't gotten to that yet, Jim said as a request for patience while he computed options and their potential practical rewards. He agreed with his bodyguard's advice. I do win the most if I take it back home undamaged. First I have to get control over it. We are going to find that easy compared to moving it back to the riverfront. There are canal locks between here and home. Even if we don't take it back, it is worth our time to tie it off at their island base. On the off chance we ever come back out this way again, it could be valuable to us as a place to sleep or to land our helicopter for refueling. Motion lured Jim's binoculars back to the Nellie's recreation deck where 4 figures rushed toward the hotel's helicopter with the obvious intention of taking it up into the sky. It was an event that Jim had expected as he said, now let's see if our inside agent can keep up their end of our little bargain. Just as Hardock had predicted, 2 speedboats loaded with gunmen raced away from the rear of the Nellie on their way downriver to either rescue their stranded companions in the gunboat or engage the concrete island where Jessica was along with the small community of friendly survivors. Hatchet was mindful of Jessica's safety as he radioed, "You've got 2 boatloads of trouble on its way downriver to the island." "We'll be ready for them," the Queen sent back in radio clarity voice through her whisper mic. "You both be careful too." As soon as the speedboats were at a safe distance from the hotel, Jim gave Hatchet a hand signal to get them moving. Hatchet twisted the throttle on the rudder arm of their John boat's battery-powered trolling motor. The electric propeller silently drove them on a course for the Nellie. While Hatchet piloted, Jim had the freedom to watch the action ahead of him through his electronic binoculars. The pirate helicopter was a common workhorse jet ranger that had paint markings for a radio station as though it had once done traffic reports or something similar for promotional purposes. The pilot was already in his seat and powering up the whining rotors. 2 other men attached a belt-fed squad machine gun into the side door mount. The 4th raider, the smallest one with a ghost face protective mask, was their friendly inside saboteur that would help them to eliminate all the river brigands. Because Hatchet couldn't see much of anything, Jim narrated for him, "I see the inside agent about to take action at their helicopter." As the pirate furthest inside the helicopter turned away to get one of his misplaced tools, the traitor reached around the second pirate from behind to cover the man's mouth with one hand. Jim's conspirator slit the man's throat with an arm-hair-shaving butcher's knife. The noise of the helicopter's engine left the pilot and the backseat pirate both totally unaware of what had just happened. Cut from side to side deep as the bone, the man collapsed instantly from a total loss of blood pressure. As the other laboring pirate came back around, the agent seized him by his long hair and then plunged the bloody knife upward under the man's chin to cut his throat too. The attack came as an unexpected shock in the extreme. In his panic, the wounded pirate successfully jerked away to free himself. His involuntary gasp inhaled his own gushing blood and more of it spurted from the deep wound in his throat. Rather than die instantly like in the movies, the man was conscious to use both hands to try and stop the bleeding. Even if he succeeded, the pirate would suffocate or drown instead. He would need a minute or more of agony to find out what form his death would finally take. When the pilot turned to look back from his seat, he immediately saw that there was a bloodbath murder scene going on directly behind him. Since it was obvious that the 4th pirate was a traitor intent on killing them all, the pilot hurriedly pulled at the sidearm he wore in a chest holster. Because the murderous agent was already half inside the side door with a knife in hand, and holding a fistful of the dead man's bloody hair, there was no chance of outdrawing the pilot and then winning a point-blank gunfight inside the helicopter. The agile agent tumbled backward in a semi-controlled emergency bailout leap. Jim's insider had boots on the deck and pistol in hand when the pilot began spraying hasty bullets from his semi-automatic handgun. Owing to the inherent value of panic, all of the pilot's shots missed their intended target save one that made a solid punch into the agent's concealed bulletproof vest. The pilot saw the traitor go down apparently fatally wounded. He had no way of knowing to what degree his bullets had taken effect and he had zero enthusiasm for taking any further personal risks finding out. The pilot powered up the helicopter's engine with every intention of flying away alone. Hardock watched everything in telescopic night vision clarity from aboard the black hole. He knew what happened down on the Nellie much better than Jim did. It was on his own inspiration that Hardock took action. He momentarily shined the airship's main fog lamp into the helicopter about to leave the recreation deck of the Nellie. It being the dark of night, the conical flash of illumination struck a brutal lightning bolt of bedazzlement. The helicopter pilot instantly found himself blinded and disoriented, certainly in no condition for taking off. The ghost-faced agent sprang up from under the helicopter, leaned in through the open side door, and then popped a pistol round into the pilot's skull just above the ear. The flight helmet the man wore kept the bullet from getting out the other side of his head. It also prevented his bloody brains from splattering all over the interior of the cockpit. The agent hurried around, dragged the dead pilot out from his seat, and then reached in to shut down the helicopter's engine. No other river raiders were out on the recreation deck of the Nelly where they could have gotten a direct view of the black hole's light burst. The illumination had penetrated many of the windows of that floating hotel to leave the inhabitants with some vague understanding that an unidentified floodlight had painted them up like daytime. The stranded pirates made sporadic gunfire as they suppressed the first few ghouls that already charged down the causeway toward their wrecked boat. Those shots were enough to confuse the sounds of gun battle that came from the Nelly. The pirates in the two mobile speedboats had their eyes downstream at the time of the black hole's light burst. The light had gone out again before any of them had time to turn back and see the illumination's source. Even without that direct observation, the pirates understood that something large and powerful hid itself somewhere out there. They readily sensed that a stalking predator hunted the river. It was as a killer whale that swam among helpless seals. The drivers of the pirate boats held their original course. If the light was behind them, hastening downriver only got them a safer distance away from it. Either the boats would rescue the men on the stranded gunboat or they intended to attack the island community, perhaps even both at the same time. Sound rumbled down the valley as with rustled trees at the leading edge of an oncoming weather front. That storm on the horizon grew into a low collective murmur of onrushing ghouls. Their panting and snarling became the rebel yelling feeder shrieks of meat drones that had locked onto final course to kill a chosen visible target. About 40 athletic infected sprinted down the southern bank causeway. The grassy roadway strip was narrow enough that it compressed the pack into a furious scramble. The pirates who were still aboard the stranded gunboat popped off more of their audible gunshots in various small calibers. Each unsuppressed supersonic snap carried for a long distance along the river, and made it impossible that they would fail to attract even more hungry ghouls. Their barrage of bullets made the charging runner pack start to stagger. Most of those ghouls took some major bloody body wounds. Less than half of their wounded also collapsed. Of all those ghouls that did fall, most of them soon recovered to renew their attack. The relatively few successful headshots were all the evidence any observer needed to predict that the maroon pirates had no hope of survival. They had failed to put up an effective defense at the least threat level. The size of the attack would grow increasingly larger for a minimum of the next half hour. It was obvious enough to the stranded men that their situation was desperate. They needed a heavy machine gun to aid in the defense, only they feared being the next victim of that survivor island sniper. They were right to be worried, making it battle wisdom not to needlessly fill her scope. The black hole's telecommunications and surveillance electronics ran on unique one-off custom operating system software that Kevin wrote to upgrade the heavily computerized airship. A plethora of ship's antennas locked onto enemy radio traffic and then began to analyze it. Pirate Voice 1 transmitted, "We will go after the boat." A man from the second speedboat replied, "We will give you some cover." After Hardock listened to that first exchange, he activated the jamming signals. His immensely powerful broadcast used the channels the pirate radios needed. The jamming noise utterly overwhelmed their feeble handheld transmitters. Hardock could still hear their transmissions even though they had no means to hear one another. Their speakers only played the black hole's white noise static. Hardock reported the situation over a clear and encrypted channel for his own people. "Active jamming is up and stable. One of their boats will attempt to rescue their stranded comrades. The other boat will be making a pass against the island." Radio conversations from inside the Nelly hotel ship report that they are now on alert over an unidentified flying object and they heard gunshots on board. "There are 3 dead tangos on the roof deck. I confirm that one of the men down is their helicopter pilot. Guard number 4 is the only visible activity at the moment." Gloria radioed, "Give me regular updates on their boat positions. I want to wait until their rescue boat is fully committed, and then we're going to take out the other one." "Roger that," Hardock confirmed the orders. "I estimate your delay to be 90 seconds. Guard number 4 staggered along the rooftop recreation deck, slowly heading toward the rear drive section of the Nelly. The agent appeared to be favoring injuries as 2 new pirate traders came up to the roof by an interior stairwell. Down below were the forward common areas of the hotel. Neither of the new pirates knew that guard number 4 was a deadly traitor and only feigning injury. One of the raiders asked, "What was that bright light?" He rightly assumed that guard number 4 had been on the roof when strange things had started happening. "Everyone heard gunshots. What has been going on up here?" "He turned on us," the agent gasped in a painful whisper while using a head toss to indicate back in the direction of the helicopter. Both pirates risked a momentary glance in that direction. That was when the ghost-faced guard tried to stab one of them in the throat while taking a pistol shot at the other at the same time. The stabbing victim pirate skillfully blocked the knife thrust while the pistol went off to hit the second pirate in his bulletproof vest. The harmless bullet hastened the pirate into raising his assault rifle for firing back in retaliation. Ghostface only pretended to fight for control of the knife while actually moving around and tripping up the pirate's feet. The man's own desperate jerking for ownership of the blade also intensified the shove that caused him to stumble into the path of his friend's assault rifle muzzle. A long burst of bullets ripped up his clothing from hip to lower back. A couple of the bullets didn't penetrate his body armor vest, but more rounds got inside to shred his guts in what amounted to multiple lethal injuries. The armed pirate experienced shocked disbelief over inadvertently executing his friend who was not even totally dead yet. His mortally wounded comrade clutched at him to avoid falling and in so doing impaired the gunman's freedom of movement. Ghostface didn't hesitate to capitalize on the brief window of advantage. Several quick shots from the pistol put the gunman down. The last bullet went solid into his head, which proved instantly fatal. As the mortally wounded friendly fire pirate collapsed onto the body of his dead friend, he gasped out, "Why?" "I'm with King Louis now," the agent replied in a strong whisper so that the man would finally recognize her voice. "Did you think I was going to help you and those other fools betray my father?" She recovered the knife and then stabbed it into the pirate's neck. Since he had wanted it so badly, she left the blade for him to gargle on. After she reloaded her pistol, the agent picked up the other pirate's assault rifle and then took the ammunition for that weapon as well. Hatchet brought the John boat alongside the rearmost drive section of the river cruiser hotel. He stood in the boat while Jim carefully lifted up their ladder with its padded candy cane boarding hooks. Once the ladder hung solidly in place, Hatchet handed Jim his submachine gun. As King Louis cautiously climbed the swaying ladder, Hatchet watched upward, standing guard against one of the pirates discovering them prematurely. There were sounds of gunfire both near and far. The tormented cries of antagonized ghouls assured that the whole countryside swarmed with their sneaking and chasing. Everyone in the valley had good cause for being on edge at the moment. A white handkerchief waved overhead in the universal peace gesture before an older man stuck his head over the side to peer down at them through what was only a moderate darkness. The withered and whiskered man asked, "Who do you boys work for?" Hatchet joked sourly, "We're Somali pirates." His submachine gun gestured with a thrust toward the ladder that implied that the man could help hold it steady, helping Jim to climb up safer and easier. When the man did nothing, Hatchet said, "We work for King Louis. We're the good guys, Pops. Savvy?" The older man checked to make sure their ladder had securely attached. "Hurry on then. It's clear up here." He waved for them to start climbing up faster. The man disappeared from view only to return after a moment in some urgency. He whispered to them, "You two need to keep quiet. One of them is coming this way." Jim whispered a warning, "The ghost-masked helicopter guard is with us." It was a break in the requested silence, but Jim couldn't stand by and do nothing while his two secret allies walked into ambushing each other by mistake. The older man departed with a small nod that seemed to acknowledge Jim's plea for caution. A moment later, 4 loud pistol shots went off from the same weapon. Jim and Hatchet waited in uneasy suspense, prepared to shoot any pirates that looked down from the railing overhead. The older man returned to tell them, "That wasn't your friend that I heard. It's clear now. You can come on up." Jim climbed up the ladder. When it was apparent that the old sailor didn't plan to murder him, he accepted their host's offering of a gloved hand to assist him over the railing. A rolled-back sleeve revealed a tattoo on the sailor's forearm. Jormungand the world serpent encircled the limb to end up devouring his own tail. Upon the loops in his coils was the script for the United States Navy and a graduate class from the Nuclear Propulsion Engineering School. Looking over to his right, Jim saw that a short distance away there was the bloody mess of a dead river pirate. The friendly sailor had gunned the man down by means of his pistol. Hatchet climbed up to join them. Jim told Hatchet, "This is Russell from the radio." Hatchet offered to shake gloved hands with their new friend. "I'm Hatchet, and this is Jim. How many men does the mutineer captain still have aboard?" The ghost-masked fourth guard arrived at the edge of the rooftop recreation deck that overlooked the powerboat. She gave a recognizing wave to the sailor before she started down the switchback exterior stairs that were right there. Of the 2 enemy pirate speedboats that raced down the river, the larger and slower vessel stopped at the ferry pier to attempt rescuing the crew from the stranded gunboat. The smaller faster boat continued downriver to assault the survivor island. "I have a shot on the incoming boat," Jessica radioed for her team to hear. "It is not a good one. They are moving pretty fast and keeping their heads down." Gloria and Henry Robinson did their waiting in the dark recesses of a half-submerged warehouse chamber. It was inside the dripping dank of the island's concrete interior. "Keep that original heavy gun suppressed," Gloria radioed, meaning the beached gunboat. She was right that the weapon could do a lot of damage to the island or the black hole if the raiders got control of it again. Henry and I will take care of this other boat. After a pause, Gloria asked, "How is Jim doing?" Hardock radioed, "They are in control of the hotel's aft drive section now. I don't see any exterior hostile activity." 3 of the men aboard the smaller speedboat sprayed their assault rifles at the depot fortress. 2 of the men either missed entirely or only struck inconsequential areas. Their third man shot up the roof line accurately enough that his bullets shattered flower pots, damaged deck furniture, and just generally made the rooftop a hazardous place to be even for Jessica lying prone under cover. The Queen complained, "Someone on their side seems to know what they're doing." Zinging bullets were clearly audible throughout her transmission. "That's it," Gloria announced that her aggressive indignation had outgrown her patience. She assured her husband, "We're going to get these jerk-offs," and then punctuated her words with a single press of the ignition button. All 3 outboards on their state police patrol boat started up together. They delivered 1,000 horsepower to the propellers. Gloria had enough boat to play pirates with guns. Their secret boathouse was an interior island room on the half-submerged second story. Some old demolition work had cleverly carved out a downstream-facing boat launching hole that went through the concrete wall. Aside from that rough opening, their shelter had strong concrete walls on every side including the ceiling and submerged floor. Overhead were the thick cement floors of the survivor-inhabited dry level. Gloria had a heavy hand on the throttle as she launched their boat out of that bunker. She immediately set an intercept course for the pirate speedboat that was just passing their island to the right. Henry reached into an open clamshell container to lift out his squad light machine gun. It was his personally tuned, built ammunition-consuming modern military weapon. Its night vision green light optical scope made every relevant detail clear as daytime. Gloria's fast boat attack took the pirates by surprise. All their attention had remained focused on the survivor island with its possible retaliatory rifle fire. The same moment they understood the direction of her roaring outboard engines, Henry gave them a firing squad of sheep slaughter bullets. Their lightweight pirate boat offered no protection against incoming gunfire. The driver was first to go down when he took a shot through the head. Henry's battlefield bullet so totally blew his face apart that no one could ever doubt the lethality of his condition. With no one driving the pirate boat, the throttle dropped way back. The boat turned unexpectedly and then nearly flipped. The other 3 pirates lost their balance as their boat flung them around close to overboard. Gloria swept her boat up alongside the pirate vessel while Henry continued chewing into them with his belt of rifle ammunition. She brought them to a halt after he stopped shooting. They both took a moment to gaze into the pirate boat. The bilge sloshed bloody water around all 4 of the pirates as they sprawled out apparently quite dead. While Henry watched the pirates in case any of them only played possum, Gloria grabbed a couple of cargo bungees and then hopped over into the pirate boat. First, she strapped the steering wheel into a go-straight position and then she pinned back the throttle into a modest 1/3 ahead. Henry caught Gloria's hand to pull her back aboard their police boat. In parting, she used her foot to press the safety catch on the shifter lever and then slipped it one place to engage the propellers. The pirate boat would trundle off under its own power, finally to runny ground where no one would be accidentally night crashing into it. The pirate rescue mission boat tied off at the ferry pier that made up the inner tip of the long finger of causeway. They were bold enough to switch on their electric floodlights. Stumbling around in the darkness accidentally shooting one another wasn't an appealing alternative to bright illumination. Any chance of escape seemed heaven sent to the first pirate crew. The river brigands scrambled out from their wrecked boat to make a group effort to reach the ferry pier with the rescue vessel. Most of the desperate pirates fired automatic weapons into the approaching horde of ghouls. A couple of them heroically gave aid to wounded comrades that wouldn't be able to run on their own. Queen Jessica radioed to the black hole, "Hardock, tell them we have control of the Nelly, the air, and the river. We will assist their survivors if they agree to surrender to King Louis. If they won't submit, I will have to fire upon them." Hardock stopped the jamming of all pirate communications and then broadcasted his own voice over the ship's external loudspeakers that would be clearly audible anywhere along the river. "Agree to surrender to the victorious army of King Louis and we will assist you in your rescue operation." His voice boomed over the pirates' gunfire and the thousands of screaming ghouls. Every pirate with a voice raised it in the unanimous cry for help. Video screens that showed external cameras guided Hardock as he gracefully piloted around to make a bombing run along the length of elevated roadway. He lowered the automated ballast jettison hose and then pumped out diesel fuel in a gushing shower. The roadway was so narrow that the breadth of it got damp in his washing for a length of 40 meters. Losing that much weight in ballast caused the black hole to gain altitude for when Hardock finally pulled away again. The petroleum deluge effectively drenched the sprinting ghouls. While diesel was irritating to their eyes and generally discomforting in other ways, the fuel didn't stop their advance. Malcolm the forager gunner was in the cargo elevator room of the airship where he watched the ground through the open air hatch. When he heard the siphon draining its final wash, Malcolm scratched off an incendiary road flare and then dropped it out. The blazing ember and the last splash of diesel fuel hit the ground together. The flame they touched off whipped down the causeway as it ignited more fuel, the grass, and hundreds of ghouls who got drenched by the spray. Hardock had the black hole veering away and the siphon hose retracting as the flames reached their maximum. The reinforcements for the ghoul assault hesitated at the edge of the fire because they were unwilling to sacrifice themselves to its painful embrace. One of the original crew of Maroon Pirates got behind his gunboat's heavy machine gun. His deafening automatic barrage of bullets cleared the roadway of active ghouls that were inside the wall of diesel flames. Queen Jessica had an excellent view from her Survivor's Island rooftop position. She radioed to Hardock, "Black hole, when you come about, attempt to retrieve that gunner. The rest of the pirates will be aboard their rescue boat safely evacuated." The police interceptor boat of Gloria rushed in out of the darkness to dominate the remaining pirate boat before they even knew what was happening. Henry was ready with the squad machine gun to strip their heavily laden boat down with bullets should they decline their commitment to surrender. The pirates still held their usual weapons and frequently fired them at the random ghoul as it dashed in to try biting someone. Malcolm went down in the airship's elevator basket, which was less staring in that he made sure to wear his safety line. A few bursts from his submachine gun cleared the last infected from around the stranded pirate. The suicide-exhausted hero just stood dumbly behind his heat-smoking ammunition-dry heavy machine gun. "Come aboard, pirate," Malcolm told him alongside a genuinely offered gloved hand. Everyone else got out on the boat. The pirate snapped to the opportunity, seized Malcolm's hand, and then sprang aboard the elevator basket. He just sat on the rigid floor where he was less susceptible to the swaying because the black hole already soared away. "I surrender," he told Malcolm in exhausted breathing. Malcolm showed just a hint of dubiousness in his glance. When he went through the trouble of picking the pirate up, it suggested that he wanted the man alive. If Malcolm wanted him dead, he could have just left him where he was behind that machine gun. In actual fact, Malcolm felt sorely tempted to kill the pirate even after he had bothered to save him. In the wisdom of Jim's father, where Malcolm had first learned the forager trade, trusting the pirate enough that he even remained alive was a huge risk to the black hole and lives in general. One wiser and admittedly more ruthless solution was for Malcolm to shoot a man in the head immediately and then dump his body from the basket. It would be one less mouth to feed and one less enemy that might burn down an entire community. If anyone never asked, he could just say that the man had a ghoul bite on his arm. If that were his condition, no one would question that Malcolm had no other alternative than to dispose of him. "I will be cool," the pirate pledged, "and keep my mouth shut. I owe you my life. If I get out of this, I will repay my debt to you." Malcolm chose to believe the pirate. He took a brain grenade from his belt, shook it, and then tossed it to the thirsty man. The squeezable drinking straw disposable container held an invigorating mixture of vodka and fresh real orange juice. There was still cold sweat on the container that had originated fully charged from a black hole freezer. It was an extravagant generosity, but a suitable means for the pirate to celebrate being alive, because he was that damn lucky. The pirate gladly gulped half of it down in his first hard squeeze. "Ah," he praised it. "Mother's milk, that is. You King Louis types like to do everything first class, flying ships, real liquor and freshly squeezed oranges. Your King Louis can work miracles. Bless you." He drank more, unconcerned about Malcolm secretly giving him an execution bullet. The pirate would not begrudge anyone who at least paused to give him a first-class cold drink first. Back on the Nelly, Hatchet assured Jim, "There are always more pirates when it comes to a brig like this one. If you wander around sticking your face into rooms, that is a surefire way to get yourself shot." Jim took a moment to examine the people around him. Ghost-faced guard number 4 turned out to be a lovely and athletic 20-ish blonde female. Based on current events, her adult life had clearly developed from daily river survival in a harsh ghoul-infested reality. While Jim could not deny that she clearly had a gift for it, that still wasn't the primary reason she was still around when most everyone else wasn't. The outbreak end of the world had reduced the total global population of women down to the very brink of extinction. There was no denying that raw physical beauty had kept the last few of them alive more than any other factor, certainly more than their gift for combat-oriented skills. Men fought and died to save women from harm and provide for them. That was as true in the dying time as it had been during the Stone Age. What was equally true was that the men lacked the same self-sacrificing impetus to protect the ugly ones. If blondes did not have more fun, they did find it considerably easier to find a man willing to try providing it. The retired sailor reminded Jim of his father, someone who understood life before the outbreak had wiped it aside. His high-level mechanical engineering skills were what had made so large an operation as the floating hotel even possible. Jim saw in Hatchet that his bodyguard didn't want a pirate squad of suicide gunmen swarming up all around them and then shooting everyone to death. Hatchet was definitely of the proactive school when it came to suppressing the activities of cannibal raider pirate types. Suicide gunman was a risk, but not a realistic one. Jim understood that most men were far from suicidal, much less self-sacrificing. That truth in large part explained why selfishness was a major factor in their decision-making, like with the beautiful women. Nefarious men became villainous precisely because they always looked for one more angle to play that would better their situations, even at the expense of everyone else. So long as Jim did not make them feel hopelessly cornered, they would hesitate and seek other options before they would rush in to go down fighting. "I believe I have all this worked out," Jim declared before he led the way forward on the Nelly. He climbed the stairs to get out on the rooftop patio. Jim eventually stopped at a central stairwell that was part of a common junction that connected to the staterooms in the aft hotel section. "We have captured everything," Jim informed the hotel with his shout. "Bring out whatever valuables and hostages you have to barter with so we can negotiate the terms of letting you go." After a perfect pause, Jim added, "Rather than fight you room to room, we will just burn this place down to the water line. I give you 5 minutes to decide." Queen Jessica headshot a few more ghouls as they staggered about on the smoldering roadway. It was working conditions practice time. She indulged herself by dropping several more infected. The stranded pirates had all evacuated by boat and then surrendered as agreed. Even without a war with King Louis, they were still trapped in a world ruled by ghouls. Escape as a concept required them having an actual inhabitable destination waiting at the other end. There was nothing like that for them to make a break for. Captain Gloria kept their crowded refugee ship under guard until Jim officially got full control of the hotel. In a moment of calm when Jessica just let her rifle barrel cool, she radioed, "All situations appear stabilized. Awaiting instructions." "Malcolm needs to come down to me," Jim radioed. "I will have control of the Nelly shortly." Hardick deposited Malcolm and his pirate hostage down on the rooftop of the floating hotel and then went back on station somewhere invisible in the night sky. When the time limit expired, a pirate shouted up the stairwell for Jim, "We're coming up ready to negotiate." It was a slow procession that began with the former captain of the Nelly who needed 2 walking canes to get around with his bad back with bad knees trifecta. 3 attractive women and 5 dependent children younger than 10 years of age followed along. They amounted to what the mutineers believed were high-value hostages. The pirate commander had 4 gunmen with him. Between the 5 of them, they carried an assorted arsenal of submachine guns and assault rifles that ensured that the hostages were continuously vulnerable to immediate execution. Malcolm stepped up in a cowboy way to stand next to Jim on the opposite side from Hatchet. For his left hand, the master pistoleer wore his port-side ejecting .22 auto mag in a protective flap-hip holster. For the right hand, Malcolm wore a large-caliber revolver in an open-belly holster that got a little needed punch from his bulletproof vest. When the old captain saw Ghost-Face Guard number 4, he sounded genuinely concerned. "Are you all right?" She pulled off her headstocking to let her hair blow in the rooftop river wind. "I'm fine, Dad. Everything is going to be fine. These are King Louis's people. I made a deal with them to get our lives back." Jim questioned the former captain with the walking sticks. "As I understand it, you didn't volunteer to go along with their changing leadership?" "Of course I didn't agree to help them," the captain scoffed. He gestured at the lot of them with his right-hand cane. "Just look at them and what has become of this place. They got a lot of good men killed today and this isn't their first attempt at pretending to be smart. They're about as intelligent as drowning drunks." One of the pirate gunmen said, "Blah blow me bullshit, where is our boat so we can get the fuck out of here?" Jim told Hatchet and Malcolm, "Everyone needs to remain polite." The 2 men would take the message as having different meanings, but the final outcome would be complimentary and all according to plan. "No one gets anything until we get what we want," the mutineer leader growled to keep negotiations on track. "We need a boat so that we can go our own way." Malcolm took a step forward while he acted as though he twist-tugged at an imaginary beard with his right hand. He didn't actually have any beard, but his hand would never be further away from his quick-draw pistol than it was at that moment. "There's an aluminum John boat back there," Malcolm offered. "If you hurry and accept that with gratitude, King Louis may show you mercy yet." The rude pirate didn't think the joke offer was funny even though it had been quite serious and legitimate. He squawked, "We are leaving in style or not at all." Malcolm laughed scornfully through his nose. That John boat would be luxury living compared to gunshot in the mouth and then dumped over the side. The pirate didn't sound impressed. "You're not the only one here with a gun." He pulled back his shirt to show the pistol holster he wore at his belt line. When his fingertips touched the grip to adjust the comfort of how it rode on him, Malcolm's speed gunfighter shot him in the mouth. He even holstered the revolver again off a clean twirl. It all happened so loud and so fast that it was over before anyone even knew what to look for as evidence. They did not even see where the rude pirate got his bullet. The blood that streamed out of his mouth made him the center of attention, and then he abruptly dropped, raggedly flopped dead. When many stares from the other pirates seemed accusatory, Malcolm commented sternly, "Our duel began the moment he touched his pistol." It was an open invitation for any of those who felt sore about it to test the threatening nature of various weapon-touching gestures. At the moment, they had committed themselves to threatening their hostages. Reorienting their rifles could easily make them the next contestants in the bullet-tasting competition. The captain's daughter took 2 steps forward, raised her arm, and then pistol-executed one of the stunned mutineers. It was a moment of his horrified realization, and then the flash of her handgun consumed his face with flame. As he fell, she spat on his body, "That is for betraying my father." The remaining pirates were all former members of that same community. They knew perfectly well who the woman was and about the bellicose relationship she had with the man she just killed. The cold-blooded execution was not rooted in the current situation with King Louis or even entirely uncalled for. As much as she had enjoyed finally killing the man, the woman glanced to check her father's reaction. The crippled captain finally mused, "There was a time when I thought you should have married that one." Even after joining the mutiny and everything else that had happened, her father still had sympathy for the young man she had just executed. She feigned ignorance about his aspirations. "Oh, you don't say?" The moment before she had shot him, she had thought of her father's absurd matrimonial ambitions. None of the remaining pirates was of a mind to start firing away in a suicidal gesture of mutually assured destruction. They didn't even have confidence that they could put down Malcolm before he shot them first. Their lack of hard-heartedness left them sorely unprepared for dealing with someone who nurtured casual ruthlessness into an effusive abundance. Hatchet pulled his pistol and then snapped off 3 loud shots. His motion was nonchalant as when popping a row of empty beer cans from a porch railing. The 3 remaining pirates went down from the squirting gunshot wounds to their heads, starting with the leader and finishing with his discombobulated companions. The women and kids all started screaming and then headed downstairs to take cover, which was fine with everyone, so no one interfered. As the last of the women disappeared down the stairwell, Malcolm commented, "That was polite." He looked to Jim, "Do you want me to do a sweep of the hotel to see who we have left?" After asking, he glanced over at Hatchet to appreciate how ice-cold Jim's bodyguard could be when his killing light came on. Jim shook his head. "No, we will tie off the Nelly at the flooded factory. The Black Hole can land there too. Special advanced teams will have to get the river locks operational. I want to get home to the riverfront as soon as possible." "It will be nice to get home," Hatchet agreed with that sentiment. "I'll start tossing the bodies overboard." Jim spoke to the captain with the crutches, "The Nelly is back under your command." His daughter promptly declared, "We formally request joining the King Louis community. We ask for asylum and we want to park the hotel at your city to make repairs pending the official decision." "We accept your petition," Jim replied. "We will all gather at the island for a feast. It will be our opportunity to plan out the homebound voyage in detail." Chapter 2. One-Eyed Kings. 3GNP security gunmen watched over Tony Banjo as he walked alone along the East Airport runway at a quiet distance from the Navy super helicopter. The guards didn't intrude close enough to disturb the captain's relative and perhaps melodramatic reflections in solitude. Commander Carey's busied herself with an inspection of the Seahawk helicopter. She mostly cleaned off any infected residue they had picked up during their mission, but it was also routine preventive maintenance and a vigilant eye for any cracks in the fuselage. Some other open country guards stacked up their freshly shot Ghouls. It was just the ones that they had culled since their arrival that late night before. Blue and Danny, the ear of the Starlight Squad, worked with knives at their cherry-picker engine hoist. They had hung up a delicious-looking medium-sized swine over a large slop tub. Blue had taken it at first light with a rifle shot. Between the two of them, the carcass was already bled and gutted. They currently carved lovingly finished cuts of meat. A girl from Decontamination Services was on hand to wrap the cuts in butcher's paper and then load them into a shopping cart for transfer to the East Airport hangar's newly functional meat freezer room. Alice was near the helicopter where she sat beside Critias in matching folding lawn chairs. Critias just rested quietly, not even going so far as to remove his helmet. Alice ate flavored crackers from a future Marshal Service dry rations packet. Between crackers, Alice asked Critias, "What is Tony doing? He doesn't seem himself." I'd say he is acting all gloomy. Critias took a moment to glance over and then see for himself. Tony had been that way for a while. Nothing had changed since the last time he had looked. He said, Tony was on the streets, alone and on the run. Critias tested Alice in her martial mindset. Do you know what they call that place? She did know the place he referred to because she had peed her pants in terror when she looked down into its mouth while riding atop the ghoul-eating grinder. The other side, Alice described her fear of it. Before you have seen it, you are not ready for it. When you do finally see it, you can't imagine you ever get to go back alive and then tell anyone how horrible it is. As morbid as she made it all sound, Critias felt satisfied with her accurate description. He even made a little harumph as he settled down into the flimsy aluminum-piped nylon chair for some much-appreciated rest. When properly comfortable, Critias said, Tony walked on the other side where it was full-on freak show and you can't imagine you are ever coming back. Now he is back. Who knows what the dead see? He proved he can die like a boss, but now he has to live again. Alice wondered, have you seen people go through it before? Sure, a few times, he admitted. There is no telling how it will end. He might be his old self again. He might never go out anymore, or he might go drunk for it and then try to get himself killed. I think you know a little something about it yourself. How can you know what it is to be alive until you have let go of your old life and been ready to die? Alice considered that a moment and then said, anybody would feel shaken up after what he went through. You should go talk to him. Critias declined. Nothing I could say would make any difference. Giving comfort to men is woman's work. Man to man, it is always best to mind your own business. What's yours is yours, and who owns your thoughts if not you? Who? She responded with doubt. Tony has nothing to be ashamed of. There aren't many people who could fight as well as he did. She got up from her seat to go over and then speak with him. If he wants to be alone, I will give him the luxury of sending me away. Every man should be so lucky that he sends many annoying pretty girls away. As Alice walked off to talk to Tony Banjo, Verloc came out of the hangar garage to approach the helicopter. She dried her hands with a wad of disposable paper towel after having just finished cleaning her weapons. Before that, she had organized all the other gear that she might need if some new emergency eventually happened. Their team had not done anything that even approached exciting since the helicopter rescued Tony Banjo from the city. That had been hours past, back before sunrise. When Verloc got close enough not to speak in a raised voice, she asked Critias, have you heard any word about when we go home? Do you think the Grand Marshal will hold us on standby all day? With all the trouble we stirred up on the streets, I would have guessed him calling off business for the day or else bringing us back to help them out. Critias didn't share Verloc's appetite for mayhem and urgency. A best-intentioned craving for destruction was one of the things that Verloc and Carmen shared. It made them good partners. Their mutual warmongering prevented them from getting bored. Nobody tells me anything, Critias confessed to Verloc. Carmen will know what is going on everywhere. If anything special were happening, she would alert me. Since everything is happy and calm, she does not disturb my peaceful siesta. He only just finished speaking when Carmen called him by interlink. Critias told Verloc, here she is now, ever vigilant of her spoken name. You are more curious than I am, so you may as well listen in. He answered his wife's call with the external speaker. Carmen said, I apologize for not calling you sooner. Jack wants you to stay with the helicopter just in case he needs to call you in for some emergency. Colonel Flash is using her train engine to lure ghouls out of the city center. The work will continue barring any new complications. Critias asked his wife, what will you be doing? Carmen had no enthusiasm for when she explained. Romeo and I will be moving the tractor trailers for the land bridge. We worked outdoors together before when we relocated all Verloc's things to Radio City. I promise to be careful and I won't bring you any grief. He understood her lack of pride. Carmen didn't like the thought that being able to move among the ghouls without agitating them also demonstrated that she was part ghoul herself, certainly less than human. Critias had no way of knowing that her recent conversation with Judas at the library had cast her membership in humanity into fresh doubt. Don't belittle the magnitude of your contribution, Critias lectured her. Everyone will make a pilgrimage through your new bridge as soon as it is open. She complained, it is unseemly that I can make myself so welcome among the vicious savages who offer hospitality to none save their own. Romeo is not one of their own, he corrected her if only to declare his official distinction. Perhaps from the entirely reputable objective point of view, Romeo was a kind of ghoul. Critias wanted to distance Carmen from associating any shame with being a watcher species of infected. To redirect her, Critias said, those who thought less of you might think you meant some insult to our less mortal friends. He made it sound like he insinuated that she thought working at the level of Romeo was degrading to her, akin to her wearing Delta Android gear. Your disguise requires you to maintain constant focus. When you get tired, you get irritable, so pace yourself. Carmen confessed, I would not even attempt this without Romeo or Verloc to escort me. Romeo's assistance is invaluable to the community. I mean him no disrespect. Since the wild streets actually were Romeo's natural habitat where he truly was in no danger, he effortlessly projected genuine vacation cruise calm during even the most egregious penetrations into ghoul-controlled territory. By imitating his example, Carmen could replace her own considerable prejudice against the infected with Romeo's casual indifference. Carmen told Critias, Romeo's nonpareil aplomb is my inspiration. Critias had no idea that she referred to Romeo's unequaled composure under fire, but he did successfully assume it. Her tone of voice was enough for Critias to tell if her words meant something as being positive or negative. Knowing her as well as he did, he chose his monition to inspire her to duty and lure her away from philosophical thoughts that would only make the infected see her as an enemy. He said, while working and at home, you are an elite officer of the king and my wife. Conduct yourself accordingly. I understand that you have your pride, but our prosperity is too precarious for us not to exploit every possible advantage. If the ghouls are foolish enough to let you wander among them unnoticed, then we will all rejoice in the fact, you included. You think I would prefer having less of an advantage and you in constant danger? The danger is always constant, master, she replied, especially when least expected. I will be wise and cautious, ever mindful of my obligations. And duly rewarded, Critias promised her, sounding sweet and gentle, since he did mean it. My duty calls, Carmen said in parting. I will keep you updated on our progress. She ended the conversation. If in nothing else, Verloc observed, we share in knowing the same blessed burden. Do we deserve such loyalty? Should I fall by some mishap, I advise that you see to it that Romeo soon follows. I fear the magnitude of his grief and so should you. It would be no slight to him. Romeo would prefer to be by my side, even if that meant a funeral pyre. I do not ask the same of you, Critias replied. Carmen adapts to adversity. Her strength and confidence grow by the day. She lacks balance, so I restrain her. In good time, her abilities will far exceed my own. In many ways, they do already. Yes, perhaps, Verloc mostly agreed. Without you to restrain her, it is unlikely that I could defeat her, not if her intent against me was undivided. Lost to the madness of your death, she would soon part my head from my body. Critias dismissed that concern by saying, you know Carmen for what she is and her respect for you runs deep. Even in a rage, she would heed your counsel and yield to your friendship. I can't imagine such a day, but should I fall, you will be able to dissuade her from plunging into madness, that is, if you embrace her friendship absent any reservations. Carys spoke up, pardon my eavesdropping, but it seems to me that winning the respect of Carmen is no small thing. From what I have heard, even now, she undertakes a labor that only recently had us all dancing on the edge of a knife. She goes boldly to task where one of your finest captains nearly lost his life. With that said, I hear no tones of concern from either of you. You speak as though her success is a foregone conclusion. Carmen has a way with moving among the freaks, Critias explained in cautiously ambiguous terms. It was your expert piloting that made the difference this day. I only caught a hold of Tony because you brought us together just when I thought him beyond my reach. I can speak for Carmen in telling you that where your talents are concerned, you have no equal in this world. It is obvious to me now why the Fleet Admiral holds you in such high regard despite your young age. I would follow you should you have need of me and Carmen would do the same. The pledge of confidence moved Carys, but she restrained herself. She only showed it with a small nod of acknowledgement before she went back to her work as she tended the helicopter. Alice still talked to Tony Banjo as though he found her company welcome. The sight did not fill Verloc with any sympathy for either of them. She called out to Alice, "Are you being paid today, girl?" It was a loaded question to which Alice was uncertain how to answer beyond merely saying, "Yes, ma'am." Verloc continued, "You proved yourself well last night, a fine display of marksmanship. I think the better lesson you learned was how important it is to be in fit condition. Running can save your life as surely as the most accurate shooting, and often enough you will find that you need to be able to do both. Run to the high watchtower atop the hangar and be quick about it. Once you are there, I want to see you shoot this water bottle. You can run back down to see if you hit it. Impress me with your speed or you will find this a very long day to earn your coin." "She is right," Tony told Alice. "I would not see you in such dire straits unprepared. The streets are an unforgiving place." Alice was wise enough not to delay too long and thus aggravate Verloc. She ran off at her best speed while carrying her carbine in her hands. The challenge of her run served the purpose of making Verloc's point. By the time that Alice had climbed to the high watchtower that stood above the already lofty roof of the hangar building, the blood from her pounding heart beat in her ears. Her legs were weak, and her confidence bore cracks under the pressure to perform under Verloc's judging eye. Thinking of haste, Alice quickly fired her carbine at the small plastic water bottle that Verloc had placed on the tarmac for a target. The urgency took its toll on her precision because the shot missed if only barely. Alice would have taken a second attempt to get it right, but Verloc waved her off from that, instead demanding that Alice hasten down to bear witness to her original failure, no doubt to run the course once again only to find herself more taxed than before. When Alice arrived, Verloc spoke heartlessly. Your years as a pleasure slave made your body soft, more fit for lounging in bed than running under a full pack with weapons armed. The lack of reaction made Verloc smile. It did teach you something else, something of great importance. You survived because you can hide your hatred and control your mouth rather than show or say what would gain you harsh punishment. The devils prowling the wild can feel your thoughts. Believe me, I know. Better that you scream like they do than lose control of your emotions. Are you still a victim? Does the truth of your past make you want to cry? Does it make you want to lash out at me? Your feelings have no place in your work. You must be a creature of purpose, of duty, with thoughts of your mission and a clear mind free of love or hate. I know pain, Alice answered. Words are not enough to break my spirit. I am a marshal of Critias. Not even death can take that from me. It is first now and always. My duty comes before family, before king, and before love. If you turn from our laws, I will seek you out even though you are certain to kill me for trying. I am no longer a victim or a child. Do your worst to me and I will endure it without complaint. What could you do to me worse than where I have already been? Verloc asked, do you think the hard road you have chosen for yourself comes without toll? It must be easy for you to place duty over family before you have either husband or children. Should you survive your ambitions, you will come to find that the rule of the governors will span the globe. Are you prepared to wander wherever your duty takes you, to leave behind home and friends perhaps for years at a time? Alice replied, I will have to learn to run faster so that my journeys are brief. The weakness I sense in you, Verloc said, is that you think yourself of such potential that you could stand an equal among those around you. In the distant land Critias calls home, there are many marshals and I'm sure there are precious few who think themselves his equal. You do not know as much as you think, Alice disagreed. Blade and pistol are the things that their children learn. Fighting and killing is the least thing that a marshal can aspire to achieve. Jim is our king because of what he knows, not the strength of his arm. Jack is Grand Marshal because he is a leader, not because he is a great soldier. Critias is a great warrior, but he never became the man of letters that he holds in higher esteem. Critias would tell you that he could fill rooms with marshals more accomplished than he is. To win his respect, it is pen and paper that I must master, not beating ghouls with a sharpened stick. If I don't become more than he is, Critias will be disappointed. To try and climb so high can lead to a fatal fall, Verloc cautioned. You are young, so people try to encourage you to reach for the stars. If you only make it halfway, you will still be something worth admiring. You might be better off choosing your own destiny. We don't choose our destiny, Alice argued. We only decide to chase it or run away from it in fear. Either way, we have no hope of escaping it. Carmen taught me that and I believe her. For now, I would like to climb the tower again. A forager who can't run is a danger to everyone, not only themselves. Tony had listened the whole time and he had some advice for Alice. You run faster when not looking behind you. If you are not looking behind you at the right moment, the ghouls will overtake you. The answer to the riddle eluded Alice, so I should watch my back, or run like the wind. Fear is your ally, Tony explained. If it controls you, you will not survive. If you convince yourself there is no fear, you will not survive. A rabbit is born knowing how to run. The ghouls turned on me when I learned that Wolf and Bean had made it to safety. My thoughts betrayed me, and they sensed it from a long way off. Thought is not instinct. Live in the moment and don't put your thoughts into words. Animals don't think in words. Men do that. Alice had to ask Tony, so you were afraid? He shrugged somewhat non-committally, more now than I was then. I have spent my life smoking grass, getting drunk, and sleeping around. That was nearly the story of me. If you really want to be a captain, then never forget, it is not just your life that you will be responsible for protecting. To be a man of the king is to be like the tiger over there. Alice and Verloc turned to look and they saw the white tiger lying just within the edge of the grass where it patiently watched them. It had the good sense to keep its distance because there were lines that man, animal, and ghoul alike should never cross if they all wanted to stay alive. Tony advised Alice, if you are determined to open this door and take on the life, you can't only take the parts of it you choose. There is no duty before family or whatever that slogan is you made up for yourself. You are going to have to be who you are and live your life as well as the job. Critias can teach you more than just how to fight. Critias has respect. He took you and Mandy in. Don't kid yourself, he didn't even know you. It was the right thing to do, so he did it. If you want to be better than him, well, good luck to you. If I fall short of the ambition, Alice said, it won't be for any lack of teachers or their attention. The fault will be my own. As to being a woman of the king, I'm ready to start right now. That tiger does not answer to me or me to him, but we both need to have proper respect for what ground belongs to the other. She switched on her carbine's targeting laser and then beamed it in the tiger's direction, cautious not to strike the great cat in the eyes. Go find your own pig, she told the tiger. This is our place, and if you press the matter you will be the worse for it. The tiger faded like a ghost without as much as a disturbed blade of grass to tell of the passing. In his own domain, the tiger was a deadly marauder with no fear of ghouls who would suffer greatly at the cat's discretion. Critias called over, I would stay out of that long grass, little rabbit. That tiger is liable to make a snack out of you no matter how fast you run, looking back or otherwise. Furthermore, he told Alice, don't believe all that sugar talk you hear about me. If I were all of the man that they made me out to be, I would have done right for you when I first saw you and Mandy back in Denver. I only married Carmen because she insisted upon it. I don't regret the matter and I'm lucky to have her, but I wasn't gentleman enough to pursue the union on my own accord. Work hard and stay out of trouble. You won't find it all that difficult to be better than me. You've already proved your worth more than once. If our esteemed community wants to give me credit for your works, I proudly accept the undeserved recognition. With a gesture from her eyes, Verloc sent Alice on the run again. She was a little slower than before, but Alice did manage to hit the water bottle with her gunshot. The day passed without Jack ever calling for helicopter support. Such a call remained one of the options available in his arsenal, since he didn't recall the personnel from the East Airport until the sun had nearly set. Carmen reported regularly to keep Critias informed about her progress in addition to other work they did back in the city. After they brought the string of fluid tanker cars into the Forger's Castle tunnel, Colonel Flash took her engine out again to retrieve the railway construction crane that she brought back to serve in other operations. Once the crane was in position just below the Rook, Jam took her engine on a slow journey that headed north while she blew her train's whistle. Her distraction effectively lured thousands of ghouls out of the downtown area as she led them many miles away to the north far from the city center where they would have made a nuisance of themselves. Cutter had returned to the castle after he put out the fire in Tony's abandoned truck. The giant went on to help the engineers get the wick-eyed devil grinder operational. He used the large rescue saw as a hand tool when he sliced open the shed roof to clear the opening into the grinder's tub mouth. Cutter had already heaped up bodies from the wheelbarrow loads he had delivered during his work the night before. The castle's new grinder didn't eat much in the way of active ghouls, but it did spend the day consuming their headshot bodies as Cutter tossed them down into the hole where the hammer mill slurped them away. Thousands of green bodies had accumulated around the castle over the years. There were enough of them that Cutter had no trouble staying busy for the whole of the day. The disposal system worked flawlessly without any leaks or unexpected breakdowns. Their operation using the weak-eyed devil grinder and its pumping system to start filling the string of tanker railcars was a complete success. After Colonel Flash had lured most of the infected out of the downtown area, Fat Jack had Alfred detonate the explosives that cleared the trees for the new land bridge roadway through the park grounds. Immediately afterward, Jack drove out the Rhino bulldozer to first remove the shattered remains of the anti-vehicle bollards and then sculpt the new earthen roadway. Carmen would be able to position tractor-trailers back into those woods without any tree stumps hanging up the truck or the tires sinking into loose soil. By midday, while Critias and his company relaxed and enjoyed their cookout, Captain Boers along with his team of gunmen and engineers used the railway crane to lift the Amiot grinder up onto the overlook platform at the summit of the north tunnel entrance. The concrete balcony there was at the corner of the park and nearly level with the elevated highway bridge where the light rail track came through on the underdeck. Just below the observation balcony that supported the Amiot grinder was the groundskeeper shed where they passed through from the pancake house to the Rook. From there, the engineers had their access to build all the plumbing connections that would allow the largest grinder to fill their rail tankers in the tunnel below once that huge ghoul disposal machine went into full operation. The call from Jack finally came in for Critias to pack up his roadshow and then come on home. The Grand Marshal dispatched the King's Iron with a light rail train to collect them. Christopher did not keep the train at the airbase station all day when it could serve the community better as it shuttled workers between the city's Smuggler's Passage Depot and the Rook at Forager's Castle. Commander Carey's tied down the helicopter's rotors against the wind to stay where it was until they needed it again. More than a dozen ghouls chased the transport bus during the drive from the East Airport to the airbase depot where they would meet the light rail. Critias sent the GNP members out first to shoot them down. He saw it as a good confidence-building opportunity for them while at the same time, he recognized that such work was beneath being of any benefit to Alice unless he sent her out in command, which he didn't. Alice had seen enough action in less mundane circumstances that a simple extermination patrol wouldn't test her mettle. Yet he demonstrated proper enthusiasm and sound judgment as the GNP exited the bus to do their work. The man felt no drive to impress anyone by taking a heavy kill count. He focused his attention on being security for the patrol, making sure that no ghouls came out at them from under the bus, or if any of them did manage to get in close through some cunning ploy, he would be ready to deal with them without damaging their vehicle or injuring one of his teammates. Critias watched out one of their bus's barred windows to take in the scene. One clever ghoul did wait until the patrol had engaged the others before it cunningly slunk in under the bus to emerge right among the defensive ring of gunmen only at their backs. Yeti's caution was enough for him to notice the attack in time to prevent its success. He had stood ready and waited to clock the ghoul on the head as it emerged from under the bus. His short wooden club had a ring of iron pipe that capped its business end. Wisely aware that he was no swordsman like Critias, but still of a need, Yeti let the outfitters equip him with a compromise weapon. Still quite effective, a single harsh blow from his truncheon shattered the ghoul's skull with a minimal amount of bloody mess. Yeti dragged the creature out from under the bus by pulling its scalp of long unkempt hair, and then he delivered a heavier blow to the base of its skull to shatter the neck bones. Since Critias's view of the ground beneath the window was less than ideal, his video record of the event wouldn't make much of an entertainment even though it did capture enough to make sense. Carmen's subconscious android mind took note as he reviewed the footage on his visor. She promptly sent him another recording that came from one of the many security cameras that protected the depot along with the roadway as it approached the dirigible hangar. That footage was not ideal in its resolution, but it completed the whole scene. After Critias watched it, he sent both recordings to the network box of Commander Stig so that he would see the professional competence of his soldiers in the field. Dr. Kine waited at the depot for the East Airport crew and the light rail train to arrive. He had brought out pallet carts that held sealed containers of food that he had freshly picked from his hydroponic gardens. The doctor's pet ghoul that ran to draw profanity during electric shocks was nowhere about. Critias had the patrol double-check that they had permanently disabled their newly shot ghouls before they piled them up out of the way where no vehicle would ever have to drive over them. When the guards had that matter well in hand, Critias went on ahead to speak with the doctor. "Are you coming home with us?" "Not tonight," Kine replied. "I have a delivery coming in on the train that will keep me busy. I'll spend the night working in my laboratory." The Lion radioed ahead when he was about to make the final turn on approach to the depot, and then he came on at speed to put as much distance as possible between himself and any pursuing ghouls. When the train arrived, there was only one passenger aboard aside from the driver. Cutter squeezed out from the open doors and then plopped down his great sturdy people snatcher sack. The bag noticeably convulsed as a ghoul inside struggled to escape its confinement. It was one of the elites that Jingle Bells had manufactured by feeding it destroyer serum-laced food. Cutter had captured the creature that night when he aided Wolf and Bean at the document depository building. The elite fussed and struggled so vehemently that Cutter had to kick the bag repeatedly to force its submission. Once the elite stopped thrashing, Cutter told the doctor, "This is a mean one." Dr. Kine approached to see his new science research specimen. "I didn't think you would be able to locate one of them so quickly." Cutter confirmed his prize. "This is definitely one of those elite dummies that Bellman fed the juice to at his last supper. There can't be many of them left. You're lucky that I bumped into this one when I did. If I do see any more, I'll grab them for you." It was the first that Critias had heard of it and he found it worthy of his attention. He told Cutter, "I thought that Carmen and I had killed them all. Where did you find that one? Was it skulking around the old stadium?" Cutter informed him, "This one was trying to eat Alice's boyfriend when I caught up with him. I'll need to go along with the doctor to make sure this rascal gets some good chains. If it gets loose, this one won't be friendly." Cutter's business with Dr. Kine was something of a problem for Critias. He said, "I have to get these people back to the city. They have done their duty for the day. We can't wait around to give you a ride home. What I can do is come back for you after I have them safely in the castle." "You don't need to concern yourself about the doctor and me," Cutter replied at ease. "I'll get home on my own. There is an orchard I know about on the way back where I'll pick a couple bushels of apples. There is nothing in this world for you to keep me safe from aside from your terrible aim." The others were already on the train along with the cases of food that the doctor had brought up from his gardens. All that remained was for Critias to step aboard and then give the two watchers a wave farewell. A full crew of decontamination workers waited to meet their train at the Smuggler's Passage depot. A few members of the G&P patrol were there in case any ghouls happened to cling beneath the light rail cars or had somehow managed to sneak inside through the barriers. Everyone was in a good mood, as they tended to be after a long day of significant progress and no deaths to pay for it. The nearby field decontamination shower allowed everyone to scrub up before they then moved on through the tunnel toward a final inspection at the tower lobby. After such a difficult night, Critias didn't relish the prospect of having to give his mech suit and Tesla flux weapons over to the decontamination cleaners. When he deprived himself of his technologically advanced gear, it did level the playing field since it brought him down to the lifestyle of everyone else, but it still made him feel vulnerable if some emergency happened to pop up. The feeling of vulnerability left Critias more receptive when the outfitters met him after his brief shower. One of them opened a plastic case to offer up the contents. The contoured mold inside held his backup handgun he would carry until his own Marshal Service pistol returned from the cleaners. Critias saw that it was no ordinary weapon. He had seen enough of their chemical-powered firearms to recognize that the man offered him something both exceptional and unique. For the most part, it was a magazine-fed automatic pistol that had his name stylishly engraved along the slide. Whoever had built it had gone to considerable trouble to make it resemble his Tesla Flux pistol in weight, dimensions, and balance. After Critias appreciated the familiarity of the grip, he asked the outfitter, "Who do I have to thank for this?" "Oleg made this for you," the man informed him. With the help of Kevin, he used that new CNC milling machine to craft the custom parts. She fires 10mm hammerheads, hits like a hog-leg magnum, only you wouldn't know it by looking at it. Not many people could handle a mule like that, but I don't suppose that will be any problem for you. I'm sure Oleg will be anxious to hear that you like it, not that he is due any special thanks. He has already received more than a few coins for the trouble. The man lowered his voice as though divulging a secret. It was your wife that paid him, all in advance. As an afterthought, the man offered Critias a tooled leather hip holster cut especially for the weapon, and don't forget this. He gave Critias the plastic carrying case as well. It contained 4 additional magazines along with neat rows of extra cartridges and a screw-on sound suppressor. The attached silencer would dramatically change the balance in addition to making the weapon inconvenient to holster. All told, Critias was more than pleased with his new toy. Carmen's foresight in ordering it for him was not an error. Critias had no great love for their gunpowder weapons or in parting with his personal sidearm. The new pistol came as a welcome compromise. Critias's group was most of the way to the tower following Smuggler's Passage when Fat Jack walked up to them from the other way. His first words were for Carries, "We're in your debt, Commander." Many people here who are just doing their job still enjoy rewards for exemplary service. You would honor us if you would accept some gesture of appreciation. If nothing comes to mind, you can take some time to think about it. Carries would have refused as a gesture of good manners if Jack hadn't already anticipated her doing so and then headed it off. Instead, she offered a ready suggestion, "I do have expensive tastes where my wardrobe is concerned. Since you insist, something in that department would be welcome." Jack liked her answer and he was ready to provide by saying, "A thank you gift of our currency will be waiting for you the next time you get to our store." With that out of the way, Jack gestured that they should all continue on to the tower lobby. As they walked, he asked Critias, "What do you have to say for yourself?" His tone suggested it was a conversational invitation, not an insinuation that Critias had something to answer for. "The light rail needs some serious reconsideration," Critias advised. "At some point the train is going to break down out in the middle of nowhere. We're not ready for that to happen. What difference would a couple of guards make except to have 3 dead men instead of just the driver? Maybe it needs to lose some load capacity when we armor it up to the point that it is impenetrable. As it is now, Cutter has to squeeze himself out through the doors. If he wanted to, he would tear through that aluminum with little effort. It's not strong enough to withstand a serious attack from a hunter. I don't see how it could have enough guns to dig itself out of a hole. No one doubts that Christopher is prepared to go out alone driving the thing where it needs to go. A backup power plant and some skilled mechanics doing regular maintenance checks are going to help delay the inevitable, but it still won't be enough. What position are we in to mount a rescue operation? Without an armor train on the same or parallel track, it won't be easy to get out to where the problem is, certainly not in time to make a difference." "All true," Jack agreed. "I will put some good minds to the project straight away." When they arrived at the lobby, they found Dr. Clara waiting for them so that she could perform the requisite medical inspections. Mandy was with her acting as the dutiful assistant even though she didn't know anything of use or value save bringing a willingness to absorb knowledge through accumulated experience. After his second more thorough shower, Critias found himself facing both of them for his inspection. No matter how absurd life became, it was human nature to try and organize it into something sensible. Critias didn't want Mandy involved. He told Clara, "I think you can handle this by yourself." Clara showed no sympathy for his plight and in fact had a hint of contempt for it. In reply, she said, "Should the day come that Mandy becomes infected, you will have to shoot a bullet into her head. Does that necessity appeal to you? No need to answer, I will do it for you. As unpleasant as that event might be, it is a requirement of your profession. Blood, shattered bodies, and severed limbs are an unavoidable part of your job. With that in mind, try to imagine how much it appeals to me to have to interact with people's urine, their feces, or their babbling commentary that comes from their medical anxiety issues. Now that we are all in agreement on how no one is going to enjoy this, just try and focus on the fact that I'm in charge here and you are not. You will do what I say because you have no choice in the matter. Really, when you think about it, that is a comforting thought. You have no choice, so just shut up and let's get this over with." Getting it over with did seem like an ideal choice. Critias just looked at the ceiling, let out a long breath, and then sighed, "Swell." Carmen arrived at the lobby early enough that she would be able to greet Critias when he was finally free from his working obligations. She wore her airline stewardess uniform that was all prim and recently retailored for a perfect fit. In that it was her intention to appear steady of mind, free of stress, and a dependable officer, Carmen had accomplished all of that admirably despite her actual pervasive angst. Quite a few other people had also made their way to the tower lobby. They wanted to welcome Tony Banjo home after his death-defying night on the streets. His truck had burned down underneath him. Wolf and Bean were there as were the Gravewalkers and the Sand Tigers. Fleet Admiral Rudel came in along with Deputy Grand Marshal Colonel Hiram Davis, Sea Captain Marino, and many of the G&P besides. Such was the prestige, numbers, and celebratory urgency of the growing crowd that Carmen found herself pressed at the back of the room where she merely bided her time. Sadly, she found it easy enough to restrain her own enthusiasm to wedge her way forward owing to stronger and more personal reasons relating to her need to maintain self-control. Critias was not of a mind to celebrate Tony any more than he already had when he jumped out the door of a flying helicopter to recover him in the first place. His thoughts were for Carmen and the simple comforts of their home. His eyes sought her out through the dense crowd. When he saw her, he had no trouble reading her thoughts as if they were writing on her face. Withdrawal from her codependent addiction had its demoralizing grip on her. Critias was a man of principles and instincts. Working all day was more taxing to his body than to his mind. For Carmen, a day's work was a matter of endless calculations, simulations, and recalibrations. She was a creature of intellect that measured infinite variables in the hope that she could control them. Creating order by analyzing chaos was a frightfully stressful method that had driven many a human genius into madness. Carmen wanted nothing more than to fling herself at Critias's feet where she would pledge her total submission to his will and then he would take her away from all worldly concerns. She knew perfectly well that Critias felt embarrassed when she kowtowed to him in public. Carmen was not weak or lacking in self-respect, but the community at large saw only what they pleased or found scandalously amusing. Following her desires would not accomplish her goals, and in that, her continuing computations to control events left her to stand there alone as she waited with somber patience. The assembled community generated a great cheer that rose above the sound of their clapping hands as they called out Tony's name. To Tony's eyes, it seemed that the only absent face was the one that he had hoped to see most. Upon consideration, the absence of Jam did not entirely surprise him. Colonel Flash kept a serious mind steadfastly steeped in professional responsibility. It was no wonder that she had no interest in congratulating Tony for receiving a rescue from his own bad luck. After all, what was he to her but a pretty boy toy that Carmen had purchased as a gigolo for a sack of cigarettes? Tony Banjo quieted the room when he raised his hands for them to do so. "I appreciate the warm welcome," he told them, "but I'm not so easy to kill that being here is some kind of miracle. Things didn't go as planned. I ended up in a tough spot and then a lot of people came out to help me, and I'm grateful. That said, I don't feel like I deserve all this special attention." Everyone turned to look when Carmen commented, "You are special, Tony. If you had died out there, nothing would be the same, we wouldn't be winning anymore. The darkness would be closing in around us. Isn't it enough that we're glad to have you back?" "I suppose it is," Tony submitted to her reasoning. "I'm glad to be back, and I share your sentiments. This wouldn't be home without all of you. I shouldn't be the only one feeling welcome. You have been away yourself and working overtime at that." Tony pointed down at his feet, This is the very spot where Grendel the Destroyer fell. The mighty giant met his end at the blade of the woman, your blade. Now I find you pushed to the back of the room waiting to welcome Critias home even though he jumped out of a helicopter to save my ass from the bite mosh. That doesn't sit right with me, even if everyone else can overlook it. No one else besides Critias had considered it, but after they heard Tony put it into words, they felt enlightened on the spot. The crowd parted to form an open path for Carmen so that she need not wait any longer. The way everyone watched her made Carmen's previous reservations even stronger. She didn't want to embarrass Critias by fawning all over him while so many people stared as she did it. All Carmen could do was stand dumbly unable to formulate any acceptable decision. When she didn't move, Tony challenged her sounding amused, if you can resist him, I for one would like to see it. Perhaps the mighty Perkella is just a man after all. Carmen didn't lose her mask of composure as she replied, yes, Critias is just a man, and like all good men, he thinks less of himself than he actually is. He ever strives to overcome the specter of wickedness that was man's first invention. Many in this room are just men. Fleet Admiral Rudel is just a man. The Sand Tigers and the Gravewalkers are just men. The King's Lion is just a man. She finally revealed her concealed turmoil with a burdened gaze over at the line of isolation cages. And there sits Herman Clark, who is not a man. He is less than a Pictetus dog, because the dog had loyalty. When I get Critias home, I will show him that he is more than just a man. For now, I will be content to wait my turn. I am not a man at all. When I try to act like one, it makes me unhappy. Critias had heard enough of Carmen's dispirited rambling. He held out his hand to summon her. It has been a long and stressful day for everyone. Remind me now why it was worth it. I'd rather not wait until I get home. Carmen gratefully rushed into his arms because his insistence freed her from indecision. If he hadn't put in the effort to hold her up, she would have slumped to the floor too emotionally exhausted to stand. He just hugged her because that was the medication that she needed to shake off her anxieties. Manny Giles and Frank Peterson approached after they gave up waiting what had been long enough to be polite. Carmen didn't want to move and wouldn't till Critias made her. Manny told Critias, we are having a special party tonight in the back room of the club. It will start around 9. I'd like to attend, Critias answered to pad his refusal, but I don't think I'll be able to make it. Before either of the men could say anything more, Carmen regained her composure to tell Critias, I don't want you to miss the party because of me. My family always comes first, Critias told her truthfully to be comforting. It wasn't a martial motto because the king's law had to come first. Sooner or later, the two would come into conflict and then one would have to give way to the other. If Critias had been wiser or more circumspect, he would have regretted saying such a blasphemy against the Luddite traditions. His words didn't work on Carmen anyway. She stepped away and then turned toward Manny and Frank to tell them, Critias will be there. He thinks it womanly to speak of his feelings, so I will say it for him. He has great admiration for the Gravewalkers and he feels honored by your invitation. Critias will be proud to drink with ghoul fighters of such renown. When Critias thought to complain, Carmen told him, where the brave drink and tell tales of glory, I'll have none say that my husband could not attend because his overly demanding wife smothered him out of the opportunity. It would be true if they said it. Her insistence and sound reasoning were enough to make Critias relent. Carmen embraced him again and then placed her head on his chest. When you have had your fill of drinks and flirting with dancing girls, come home to me. I'll see you happier still before you sleep. Critias told Manny, I'll be there. Both men gave Carmen a polite nod that carried the mannerly implication of respect for a lady and then they departed. Their unspoken deference for her skills as a soldier was also a major contributor to their gesture. Once they had no one hovering around them, Critias teased Carmen, when are you going to ask me about my new pistol? Don't tell me that you didn't notice. She nuzzled his neck, why would I need to ask? I bought it for you, didn't I? I knew you would like it or I wouldn't have done it. Supper is starting soon, and afterwards I'll take the girls to see that evil old witch Miss Pepper. They have put off their schooling for long enough. That made him wonder, you don't think it is safe for them to go by themselves? She shook her head, I will never underestimate that woman. I don't believe she has the skills to escape detention, but she does have the skills to plant the seeds of deception into the minds of two traumatized girls. I will make sure that Miss Pepper understands that I will always be watching and never be forgiving. Colonel Jam Flash arrived at the top of the stairs. She only recently returned from her day's work that had ended with her train engine parked back at Foranger's castle. Pike, Ray, and Pipkin came up the stairs with her. They still had time for their final showers and medical inspections without being late for dinner in Funland. After she took a moment to see what was going on in the lobby, Jam asked, did I miss the reception? No, ma'am, Critias told her, but But you are a little late, Colonel. If you want to shower while the water is still hot, you should knock that eagle off your shoulder. There was plenty of hot water to spare and Jam didn't actually wear any rank insignia, but she understood his facetious meaning. Jam made polite recognition to the other command-level officers in the room as she walked through their company. When she was close to Critias, Carmen, and Tony in particular, she said, "I never let pleasure interfere with business. I can find time enough for both without rushing either." Left unsaid was that her nickname of Jam Up had not come about because her claim was entirely true. Jam asked Tony, "Will you be coming to the party tonight, Captain?" Calling him by his rank only appeared to be a cool rebuff. The subtleties of her posture and expression let Tony know that she desired his company if he was of a like mind. "It wouldn't be a party without me." Tony accepted her invitation. He had been hoping to see her ever since they got back from the East Airport, but he hid his exuberance behind his usual debonair mystique and patently handsome grin. He made light of his ordeal. "Believe it or not, this wasn't the first time that ghouls have chased me around town. My ride burns down underneath me and then everyone assumes my balls dropped off along with it." Carmen gave Critias a kiss and then told him, "I will take the girls home to get them ready for dinner." She did her best to put on a positive smile, only it came across as a little half-hearted. The reason why came out when she said, "I want things back to normal as soon as possible." Normal was good compared to how much worse life could be, but even at its best, they had few options and even those choices hung one unlucky mishap from disaster. Tony Banjo seemed to have some special armor that made him impervious to the demoralization that could eat everyone down to the bone even if the ghouls didn't do it first. If Tony broke down under pressure, it wouldn't leave much hope for anyone else to do any better. Carmen was far from immune to the stress of it all. While out on the streets, she couldn't stop noticing the monumental tragedy, the innumerable faces stricken with madness, a world of senseless screaming, and encroaching dilapidation. There were times that she could almost imagine what she might have been or could have been if the world was different, only she would never allow it to come into too sharp of a focus. Contemplating all the variations of an impossible ideal life was too unpleasant and understanding for her to delve into at depth. Critias chose his words carefully when he told his wife, "I will stay home with you tonight if you ask." He knew that Carmen wouldn't ask, and he wouldn't press her into it, which he easily could. She readily shook her head no, "I want you to have a good time with your friends. Even if you are not of a mind to have fun, you still need to cultivate your relationships inside the action community. Being standoffish would only have negative consequences." Colonel Flash needed a shower and wanted to be finished with it in time to eat with everyone else. Carmen may have wanted to take her daughters home, but that wasn't going to happen just yet since Dr. Clara wasn't inclined to cut Mandy any breaks from her duties as an assistant. On her way to the shower, Jam told Carmen, "I'll bring Mandy up with me after finishing my final inspection. If you don't mind waiting, it would be nice for all of us to go to dinner together." "I'd like that." Carmen took comfort in the notion that she belonged to a family and the community would be witnesses to it. Fat Jack could see what was happening with Carmen and Jam even when few others were aware of it. He had both personal and professional interests to protect. Jack went forward to tell Carmen, "You did magnificent work today, really first-rate, you and Critias both. If you're not happy, I will see to it that we do more for you. Tell me what you need to be more comfortable and I'll make it happen." Jam realized that Jack was actively pushing back to keep Carmen in his camp rather than see her drift away deeper into Jam's familial impingement. Colonel Flash saw no need to continue cloaking her thoughts in subtlety. She said to Carmen, "This business with the grinders won't last forever. When it's over, I'll have to return home to Commodore Tinney and the rest of my people. There's that trip to Texas for Fleet Admiral Rudo coming up. You and your family will always be welcome to stay with me wherever I go." Carmen had a ready answer. "My place is where my husband takes me. Jack is Grand Marshal, so Critias will go where Jack sends him. When we first arrived here, we were lost beside the river without anywhere to go or anyone to call friend. Jack came to our rescue and welcomed us into his home while asking nothing from us. He was glad to take us in and he made it seem a blessed stroke of his own good luck. Even if it were my choice, I would not abandon him." Jack reminded Jam, "We have an agreement not to try recruiting each other's personnel." Jam replied, "We both know what bullshit that is. Too much loyalty is indistinguishable from slavery. Carmen would work herself to death trying to please the two of you. If she wants to desert the king's army to come live with the free men, I will see to it that she gets the opportunity. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. I don't think it does much for her either." "I'm lucky to have what I do," Carmen said in her own defense. "Living life just for the joy of it is the way of children. I am a wife and an officer of the king. If they work me to death, I only ask to hear that those I leave behind are the better for it." For Jam, Carmen's fatalistic conviction to duty was only proof of point that she conveyed to Fat Jack with a telling glance that dared him to disagree. Critias had wisdom enough to pick up on the exchange and realized that he needed to intervene. He asked Carmen, "You don't want Tony Banjo to work himself to death, do you?" She answered, "No," as if the accusation wounded her. "Well," he challenged her reasoning, "how do you think it makes people feel to hear you saying things like that? Think back to when you were in the cage. Everyone had to worry that you might have caught the infection. The people who care about you would rather see you happy than excessively dedicated." Carmen sounded comfortable with the lesson learned when she replied, "I understand. The mother of excess is not joy but joylessness. To put all of you at ease, I would have you know that I do have plans for enjoying myself this evening. While Critias is amusing himself with some of the bawdier entertainments available to the community, I will indulge myself with recreation more in line with my own tastes. I don't want to give my friends the false impression that doing my job is eroding my capacity to endure the long war. Much to the contrary, I feel proud that Jack and Critias have trusted me with genuinely meaningful responsibilities, duties that I have carried out to completion without cause for criticism." Jam asked Jack, "Do you think Carmen is going to attain her full potential by staying isolated in your community? What is her full potential? In my opinion, she would profit from as diverse an education as possible. If Fleet Admiral Rutal understood all the facts, he would certainly agree that his people would also have a great deal to offer her." "Perhaps," Jack cautiously agreed, "but not today. Just because Carmen has the potential to perform the work of 10 people, that doesn't mean that she should. I would not complain if she was content to do less than she already does." "I would complain if she does less while still locked in the same cage," Jam disagreed with him. "An hour of genius is worth more than a fool's lifetime. The world has become too small for her not to have the opportunity to see the whole of it." Critias was ready to leave. He took Carmen's arm to take her to the elevator. Carmen complained, "I want to hear this." "And I don't want you to hear it," he pulled her away. "You are ambitious enough to expand your horizons in your own time. Verloc has remarkable talents, but she is unlikely to grow in her ambitions much beyond her nature such as it already is. You don't have that limitation. Your skills and interests will continue to expand in pace with your experience and confidence. For the moment, it is your ethics that concern me most, as does your common sense. Lydis trained me to stand apart so that I would maintain a dispassionate perspective. You are friendly and more than a little charming. For now, you will just have to trust that the many people who care about you have your best interests well in hand. Personally, I doubt very much that the makers truly understood the full range of your capabilities. Decades from now, you will be wiser and more gifted than any normal person could ever dream of being." Carmen felt content to let him hold on to his false beliefs about her having a long and glorious future. She just affectionately took his arm without saying anything more. One of the supervisors in the outfitters department stood near the elevator doors where he spoke with Wolf and Bobby Bean, who was nearby too. After Tony had made it back to the East Airport, he had talked to his 2 crewmates at length by cellular radio, which was why they had no pressing need for a gratuitous reunion when they were all finally back together at the King's Tower. Wolf told the outfitter, "It made all the difference when I needed to get the door out of our way. We didn't have any time for dicking around, not with that elite super freak snapping at our heels." Pleased by the praise, the outfitter replied, "They are heavy, but worth the weight. When the time comes that you are in a pinch, nothing else but the proper tool will ever do. No forager goes into the wilds with his bare ass hanging out in the wind to take a bite. The right tool for the job is one of our mottos." After hitting the elevator call button, Critias still had to wait for the lift to arrive. He had time to ask, "Are you talking about pistols?" Wolf informed him, "We're talking about my crowbar. It came in handy when Bean and I needed to get a door open and get our asses off the mean streets. In the past, Bruce must have listened to me complain 20 times about it being too heavy, but he always said it would be worth the burden. I stuck it out. Now I know that he was right all along. For want of having it, Bean and I might not have come back." Carmen told the outfitter, "It seems that you saved the day, Mr. Inglehorn. It can't be easy for you to get your way when dealing with so many headstrong personalities. Foragers are not known for their docility." "We stand behind our service," he pledged with no small pride. "No one goes out the door unprepared. Please, call me Bruce. Mr. Inglehorn makes me sound like my grandfather." Critias jokingly asked Wolf, "Did you have to carry Bean on your back while you forced open all those doors? When I saw Cutter earlier, he said that he had to pull one of Jingle Bell's elites off of Bean's leg. He had it in a sack that he handed over to Dr. Kine out at the airbase. That has to be the same one I overheard you mention." Bean thought Critias was being serious. In his own defense he said, I loosened the door first with some tungsten penetrator slugs from my shotgun. People told me that a shotgun isn't forager because it's too loud. I kept it handy because there are times that we don't have to be quiet. We're keeping him, Wolf told Critias about Bean. I shot some video that you can check out. The night vision quality probably isn't very good, not by your standards anyway, but it should be watchable. We had quite an adventure painting the town red. Alice thought that Bean was getting ill treatment when she chimed in. Bobby moves into the building tomorrow. Jack gave him his forager room assignment. That makes it extra official. Critias continued the razzing as he told Bean, "You spent a lot of luck out there last night for someone so young and just getting started. Lady Mercy is fickle with her blessings. Between this, your growler in the garden building, and Saltback, you might not have too much luck left in you. It is a good thing that Alice is getting all those network love letters from the flotilla. She will have a ready backup." His luck could run out sooner than that, Carmen said as she cautioned Alice with an added glance. With Bobby moving into the building, we wouldn't want Alice forgetting where she lives. It's a long way down the tower to the lobby when you use the shaft but not the elevator car. The elevator arrived so they walked in. Critias pressed the button for their floor. As they waited for the doors to close, he told Carmen, "I trust Alice to keep her promises." His display of confidence enkindled Alice's self-esteem. She thought her pride showed, so she said something stoic to balance it out, "I won't throw away the trust you have placed in me." Jam and Mandy came up to Critias' apartment about 10 minutes later. Everyone quickly dressed for dinner at Funland and then headed back down the elevator together. As soon as the lift started, Alice asked Jam, "Why does Critias keep saying that no one tells him anything? When we are out working, he acts like he doesn't know about anything else that is going on around the city." Jam glanced over at Critias, who only made a non-committal shrug to his own defense in that he didn't deny it. Colonel Flash considered the question before she answered, "When you are in command, you send people out to do a job. It is usually because that is what they're good at. Sometimes, it is because you have no one else to send. Either way, they're most likely to get that work done if they're paying close attention to what they're supposed to be doing. You don't want them worrying about all sorts of other things they don't need to know, and couldn't do anything about even if they did. Not everyone has what it takes to be a command-level officer or a swashbuckling hero out running the streets with all the glory and glamour like people want to see on your movie nights. Many people get easily flustered and they will be counting on you to motivate them through to success under some very stressful circumstances. You tell your people what they need to know so that they can get their work done and then come home safely. Don't ask some young engineer to fix your radio and then at the same time whisper in his ear a blow-by-blow report on how close the monsters are and how much danger the whole operation is in because he isn't finished yet. If the work is especially dangerous, you don't burden your people by telling them that they are almost certainly going to die. You tell them to be careful and assure them that you will be doing everything possible to support them on their mission. Making it all happen takes a lot of people working in unison, often doing tedious mundane services. True command is often mundane and tedious. It won't make you the star of movie night and the responsibility for a lot of little mistakes will be landing on your shoulders. There are a lot of reasons why some people should not be in command and not all of them have to do with their intelligence or ability. Jack is good at what he does. Critias knows what he needs to know to be at his best. All that other information is just a distraction more likely to do him harm than good. Alice took the advice seriously in as much as she could understand it beyond the mere principles. It seemed too much for her to believe, so she asked, "By what right could I send people into danger without even telling them all the whys and what for?" Critias answered her with a grim warning, "We do not traffic in ambition. When such a burden comes to you, it will come knocking on your door to demand service. You will not be ready or worthy, but you will be the best person available and as your duty, you will do your best for it. That is what you do already since I ask more of you than you have the experience to try. Sure and steady, mindful of today, the future takes care of itself." "The future will have its way," Carmen said in agreement with that sentiment. She had more than faith in predestination. Carmen considered it a scientific certainty and yet that inescapable fate in no way robbed her life of its exquisite and sublime je ne sais quoi. Knowing the future wasn't that different from already understanding that life always ended in death. Everyone did know their future. It ended. Mandy asked Carmen, "You don't have to go out there without knowing what is going on, do you?" "No," Carmen reassured Mandy with a one-arm hug around her shoulder. "I know everything that is going on all the time. That is how I watch out for what matters to me most." An uneasy feeling tantamount to nausea rose up in Critias. For a moment, he had a clear realization about going home when his mission ended. He recalled how it was living alone in his apartment waiting for his next duty assignment. His life had been shamefully devoid of living. Critias was totally certain that he didn't want to go home. All the luxury and security of the future was like drowning. It was a suffocation of the soul. In Jim's community, he was truly alive. Going home would be like dying. Carmen sensed the change in him. She asked, "Are you all right?" In a way not unlike the time travel that had delivered Critias to his own historical past, hearing her speak brought him back again from that loathsomely dull future. "I've never been better," he answered truthfully with the momentary bout of illness departed. "Right now, there is no place that I would rather be." After Carmen gave him a wink that suggested she could imagine places he might prefer, Critias clarified, in all humility, "I can say that not one man at dinner tonight will be prouder than I am." Alice boldly cautioned, "Pride is bad for business." "Chasing pride is bad for business," Critias corrected her. "I never said that you could never earn it fairly or ever actually deserve it. When good fortune does bless your life, it is a great shame when you don't appreciate it, just as long as you don't let it go to your head. My wife is beautiful and talented. My daughters are hard-working and well-behaved. I have the respect of admirable friends, my senior officers, and the community at large. Life is being generous to me, so tonight I will celebrate my good fortune." James crewman Pike and Ray waited at the elevator doors when the lift opened back at the lobby. Both men had already dressed for dinner and were there to escort Jam to Funland. In darker circumstances, they might have been bodyguards, but as it was, where Colonel Flash was a welcome and valued guest of the community protected by Critias, Carmen, and Alice, their escort would be a symbol of her honored position as de facto on-side leader of the train-riding Freeman people. Their group didn't get far on their way to dinner before a trio of off-duty guardsmen stopped them for some seemingly urgent discussion. On the arrogant assumption that he was the person that they wanted to speak with, Critias asked them, "What do you need?" As it turned out, the men wanted to talk to Carmen. Their outspoken leader said to her, "We're ready to make the docking with the first bridge section from the castle side, but Jack says we have to shut down work for another day. We are so close. There is a lot of excitement about us making the tunnel connection. All the people we need are ready and eager to make progress." Carmen understood the request and demonstrated that comprehension. "You want me to talk to Jack and convince him to let the work go ahead?" She warned them with a bit of a sigh before she told them, "I'm not going to do that. As you know, we are all in this together. Today has already frazzled my nerves near to breaking. I've been looking forward to this evening when there would be nothing going on, no one in danger, and no worry about an emergency panic alarm going off. I know that you are all willing and able to begin the final assembly of the land bridge without any extra special assistance, but it's going to have to wait until the rest of us can do our proper part. I'm also holding you back and I apologize for that, but I think Jack is right. Now is not the proper time to uncork that new bottle." Her words were honest, and as such, there were always those who knew the truth when they heard it. The guardsmen felt content to leave the matter rejected and let Carmen spend her evening in peace. Critias had some sympathy for the ambitious guards because he agreed that the bridge would be a grand psychological boost to the community. Since the days when Jim first took over King's Tower, the community had dreamed of being able to travel back and forth to Forager's Castle without complications. The light rail and its tunnel had gone a long way to making that dream a reality, but it was still a complicated transition. Once they had the new land bridge open, the two halves of their community would truly become one. Crews would be able to walk back and forth at their convenience. With all of that in mind, Critias suggested, "If Jack has no special plans for tomorrow, Carmen and I are willing to help see the project move forward. For now, I agree that it is best to wait. There will be exterior work involved. Cutter might not be back before morning. You will need his help." The three guards had a distant attitude toward Critias. The most outspoken one gave an acknowledging nod before all of them went on their way. Once the men were out of range, Critias asked, "What's their problem?" Jam offered an explanation. "You're not exactly one of the boys. You are the eyes and ears of the man. You put their mate in lockup. I know that he isn't too popular right now, but you did drop him out of the world without needing the approval of anyone else." Carmen tried to be more delicate. "I know those men from the powerhouse lockdown. We have a good working relationship, and they know that Jack has a special fondness for me." It was Jam's reasoning that had Critias irritated. "I didn't lock up Clark without anyone's permission. There are plenty of people who could come forward and complain if they wanted me to cut him loose before Jim can get back to clean it up." "I didn't say that you made the wrong decision," Jam clarified her position. "I'm saying that life has teams and you are not playing for the G&P. It's not as if you are the go-to guy for people who like to bend the rules or keep their dirty laundry off the captain's table. Don't you film everything so that Jim hears about every gripe that anyone grumbles?" As much as Critias might have wanted to see the matter differently by casting himself as everybody's best buddy pal, He didn't disagree with her harsher realistic assessment. He reminded them, "I did try to keep Clark's crybaby bullshit off the brass radar. It was Clark who insisted on being an ass about it. I play by the rules because if I don't, there won't be any rules and then the assholes win while the regular working people take a screwing. As far as my mech suit recordings are concerned, only privileged people ever see them unedited and Jim knows better than to make me into a snitch by using my recordings to spy on people. Jim is king, which means that he needs to know what is really going on around here to be able to do his job." "I don't think anyone worries about your movies," Carmen reasoned as she got them moving toward Funland again. "Everyone already lives under the same roof, rubbing elbows every time anyone so much as turns around. Secret is a relative term around here. It's more likely that they're playing it tough, not wanting to appear weak in front of my husband, the great Perkella, hero of the king." Critias accurately observed about Carmen, "You don't sound like you're complaining." "I'm not," Carmen confessed. "Life is more comfortable without having the men in the city making fools out of themselves trying to impress me. Everyone knows I'm unattainable because my husband is so prodigiously scrumptious." Critias laughed over her absurd misunderstanding of the social landscape. He had no reason to set her straight. Instead, Critias humored her, "Being with me does make you seem out of their league. If I wasn't in the way, every man in the city would think he had a reasonable chance of winning your interest." Carmen took him seriously. "Exactly. Sometimes it still amazes me just how an impeccant unsartorial girl like myself could find herself such an experiently blasé beau like you." "You're just lucky I guess," Critias said with continued indulgence. "I've always admired your unsartorial impeccant side. Men like what you said have a taste for that kind of thing." He had no clue that her self-description meant that she saw herself as a moral innocent with limited fashion sense, which was sufficiently true. "We were all a little lucky," Jam reasoned. "I shudder to think what might have become of these three if you hadn't offered them shelter from less scrupulous chaperones." Carmen disapproved of the word, "scrupulous?" "Critias is principled, but I think the word for him is chivalrous." She waxed academic. "Not all human cultures cultivated a refined society of honor-driven warriors. I find it interesting that the notion of women and children being off-limits dishonorable kills arose from atavistic semi-misogynist chauvinism. Conversely, those cultures that developed the feminized male and the neoliberal empowered female also preferred disarming women into assailable victims while simultaneously placing a prohibition on capital punishment for ravishment." Critias offered his take on history. "The old world was one layer of rot festering atop another. Each generation nurtured the profitable corruptions of those who held their offices before them. It was an Augean stables with no river of justice to flush all that accumulated shit out. When I catch a rapist, I hang him. That is the way of things. Right and wrong does not come and go like the wind blowing from the mouths of politicians or from the asses of moneyed academics, which is pretty much the same thing in my opinion." Carmen quoted, "The law is like the tree with its roots, trunk, and branches. While its leafy colorful appearance outwardly changes with the seasons, its true structure is an immutable foundation upon which we built our meritorious society." Alice wasn't wearing her helmet, which would have allowed her to look that up. She asked, "Who said that?" The question amused Carmen since the answer was something of a temporal paradox. "It would appear that I made that up," Carmen answered. "If you like it, perhaps you should write that down someday." Alice would write it down someday since it came from one of her own books. "Maybe I could say something about the law being colorblind," Alice suggested. "There is a great idea," Critias said with clear sarcasm. "Learning all the facts involved in any situation is difficult enough without deliberately blinding yourself to the details. Men are not women. Idiots are not geniuses. Adults are not children. An accident is not deliberate. You accept reality for what it is and judge the situation accordingly. If the time comes that you start misjudging people simply because you don't like them, another marshal is going to come along and put a bullet in your head. Since you actually are passing judgment on another human being, perhaps to their death, you need to recognize who they are and where they came from, to try and see events through their eyes. Whatever you want to say about life, it is definitely full of color, so skip on the self-imposed blindness." Thinking it helpful, Carmen quoted the wisdom of H.G. Wells, "Crime is to foresee and do." Mandy revealed astute reasoning by observing, Herman Clark's real crime is in why he refused to do his work. It isn't as if he went out there planning to become afraid. It sort of took him by surprise. "That is definitely a major part of it," Critias agreed with her. "As impossible as it sounds, it takes a lot of courage for a man to know the limits of his own bravery. I can't recall anyone voicing doubt about Clark being in over his head. He had no business being out there in the first place. Part of the question now is, did he have the right to abandon the mission simply because he realized that action duty was beyond his nerve? Do the weak have a fundamental right to give up and go home in a tantrum? Alice recalled a lesson she learned from her virtual reality helmet games. The weak don't have the right to take everyone else down with them. That's the real substance of what Clark agreed to when he decided to go out there. He promised to carry his own weight and follow orders, or the others would need to kill him to ensure their own survival. Clark knew what he was getting himself into, even if he never believed there was a possibility that he would be a failure at it. With that in mind, she said, if Jim executes him anyway, that would mean you should have shot him at the time, saved all that food he eats while sitting in a cell. I think Master Chief Emily would have shot him if you hadn't been there to get in her way. Fortunately for you, then, Critias lectured her. It will be a valuable lesson. Nothing bad came from me keeping him alive. Ghouls aside, making people dead is remarkably easier than bringing them back to life. If you only get one thing right, you learn to pull the trigger on people because you have to, not because you want to. That is one that Carmen really struggled to understand. If she could get it through her thick skull, I'm sure you can too. Perhaps she will keep her aggressive tendencies under control so that her old bloodlust does not become a bad role model for you. Carmen didn't appreciate his comment. It isn't easy to teach a lion the nutritional value of pity. He disagreed. You can teach a lion to deal blackjack if you beat it long enough. I heard that even the strongest lion prefers to attack herbivores, and whenever possible, one that is old, young, or crippled, the more helpless the better. Apparently, it's no fun being a lion when your victims are strong enough to defend themselves. Mandy looked to Carmen. Are you? Carmen needed clarification. Am I what? Mandy asked, are you bloodthirsty? The question made Carmen consider her response while she made some thought-searching gestures with her eyes that suggested her answer might be less than perfectly honest. In the end, Carmen replied, no, I am not bloodthirsty. Sometimes I say outrageous things to get attention because Critias says mollycoddling has left me more than a little spoiled. I can go to excess when it comes to protecting my family, but I do not go out of my way to hurt people. Critias agreed. Carmen isn't really bloodthirsty, but she is a lioness. I think she is afraid of acting too slowly to protect what matters to her, so she can be a touch too aggressive. Impetuousness always goes away with experience. A passageway guard opened his gate to let them through so that they could continue on their way to dinner in Funland. Once they were out of earshot, Carmen said, I am experienced. Grendel was my finest hour. Nothing I ever do will top that. Likely true, Critias concurred with her assessment. Grendel was a miraculous freak of nature, a god among his kind, and you slew him in fair contest. In matters of war, there is no longer any need for you to prove anything to anyone. Even if you are a dangerously unpredictable servant, you are the deadliest of adversaries. The conversation made Alice think of something. Is that why Clark volunteered for field duty? Did he want to prove that he was a tough guy and not a dishwasher? Critias tested her. Should he? Alice shrugged as if her answer would be yes. You're going to this special party tonight with the Gravewalkers and the Sand Tigers. The ghoul fighters who live in King's Tower will be there. Clark wanted to be someone who matters instead of being some nobody that no one notices or cares about. Critias challenged Alice, if you could be like anyone here, who would you choose? Experience dealing with Carmen told him that she was about to lie, so he headed her off. Honestly, don't just tell me what you think I want to hear. Alice refused to let him corner her with his tests. Instead, she asked him, who do you want me to be like? I want the same thing for you that I want for Carmen, Critias confessed. I break things for a living. Carmen thinks her greatest accomplishment that she could never surpass is slaughtering that poor brute Grendel, who honestly never wronged anyone. Jingle Bells manipulated that stupid creature into his troubles, and then in the end, the bastard ran like a coward while leaving Grendel to die for a war he couldn't even comprehend. So, do you think that is what I want for you? Don't become a person who measures herself with a body count. History will remember Colonel Flash as a founding hero that saved many lives while building a lasting future for all. 200 years from now, no one will remember my night on the streets when Tony Banjo's truck caught on fire. That's the way it should be. The flattering description made Jam subconsciously use her pinky finger to move some loose hair back behind her ear. After a moment's reflection, she realized that the flattery wasn't entirely baseless, which left her feeling rather pleased with herself. Some genuine humility urged her to say, I didn't actually become a colonel until Jim recommended it during his negotiations with the Commodore. They felt it would make it easier for our communities to cooperate on joint operations. Yes, Critias said thoughtfully. Jim is a smart kid, always thinking about stuff like that. As an afterthought, he gave Carmen a sympathetic glance. He was about to tell her that he was sorry if it seemed that he was too critical of her qualities, but he never got the chance. Quite the contrary to wounded feelings, Critias's critique had Carmen all bubbly with peccant adoration. His fearless and domineering caretaking was something she loved best about him. Critias made her feel human and feminine, not like a cyborg killing machine. If circumstances allowed, she would pounce on Critias to smother him with kisses. As it was, so close to Funland with many other people heading to that same destination, she had to settle for conveying that desire with her eyes alone. The main route to Funland had big hallways at least large enough for a forklift to get past pedestrian traffic. A lot of people lined both sides of the last passage just outside the Great Hall. Their before-dinner warm-up party had gravitated together from the combined weight of their like-minded natures. Fancy silver drinking flasks rose and fell before passing along to the next imbiber. So many people gave Critias polite nods of recognition that he could do nothing else but acknowledge all of them lest they insultingly expire unrepaid. Carmen followed closely, clinging to his arm, amusing herself with the pretending notion that he pulled her forward. Hiram Davis was at the near end of Funland opposite the captain's table. The open space gave him an opportunity to forum business with numerous people without crowding up the officers' dining area. Nadia was there with him. She had taken up to living in his King's Tower apartment, which was on the large side owing to his combined positions of Gravewalkers platoon leader and also deputy grand marshal. Nadia had her violin in hand. She had practiced that previous hour by putting on an impromptu sidewalk performance. With dinner about to begin, her playing had subsided. Critias caught Carmen's hand to keep it on his arm. "No singing," he insisted. "You can do as you please after we eat. For now, everyone is waiting for dinner, myself included." As she passed, Carmen hastily whispered to Nadia, "I love your music. We should play later." The praise was truth. Carmen's memory contained a plethora of master performances in most every instrument. When it came to unpolished free expression by great musicians, her knowledge was quite limited. Carmen's interest was in entertaining her friends, not performing elaborate concerts. In that, Nadia had musical knowledge to teach that Carmen couldn't acquire anywhere else. It was one thing for Carmen to duplicate the jazz or blues of others. To generate it uniquely and emergent from herself, was something altogether different, and in many ways, beyond her current abilities. Ray said, "I recall a long winter when I was so hungry. When we did eat, we ate only poorly. Even then, I would have waited on a good supper to hear Carmen sing one more time." Critias didn't appreciate unsolicited and flirtatious advice on how he should manage his wife. That thought motivated him to jibe at Ray. "I would never eat poorly during even the longest winter, not so long as I had one more dwarf to put in the soup." "You probably have a taste for dwarf," Ray joked. "We are all dick with only a little gristle." Carmen couldn't help but giggle over Ray's quick retort. Having had enough of the eavesdropping by their entourage, Critias spoke softly in Latin as he teased Carmen, "Are you taking sides against me now?" Speaking in kind using the covert tongue, Carmen advised her husband. "Do not draw your wit unless you are willing to take a cut from one. Surely, you don't imagine that there are any sides in this world besides my own. To be against me would be to stand against all that is good and righteous. You and Ray are both on my side." She seemed so genuine that Critias gave Carmen a curious glance as he wondered just how deep her thinking ran. At times, perhaps often, Carmen portrayed herself as a scatterbrained woman, but in some moments, she was a deft politician with a ruthless pride and a shrewd measure of everyone else. With all of that in mind, Critias observed, "I don't know of anyone foolish enough to call you their enemy." He partly joked while wanting to test her reaction when he said, "To know you is to love you." Midway across the room, nearby long tables of G&P raised their cups in salute to Carmen as she walked past them. They were the centuria that Carmen had commanded when they took over the powerhouse. That mission had won them all glory and some of them significant promotions. They did not forget their friends. Carmen had led them to a flawless victory and then she had graciously given all the credit to her team and meant it, even if everyone knew her importance all the same. Carmen returned their tribute with a friendly wave and then quietly told Critias, "It is men who measure their greatness by their enemies. I am more than a body count. I measure my strength by the greatness of my friends." She had already learned from his lesson about putting too much importance on her defeat of Grendel. Critias had to laugh at her pretentiousness. "Great as you are, my love, I go to dinner with you as decoration for my arm." She tightened her hold on him out of affection. "What's yours is a fine saying." He had to ask, "Do you believe in it?" "No," she admitted. "My love for you and for others is my only worthy possession. In order for me to have it, I must give it away freely. For all I give away, I always have more than I started with. What would it profit me to own the whole world, but not have you, my friends, and my family?" Carmen added, "I have been a great warrior. My reward was the everlasting shame of having destroyed a mythical wonder of an age. What was the crime of Grendel if his offense to us was his unswerving love and loyalty to his master? I know you understand because you explained it to me. You did not kill Verloc, Romeo, or Cutter. Time and again, you have told me that I can be more and that it is your ambition that I be more. I will be more for myself, for you, and everyone here. Words easier uttered than achieved, Critias noted while he patted her hand. Carmen seemed to assume his agreement when she said, "Then you won't mind when I once again send our pay to Ms. Schoolhouse and her orphans." He didn't object. "I have no need for coins and the girls earn their own gold tokens." No doubt, our generosity shames others into loosening their purse strings. She nodded to that wisdom. Who should feel more obliged than we to give alms for young orphans? If but one of them becomes a champion of their generation, it will have been more than worth our humble tithing. On her last point he disagreed. The work we do isn't humble. People want to see what we do on movie night. Sooner or later, someone is going to die trying to emulate what we do. It is our supposed sacrifice that is humble, she corrected his misunderstanding. Do you give so much that it hurts, or do I? I enjoy my comforts, my time off just wallowing in bed. I give away mere coins. That is no hardship. As though speaking to himself, Critias said to her, "How soon you forget the weight of it. In the time of walking from one room to the next, you convince yourself it is easy. Yes, we give till it hurts. The sting of it will come back to you soon enough without any help from me." They reached the captain's table to find many of the other officers already seated as they waited for supper to begin. Emperor Nick rang the dinner triangle to announce that he had officially opened the buffet. He had a practiced air for throwing his voice in Funland so that all could hear his announcements. Nick proclaimed, "Tonight we will have special decimation. 1 in 10 of you will have the good fortune of drawing a red tray. With it, you will have the privilege of selecting your food from my limited serving sideboard. There you will find delicious experimental cuisine I conjured up in my culinary cauldron." After a pause he added, "I wish you all a good meal." Carmen put a hand on Critias' shoulder that he should take his seat. "I'll prepare your tray." After Fleet Admiral Rudel took his place in Jim's vacant seat, he spoke to Critias amid the many conversations going on. "I was observing in the tower control room today. Your wife and Agent Romeo were inordinately successful in their work with the trucks. I must admit that I've never seen anything quite like their method. Hiram tells me that it is possible to live and work among the infected while remaining undetected, that is, if one exercises the proper mental discipline. I'm curious to hear your experience in these matters." Critias responded, "Living and working among the infected is what we all do already. Until the time comes when men move up into space, we will always be among them. The trick is being among them at shorter and shorter distances. As you have noticed, some people can get much closer to them than can others. For all of my accomplishments, I'm still an amateur at best when it comes to being among them unnoticed. I have experimented with the techniques, but honestly, it isn't one of my specialties and I wouldn't dabble in such things without my armor on unless it was the direst of emergencies. If you want to learn how, I defer to the wisdom of Colonel Davis in such matters. My wife and Mr. Romeo are uniquely gifted Gravewalkers. Special Agent Shield is even better." Rudel asked, "How do you find it in yourself to let her take such risks?" "Excuse me, Fleet Admiral Governor, sir," Alice interjected. "My mother does not ask for permission to do her duty." Critias spoke for himself. "When you sit at this table, it is difficult to separate your work from your life. I imagine that the people at all these other tables see themselves as having jobs that they can walk away from at the end of the day. For Carmen and myself, this is our whole life. If one day Carmen didn't come back from her work, all her problems will have died with her. The loss would be mine to live with. My one opportunity to keep Carmen safe from this life was to not marry her and send her away from me." It was then that Critias guessed that perhaps Rudel's interest in such things rooted in his thoughts about Commander Carey's. On that matter, Critias offered advice. "Even if I had told Carmen to leave me, she would not have listened. As Alice proved, even when she should remain silent, on such matters that they deem truly important, women do not ask for permission." When Carmen promptly returned to the captain's table, she carried a red tray with food for Critias. His total lack of surprise was his only real evidence that Carmen had cheated. He guessed that she had counted people by the head or that she saw the stack of dinner trays when she peeked through some back kitchen security camera. However she did it, Carmen gave a thespian performance of being joyfully lucky when she just happened to draw a red tray in the lottery, thus giving her access to the first-class food. Nick had derived some of his limited entrees from perishable ingredients that were in short supply while others were merely experiments where he tried to see what he could do with the resources available to him. What they all shared was being too uncommon a provision for everyone to get a taste. As she tried to put the tray down before him, Critias bid her to wait while he asked, "Did you steal that food?" It was an accusation of villainous connotations, especially because he made it before the captain's table where so many officers were present. Carmen neither spoke nor moved with any display of emotion that might give portent to her answer. Finally, she asked in an even tone, "Is it stealing to win at cards because I have a better understanding of what cards yet remain in the deck?" Critias paraphrased, "Is using a computer to count cards cheating? You're goddamn right it is. The law applies to me more strictly than to anyone else. If you have squandered your great talents to bring me a gift that rightfully belongs to another man, take it back. You love me more than the law. I do not love my supper more than your honor. Take it back and we need not speak of it again. What you won by secretive cunning can be restored with public humility. Whatever your feelings might be, I am your husband and you will do as I command. Take it back." Carmen would obey, but first she said, "In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man should be king, not a criminal for the dishonest use of his non-blindness." Penny Welder stood up from her seat to say, "Let me have that tray. If no one else wants it, I'll take it. Nick doesn't want it back." Carmen gave up the tray with its choice selection of treats and then went back to the line for another tray of the common sort. When she was gone, Critias asked Alice, "What is your opinion about the law in this situation?" Alice reasoned, "Aside from robbery during a murder, I don't believe you can be guilty of stealing unless there is an owner to say that you stole it. Cheating at gambling is a reasonable argument for getting a knifing. I think you did the right thing. If it were a man that had done it, he might have earned himself a beating. What she did was neither generous nor praiseworthy, but she meant no offense to anyone. Mom loves you and she wanted to make you happy. I guess it didn't work." Critias recounted, "Jim told me once that appearing honest wouldn't necessarily make you honest. Appearing dishonest will certainly cut as deeply as being the real thing." Between bites, Penny Welder argued, "The strong man uses his strength and the cunning man uses his wits. Everything fights to survive using the few tools God gave them. If Carmen can use Holmesian deduction to know where to stand in line to get a red tray, then I think more power to her. This is a community of people who we all know are already talented in the fine arts of surviving. She is that good a forager, even in the dinner line." Critias countered, "Jack told me it is from the luxuries that you can sneak a little extra way down your pockets when nobody is looking. From what I can see at the moment, the tray is red and everyone is looking. Perchance that tray would have gone to someone who it just so happens will be dead before morning. She could be cheating him out of his last meal, his chilled tapioca pudding or something nicer. The drawing of lots is older than history. Cheating at the ceremony could easily be grounds for execution. If nothing else, it is plain bad luck, al karma. I want nothing to do with it." Penny nodded agreements while she continued to eat heartily. Though she was not yet certain of it, Penny was pregnant with Critias's child and she had a strong appetite. When she was finished with her latest bite, she said, "If the old man was still here, Jim's father, he would say that he dreamed of having a day so fortunate that all he had to worry about was what color tray he ended up with at supper." Critias raised his cup to that, "Here is to all our problems being small, easily corrected, and soon forgotten." Chapter 3. Semper in Angaria. After their leisurely dinner, the senior officers remained at the captain's table to smoke tobacco and sip coffee amidst relaxed conversation. Carmen took that opportunity to excuse herself for other business. "I need to take the girls to have a meeting with Miss Pepper," she said, getting up to depart with her two daughters in tow. "The time has come for them to begin their regular schooling." Madeline, the Maltese pirate commander, would serve her imprisonment as a schoolteacher. Carmen had arranged a meeting at the jailhouse where the woman would instruct the girls in the fundamentals of education. Not long after Carmen had gone, Critias and Jam also left the table. They went to his apartment where they would change into finer clothes that would be more appropriate for the gunslinger's bacchanalia about to take place in the back room of Jim's dance hall saloon. 4 gadgetry technicians from Kevin's tower control room came across the pedestrian bridge on their way out of the jailhouse just as Carmen's group arrived, walking the other way from the customs house. One of them handed Carmen an entertainment system remote control along with his verbal assurance, "I've tested everything and it is all good to go." The jailhouse's cafeteria area had the space to accommodate an octagonal amphitheater of divider walls. It was little more than whitewashed drywall standing erect in wooden frames set to wheels. A metal support hung straight down from the ceiling at the center of the space. Incoming lines of electrical cables spanned the overhead surface to connect into its base like so many roots feeding into an inverted mechanical tree. Video projectors hung from the brace like high fruit so that each pointed at one of the 8 wall screens that together made a sort of palisade around them. The net result was an interactive projection video environment. Madeline had been an art traitor at the end of the old world who had then joined up with pirates to prolong her life during the global downfall. Still the opportunistic survivor, Madeline's new alias was that of Miss Pepper the schoolteacher. It was a rather welcome and comparatively pleasant alternative to having King Louis's community bury her alive as punishment for her past crimes. Madeline felt grateful to be out of her prison cell by any title. Chrome steel manacles secured Miss Pepper's legs so that she could not stand up from her seat aboard a Victorian Ironworks grossly heavyweight wheelchair. The temporary respite from her jail cell was worth the inconvenience of her more mobile confinement. A watchful GNP rifleman followed Ms. Pepper around. Even if she did concoct some impossible plan to free herself from her chair, she still would never escape. Miss Pepper and her guard patiently awaited Carmen's arrival in the new education studio that the workmen had installed for schooling purposes. While the girls wandered about the room examining the modifications, Carmen stood ominously patient, just staring at Miss Pepper. Madeline jingled her manacles to draw Carmen's attention to them. Even if I could get free of this chair, evade my guard, and then manage to slip past all of your gates and patrols, I still would not have anywhere to go worthy of calling it escape. When Carmen only continued to eye her passively, Madeline guessed, "Are you going to threaten me? Promise me the most extraordinary suffering imaginable if I ever perform any mischief." Carmen didn't show any reaction other than to ask, "Do you find me so predictable? You have underestimated me before. You underestimate me again if you think that I believe making threats would get me what I desire." It was no giant leap of reasoning that allowed Madeline to understand that her alternative to Carmen's rod of punishment was her carrot of reward. "Since there is something that you desire, which I can apparently provide," Madeline talked terms. "It seems that we can negotiate. I'm all ears." The woman's cordial tone irritated Carmen, but she restrained any hint of wrath. "That wheelchair was a gift from me. I knew that you would find it a welcome alternative to having me just permanently crippling you in such a way that we would not need manacles. While I am well aware that you have nowhere to go, even if I did just politely escort you right out the front door, I can't overlook the possibility that you might want to destroy us all in some petty act of suicidal revenge, even if we were entirely within our rights to defend ourselves against your unwarranted aggression. Be that as it may, I am not here to threaten you." Madeline's expression revealed that she was interested in hearing Carmen's proposal. Carmen continued, "You spent your whole life in pursuit of selfish ambitions. I admit that for the most part, it was a strategy that served you well. You were a woman of some importance in the old world, and then you managed to survive until this day when so many others have not. I choose to recognize your ruthless willpower to survive at any cost to be a great strength in you rather than a despicable weakness. I believe that you would not only like to continue living, but you would also prefer it to be while performing some service worthy of your many elevated talents as opposed to finding yourself shackled to some subaltern drudgery." The way Alice and Mandy played grab-ass-tag showed that they were in high spirits. It was a wonderful thing for the two young survivors from the Denver nightmare, but it didn't make them appear serious students of great potential. Madeline made a glance in their direction to capture that image before she asked, "Do you have a service in mind that would take advantage of my many elevated talents?" "Their generation is in short supply," Carmen explained truthfully about the girls. "Today, that makes them children, the first people with no real memory of life before the damnation. You are a product of the old world, and with your passing and those like you, all knowledge of mankind's golden ages will be lost from living memory. You are the last of the old princes of villainy, and they are the first of the new humanity. It is my desire that both of my daughters become leaders in this new order. I am not naive that I don't see the value in the cunning you possess. Cunning is just a tool like any other, a wicked razor against flesh when in the hands of villains, but also a delicate scalpel that shapes angelic features when in the nobler hands of a benevolent surgeon. Help me shape them into women of character, education, and in time, power. Assist me in preparing them for lives of importance, and you will rise beside them. It is even conceivable that you might even earn some semblance of actual freedom should you live so long and they prove to be able students. I am confident that you will not fail to make the most of this entirely genuine opportunity to not only better yourself, but to make a contribution to humanity of such importance you have not the means to believe it. Through them, you will not have sacrificed so many and then survived for nothing." Madeline's eyes looked down for a moment as she pondered Carmen's offer, searching it for some kind of clever pitfall or avenue for manipulation that could gain her greater advantage. In the end, she just said, "Thank you." It was a good answer because it took Carmen off guard with its honest simplicity. Carmen nodded in recognition of their sealed bargain and then left it at that. A voice from Kevin's control room came through the new sound system, "We have Jim online. I will patch him through to you." One of the video projectors put up Jim and Jessica as seen by the camera on their laptop computer. The king and queen were in their small stateroom aboard the black hole airship. They had their bed folded up out of the way, which allowed them to deploy the room's desk where they currently sat shoulder to shoulder. Carmen made a small curtsy to the king and queen before she welcomed them. "It's good to see that you are both safe and free of troubles. I am happy to report that everything is fine here. The building projects are progressing as well or better than you had expected. There were some complications, but nothing that the community was unable to remedy." Jim reported, "We will have the black hole back home in the morning. Fleet Admiral Rudel assures me that the hangar will be available. His mechanics have already picked and pulled enough aircraft parts that it will be all he can do to get them back to his fleet this time around. We have some new ambassadors with us. I would like everyone to make them feel welcome." Alice asked in a suspicious tone, "How is Hatchet doing?" She didn't trust that everything at Jim's end was as good as it appeared to be over the video. There was no public information about any new ambassadors, and Alice wondered if there could be some kind of pirates who were trying to stage a clever hostage-covered invasion like Carmen would plan in their place. Jim called away to summon his bodyguard Hatchet and then told the camera, "Everyone here is healthy and in good spirits." When Hatchet arrived, Jim told him, "Say hello to the computer so the people back home can feel assured that we're not the hostages of kidnapper pirates somewhere. Apparently, there isn't much faith in your ability to lie about it under duress." Hatchet shoved his head into the camera's view to say, "We are good here. Hope you're all doing well." Because Jim had admitted that he had at least one of the Nelly ambassadors with him aboard the black hole, Carmen consciously accessed all that confidential mission information that had come through Kevin while he monitored the airship and its data logs. Carmen asked, "Are they going to need any assistance from us to get the river locks and dams operational?" "They have all the manpower and engineering expertise that they require," Jim assured her. "If they do run into any insurmountable problems, we will be able to get out to them. There are more than a few locks for them to deal with. It will take them some time to reach our city." Since Carmen was of a mind to talk business, Jim would not pass up the opportunity to address other issues. He told her, "Fleet Admiral Rudel and Commodore Tinney are on board for our joint operations to open up heavy rail traffic to that presidential bunker in Denver. The Admiral also wants a heavy rail connection to a deep water port in Texas where he can disembark the civilian population from his ships. More than a few of the vessels in his fleet are hardly fit for human habitation. Now that he has our city, Denver, and Camelot to populate, he can just spifflicate his superfluous vessels." Alice asked, "What does spifflicate mean? Does that mean that the Admiral will sink the old ships he does not need anymore?" "Yes," Carmen confirmed it. "I believe he will strip his unneeded ships of everything valuable and then scuttle them in some out-of-the-way location where they won't be any sort of hazard to his other vessels." Getting back to Jim, Carmen said, "I believe it would be infeasible for us to begin clearing track from any starting place but here in your city. Because we already have an aircraft connection to Denver, I advise we first move in that direction. Fleet Admiral Rudel should get the Denver base reopened and operational long before any trains carrying his people ever arrive there." Jim nodded in agreement with that wisdom. "We came to that same conclusion. What else do you recommend?" Carmen advised, "Once you have rail access to the underground city in Denver, I would work outward from there to make my way into Texas. At the same time, I would send a second expedition southward from this city toward that same Texas destination. Ideally, both groups would meet in some rural location from where a single line could continue on to the selected seaport. At some point, you will want to move trains between your city and his ships in Texas. These transportation lanes will be of great value to us long after Rudel has finished relocating his people to Denver. The work itself entails us removing any rail cars blocking our way and also making repairs to the rails where necessary. Because we would be working outward from already secure bases, we could sideline all the worthless cars while simultaneously taking home whatever valuable cargo we do find. If 1% of the track you want cleared has a railway car sitting on it, that would add up to 34 kilometers in length of rail traffic you will need to relocate. If only 1 or 2% of all those cars has cargo especially valuable to us, that would be a great haul of premium booty. Probability suggests that 8 or 9 cars will contain things so nice you could not have imagined it moved by rail. In total, your project to open the railways will be a tremendous undertaking with enormous salvage dividends in both the near and long term. The underground storage space of Camelot will be indispensable just to contain it all. Commodore Tinney is ready to command the operation." Jim meant that they would have his professionals to lead the train-moving teams then relocate the valuable salvage. "I expect our plans and methods to improve in efficiency once we get the freight rolling. I've had Kevin working on satellite reconnaissance to determine the best routes. At the minimum, I want to be sure that any bridges we need are intact since we won't be able to repair anything on that scale unless it is something minor. Once we have made all these heavy rail connections, We want the track clearing to continue westward from Denver. Another 700 miles further out, there is a survivor community in Nevada. They live off of electricity they generate with a hydroelectric dam. We won't officially contact them until our trains are ready to arrive. Since Jim was making the Nevada survivor community public knowledge, Carmen accessed all the available details from Kevin's control room. Thusly informed, she commented, "They have repeatedly declined all invitations to respond to you by radio. If they have the engineers to operate a hydroelectric dam, they will certainly have access to shortwave radio equipment. Are you interpreting their silence as an indication that they are an unstable community or just overtly xenophobic?" Jim could only shrug. What other workable assumptions can we draw from it? I don't see their fear of strangers as being any kind of welcome wagon from friendly neighbors. Over the years, we have transmitted our King Louis civilization broadcasts. We invite anyone anywhere to contact us for mutual cooperation or outright immigration to join us. Kevin is certain that they have a functional hydroelectric power plant. We have no doubt that they have the skill to operate shortwave radios. I'm certain that they know we exist even if their knowledge amounts to very little. If they wanted to communicate, they already would have. He will continue to gather all the information that he can about them in preparation for contacting them once we are ready to arrive in force. What Kevin's satellites have divined so far is that they are probably well into decline. They already foraged around themselves so thoroughly that they are now in the middle of a dry patch, not unlike what happened to the original Camelot community of King Cock and his predecessors. We already had our plans for harvesting the technological resources from across this continent. There are plenty of things that the other governors and I will be taking from the West Coast. We are going west regardless, so the secure place with lights already on will be just one more hopping point for our armed expeditions. That Nevada community is a school of little fish swimming in the big bad sea. In hindsight, I now understand that the mistake I made with Denver was that from the onset, I should have had a clear ambition for permanently occupying the place and never leaving it unmanned again. Even if we had never met Fleet Admiral Rudel or Commodore Tinney, we would have eventually expanded back in that direction anyway. Alice asked, "Are you saying that those new people in Nevada are evil crazy cannibals or pirate raiders?" Ms. Pepper answered, "It no longer matters if they are good people or bad. There will not be any rivals to the New Order. If this Nevada community is friendly and cooperative, they will profit from the takeover. If they are hostile, those who survive will still be better off in the long run. Regardless, Jim will need a permanent place to shelter his equipment, something large enough for planes, trains, and trucks to have maintenance service. It doesn't matter who or what they are. Manifest Destiny demands that the governors have unfettered access to whatever resources they have." Jim didn't deny Miss Pepper's reasoning since it was true. Instead, he said, "Some of their people are intelligent enough that they can maintain a hydroelectric power plant. As already mentioned, at this level of the game, I must have full access to their community. I am powerful and they are weak, so it is unavoidable that for me to interact with them is the same as me gobbling them up with my far superior management structure. It makes little difference to me which of the governors takes responsibility for their territory. Rudel may want to oversee the place since he could administrate it from his underground palace in Denver." Anyway, Jim had revealed enough. Commodore Tinney is sending some of his railway teams to help get these train issues moving ahead. It won't be long. You should expect their arrival. This is an important project. I will be throwing a lot of resources into the endeavor. Alice had an unrelated question for him. "Have you heard about the guardsman Herman Clark and his situation?" "The suspense of his fate is still a sufficient deterrent to others," Jim replied. "I say that knowing that our previously disgraced guardsman's punishment already proved that examples are never sufficient deterrent. I may get Herman Clark's case resolved tomorrow if free time becomes available. It wouldn't take very long." Alice asked, "So he should prepare some kind of defense?" Jim sort of shrugged in that he didn't object. "That sounds like a wonderful idea. He should probably come up with something witty to say about himself." She continued, "Does he get someone to represent him? Is he entitled to the best possible defense?" The notion made Jim furrow his brow with the tiniest hint of disdain. Perhaps it was not even there and only his tone suggested that it might be lurking beneath the surface as he calmly replied, "I could ask Carmen to craft a bewildering blizzard of bullshit to protect Herman Clark. Her arguments would be so enlightened, so eloquent in prose, poetic in verse, and full of clever quotations from learned ancestors, so devilishly would she weave his defense that the bullshit would glimmer like gold, half-truths would sound as well-reasoned logical arguments, glue horses would win the derby, and then Herman Clark would fly free from his cell on feathered wings like Icarus. Do I want to assign one of the greatest minds of our civilization to squandering their talents trying to talk Herman Clark out of the Husgau? No, I don't think Herman Clark is entitled to the best defense I could provide him. If you want to defend him, I think you should volunteer." Before Alice could agree to take up the challenge or let it pass by, Carmen said to Jim, "Since you have such a high opinion of my arguments, I must say that I suddenly find this Herman Clark situation to be offensively masculine. If a female member of the G&P had the same problems, I don't believe the general mood would be this vindictive against the woman." Jim bluntly told her the hard truth: as a rule, women are more valuable than men, far more valuable. Women can produce children, and without children humanity goes extinct. I do not deny that I am prone to extraordinary leniency in matters of women. I am prepared to keep the worst female criminal in jail so that she can have her children from her cell. Men are considerably more expendable. The higher reality dictates its own terms. If you are bothered by the truth that the male gender is subservient to the female gender here, I thank you for your sympathy in the name of all men." Carmen clarified, "My argument to his defense would be to ask that the man who strikes down Herman Clark in punishment should be a man who has never made a mistake because he lost his nerve among the ghouls. Let the man who strikes down Herman Clark be a man who has never done some wrong, great or small, in order to preserve his own life." Jim's expression didn't reveal any thoughts while he waited for her to finish. Once she was done, he said, "I recognize that you're advising the equivalent of only he who is without sin should cast the first stone. Was it also your intention to ask me to have your husband carry out Clark's sentence?" "No," Carmen promptly answered. For a moment, she almost regretted that Critias had the rectitude to meet her conditions for one man to punish the inherent frailties of another. Critias would not even accept the red food tray that she had cunningly gotten for him. It was bad enough that her heartfelt argument about Clark had backfired on her. She wasn't going to corral Critias into an executioner's obligation as well. Jim complimented her. "Of your many fine qualities, one of my favorites is that you genuinely care about all that we are trying to do here. I do take your argument to heart and share it, at least in sentiment. You understand the virtue of mercy, but you also know that moral ambivalence is the proverbial sand upon which one should not build his house. My father explained to me that to be king is to wager and sometimes lose the lives of those most deserving of life. If heroic duty can be fatal, then I must ensure that cowardice or willful evasion in the course of that duty can be equally hazardous, or in fact, considerably more deadly. If the lives of the brave and loyal are not sacrosanct to us, then I will certainly not enshrine the lives of disloyal cowards." A small but solemn nod from Carmen showed that she understood the reasoning. She chose a quotation that rightly captured the ancient hard-won wisdom. "For whoever has a mind bent on saving his life, he shall instead destroy it, but whoever will give up his life unto the good works of this world, he shall have salvation." With only an instant, Carmen researched deep into her library, then judged, if Clark's first priority is protecting his own happiness and ensuring his own security, then he does not rightly deserve to possess either at the expense of the general good. In any case, Jim said on the matter of Clark, he is entitled to a fair trial and so he shall have one. It is not my intention to judge him single-handedly. Perhaps I will gather a group of men from the G&P to be a jury of his peers, or I will assemble a panel of judges from the elders of our community. On some level, I am content to let his situation linger because I enjoy seeing the community regulate itself without my constant intervention. As things stand, the law has worked more than adequately. I am confident that the trial will conclude to the satisfaction of everyone involved. Though perhaps not to the satisfaction of Clark, Alice clarified. Jim didn't contradict her observation. If Herman was thinking that waiting to see me was going to turn his vinegar into wine, then he likely will be disappointed by the final outcome. Personally, I think he should have yielded to the judgment of the officers in his chain of command. His insistence on bypassing them demonstrates that he has no more respect for his officers now than he did when it got him into trouble in the first place. At this point, he has insisted on making the matter a spectacle before the whole community. What the whole community sees, by virtue of that association, requires an outcome that best serves the whole community. There were more alternatives for him within the seclusion of his own officers. They at least wanted to keep the tarnish off their own commands. Herman Clark will find little shade beneath the full light of the Funland sun. Since it appeared that matters of business were out of the way, Carmen told Jim and Jessica, "With your permission, I would like to turn over this forum to Miss Pepper. She would like to discuss her new schoolhouse curriculum with you." When there were no objections, Carmen added, "I will take my leave then." Miss Pepper said, "I have graded the aptitude tests I handed out. You all have a solid understanding of addition and subtraction. I will begin teaching rudimentary algebra and geometry. Each of you should begin the daily exercise of writing in a journal. Since I will undoubtedly be taking all your secrets to my grave, we can meet in private to improve your grammar and spelling." Alice recalled lessons she had learned from Tony Banjo and Verloc while at the East Airport. If you are going to think in your head speaking English, it can't hurt to be a wordsmith. Over at the customs house, the Madam of the Red Door lived up to her name. She had hung a lush curtain of scarlet velvet across the hallway just past the restrooms to cordon off the back lounge of Jim's nightclub. The lady looked lovely in her revealing black gown elegance as she checked the invitation status of those seeking to pass. By the time Critias and Jam had crossed the front saloon, they had picked up George, Wolf, and Juan Villalobos Carlos of the Gravewalkers, who had all arrived at the choke point around the same time. As she opened the curtain, the madam said, "Welcome to the party." Her lavish style and intriguing expressions suggested much while revealing little beyond her cheerful demeanor and secretive intelligence. The madam's accent of southern Mississippi gentry appeared around certain words like their societal titles, as when she said, "Governor Jim warned me against corrupting married men, Commander Critias. If temptation is a moral corruption, I'm afraid I'm going to fail to keep my promise to our king." As a flatterer, Critias asked, "What could you have more tempting than you are already? Being no novice or stranger to temptations, I promise to behave myself." She was a temptation too. The madam exuded an underlying truth that she enjoyed sex as much as any woman, but she was an expert on such matters. For a man to make her convulse with pleasure, would be proof of his confidence and virility. She was a sensual challenge that demanded confrontation. The madam cautioned, "Be mindful to not accidentally shoot anyone. Some of the girls are wearing costumes. The effect can be frightening when one finds themselves taken by surprise." Beyond the curtain, the lighting in the back room was mostly dark, always shadowy, and generally red where visible. Lurking about in that darkness were several of the prettier prostitutes wearing only eerily well-done body paint that gave them the appearances of being dry and dusty road-weary infected. The simple colors ranged from dirty grayish whites to dark grimes, aside from the artificial blood around their mouths that continued down their throats as though they had recently gorged themselves on human prey. It worked to great effect, especially when combined with their frazzled hair and feral posturing. For those who had spent time among the wild ghouls, the costumes appeared disturbingly accurate and certainly bullet-worthy under most circumstances. That the ghoulish creatures were actually lovely young prostitutes in makeup did have its amusing possibilities. Other escort girls pranced about wearing skimpy leather forager gun belts with bikinis costumes. Libations were in abundance, beginning with unlimited liters of molasses rum available for mixed drinks. Stacked wooden boxes were whole and unbroken cases that contained heinously expensive bottled alcoholic delicacies from the somewhat recently departed old world. From Critias's point of view, the liquor selection was a historical playground either unavailable or unaffordable several centuries in his future past life. Centermost in the room was a rectangular zone of leather couches that surrounded a low sort of coffee table that doubled as a twin pole dancer's stage. Tony Banjo sat there already and looked up as Critias's group approached. His fingers expertly twisted off a double paper Belgium spliff without needing to watch his rolling technique. The 6 sand tigers were about the room, as were most of the other Gravewalkers aside from Queen Jessica, her father Hiram, and Carlos, who had come in with Critias. Penny Welder sat near Tony Banjo while her new gunner Margot occupied a seat a couple places over from her captain. No amount of the militant lesbian bravado could disguise Margot's unsteady status as a rookie gunner. Her untested mettle and junior ego radiated a palpable uncertainty from her body language. Margot had a long way to go before she would forge a reputation that was anything on the same page as the veteran champion foragers in the gunner profession. Wolf and George took seats adjacent to Tony so that they could all share hits from the pungent ganja and tobacco. Jam took a seat where she had room to cross her legs while relaxing back into deep cushions. "Someone must have knocked over a liquor store for this party," she observed aloud about all the supply crates. There was many a premium and exotic liquor by the whole case. Critias's giant foraged it up, Andy's gunner Ruby said as the answer from the near distance. When Cutter goes foraging, he gathers his stuff up alongside the light rail tracks. At the end, he loads all his boxes onto the flatbed service car. Her husband Sully added, "That bear's nose can pick up anything sweet as toothpaste from a mile away." Captain Andy was there with his 2 crewmates. He said, "From what Cutter told me, that bear has the natural food tracker nose of a bloodhound." Critias raised his hand to show that it didn't have a drink in it with which he could make a toast. "Cutter is doing something right then," he said in praise for the founder of their liquid feast. "I knew there had to be a good reason that I didn't shoot him when I had the chance." Several of the sexy tomb-raiding hostesses brought over trays of drinking glasses along with an Epicurean mixture of bottles that included venerable Scotch whiskies. The partygoers only needed a moment to relieve them of the trays and then send them back for more. Another of the pretty prostitutes in ghoul makeup joined the party as she went up onto the stage to begin licentious gyrations around a dance pole. Jam asked Critias about what he thought of the dancer. Do you have a secret fantasy for a gobbler girl? Critias knew the dancer from her regular work as a member of decontamination services and forager recovery. She had personally scrubbed him down at least once and was unquestioningly beautiful. Beyond that universal appeal, her ghoul costume was not to his taste. I prefer my women already well washed, Critias confessed and then gestured to one of the nearby Tomb Raider girls. The leather straps and sexy swimwear of the action honeys are more my preference, if I get a choice. Jam refilled both their glasses from a bottle of whiskey. Upon reflection, she said, you would have made a skilled decontamination technician. That was one of the finest washings I've gotten so far. She actually meant it. Critias really did have gifted hands. Just the memory made her shift in her seat. Her mentioning of their private shower at Camelot made him uncomfortable for a host of reasons that did not include regret. Critias drank his whiskey to conceal his chagrin anyway, which she recognized, and it made her laugh because she appreciated the way his personal code braided rope from seemingly paradoxical strands. Oleg from Borz's people arrived then along with George's new driver handsome Claude. Both men had dressed their best, as had everyone else. Claude appeared so devoid of outstanding flaw that in Critias's future he might find himself mistaken for one of the androids. By comparison, Oleg was stockier, thick in his muscularity, and rugged as would be a man hewn of stone. Even if he was the director of the civilian armory, Oleg was no stranger to dangerous action. His lethal durability was an apparent quality to anyone that merely gazed on the man. Commander Stig came in with Master Chief Emily. Both were in an unofficial capacity, off-duty from their GNP. Not far behind them was Colonel Hiram Davis with his live-in lady friend Nadia on his arm. Jam's crewman Pike and Ray arrived stylishly late. The dwarf wore a perfectly tailored purple suit complete with a wide-brimmed hat and walking cane. Several rings on his hands had auction-quality stones of epic size. The costume was outlandish in the tradition of Commodore Tinny, though not nearly so historically retro. Upon seeing Ray's fashion, Critias said, "There is no way that you found that suit in the wardrobe." Ray tugged his lapel with a bejeweled hand as he said, "Custom tailored, bitches. There is no need to tell me. I know that I look good." As he stepped forward as a supercilious gentleman, Ray hung his cane over his arm and then sharply snapped his short fingers to a steady rhythm. "If you see me coming, better step aside," Ray sang. A lot of men didn't and a lot of men died. His free hand shifted back his jacket to reveal his pistol, one fist of iron, the other of steel. Ray took a switchblade knife from his vest pocket and then clicked it open. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. Critias admired Ray's style and confidence. With all of his advanced weaponry and nearly impenetrable mech suit, Critias didn't feel as though he confronted his own mortality with the same bravery shown by all the heroic personages around him. It was no prejudice for him to recognize that the dwarf had it harder than most when it came to survival as a forager. Critias had teetered at the edge of doom when he battled Grendel and also the times when he fought against Cutter, but it wasn't his way to aggrandize his own peril privately, much less aloud in public. "These are the days," Jam said for everyone as she raised her shot glass. "Let's get drunk. The next time we are all together like this will probably be for somebody's funeral." After Carmen left the jailhouse, she made her way down through the customs house building, down further through the underground, and then up the new elevator into Radio City. She saw plenty of people along her journey, the greater majority of them being decontamination and housekeeping workers going about their business. Construction crews swarmed about Radio City as they continued to rehab the building into new apartments for married couples, which was part of Jim's preferential treatment for those embracing the family lifestyle. While Carmen waited in the Radio City lobby for an available elevator, Yeti came in from the direction of the garage. He had 3 Denver women with him who had recently joined the GNP. Yeti was saying, "Just repeat the patrol as you have already done it. Don't search with the muzzle of your weapons. One of the builders will blunder around a corner and then you will shoot him to death before you have time to think about it. I'll still be in the building. You can call me if you have any questions." When the elevator arrived, Carmen held the door while she waited for Yeti to join her. The 3 women seemed uncertain about continuing their patrol alone. As he entered the elevator, Yeti reassured the women, "Trouble never sneaks up on anyone while they're doing internal security. You will know something is wrong long before you see it. Worry about the decisions you make after the trouble starts." Carmen pressed the button to take the elevator all the way up to the top of the building. After that, they took the stairs up into the windowless mechanicals floor and then up to the roof. 2 on the deck, Yeti called out as they walked onto the roof. He held the door for Carmen and then just waited for her to take care of her business. Platzer Khan answered, "I'm over here." He was at the northeast corner of the building where there was an excellent view of the castle and the riverfront. When Yeti realized that Carmen's intention was to have a meeting with Paulette, he asked her, "Do you want me to wait inside?" She paused to make sure that Yeti understood. "I am a married woman. I did not have a secretive romantic meeting with a man who is not my husband. It's important that you keep me company." Yeti nodded. "I'll keep you in view, just take your time." He walked toward the northern edge of the roof to look toward the garden building that stood beyond the park where Critias called down the lightning. When he arrived, Yeti pressed the transmit button near his collar so he could use his cell phone on the garden patrol channel. "Garden Green," he broadcasted. "We have 3 exposed on the roof at Radio City. If you want to watch, use binoculars not rifle scopes." While the view of the ground was exceptional, Captain Sircon admired the sky, the bright moon in particular. The red star of the planet Mars was so brilliant that it remained readily visible even while adjacent to the moon as though a jewel in Luna's crown. Palat spoke in Turkish when he asked Carmen, "Did the patrol guards tell you that I was up here sightseeing?" "Something like that," Carmen replied fluently in the same language. She had tracked him through the security apparatus without any of the patrol being directly involved. "It seems we share a mutual disinterest in attending the party in the customs house." He agreed conditionally. "Apparently we share a mutual disinterest in liquor and prostitutes. What else do we have in common?" Palat turned his attention back to the moon. "Perhaps you have an appreciation for astronomy." Carmen's affinity led her eyes to bloody Barsoom Eshial rated, "Violent Mars, that thing of fury, evil wrought, that double-faced liar who even now protests to me." Palat accurately assessed her thoughts. They named the moon Luna for a woman because like all women, her moods wax and wane. Like the weather, even when fair, remain ever-changeable. He glanced over at her. "What is troubling you that you thought I might have some useful counsel?" "Aside from the fact that everyone has lost something in the currently ghoulish state of world affairs," Carmen began, "do you believe that you have done some wrongs that contributed to it? I mean, not only for yourself, but for others. Have you made some bad choices that you might need to answer for, if not in this life then in the next?" "I don't blame myself for what has become of my life," he answered. "Not in the sense that I caused it with sinful decisions. As you said, the current state of affairs has robbed everyone to some degree. Nothing I lost was some kind of just punishment for my sins." Based on her question, and his answer, Palat guessed what she was alluding. "Even if you did make some questionable choices to capture the black hole, a lot of good has come from your success. Your friend Dr. Kine rescued Zeva's son. Your operation with Verloc Shield did not especially harm anyone, not your daughters or Queen Jessica. Since you know all that, you must mean that you took questionable risks that could have worked out badly if fortune had been out of your favor." "Fate could have been monstrous," Carmen confessed. "I offered their bare backs to villainy as a means to attain my objective. What are we? Who are we? Do I have the right to forgive myself? Do I have the right to put aside my malevolent destiny?" Palat looked her directly in the eyes. "We are killers. You ask what we are because you already know. We are holy soldiers in a war that will not end. No, you don't have the right to put aside your sword. It is not entirely true for you to say that you put others in harm's way." For their own part, they knew the risks, but they chose to trust in your ability to see them through it. They took those risks because not only did they believe in you, they were buying a better future. Yes, you are in their debt and you will have to keep working to try and pay it off. Carmen sighed as she went to the edge to look down. After a moment, she said, "Critias told me that I should make plans for everyone, not just run off alone like a missile to blow up on my enemies. If I get other people involved in my work, I might get them killed. That sounds like I would be going in circles. I don't want to get anyone else hurt while I'm trying to make amends." She could tell he was looking at her from just the way his voice pointed in her direction when he asked, "You don't want? Since when do we get what we want? If you ever get something you want, feel gratitude. The rest of the time, you learn to live with it. There is a price to pay, and in the end, we will pay it. We are martyrs who have to keep the faith until it uses us up. If you have something worth doing, you won't have to do it alone. If they die trying to do what is right, that is all they ever expected out of this life anyway. I will go with you, whatever it is that you have in mind. There are many ways to love you, so for me, all I have to hope for is as your comrade and as your friend." Carmen dared not look in his direction because she did not want Palat to read anything from the expression on her face. To change the topic, she said, "I insisted that Critias go to the party. He offered to stay home with me tonight, but I wouldn't have it." Palat chuckled. Critias should be man enough to not let his woman push him around. She glanced over with semi-amused displeasure. Even if he was joking with her, there was some element of truth required for any comedy. "See your situation as good news," Palat advised. It is the kismet of every martyr to finally face their hopeless situation. That is not where you are yet. You see an opportunity to win some forgiveness for yourself and salvation for others. I don't believe you ever considered letting this moment slip through your grasp. What did you want to ask me? Do you want me to go with you? That can't be what you want. You knew I would follow you without even knowing your destination. This must be about how you should go about it. Go talk to Colonel Hiram Davis. I will join you in convincing him if you think that will help your cause. Hiram is still at the party, she said to mean that there was no hurry. I will catch them on their way back to King's Tower. If I read them correctly, all that liquor and bravado will have them in a contributory state of mind for endorsing my plans rather than cautiously circumventing them. Platt pointed up at a constellation, Cygnus. The Northern Cross, Carmen named it as she thought of the future world where the ambitions of men had crafted her from science. My husband's people call that constellation the cruciform sword and the righteous fist. It is the symbol of the Praetorian Brotherhood, those who purge evil from the inside outward. It was in that moment that Carmen realized the ceremonial tattoo that she would give to Alice in recognition of her life as first Praetorian and the historical mother of the martial service, such as it was, living those early days in the rule of King Louis. Yet he called over to Carmen, the builders doing demolition work inside the hotel have found what they think is a lurker. They want someone with some experience to check it out for them. By the sound of it, the thing is dried out and dormant, but I still need to get rid of it for them. He hadn't understood any of the conversation between Platt and Carmen since it all took place in Turkish. Yet he had no way of knowing what they had in the way of plans, but Carmen had asked that he not leave the two of them alone for the sake of formal appearances. We will come along, Carmen volunteered Platt as well. I was the one in charge of clearing out that hotel. There were not supposed to be any undead bodies in there, dormant or otherwise. That sort of makes it my fault. Platt surmised in English. People went to extraordinary lengths trying to hide from the infected. It is not all that uncommon for them to board themselves up inside of walls or under floors hoping that the hordes would pass them by during the rampages. If your carpenters are stripping out fixtures and lumber, they could easily stumble upon something like that. It is fortunate then that the ghoul remained dehydrated, Carmen said in agreement with Platt's reasoning. If it had been active, it might have run wild all through the building. The three of them headed off to explore the discovery in the ruins of the adjacent hotel. To get into the neighboring building, they would have to go down to the 5th floor. That was currently an unfinished area that the workers kept reserved for their hot zone hotel decontamination protocols. It mostly had storage of reclaimed materials that required extensive sterilizing before being suitable for use inside Radio City. The drinking party in the back room of the saloon came to an end after midnight. Everyone knew that the king would return home early that next morning and would have some new ambassadors with him. Some of the people from the party would have to go out to the East Airport to bring in the black hole, and then everyone would have to be in attendance for when Jim came into his city. Their party was not reason enough for daily business to go on hold. They had just enough hours left to get sleep so that they would be functional the next day. The Sand Tigers had quarters in Radio City. They headed that way once everyone reached the underground tunnels. All of those who lived in King's Tower marched into the lobby together as a mob of cheerful drunkards. Critias was no less besotted than anyone else was at that moment, but it didn't dull his instincts for being a marshal, a second nature that Lydis had drilled into him from earliest memory. In a sort of slow motion, he discerned the unusual way that a woman moved across the room as his group arrived. She calculated them without directly looking in their direction, and she adjusted the pace of her steps to accomplish a perfect congruity of timing. He recognized her readily enough because she was smashingly beautiful, even lovelier than she had been back in Denver as the president's premier wife. Better living and sunshine beside the swimming pool had given her a healthier complexion and restored her vigor. The woman's intended destination was the occupied quarantine cell of the disgraced guardsman Herman Clark. Just from the way that she moved, Critias could tell that she intended to draw her pistol and then execute the man in his prison. She had waited for all of them to arrive so that she could kill Clark and thereby force one of them to shoot her, which in effect was her means of committing suicide. Carmen came out of the showers at that same moment. She wore a white terrycloth robe and had a towel for drying her freshly washed hair. That she used the lobby showers indicated that it was some job-related decontamination. Carmen was no less sharp than Critias in that she also instantly took notice of the woman with suicidally hostile pretense. Never being one to overly deliberate about a moment of necessary action, Critias drew his pistol to save the life of Herman Clark. As a prisoner awaiting trial, Clark still had a right to life such that Critias couldn't just stand by and let him get murdered. On the other hand, Critias was confident that he could just wound the woman, so it was not a matter of him fulfilling her death wish. Some small part of him did consider taking her life, since that was her actual mission, and if she didn't accomplish it one way, Then she would in another, perhaps hurting a lot of other innocent people in the process. If murdering Clark could not accomplish her goal, she might murder many people to see if that would prove more successful, which it certainly would. Many things happened at once. The group of partygoers all realized on the instant that Critias had drawn his pistol. Their merriment faded on the assumption of deadly danger. In the world of the undead cannibal maniacs, pernicious danger was the only kind on the menu. Platzircon came out of the showers next, also wearing a robe, as though he had showered with Carmen. At least that was Critias's assumption, and it was hard for him to imagine how it could have been otherwise. For that reason alone, Critias hesitated in wounding the suicidal woman, since he was of a mind to wound Plat instead, solely out of pure old jealousy. Critias had just enough time to experience his jealousy when Yeti came out of the showers. The hirsute man wore his towel as a kilt and towered over Plat, who was about Critias's size. Part of Yeti's cathartic phoenix transformation from weasel into man was that he had been hitting the gymnasium on a regular basis. Yeti had the genetics for losing body fat while gaining muscle mass despite a strict diet. It was coming together nicely into filling him out into the embodiment of his name as a hairy Neanderthal. The woman never looked in the direction of anyone but Clark. She did not know what was happening as she pulled her pistol and then pointed it at the man. For his part, Clark was awake and watched the room. Life was boring inside a quarantine cell. It was easy for him to be alert when there was some action going on in the lobby. Besides, he had seen Carmen go into the showers. He had waited for her to exit on the hopes he could gawk at some appealing nudity. When the woman pointed her pistol between the bars to shoot him, Clark blanched with breathless terror. Critias shifted his attention back to shooting the pistol out of the woman's hand. She might lose a finger or two and maybe catch some bullet fragments, but that was the price of going crazy. Carmen startled everyone when she petulantly demanded, "Don't you dare." Everyone knew Carmen to some degree, well enough to know that she was dangerous when riled. In the moment, Critias assumed that Carmen spoke to him, so he restrained himself. The woman assumed she was the intended recipient of the command and she took it seriously. Herman Clark took the opportunity to drop down and then hide under his bunk, genuinely expecting to cower from real gunshots. As Carmen walked toward her, she said, "Do you really think that shooting that coward will let you out of this? If that were true, I would shoot him myself. You are going to have to just live with it like everyone else." Hiram Davis was the ranking officer in the room. He spoke up, "What did Clark do to Chandra that she needs to live with it?" Carmen gave Hiram a judgmental glance as she replied, "Was it Clark who rescued his own daughter while leaving my two daughters in the clutches of that mass-murdering rapist?" She feigned momentary confusion and then corrected herself, "No wait. That was you who did that. I'm sure it wasn't Herman that used Mandy Alice and your daughter as pirate bait to steal the black hole, because that was my crime against gallantry. I felt so ashamed that like Chandra I just wanted to die. I don't believe this actually has anything to do with Mr. Clark at all. The obvious explanation is that everyone alive today only got here by making some tough choices, sometimes even despicable ones, but only Chandra has enough humanity left in her that she thinks she can no longer live with it. Since she is loath to just shoot her own head with her pistol, and no one here is going to do it for her even if she does gun down that coward, Chandra will endure the pain as we do." Partly out of his drunkenness, Critias made his public confession of shame. "Alice and Mandy came to me for help back in Denver, only I threw them out without even giving a shit. I wasn't even man enough to feel bad about it. I was just too wrapped up in my own bullshit to see what mattered most." Chandra slumped emotionally exhausted as she sobbed, "I should have stabbed that son of a bitch in his sleep or poisoned him. I was there." She looked at her pistol as though she should put it in her mouth, and then Chandra began to weep in her self-loathing. "I was there in the bed. More often than not, I was center stage in all of his sick games. The things we had to do with each other, all of us on one another. That makes me more than some small part of it. I should have done something even if he did kill me. I was there too. What does that make me? There is no washing it away. I'm not human anymore. If any of you do understand, show me the mercy of killing me." "All of that makes you one of us," Carmen told her as an accusation. "We all have things to be ashamed of, and some people have worse things to be ashamed of than you do. You didn't have the power to fix the world. If you had lashed out, they would have killed you. Someone would have taken his place, and then it would have rolled on just as before, perhaps even worse. Life can be shit, and you are going to have to eat your share. There is plenty left for you to live for even if you don't want to live it for yourself." Chandra could hardly dare to believe she had hope. The determination to end her own life tried to stop her from seeking any. She forced herself to look at Carmen. "Like what?" Carmen shrugged over how easy that challenge was for her. She pointed at James Man Pike, who stood near the elevator. "Marry Pike and have some babies." You don't even have to raise them. I can't have any children of my own. I would gladly take them and raise them if you don't want the trouble. He is a gentleman who lives for quiet harmony. If all those tattoos make him look scary, I can assure you that he is not that sort. He is already in love with you because he dreams of having someone as beautiful as you are in his life. You two are perfect for each other, only you are both too reticent to ever approach one another. On another suggestion, Carmen continued, you could go see Miss Schoolhouse and offer to help her. She hardly finds time to sleep and the rabbi has to watch the children to see that she has any time to herself at all. And the children really need someone like you. Lastly, for people like Hiram and myself, we can't afford to have anyone else from Denver die over all that horrible mess. While we have no doubt that we could have, and should have done more if only we had hindsight to guide our actions, we did what we could and what we did save will come to some higher purpose. Hiram had no doubt that Carmen had plenty of bitter accusation for him and he would not shirk from it. I was in way over my head in Denver, Colonel Davis said as his flimsy excuse. The world was dead. There was no place to run away to, and I kept thinking that if the system held together, it would balance itself out in the end. I should have struck sooner and harder, but at the time, I could not see where it all headed. I rescued my daughter and I left yours down in that pit. I never expected to keep Jessica alive. I didn't expect to keep my own people alive on the surface, much less her. Food was so precious that Lieberman was feeding people to each other, and I had to feed everyone scavenging in the wilds. Maybe Mandy and Alice could have survived too. I still honestly don't know. Jim is the hero of Denver. He took a lot of big risks that paid off in the end. Carmen did have words for Hiram, but they would have to wait a moment while she explained other things. She told Critias, they found some dehydrated ghouls in the Radio City Hotel. Getty and Palat helped me clean up the mess for the builders. A young woman had crawled through a broken hole under a sink to hide inside the walls where there was a little space under a bathtub tiled into a riser. She had her baby with her and it was already infected. The baby turned in her arms, only it didn't have any teeth or fingernails to kill her with, so I assume all it could do was struggle and scream. The woman tried to strangle it, I guess, at least until she beat the back of her head into a threaded iron bolt that was part of a plumbing clamp. She eventually killed herself by smashing that spike through the back of her head and then her ghoul baby suckled on the bloody brain wound in her skull to keep itself fed. Both of their bodies eventually dried out into dormant lurker mummies. We took them down to the incinerator to dispose of them. Carmen sniffled as she composed her emotions. If anyone wants to feel sorry for theirself, they should make damn sure they have a story that is sadder than what happened to that poor woman, because I have enough on my mind right now. She looked to Hiram. Critias takes after Fat Jack, which is not a bad thing. They are always mindful of protecting what we have from reckless mistakes that could leave us with nothing. You and I are not like that. The true spirit of the martial service arises from you and Alice, not from Critias and Jack. You are not a forager. Verloc and I are not foragers. There is another calling that sings to us. It is the sirens luring us onto dangerous rocks. The clock is always ticking. If we wait too long, it is more failure to haunt us. If we rush in and it turns out to be a mistake, we will have to answer for that too. You are Deputy Grand Marshal. Only you can decide which choice we will pin on our chests like a medal. Decide how many innocents might die because we have an obligation to be extra cautious and not risk what we already have secured. That was enough information for Hiram to finally piece together what Carmen had on her mind. He looked away so that not even his vision would distract his mind from true clarity of thought. Ultimately, Hiram commented, what little we know about Nevada does not look good. Just getting there would barely be in range of the Greyhound. We would need to load extra barrels of fuel even to make it because of the headwinds going that way. Once we were there, the only place to land would not be any kind of secret, meaning they could easily have some kind of ambush waiting for us. There is also the not-so-little matter of that missing cargo plane. We have no idea where it came from or where it is now. It is reasonable to assume that airplanes mean the military firepower to secure landing strips. For all we know, everyone is already dead. From what we do know, there might not be any available fuel in any direction for hundreds of kilometers. Once we were there, we would have no way of ever getting home. It was breaking news for Critias, who had never heard anything about it before. What is Nevada? What missing cargo plane? It is a survivor community, Hiram informed him. It is way out west, with electricity from a hydroelectric dam that they control, a massive one. One of the satellite photos had a cargo plane parked at a nearby runway. In a later reconnaissance photo, the plane is gone. It obviously flew off, but we have no clue where it went. That was days ago, so it ended up wherever it was going, or it crashed. It certainly did not end up here. Whatever they have going on out there, They won't respond by radio. If we want to know what is happening, we will have to go out there and take a look. Jim's plan is to wait until we open railway out in that direction since we are heading back to Denver anyway, but that won't happen anytime soon. Critias understood. If there is some Denver wacko out there chopping up survivors, and we wait, a lot of good people might end up dead. If we rush into there all gangbusters, we might crash trying to get there, landing there, or just get stuck out there without any refueling. We could find that everyone is already dead. Some crazy assholes with their own operation might be waiting for their cargo plane to come back, and then when we show up, they will just blast the hell out of us. In total, Critias had to nod that what he had heard thus far did make a lot of sense. Carmen is right. I take after Fat Jack and Jim. It would be really reckless of us to risk everything we have over something so uncertain. It would be much safer for us to just wait and let this train operation get us that much closer without risking everything we have built so far. In closing he added, we already heard that life has plenty of raw deals and that we just have to learn to live with. This situation sounds like another one of those. Jam Flash said, Commodore Tinny located that record Jim wants. It is already on the way here. Perhaps the solution to all this is to speed up the process of clearing the rails to Denver. Critias had to ask, what is this wrecker and what does it do? It is like Jim's rail crane, Carmen explained, only much larger, far stronger. It will lift a fully loaded rail car like for setting it back on its tracks. In this case, I believe the purpose will be to lift what we consider useless rail cars and then dump them off to the side of the rails. That will save us all the trouble of relocating them to somewhere else. We are not going to Nevada tonight no matter what happens, Hiram proclaimed. Everyone needs to get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be another big day for everyone. After Jim gets back, I will talk to him about making a special operations assault on Nevada. Carmen is right about that much. I have to try and do something because that is what people did for us in Denver. The Gravewalkers are not going to sit on their asses and do nothing when there is a way we could make a real difference. Carmen told him, I have the outfitters putting together all the parachuting equipment that is available. When I get out to the airbase tomorrow, I will see what else I can find. We could certify everyone if you think that is best. As things stand, we could just use people with past experience. It would be a lot safer landing a plane if we already had control of that runway. When Hiram did not complain about her thinking, Carmen added, it would be best for you to confab with Fleet Admiral Rudel to see what suggestions he might have to offer. From what Jim told me, Nevada would be under the influence of Denver. If there are survivors there, Rudel could profit from being instrumental in their liberation. The elevator arrived and the first load of people started to file inside. Colonel Flash was going to Tony Banjo's apartment. Critias was free to wait on Carmen and the next trip of the elevator. Before the car went up, Pike held the door as he called out to Chandra, you're welcome to stay with Ray and me if you don't want to be alone. The apartment has a third bedroom. Jam stays with Critias as family when she is not elsewhere. Carmen told Chandra, I wouldn't steer you wrong. The woman hustled over to the elevator to take the chance that she could still have a meaningful life. Herman Clark had come out of hiding by then to stand at his bars and complain, isn't someone going to arrest her? She was planning on murdering me. Jim will be home in the morning, Critias answered him. You can bitch about it then. I have no doubt you will get your long-awaited meeting with the king. Until then, you should get your sleep. You'll want to be at your best for the trial. Penny Welder joked, no one should be late for their own funeral. She nudged Critias in a display of her discomforting familiarity with him. Carmen thinks you're too soft for busting heads in some Nevada crazy hole. Critias manually adjusted Penny out of his personal space. Is that what they are saying about me now? Critias has gone soft? With my knife in one hand and my pistol in the other, if I dropped in there with people like you, we would just shoot everyone without rescuing all those misunderstood survivors. She did like the sound of that. We're not out of the game yet, Penny assured him with a playful smirk. Jim did it before in Denver and took in the big score. He has not gone soft either. If this Nevada situation has a fire under Carmen's ass, you can bet that it was Jim who struck the match. The reasoning made sense to Critias even if he was not the master of reading the political weather. He asked Carmen, what is Jim's part in all this? Carmen shrugged to show that she was uncertain. There is strength to be found in hope and despair. Perhaps our king wishes to avail himself of both. You warned me many times before I knew enough that I understood. Now that rashness and vanity have left my karma in deficit, I would welcome the opportunity to pardon myself. Forgive others often, Critias advised her seriously, yourself never. You paid a lot for the best lessons. Forgetfulness is close to forgiveness, Carmen sighed. I crown thee king of intimate delights, fireside enjoyments, home-born happiness, undisturbed retirement, and the long uninterrupted evening. She offered him her extended arms. "Take me home where there are no recriminations beneath our humble roof." Critias waved for her to come over so that he could take her home to their apartment. "I'm sorry to hear about your bad business over at Radio City. It is a sad thing having to burn up the remains of some young mother and her child." Once he had Carmen secure in his arms, he refrained from bringing up troubling matters again. After they got up to their apartment and made sure that Mandy, Alice, and Pipkin were safely in their beds, Critias took Carmen away to their room for some of her undisturbed delights. Chapter 4. Only War and Roses. Trust secured Critias a comfortable night of deep and unbroken sleep. By the time he woke, Carmen and his daughters had already departed from their apartment for their day's work. Colonel Flash had returned from staying overnight with Tony Banjo. She came to the apartment to get her action gear and also collect her daughter Pipkin. Jam rousted Critias out of his bed with the explanation, "You're coming with me to Fort Blood." When Jam had his attention, she ushered him a cup of strong coffee as though it was an essential hangover medication rather than a welcome luxury. She told him, "Carmen went out to the airbase with Alice, Special Agent Shield, and Commander Carries. We will be seeing them later when they bring us the flying purple grinder. I don't expect the same heavy activity at Fort Blood like we had last time, but the train will still attract more than a few gobblers on our way out there to pump out the tankers." The mission sounded premature to Critias. How could the train be full already? He got out of bed to start getting his gear together. "Did something happen that I don't know about?" "Your weak-eyed devil has managed to fill a few of the cars I left in the tunnel." She referred to the second of the smaller grinders. It was the one that Jim's engineers had built into the north ramp of Foranger's castle. "Your giant has been keeping himself busy feeding bodies down the chute. It is still nowhere near a full trainload, of course. Your engineers have work to finish up out at the disposal site. Getting rid of what we have will be an opportunity for us to test all the equipment and procedures. At the same time, we will lure more of the gobblers out of the downtown area and then destroy them at Fort Blood. Today they are finishing the assembly of the land bridge between Foranger's castle and Radio City. We can draw some of the attention away from their banging around." Critias approved of his mission parameters. "This is my kind of job, draw attention to myself while I stand around watching the engineers assemble stuff I don't know how to use." "It won't be so bad," Jam assured him, sounding serious. "I have a scrub brush that will keep you busy. My train is long overdue for a good washing and you have some aptitude for that." Pipkin wore her complete working armor with her goggled helmet hanging from her arm as she ate breakfast from a paper cup. When Critias came into the front room ready to leave, she said, "Thank you for letting me stay here while we're in the city." "You're always welcome," Critias replied genuinely. The girl had a lot on her mind because Jam had spent her night with Tony Banjo, but Pipkin had no reason to believe that Tony would ever be anything to her, certainly no kind of stepfather. She had never even met Tony other than in passing. Pipkin summed up her feelings with the serious question, "Why?" Critias shrugged, "Because Jam is always welcome here. She would not leave Carmen, Alice, and Mandy out in the cold if anything happened to me." Pipkin nodded with understanding as she quoted something she had heard, "You would like to have more of a life to reminisce about than your war stories and empty whiskey bottles." She was right and it impressed Critias. "Where did you learn that?" "From me," Jam confessed. "Let's get going. We have jobs to do." The community was plenty busy as Critias made his way to Foranger's castle. Housekeeping and decontamination services had unpacked cleaning supplies and then stationed them in every gated sector. They were in the process of diligently scrubbing everything in a sort of late summer spring cleaning. Their house cleaning was even more intense from the tower's lobby, down through the smuggler's passage underground, and then onto the light rail depot. The train was away when Critias arrived at the station. They had time to wait for it to come back around. Grand Purifier Grace was there at the depot where she directed a major remodeling operation. From the sound of things, the builders would be gutting the decontamination showers and all its support elements and then replacing it with a new system that would be considerably more elaborate. Critias had to ask, "What are we celebrating?" Grace complained, "It is a good thing that they will have that new land bridge open today because the showers down here are totally inadequate for our needs. The light rail is a rolling hot zone with no boot cleaning procedures of any kind. Do you even scrape the brains off your shoes before you get on board?" He had to shrug guiltily at that. "Not really, I mean, I make a point of not stepping in their faces when I can avoid it. We pull bodies off the tracks so that we are not driving right over them." She gestured around for him to take notice. "Does this seem like a worthy replacement for our usual decontamination procedures at the tower? There needs to be a cleaning station out at the airbase, maybe some disposable floor mats. How are families going to be living in Radio City when Smuggler's Passage is filthy from the light rail commuter traffic? This is not safe and it is not professional. The infected you have shot down are every bit as dangerous as the ones still walking. Critias agreed with her by saying, infection always gets in. I'll pass the word about putting in the extra effort to keep the train clean. When she gave him a skeptical expression, he added, I have girls of my own to worry about. This is important to me too. I will see what I can do about getting a dedicated train for the action community so we keep our mess off the public transportation. That's a good idea, Grace approved of his suggestion. A clean train for regular commuters would be a significant improvement. There will be a lot of new traffic moving through here for the powerhouse building. They need a clean transition for me to approve activity on that scale. The light trail delivered Critias and Jam out to the Rook. When they walked down to the Pancake House garage, Cutter was there putting on new rubberized gloves and boots that the outfitters had fabricated for him. Critias asked the giant, what do you have going on? Are you going to clean the toilets? Sort of, Cutter joked as he tugged the fit on his glove. I'm going to check your prostate with my fist. It shouldn't be too bad. I heard you like that sort of thing. The giant gestured over to the nearby pallets of roofing sealant that had come in on one of the Commodore's trains. I'm patching the garage roof today. Pike and Ray had Jam's train ready to leave when she arrived with Critias. They had all the biohazardous waste plumbing disconnected. Laborers had loaded Jam's cargo boxcar with those materials that the builders would need after their ride out to Fort Blood. Fat Jack was there in the tunnel briefing his engineers and their GNP escort. From the way he dressed and how he explained their mission, it was obvious that he meant to go along and personally supervise the work. Critias did not recognize any of the guards by name. Certainly none of them was a familiar veteran from personal experience. There was no indication that they had a difficult day ahead of them at the fort, making it an opportunity for some of the less proven GNP to get field experience. The wilds were never safe enough to justify laxity in Critias. He told Jack, you need a forager gunner for a personal escort. Do you have anyone in mind? I won't be going anywhere alone, Jack suggested that he didn't need the extra security. You'll be there if anything unexpected comes up. Being there means everywhere and nowhere, Critias disagreed with that assessment. It is regulation for a flag officer to have 2 security escorts when on duty. Just one will be an indulgent laxity while none is blatant incompetence on my part. If something happens to you, I won't get any pats on my back for a job well done. Ever abreast of all things involving her train, Colonel Flash called down the tunnel to where Headshot Sally commanded Forager's Castle as the day's deck officer. She asked, can you spare Clyde? Sheriff Walker followed along beside Sally as her bodyguard escort. Jam explained, Jack needs an extra pair of eyes while we are out at Fort Blood. Sally sent Clyde to protect Jack, you go along with them. I have enough backup to call upon here if there are any emergencies. Load up, Jam commanded. The other operations are coordinating with us. She hurried everyone aboard her train and then got their mission underway. The train's engine made distressingly loud mechanical squeaks and clunks that became the thunderous hammered anvils of internal combustion. The sunrise had risen by then. There was light enough to see for man or ghoul alike. The tunnel security gate parted to let the train roll out into the city. The noise from the mighty engine already had the local infected screaming their homicidal hysteria. Critias and Pike watched their progress from atop one of the train's forward passenger cars. They were in no particular danger as they got the amusing pleasure of watching some of the infected leap down from the road deck that covered the light rail track of the river bridge. The train had already advanced far enough that storage tanker cars behind them were beneath the leaping ghouls. The boldly aggressive infected had no flat surfaces to effectively land on after they had accelerated down a 2-story leap. The ringing sounds of their bodies bouncing off the steel tankers left no doubt that it had hurt. After their painfully misguided crashes, the ghouls fell a similar distance off the train trestle to crumple all broken-boned on the waterfront street down below. Even after all that punishment, only one of the unfortunate infected had managed to smash its brains out onto the pavement. The rest of them kept on screaming with hatred as they started to crawl after the train, crippled and bloody, yet still intent on carnivorous mayhem. Guard and patrol radio traffic confirmed that trucks were on their way out from the Pancake House. They would travel through the now vacant tunnel of the old garage and then go down to the Thunderchild paddle wheeler for a river operation. The tremendous noise and seismic vibrations of the train easily lured infected attention away from the trucks. From his position atop the train, Critias had an excellent view of the city. Jam had them rolling north a lot faster than seemed beneficial to those unacquainted with railway survivor life. Ghouls sprinted after the train with their usual wild abandon. As Critias watched, some of them even managed to get close enough to make a grab for it. If Jam had gone any slower, those ghouls would have been able to assault them in force. Pike had a relaxed confidence about their relative safety when he told Critias, "Jam will keep them following along without getting too far ahead or letting them board us in numbers. We should reach your storage facility in about 30 minutes. It is about 4 miles to the rail bridge. Once we reach that, everything will be smooth sailing." From the way Pike said that the easy part of the ride was kilometers ahead of them, Critias knew to turn around and face that way if he wanted to see the rough patch that they needed to get through first. Their train would have to pass under several more major bridge abutments. Bands of agitated ghouls already gathered at the elevated guardrails where they awaited the arrival of Jam's train. Once they were passing directly beneath them, they would leap down in their typically brainless mass attacks. A series of steel footlockers adorned the exterior roofs of Jam's boxcars. Pike flipped the nearest one open to take out the 40mm revolver grenade launcher that he had stored in there. He handed the bulky weapon off to Critias for him to operate. "Your people supplied this, some kind of repellent." "Keep it," Critias passed on the weapon. "I prefer to just let them jump down. If any do manage to stick their landing, we can knock them off the old-fashioned way." Before they reached the first abutment, Critias had a moment to glance off to the east where his enhanced hearing detected Jim's naval helicopter approaching. He clued in Pike, "Commander Carries is coming in with the whirly wagon." Pike expected the arrival. "While we distract the gobblers, they are picking up that flying purple grinder. Their team should have it set up at Fort Blood by the time that we arrive." Athletic prowess and fearless hostility were not enough for bridge-jumping ghouls to successfully overwhelm Jam's train. The oncoming velocity of her locomotive combined with the acceleration of the ghouls as they leaped down from the elevated roadways. Falling infected gained hopelessly uncontrollable momentum that smashed them into the rail cars with bone-breaking impacts. The lucky few that hit a boxcar mostly tumbled along before they spun off of a side. All the other ambitious boarders missed the train entirely or landed on one of the round-topped tankers with their painfully unaccommodating fill hatches. The railway bridge that took the train across the river proved to be only a minor obstacle for the ghoul army that chased after the locomotive. Climbing up the ironwork of the approach trestle slowed many of them down, but it didn't stop thousands of them from doing it. As the two of them watched the screaming madness behind them, Pike commented, "It is a good thing that you're planning on grinding all of these gobblers up. They are getting worse with every trip. Too many of them know that we're regularly operating in this area." Critias agreed, "This is where the meat is. That is why I prefer to let them jump. Proactive deterrents only reinforce their attachment to us and this area. Their own mistakes are more discouraging." The Seahawk helicopter caught up with the train and then continued on ahead toward Fort Blood. The flying purple grinder dangled beneath the airlifting machine. By zooming in telescopically with his visor cameras, Critias saw that Kenny was already aboard the grinder to do his duty as human bait. The open side door of the Seahawk had Alice and Carmen availing themselves of the opportunity to see the train rolling north below them. When his wife and daughter waved, Critias waved back to let them know that everything was all right with the train. By keeping watch to the rear from his caboose, Ray Brakeman informed Colonel Flash about how many ghouls were in pursuit of her train and how slow she should travel to keep them interested without them falling too far behind. The Seahawk helicopter lowered the flying purple grinder into position as the train arrived at the old petroleum refinery. They put it atop the same building-sized storage tank that had served before when Grace had complained that the errant splatter was too dangerous for all the workers inside Fort Blood. As Kenny hurriedly detached the lifting cable, Carmen descended from the side door of the helicopter by the repelling rope. She rotated gracefully in the rotor wash. At first she came down by the grip of one hand while the rope made a coil around her leg. About halfway to the bottom, Carmen inverted to slide down the rest of the way head first and hands free with the skill of an aerial circus acrobat. Some infected already gathered at the base of the storage tank where the Fort Blood barrier wall would allow them to approach it. While the cattle gate on the stairs remained closed, they had to content themselves with clawing at the steel tank while they screamed at the helicopter that thunderously hovered overhead. Kenny checked his safety harness and then readied his boat or weapon before he powered up his grinder. Carmen deployed the grinder's drain hose down into the storage tank. With everything apparently ready for processing ghouls, she passed through the gate onto the footbridge that spanned over to the adjacent storage tank where no ghouls had access. A truck battery powered the garage door chain drive that controlled the cattle gate that blocked the stairs. Kenny triggered the remote control that opened the barrier. That let the aggressive ghouls rush up the steel tank's curved stairway. Kenny switched on his grinder's rotating lights and ice cream music loudspeakers. He drew a maximum amount of attention away from Jan while she moved her train into position for pumping the ghoul slop out of her rail tankers. Ghouls shrieked in all their murderous hysteria as they assaulted the summit of the storage tank to get at Kenny, drag him down, and then eat him. Their howls of death agony were even louder when they began to fall into his tub grinder to have the hammer mill shred them into puree. The drawn-out column of infected that Jam had lured with the train numbered in the thousands. They had not managed to bunch together into a super tribe, but instead stretched out like an army on the march. The crippled crawlers had fallen too far behind to maintain the pursuit at all, while the rest just followed the boisterous activity of ghouls who were further ahead. Infected would continue to arrive at Fort Blood in force for at least half an hour. There was plenty of noise and activity to show them their way. Jam had taken her train around to the far side of the fort such that the pursuing ghouls would first encounter the stairs going up to the top of Kenny's storage tank. Infected would have to bypass that temptation and then circle around the fort's perimeter wall to ever reach her locomotive. As the helicopter began to move away, Pike shouted over the tumult for Critias to hear, "We need to get out of sight before they come after us." Critias told him, "Get inside the train to wait this out. I'm going into the fort to give Carmen some company. No one should be out here alone." Pike went over and then opened a nearby access hatch for climbing down into the armored boxcar they stood on. As he started down the ladder, he said, "No one besides your Kenny, but you're right. Be careful out there." By the time that Critias went in through the fort's barrier wall, Carmen had already gone around to come down and meet him. "Grace was right about having the grinder up there," she said with a gesture that they should go inside the nearby tin shed that contained all the ozone generator equipment. After she used a tissue from her pocket to wipe a small spot of blood off her shoulder where it had landed, Carmen showed it to him. "There is a constant sprinkling of infectious blood coming down all over the fort." Once they were inside the shed, Carmen used a control panel to start the fort's 1,000-kilowatt power generator. Critias had learned a few things about contemporary technology, enough for him to turn on the shed's air conditioning. That luxury inspired him to ask, "What about Kenny? If he gets into trouble, the grinder breaks down or something, who is going to help him?" "You can keep an eye on him from here," she said as she switched on a video monitor that showed a quartet of security cameras, one of which had a view of Kenny astride the flying purple. "For added assurance," she added, "I'm confident that the mechanics have all the bugs worked out with the grinder." The video monitor showed how dozens of ghouls streamed up the stairway to the top of the tank only to die as they laid siege to the grinder. There was no need for audio surveillance because the natural sound carried down to their shed just fine. Despite all the horrific screams of hatred and suffering, the music Kenny played remained louder still. Kenny had dispensed with his traditional rice and treacle ice cream music to play a bass-driven dance club song instead. Perhaps Kenny was losing his grip on sanity, or else he had simply lost all fear of the infected. In either case, Kenny defiantly taunted the ghouls as he swung at them with his bow tor. He enjoyed killing them and even seemed to find the whole situation as some kind of sport. Carmen switched on equipment and opened ozone percolation valves until the gauges satisfied her. Since it was obvious that she had everything well in hand, Critias called Fat Jack to check in with him. After hearing the situation, Jack told him, "Rudel's man Esteban is bringing up the Thunderchild. They have some cargo that we need for setting up our railway car wash. They built fire suppression retention ponds all around this area in case there was ever a refinery disaster. One of them is right beside the tracks in a perfect position for us. I will use the helicopter to drop in the water pump that will just float on its own barge. The washing station derrick is all prefabricated. We strapped it onto the sides of a tanker car. It will set up in only a few minutes. I will need you to provide some ground security and help us attach the water hose. This place gives a false sense of safety," Critias warned. "You are destroying these stupid infected easily, but there will always be some with enough intelligence not to suicide themselves in these death traps. Let me know when you are ready to set up that pumping equipment. I'll be ready to make sure that it all goes smoothly." "We need Kenny," Jack decreed stringently. "Move to a position where you can keep him covered. If the machine breaks down again, you will have to shoot them all." "Understood," Critias confirmed his orders. He had made a quick visual survey of the shed when they first entered. They had 3 large boxes of disposable hazardous material suits complete with masks, gloves, and shoe covers, all courtesy of Commodore Tinney and his railway foraging. "Put some of this stuff on," he instructed Carmen. "Grace wants you to stay clean as possible. Go back up to the top of the tanks and then find a place where you can cover Kenny until the rush is over." She snapped to it without any need to ask for clarifications. Experience had matured Carmen enough that she could fulfill the intentions of her orders without her overthinking bogging her down with irrelevant details. Critias took a seat on a metal bucket of construction screws and then listened to the mission radio traffic. He hoped that nothing would go wrong anywhere and he could just enjoy the sweet success of ghoulish death screams as they continued their tub dumpster diving. The Seahawk helicopter had pilot and co-pilot seats in the cockpit. Special Agent Shield had the co-pilot position while Commander Carries taught her how to fly. Except where Carries had to take over for safety reasons. Verlock's enhanced self-confidence and flawless dexterity already allowed her to pilot the Seahawk in basic hovering and maneuvers. Sea Captain Esteban Marino eventually arrived with the Thunderchild to stand off just to the west of Fort Blood. His deck crew used their crane to deploy Tony Banjo's mystery van under the command of Penny Welder with her crewmates Snips and Margot. Penny radioed so that their mission channel knew that her van was on land and mobile. Breaker Blood 9, we are down and rolling, shaking ass and beating grass. Gas up that people eater and wake up your burrito boy. I'll be at your back door in 20 and bringing a meat convoy. The Flying Purple mercilessly devoured the trailing end of Colonel Flash's infected pursuers when the hammermill finally munched down on something it found indigestible. The immediate consequence was a shrieking calamity of rotary hammers striking against some kind of metal object. Kenny had good reason to fear that broken bolts, shredded metal or even whole swing hammer plates might fling up out of the tub to strike him. The slightest of any such injuries would be fatal for him because there was a total saturation of wet contamination within the machinery. His prompt response was to disengage the clutch driving the mill before it destroyed itself on the inedible object. As the blades came to a halt, they had the stringy flesh from the lower extremities of 4 ghouls spun up in their mechanism like bloody yarn around a bobbin. The whirling mechanical jaws had eaten them by feet or legs to leave them screaming ferociously, only incapable of escape, stitched into place as they had become. 5 other infected had yet to reach the grinder. They remained in fighting condition and had the crippled ghouls down in the tub to stand on as they went after their human prey. The first infected to reach Kenny was a muscular male in prime condition. In the same moment that the monster vaulted onto the railing of the bait platform, Kenny split the ghoul's head open with the blade of his descending bow tor. The creature already fell in defeat when Carmen's pistol shot redundantly severed its spine at the neck. Carmen snapped off bullets as she dashed across the footbridge to rescue Kenny on the adjacent storage tank. Not hitting Kenny or damaging the Flying Purple while she destroyed the ghouls did require a modicum of discretion. The pit of the grinder's tub was not nearly deep enough to conceal the 4 crippled infected that flailed inside. Carmen shot each of them through the head as the opportunity presented itself. 2 of the able ghouls went down easily while 2 others required wounding hits that kept them off Kenny for long enough that fortune exposed their heads to cleaner bullets. The last infected was on the far side of the grinder where Kenny and his perch denied her a clear killing opportunity. A blow from his bow tor only angered the last ghoul enough that it grabbed it away from Kenny. Having lost his only weapon, Kenny deliberately dropped down onto his back and then kicked the infected off the grinder by thrusting with both of his feet. At the first sign of trouble, Carmen had used her internal hardware to transmit the primitive radio signal that closed the cattle gate at the base of the tank's stairway. A dozen infected had already been on their way up when she closed that barrier. The ghouls appeared at the top in time to rush at Carmen when she arrived through the bridge's gate. Her genuine emotional investment in rescuing Kenny did not serve her as any form of grave-walking disguise. They were already mad with hostility from the long chase and its ungratified vindictiveness. They went after Carmen without any reservations. The ghoul that Kenny had kicked off the grinder did not return to their scuffle. It promptly scrambled off to circle the grinder and then come up on Carmen from behind. She dispatched half of the newly arrived ghouls with a brilliant display of pistoleer's bravado, but then having exhausted the ammunition in her weapons magazine, Carmen found herself at considerable disadvantage. She kicked 2 of the remaining ghouls away with a flying scissor while simultaneously disabling a third by means of a Terite Tsurugi judo chop that collapsed the creature's skull with an explosion of blood vomit. The same moment that the rogue ghoul tackled Carmen from behind, Kenny unbuckled his safety belt and then leaped down into the tub of his grinder. She had already headshot the 4 crippled ghouls that were in there. He was in no danger from them. The engine of the grinder still ran while the hammers stayed dormant because he had the clutch disengaged. Only a few of the ghouls could effectively attack Carmen before they got in each other's way. With nothing else to do, the other infected found Kenny's emotional urgency a more enticing victim. They turned their attentions that way. Kenny frantically dug his way down through the bloody bodies of headshot ghouls to discover a peculiar titanium form with the appearance of a round-headed hammer. The grinder had beaten the titanium object severely, but had failed to shatter it owing to the considerable durability of its alloy and the way it had bounced along the surface of the mill rather than getting down into it. Ground fighting was a dirty business in terms of both contamination and technique. Carmen rolled about in blood and footborne mud as she broke the arms on the ghoul who had grabbed her from behind. The second attacker went limp after she smashed its face flat into the steel of the storage tank's surface. A kick knocked back the third ghoul, which was time enough for Carmen to speed load a fresh clip into her pistol and then shoot both her active adversaries. 4 infected climbed into the grinder tub to kill Kenny. It was primarily the action of the hammer mill that made the tub inescapable. While the hammers were inactive, Kenny was able to climb up the dangling belt of his safety harness to get back up on his platform. Ghouls clawed at his boots as Kenny reached up with a bloody gloved hand to engage the clutch that started the hammer mill. The same machinery that choked on titanium could inhale infected flesh with ease. In only moments, the ghouls in the grinder's tub went down to the soup never to return. Critias arrived to aid Carmen only after the battle had already ended. The only assistance he could offer her was helping to load the downed bodies onto the conveyor. They ground up into filthy grinder stew with no less alacrity than had the ones that delivered themselves voluntarily. After Kenny tossed down the strange titanium object he had plucked from the machinery, Critias picked it up and then showed it to Carmen. She examined it for a moment before tossing it off the tang structure as just a scrap of worthless trash. "It is an artificial hip joint," she explained. "The cut portion must have been some type of polymer that the grinder could handle. It sounds like it is running smoothly enough. I suspect that there is no significant damage." "Get rid of that suit," he told her, since her contamination costume was disposable and abominably filthy. "The freaks are starting to build up downstairs. Let's get this soup kitchen back in business." "Kenny saved the grinder," she told him as she walked over to the sanitation hose to spray herself off a bit. Critias took the garden hose away from his wife, sprayed her with fresh water from their rail tanker, and then he turned the water on Kenny to clean him off too. Crawling around in the tub had left Kenny even filthier than Carmen had become while rolling around on the deck with the murder dogs. All of the mess made him wonder. He had to ask Carmen, "Did either of you get bit?" "Not that I'm aware of," she replied honestly, and then went over to retrieve Kenny's or to return it to him. "I believe he would have obvious psychological crisis if he believed he had gotten injured in this totally contaminated environment." Carmen just shrugged. "That is what the medical inspections are for." He gestured toward the bridge back to the other tank. "Let's go, princess. The show must go on." Once he had his tank to himself, Kenny raised the cattle gate that blocked the stairs, allowing a fresh gang of ghouls to come up to their doom. He pumped his oar over his head in a two-handed Tuscan gesture while he shouted their tongueless honking howl that challenged the infected to come unseat him as king of Blood Mountain. True to her pledge, Penny Welder arrived on schedule. Streaks of blood and mud smeared the front and sides of her off-road van. The markings demonstrated that her vehicle had forced its way through ghouls on multiple occasions. When she was a garage mechanic, Snips had complained aplenty that foreigner drivers needed to avoid ramming the vehicles into the infected. Having graduated into being a foreigner driver herself, Snips discovered the hard way that bumper rubbing was an unavoidable necessity during operations in the raw urban wilderness. A ravenous assemblage of fiends pursued Penny and her crew. The all-female team had trolled the nearby suburban community to gather the infected there and then deliver them to Fort Blood for extermination. Getting the ghouls to stop at the grinder rather than continue to chase their van was something of a dilemma. Penny would not be able to leave the area of the fort without taking the ghouls with her. If she stayed still, they would surely brutalize her transportation. Carmen radioed, "Captain Welder, Fort Blood is secure and in full operation. The first wave has moved through processing. You can deliver at your discretion. We're standing by to assist you as required." Snips drove the foreigner van up the main roadway from the south. As she approached, Snips sang, "Rolling like a penny, hit on with my crew. We stirred up all the biters, only more than they could chew. We're bringing home the streakers, so get up on the coop. When you chase the welder, you end up in the soup." Critias looked off to the west to see where the Seahawk hovered over the nearby river. He zoomed in telescopically on Alice in the side door watching the showdown at Fort Blood. Her telescopic vision was comparable to his own to the degree that she could clearly make him out with equal detail. Friendly fire avoidance software let them both know when they stared at each other. One person surveying another at range while in a dangerous environment was the first stage of accidentally launching an attack at a mistakenly designated friendly target. Knowing she had his attention, Alice radioed to him, "Is everything all right down there?" "There was a small hiccup with the grinder," Critias informed her. "One of the freaks had an artificial metal bone that the machinery couldn't handle." Kenny acted quickly to save his ride while Carmen acted quickly to save Kenny. "There are no problems now so long as Penny can unload all those ghouls without getting eaten." "Captain Welder will get it done," Alice replied with total confidence. "You can just sit back and relax. Girl power has everything under control at Fort Blood." Critias understood her meaning in that between Colonel Flash, Commander Carries, and Penny Welder, along with Carmen and Verloc, the men really were the baggage just along for the ride. He told Alice, "Pay close attention to how it's done then. When the day comes that you are the old lady, all the best women will be the ones that you trained. This is your chance to see the champions of your gender in action." As the forager van neared the collection area, Penny radioed, "Get ready for the rush? If we need any help, you will hear it from me first." Her van had a newly installed metal pipe that ran down the center line of its roof. A hydraulic slide pushed the tube up into a vertical position so that it became a sort of chimney mast complete with an air filter cap at the top. They had that snorkel fully deployed by the time that Snips stopped the van at the base of the stairs that led onto Kenny's grinder tank. Once she had the vehicle in park, Snips diverted her engine through a power takeoff added to the transmission. All the horsepower went to spinning a barrel fan and some pumps that turned Penny's vehicle into a volcano of white fire suppression foam. The white discharge spurted up from 6 different points around the rim of the van's roof until the entire machine disappeared beneath a hillock of the frothy suds. If not for their tall snorkel, it would have been a wonder how they would get breathable air inside the van. Ghouls plunged into the foam avalanche to attack the vehicle that they had chased across a city. Blinded by the suds, the sightless ghouls began to injure one another with their errant bites and the usual hair-pulling. A comparatively small pack of ghouls was enough to surround the van and isolate it with their groans of frustrated failure. The rest of the tribe spread outward as was their usual urge to get away from the discomfited bustling of their own kind. Kenny's loud grinder with its blaring music effectively lured ghouls up to the top of his storage tank. Once the first of those freaks caught sight of Kenny, it screamed one of their feeder calls. That howling summons was all that it took to trigger a rush by the whole army of infected. They fought for position as they stormed up the narrow stairwell and then they tumbled into the blood-slippery tub grinder to suffer that final and horrendous termination. Critias and Carmen stood off on the adjacent tank to watch the massacre. They did not have any direct view of Penny's van, but both of them got an indirect visual feed from Alice's mech suit helmet. Alice observed from the nearby helicopter piloted by Verloc under close supervision by Commander Carries. A harsh detergent in the soaping agent burned the eyes of those ghouls who ventured into the foam of Penny's defense shield. The damage was in no way permanent, only painful, discouraging, and effectively blinding. The volume of the noise around them was enough for Penny Welder to know how many ghouls were still near her vehicle. Kenny quite officiously summoned all the infected up to him for processing into putrid soup. At Penny's command, the foaming equipment shut down and then Snips turned on the windshield wipers so that she could see the road as they drove away. Critias went down to Colonel Flash's train to provide security as Fat Jack and his engineers disembarked. Despite 2 tribal-sized attacks by infected, Fort Blood stood deserted by that time. There weren't even the usual shattered bodies that were the results of armed battle with ghouls. Fat Jack did not remove his paper breathing mask as he took a deep breath through his nose. After sampling the air, he observed, "It does not even smell all that bad." Sheriff Walker sniffed to test the truth of it. Yes, he had to agree. The petroleum odors of the train and this refinery are much stronger. One of Jack's engineers was Reginald Philby, formerly of Dr. Kyne's airbase survivors. The man's specialty was high-tech electronics, but he was exceptionally intelligent in general. Philby surmised, infected biology is not susceptible to bacteria of any sort. Their bodies do not culture the odor-generating microorganisms in the same way that normal humans would. The ozone gas percolation is also eradicating other unpleasant bacterial aromas it contacts. If we divert some of the ozone production into creating ozonized water, we could sprinkler that around the worksite as a decontamination measure. Critias ushered the group to get them inside the fort where there was no risk of ghouls rushing up to bite someone. Once he had them safely out of the way, Critias followed a HUD tutorial Carmen provided. It had all the instructions that he needed to connect the transfer hose to the first railcar tanker that contained ghoul soup from Forager's Castle. While Critias did the work on the ground with the transfer hose, Pike was up on top of the tanker where he opened the fill hatch so that air could get in to replace the slop. Fat Jack had installed a diesel-powered solid waste pump for filling the main storage tank. Once all the valves were open and the pump was in operation, the system sucked the tanker dry in about a quarter of an hour. Fat Jack and his engineers rigged up plumbing for the second storage tank so that it would be ready when the time came that they had completely filled the first. Fort Blood had other miscellaneous mechanical issues that required their able attention. Other than all the surfaces being wet with deadly contamination, the interior of their fort was quite safe. The Seahawk helicopter was never far away from the fort while Verloc continued her training in its operation. After she was competent in performing basic hovering, rotating, and maneuvering, Verloc began making cautious touchdown landings followed by immediate takeoffs. Commander Carries always had her able hands on the tandem set of controls so that she was ready to prevent any sort of pilot error accident. Jack's plan to wash railcars before they returned to Forager's Castle proved to be excellent. The spray nozzles came affixed to appropriated stage lighting trusses they assembled into a straight arch that straddled over the railway. One of the empty tanker cars carried the pre-assembled structure so that with the assistance of a hydraulic boom, They positioned the four legs and then connected them by their horizontal top-mounted trusses. The final form allowed the train to pass through the cubicle framework in a manner similar to a car wash. High-pressure water hoses would blast the cars from every angle, removing any infectious residue associated with transporting the ghoul soup to the fort. Critias remained on the ground to provide armed security while the engineers assembled their car wash. The Seahawk flew in the pump that would supply the water pressure. A small lake was adjacent to the rail track. It was a man-made affair, a body of water to supply firefighting operations in the event of a refinery disaster. The helicopter lowered the whole pumping system into the lake where it would float aboard its own barge. All Critias had to do was affix the anchor chain that kept the barge from drifting around and then attach the water hose that came in on the train. Fat Jack ran a quick test of their equipment by remotely starting up the diesel pump and then having it push water through the battery of spray nozzles. Satisfied with the performance of his new equipment, Jack radioed to Critias, "We will take you back to the fort and then pick up the rest of my field team. You and Carmen will go back to the airbase with the Seahawk and the Flying Purple. We want to see what kind of wear the grinder has taken thus far so we can know what to expect in the future with all of them. Jim and the Black Hole are already back. They have been airlifting cargo for Fleet Admiral Rudel. All of those aircraft parts he cannibalized from the airbase graveyard will be going back to his fleet aboard that river barge he brought up. Once you are over there, just support Jim and the Admiral in whatever they might need." The train took Critias the short distance back to the fort where he stood guard while the rest of the engineers got aboard. Critias went into the fort to watch Colonel Flash drive her train away. From atop the center storage tank, Critias had a good view of the washing apparatus. Jam slowly drove through the sprayers so that all of her cars got a pressure washing and then she sped off to return to Foranger's castle. Sea Captain Marino had taken the Thunder Child home to berth right after the Seahawk had lifted off the pumping barge cargo. He had Penny Welder aboard along with her crew and their vehicle. Their schedule was to unload before Jam arrived with her train. Verloc had problems lining up the Seahawk for picking up the Flying Purple grinder. The helicopter was a temperamental machine that did not readily give itself over to an inexperienced hand. Commander Carey's only interfered as needed for safety so that Verloc could acquire as much experience as possible. Carey's would go home to Rudel's fleet and when she did, the opportunity to give piloting lessons would be gone with her. There was no need for the helicopter to land for Critias and Carmen to get aboard. They both had the enhanced strength that allowed them to climb the rappelling rope without difficulty. Such a feat would be beyond the reasonable means of a normal human weighted down with armor and weapons. A contingent of GNP waited at the East Airport hangar to secure the helicopter upon its arrival. As a decontamination team took Kenny away for a bath, an open pickup truck with several guards pulled up at the helicopter to collect the crew. Yeti jumped out from the back of the truck to greet them. He was unmistakable for his size even under his balaclava, respirator, and helmet. "Everything is secure around here," Yeti told them. "We have no major problems to report. The Black Hole is ready to move back into the big hangar. They are just waiting for you to secure the landing area. I'm supposed to deliver you as soon as you're available." "I will stay here," Carey said as she waved over a couple of the mechanics to assist her. "The Seahawk requires fuel and a routine inspection. It needs to be ready in case of any emergency." Verloc and Alice had never exposed themselves to anything that got them dirty. Because Carmen had used disposable clean suits while at the fort, she did not need any substantial decontamination either. Critias had hosed off his mech suit when they readied the Flying Purple for departure, leaving him ready to move on as well. "We can head over there now," Critias informed Yeti. "We don't want to keep Jim waiting. He might think that we can't handle things while he was away on his honeymoon." On her way to the truck, Carmen paused to give Yeti a visual inspection. She gave him an approving smile. "You are looking good." Even though she had already known, Carmen pretended to discover the circular black pin on his collar. "What is this? Has Stig promoted you to squad leader?" Yeti straightened up in appreciation of Carmen's recognition. He respected her as both a worthy captain and a loyal friend. He told her, "I gave the outfitters a free hand in selecting my new gear. After all their work with the foragers, they know what I need better than I do." Yeti tilted his head toward the rank insignia pin. "Commander Stig felt that my field experience would be beneficial to the new recruits." Just the beginning, Carmen predicted with proud confidence for his future success. Verloc was in high spirits owing to her rarefied adventure of learning to pilot the Seahawk helicopter. It was exactly the sort of secret agent excitement that fueled her immortal soul. She went to Commander Carey's to tell her, "Thank you for instructing me. I'm in your debt." "I've never seen a more talented student," Carey's replied truthfully. "You truly have a gift for it. Your king is in need of a skilled pilot. I will take you up every chance we get before I have to return to the fleet." Critias told his group, Let's take this on the road. Carmen sang with soft amusement as she climbed into the back of the truck. Laser boots and grab your guns. Hail, the conquering hero comes. Like the East Airport, the nearby airbase was pleasantly free of mobile infected. The guard and patrol actively destroyed them as the opportunity arose, encounters that were thankfully rare and always in small numbers. As they approached the base's great maintenance hangar, Carmen radioed, "Sky Captain Gloria, this is your ground team awaiting our instructions." Gloria responded with detailed orders that they should open the main doors, bring out the pushback tug, and set up a perimeter of armed guards in case her landing drew unwanted attention. All of that went smoothly until they had some minor issue with the tractor tug. When the guard at the left side of the door turned around to see the delay with the tug, a cunning ghoul prowled out of cover to rush in for a sneak attack on the absent-minded defender. That corner of the hangar was on the edge of the airbase's resident housing suburb, which made it rife with cover for infected. From past experience, Yeti knew where the security trouble spot was and he had positioned himself accordingly. The ferocious ghoul leaped at the back of the foolish guardsman only to have Yeti step out from the edge of the hangar's doorway and then smite it upon the brow with his iron-banded club. His blow was a fine one that used a lot of the weapon's surface as opposed to a single edge. The impact did not implode the skull and then splatter infected blood all over their work area. Instead, Yeti laid a deep concussion to the creature's brain, knocking it cold unconscious at their feet. After a quick follow-up blow to the back of the neck to sever the spine, Yeti told the startled guard calmly but sternly, "Mind your post and let others mind theirs. There are no ghouls left here but the cunning ones. Even a momentary lapse of attention can be fatal. When you die, others will follow." Yeti hit the down ghoul in the neck again just so he could see the broken bones displace and then be entirely certain that the creature would not recover. As the hangar doors closed to seal in the safely berthed black hole dirigible, the ground crew assembled to greet the passengers as they disembarked. Aluminum stairs flipped down out of the ship's central elevator well and then Hatchet descended to see that everything was in order. He looked to Critias first for his assurances and saw nothing abnormal. Hatchet shifted his attention to Alice. "You didn't burn down King's Tower while we were away?" Alice stamped one booted foot as she went to formal attention. "No sir. Everything is manned and operational." Jim came down the stairs next and then waited at the bottom to catch Jessica in the event that she slipped, which she did not. Once they were both clear, the daughter of the Nellies captain exited the black hole. Henry and Malcolm came out next. Gloria and Hardock remained inside the airship to complete all of the safety and shutdown procedures necessary for leaving the vehicle parked for any duration. When his guest was available, Jim walked forward with Jessica on his arm. He would introduce the ghost-faced guard. "This is Darla," Jim gestured to the young woman. "Her community has petitioned to join us and I am inclined to accept barring any as yet undetermined complications. For the time being, she has the status of ambassador and I request that you treat her with all due courtesy." Darla gave each member of the welcoming party a brief examination. During the flight to Jim's community, she had surfed Kevin's computer network and thus had the opportunity to visit the web pages dedicated to King Louis's action community heroes. Critias performed an affectatious bow worthy of a musketeer. "Welcome to the kingdom, my lady. I'm sure King Louis will be anxious to finally meet you." "Unlikely," Darla countered. "Jim already explained to me that he is King Louis. From your armor, I can see that you are his field operations leader, Commander Critias." She gestured to the rest of them in turn, Special Agent Sword and Shield, your daughter Alice Little Red Eyes, and, she indicated Yeti last and then assumed his identity based on his size, you must be Commander Stig, leader of the King's Community Security Forces. Yeti shook his head. "No, Commander Stig is at Forger's Castle directing security for the land bridge operation. I'm not even an officer, just one of Stig's guardsmen." After depreciating himself, he gave his name almost as an afterthought. "Everyone calls me Yeti." Hearing that name caused Darla to perk up. "You're the Yeti who killed that pirate trader with one blow from your fist?" She had seen the video of that encounter on Kevin's network. Wolf had filmed it all with his load harness mission camera. Darla made a subtle sigh. "You must be strong to do something like that, to just kill another man with your bare hands." Feeling somewhat guilty, Yeti replied, "Killing him was an accident. I hadn't meant for him to die. If I had taken him alive, we could have gotten some information from him." That Yeti had accidentally killed another man with his bare hands was even more thrilling in Darla's mind. Carmen recognized Darla's undertones of arousal over the image of a huge man from an action community killing another man with only his fist. Erotic fantasies involving excessively brutal masculinity was something Carmen understood from her personal tastes. Since it was equally obvious that Yeti was too obtuse to see his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Carmen nudged him awake to the moment. When Yeti glanced over, Carmen told him, "Ambassador Darla needs a bodyguard and escort while she inspects our community. You should see to her needs until other arrangements are made." True to Carmen's expectations, Darla enlivened to that suggestion. "I would like to have someone show me around this extraordinary place and answer a few of my questions." She readily approved of the arrangement. I could not be in better hands. The idea of having the huge man killing hands on her body was what she actually had on her mind. Yet he glanced at Carmen again to see if he was dreaming or if a bold and beautiful woman actually was showing interest in him. A carpe diem nod from Carmen encouraged him not to sabotage his own destiny. She gripped his arm as she told him, "The hero is not fed on sweets. Daily his own heart he eats." It was her way of reminding him that it was the hammering of his past failures that forged the better man he became. Just the thought of getting mixed up in Carmen's matchmaking made Critias want to distance himself from the possibility. He stepped forward with his arms wide in a gesture of welcome. "It's good to have you back." Critias spoke to Jim. "I assumed you would keep your identity a secret until you had your chance to take measure of these newcomers. Did they see through your ruse or did they already prove their worth?" "We have shed blood together," Jessica spoke for her husband. "They are good people that will enrich us with their qualities." Her mentioning of bloodshed got everyone unnerved. Jim clarified, "Their community had something of a breakup when the less ethical faction seized power. The rightful leader is back in place and their unruly element is dead or subdued. I saw no reason to conceal my identity after we had already won and they had asked to join us." He walked forward with his wife on his arm. "I have received regular progress reports. I know that the labor goes well. Now tell me, how is our community doing?" "Fleet Admiral Rudo kept your chair warm," Critias informed Jim. "Your absence inspires speculation, usually about their fears and senseless things, like the women complaining that you will force them to have many children by different husbands for the good of genetic diversity." Jim dismissed that as nothing. "Our women all carry guns. I could not force them to wash dishes without their willing consent. If that is your example of disharmony, I can see that they have no troubles. Our enemies are hunger, cold, and the infected. Silly squabbles are the pastime of the satisfied." Carmen commented, "Discontent is the want of self-reliance. When you are away, they must be a king to themselves. Your crown is in your heart, while they wear theirs on their heads." That was all true enough for Jim. If all our key officers were gone, I would also dwell on the endless problems we could not solve without them. I dread the day one of you gets appendicitis while we have no surgeons to provide the solution. As much as I enjoyed my adventure away from home, I am glad to be back." Since Jim wanted to get back to business, Carmen suggested, "We could have the G&P transfer the food storage from the black hole to the refrigeration at the East Airport. The mechanics are capable of refueling operations and making a routine inspection for fatigue damage. I suspect they would even appreciate the gesture of confidence in their abilities." "Excellent suggestions," Jim agreed. "Inform Gloria that I would like her to return with us to the city. The support crews can take care of everything here. If they run into problems, they can always get technical advice from Kevin's control room." While they waited for Gloria and Hardik to come out of the airship, Critias searched around the hangar until he found the materials he would need to set up an impromptu decontamination station for their footwear. Rudo had a full washing station set up for his mechanics. They had spent a lot of time working out in the aircraft graveyard and needed commensurate decontamination resources. Critias found a plastic tub that would normally hold machine parts while they soaked in cleaning solvents. He also got some soap and a couple of good scrub brushes. When Jim came over to see what had him distracted, Critias informed him, "Grace told me to keep the light rail clean or she would be cleaning her boots in my ass. This should suffice until we can build something more elaborate. Perhaps you could enclose the entire depot on this end." "One more item for the list," Jim commented. "She is right, of course. Grace knows her business. For someone who understands the risks, you can appreciate how many lives she has saved over the years. We all have to do whatever we can to keep her happy." The light rail drove out to the airbase depot to pick up Jim and his group and then took them back to Foranger's castle. Critias had everyone wash off their boots before boarding so that they did not track infectious gore along with them onto the train. Ambassador Darla marveled at the resources of the community even after having experienced the technological powerhouse that was the black hole. While aboard the airship, she had seen activity by the Seahawk helicopter and Jam's railway train. Darla had more experience with life on the river. She recognized the Thunderchild paddle wheeler as proof that Jim's people were capable of carrying out large-scale operations in every environment with near equal efficiency. Rather than continuing on to Smuggler's Passage Depot for disembarking, the light rail stopped at the Rook so that the passengers could walk through the Pancake House garage, the old garage with Jam's train inside, and then pass into Forager's castle for showers. Everyone was glad to have Jim back in the city. They could only show their joy with brief muffled words that welcomed him home. People wanted to be at their best when Jim was in company to evaluate their job performance. Because everywhere from the Rook Depot to the castle entrance was a hot zone hazardous duty area, the workers kept their attentions on their business and their noise down to a minimum. Darla's Nelly River Hotel was impressively huge, one of the largest freshwater vessels that ever cruised the rivers, but it was still a minuscule kingdom compared to Jim's massive community. At each turn, she found new admiration for the skills and resources of her host's people. There was a pervasive attitude of achievement and confidence that she found addictive, something to covet for herself. She even had a desirable route of access within her reach. With all of that in mind, Darla asked Yeti, "Does your girlfriend work in the security forces too, or is she in some sort of technical service?" Ever the eavesdropper and knowing Yeti's lack of sophisticated charm, Carmen butted in to say, "I didn't know you promoted any of your admirers to the rank of official girlfriend." Carmen's interference clued in Yeti that he needed to use some suave. There were no admirers and Carmen obviously knew that. Her intention could only have been to suggest that Yeti was neither desperate nor inaccessibly attached. Doing his best to rise to the occasion, Yeti replied to Darla, "I'm not in a committed relationship. I've been so busy with work that I haven't had the time." Darla liked the sound of that. "So you see a lot of action then?" "I volunteer for every dangerous operation that I can," Yeti answered with deadpan honesty. As he said it, it seemed a revelation even to himself. "There are a lot of great people here serving the community, people that I look up to, and I want to do what I can to make sure they come home." The castle was at the midpoint of a work shift, which left the showers unoccupied. When Carmen, Jessica, and Alice stopped to wait for the men to go through first, Darla asked, "Do I need to wait my turn?" Gloria was not of a mind to change her ways. She had always showered with whoever was at hand and would continue to do so. In explanation to Darla, she said, "You can take your pick. Not everyone is comfortable with the community shower." Darla looked back to evaluate how young Alice and Jessica were, then agreed, "It is probably for the best. I have seen what happens to men when they get too familiar and lose their manners. I support any effort to preserve the niceties." That said, she headed into the showers along with the men anyway. "As for myself, I'm old enough to play with the big kids." There were limits to Yeti's efforts to restrain his curiosity. He eventually took the opportunity to check out Darla in the shower. She had a massive bruise on the upper right side of her chest. Yeti had to ask, "What happened to you?" "Gunshot," she explained, unoffended by his interest. "My vest stopped the bullet, but it really knocked me for a loop. Taking our Nelly back from the mutineers got a little rough. Don't worry. Nothing is broken and the bullet never penetrated the skin." Yeti told her regrettably, "You still might end up in a quarantine isolation cell. The doctor can be rather demanding about that kind of thing." More than 24 hours had elapsed since her brush with death. Darla remained confident that she would pass inspection. She asked Yeti, "Have you been in isolation before?" "Only once recently," he confessed without boasting. "We were doing a sweep and clear of a nearby hotel. This ghoul managed to get my searching pole away from me and then knocked me around before my partner could get through the doorway to shoot it down. They worried that I might have gotten some blood in my eyes or something like that." Sweep and clear, she praised his manly enterprise of securing creepy buildings. "That sounds dangerous." It was dangerous and Yeti didn't deny it. "Your own mistakes are just as deadly as the ghouls, maybe more so. Bad things can happen at any moment. You have to survive a lot of mistakes before you really understand the risks. Hearing about it is not the same as experiencing it. I'm lucky that I've had really good teachers who were willing to give me the chance to learn something." The principal operation going on at Forager's Castle was their construction of the new land bridge connection to the Radio City building. A constant supply of building materials moved in while waste materials came out. Jim's group finished their requisite medical inspections. After they exited the dressing room with fresh clothes from the general duty wardrobe, they spent some time in the front hall to admire all the construction activity. Commander Derek came in from the back hall. He went directly to Jim to welcome him home. "It's good to have you back. I heard you busted a few heads and recruited some new friends." Jim introduced their ambassador. "This is Darla. Her people are on their way here. We may have to fly out and help them get some riverlocks operational. They seem to think they can handle it on their own, so I left them to it." After giving Darla a polite welcome, Derek gestured toward the back hall. "We have construction going on from both ends. Your foragers already lined up all the box trailers for your new tunnel." Tweaking them together was going slowly until Cutter finished tarring the roof of the pancake house. Working from the outside, his assistance has been indispensable. We are leveling the sections and reinforcing them as we go. Derek checked his watch. They will be serving lunch soon. If you can give me another hour, we will make the final cut through. You and Jessica can have the honor of making the first journey from Forager's Castle to Radio City. It will still be a little rough, but good enough for foot traffic. Lunch sounds perfect. Jim accepted the suggestion. He gestured for the rest of his party to proceed to the old fun land of Forager's Castle in the back hall. As they started ahead, Jim told Carmen, "May I speak with you for a moment?" When Carmen waited as Jim requested, she told Yeti, "Escort Darla to the captain's table. Since you will be showing her around, you should join us." Critias didn't approve of anyone having conspiratorial conversations with his wife, not even the king. After only a moment's hesitation, he went on to lunch with the others. Complaining would have seemed like a demonstration of his distrust in Carmen, which was not an accurate description of his reservations. Whatever Jim and Carmen had talked about, it had only taken seconds because they both followed promptly and remained in a positive mood. Darla considered their lunch to be a feast. Emperor Nick had followed Fat Jack out to Forager's Castle to prepare the meal. It did not lack for any of his usual excellence. They had fried rice containing fresh beef and pork from the airbase hunting missions. She was accustomed to catfish and the rare delicacy of venison. The fried rice was an exquisite change from her usual fare. The captain's table had everyone from Jam's train mission out to Fort Blood. With so many conversations going on, Critias could discreetly ask Carmen, "Do I get to know what you talked about?" Carmen answered quietly, "Jim asked me if I was happy and if you were treating me in the manner to which I have grown accustomed. I told him that I am very happy. He said we have done a lot of great work for the community and that we have his thanks. If there is anything we need, I should ask." He patted her leg under the table. "You did do a great job at the fort. If it wasn't for you, Kenny would have died when that metal bone got down into the machine." The mental image of that rather durable grinder-defying artificial bone made him wonder, are those titanium bones a precursor to your own construction? "Living neo-organic tissue permeates all my bones, not unlike your own skeleton," she replied, somewhat amused, "but yes, the science naturally progressed from that primitive prosthetic implant you saw." Getting back to his topic of praising her, she asked, "Were you about to tell me I have been a bad girl, frustrated you with my appalling lack of due diligence, and that you would punish me if you had time for me beyond satisfying your crass carnal needs with a brief tawdry encounter, perhaps in the hazardous munitions storeroom?" Critias went back to his lunch. After savoring a large spoonful, he told his wife, "Everyone else believes you are so sweet, chaste, and innocent." He shook his head amused, "If they only knew what a kinky harlot you really are." From across the table, Malcolm had to chuckle over what he overheard. When Critias looked up to see what was so funny, Malcolm wiped his mouth with his napkin before he explained. "I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. I don't want to pop your bubble or anything, but everyone knows that Violent One has, shall we say, exuberant tastes in the boudoir." Critias teased Carmen, "Now I have a reason to punish you. You were absolutely right. I don't really have time to give you what you deserve, so I will have to settle for getting mine before we all get back to business." Carmen ate faster so that she would not be the cause of their delay. When Malcolm started chuckling, she joined him in it. Darla had seen Malcolm in combat. She knew he was a cool-handed killer of the First Order. From the videos she had watched aboard the Black Hole, she understood that Carmen, Critias, and many of the others were no less formidable. With all of that in mind, the self-assured ease of their laughter told her that they were confident winners on the advance, not dying-time holdouts on the edge of the abyss. During a lull in the conversations, Darla told Jim, "You have everything here that you promised and more. This is an amazing collection of heroes that you've assembled." "I've seen you in action," Jim replied. "You are going to fit right in. Until you have spoken with Fleet Admiral Rudel and Commodore Tinney, it would be premature for your community to make up their minds about what they want to do. You must realize by now that you are too small to make it on your own. I suspect your people will break up so that everyone can go their own way. Rudel has nuclear-powered naval ships, an aircraft carrier in fact. He could really use a man like Russell, someone with real-world experience around that kind of equipment. You should expect the Admiral to make him substantial offers to join his fleet. Such are his talents," Darla said of Russell. "He should follow his bliss, as should we all." Her comment inspired Carmen to say, "Some quick pulcrum est." Lydus had schooled Critias in Latin, as was the norm for all marshals. The intention was to make them a culture unto themselves so that they would hold no bias for any living language or the people who spoke them. As such, it was a rare opportunity for him to be the one educated in something. For the benefit of everyone else, he translated what Carmen said into English, to each his own. The timeless wisdom of Cicero, Jim acknowledged the point once he recognized the idiom. Such was his greatness, 2,000 years and his words remain relevant. Critias handed his empty bowl to Carmen. I missed breakfast this morning. Run up there and get me seconds and then we will go over to the armory to restock our ammunition. After a pause he added, among other things. She took his bowl and then got up from her seat. Mysterious love, uncertain treasure, she orated in romantic tones. Hast thou more pain or pleasure? Carmen gave him an adoring glance as she walked off in a slow sensual walk. Endless torments dwell about thee. Yet who would live, and live without thee? People tried to be discreet about welcoming Jim and Jessica home, but there were so many that they noticeably hovered around in proximity rather than forming an actual queue. Their enthusiasm was genuine as opposed to being some sort of hollow sycophantry or fawning for favors. Carmen returned with Critias's fried rice and then she sat quietly while he ate. Fat Jack scribbled on some of his usual paperwork while he had his lunch. Critias became curious enough to ask, "What are you cooking up?" Jack told him, "With the new land bridge open and Grace demolishing the smuggler's passage depot for improving the decontamination checkpoint there, I will be able to shut down the section of the light rail tunnel for a while. You eliminated our Jingle Bells problem, so I am going to convert the Coliseum station into our new light rail garage. You mentioned that we needed some new light rail cars. We will be able to refit those trains that Colonel Davis salvaged." That reminded Critias to pass along a message. Grace wants a hot free passenger train for the soft shoe types. She is upset about them having to tromp around in our field duty mess. Penny Welder asked Jack, "Wouldn't Pine Street Station be safer for a train garage? It would also be closer to the community." Jack disagreed. The Coliseum station is larger and closer to the tool shops in the Pancake House. We already have the cable we need to run the electrical service off the new generators in the powerhouse building. Jim has eventual plans to develop the whole tower into community use. When it happens, they will have their own depot to develop without the new train garage being in their way. Having overheard most of that, Jim spoke up. "We will clean up all our outstanding official business when we get back cityside. The powerhouse will be a lot of work for us to make it livable. We will get started. The jailhouse is ready for development as well. Now is the time for ambitious people to stake their claims on all this new real estate." When Critias glanced over to see why Carmen was so quiet, he noticed the peculiar way she traced her finger along her red plastic drinking cup. He asked, "Are you marveling about what Archimedes would say if you showed him injected molded plastic? Maybe he would think it was a kind of strange wood or perhaps even bone." She made a sad little gentle utterance that admitted she found his guess inventive and even clever. "No," she confessed, "though. I imagine he would have been amazed by something so astonishingly useful yet without any natural equivalent even to his uncanny intelligence. Perhaps he might have thought it was a new kind of composite beeswax that hardened like cement." After a pause, Carmen continued, "I was thinking how the color red is vanishing from the world. Cutter's apples are sometimes red and I saw some red gladiolus blooming in a field." Critias understood, "And you have seen trainloads of blood, grinders flinging it up to fall like rain, and a sea of it in that old petroleum storage silo." "Yes, we have killed thousands of people for their non-crime of being plague victims. If Jim has his way, we will kill hundreds of thousands more. It seems obvious to me that the ancients may dread the color of war after they saw their first field drenched in blood. Gladiolus flowers, whatever those are, and those bright red cardinal birds around here have never made any field so bright. We have done some ugly things in the name of necessity." Critias took her hand and then urged Carmen to turn and look behind her. And Schoolhouse and the rabbi had all the Freeman children sitting down for their lunch. Perhaps it was another choke point of evolution that disobedient unruly kids had all fallen victim to the ghouls or had contaminated themselves with infection. Ms. Schoolhouse's orphans were cooperative and even cheerful. "They're beautiful," Carmen said with a sniffle. "We helped build and protect precious things." She looked to him desperate for agreement. "We didn't do it alone, not at all, but we helped. The things we have done have made a real difference. We make a great team," he assured her before sealing it with a delicate kiss. "I don't always show it, but I have the utmost respect for the work that you do. Jim is even checking up on me to make sure that I reward you for all of your achievements. Anytime you need to get away from the red mess, there are lots of other things that you can do. You are just as skilled with the science and engineering side of things." "I don't want to become a compromiser," she insisted. "When I weigh my reservations, what would bother me most is my not being there for them when they really needed me." Critias went back to his fried rice. Between mouthfuls, he told Carmen, "I know that you're kind of down about Jim's murder factory, but we still have a date with the munitions room. When I weigh my reservations, what would bother me most is passing up an opportunity to take advantage of you. Even if you don't enjoy it, I know I will, and that's what's really important." She made a kind of low purring growl as she nuzzled his neck. "You always know how to sweet-talk me." "Careful now," he shrugged her off. "Food is precious. I can use you anytime." When he finished eating, Critias got up to take Carmen away for a bit of fun in the weapons storeroom. As they started off, Jim called to him, "I'm going to need you when we head back to the city." Critias gave him a pestered glance. "You're the one who commanded that I keep Carmen happy. Duty calls." Chapter 5. Ships and Temples. Jim and Jessica led the procession through the open gateway into the new land bridge. Derek's welders had fabricated that double-doored portal the previous day in their eagerness to move the project forward. The hunter-proof gates secured the entrance into a square tunnel nearly 3 meters in height and width. Their new land bridge was spacious enough to accommodate forklift traffic when that time came. Distantly spread bare light bulbs hung from a loose wire the electrician had jury-rigged overhead. Steel cargo chains and lever load binders secured the trailers as they butted together end to end. As they went, the builders had removed the double doors from the tail of each trailer and then cut through the walls at the closed head ends. Their work of reinforcing the sides and ceilings with additional construction materials would go on for days, but they had completed the heavy angular joints where the butted trailers had to form their slow turns to form a curve. The building team that came at the project from the Radio City sign had the straighter and leveler path that followed paved roadway. It made for easier engineering challenges and thus faster progress. The King's group reached the final cut through about a third of the way in from the castle side. Builders had pre-cut the holes for the chain buckles and then removed the last end wall after they had the tunnel firmly affixed together. "Thank you for this," Jim told the workers. "The light rail was a tremendous improvement over Big Joe, but this passage truly unites all of our holdings into one city." He gestured for Queen Jessica to be first to make the transition through that last opening and then lead them on. As they entered Radio City, Verloc said, "This is delightful. Here I am, home already. If you won't need me, I would like to go up to my apartment." "Please take your leave," Jim consented graciously. "If anything worthy of your extraordinary talents comes up, I will contact you." When the remainder of the group took the elevator down to the abandoned railway tunnel that connected to Smuggler's Passage, Fat Jack said, "We will need to upgrade this elevator, something faster with a higher lift capacity. It will be seeing a lot more use with that new bridge open. I'm sure we could salvage all the equipment we need from the elevators inside the demolition hotel." "That would be for the best," Jim agreed. "All of our options need to be capable of heavy duty. Even if we move most of our cargo with the light rail, this elevator will be our backup contingency, and I have no doubt that housekeeping will use both anyway. I don't want to impede anyone's resourcefulness." Carmen suggested, "There is floor space for opening a second shaft into the Radio City basement. You could install a dumbwaiter specifically for cargo." "I'll need to talk with Alfred about that," Jack reasoned aloud. "I have to be absolutely certain that we would not be weakening the structural integrity of the ceiling. If he believes it is doable, I agree that a freight elevator in tandem to the passenger car would be worth our investment." "Run it by him then," Jim approved of the plan. "Al has cut through it once already." Carmen speculated, "Alfred will be occupied with the expansion of Smuggler's Passage Depot." Jim needed clarification. "Expansion?" Grace mentioned upgrades, but I don't recall her phrasing it with a combination of Alfred and expansion. "Kevin's control room already has the architectural sketches," Carmen confirmed her information. "Perhaps Grace is considering future as well as current needs, but from the information that I have, she wants to double the space currently available." Jim could only shrug. Grace has a free hand to ensure that the city has flawless decontamination protocols. Short of the other commanders declaring her insane and then removing her from office, we will just have to stay out of her way. "She has never let us down before," Jack said in support of Grace's aggressive remodeling. "My advice is to increase her workforce, just make it happen." That made Jim chuckle. "I'm not going to throw gasoline on her fire. Give her anything she asks for, but let's not tempt disaster by making her think we pushed her into it." Critias guessed, "I might have pushed her into it in more ways than one. We were tracking a lot of blood into the light rail when we worked out at the airbase. I made such a big deal about keeping the bodies off the tracks so that the mechanics would not have to unwind the guts from the axle trucks. The wrenches made all the squeaking wheels, so they are the ones who got all the grease. Maybe Grace didn't think I would listen unless she made a lot of noise." "I can't get into that topic here," Jim declared. "The true priority of keeping Ghoul meat off the light rail is now a matter for our court to decide, and in that we shall have our venue more than soon. I must stand as judge and some may die for their negligence in that matter. The Crown must remain impartial on the issue." It is best that I not taint myself with private conversation about it with the prosecution's star witness. Alice asked Critias, do you want me to go back to the castle to get all our gear? I can head off a problem if I clean it myself and then bring it to you. We have people for that, Queen Jessica reminded Alice. She looked to Hatchet. Would you please send a message for them to rush the cleaning and then send it over? Grace was not at Smuggler's Passage Depot when Jim's group passed on their way to King's Tower. She had other duties that demanded her attention. She had left the builders to do their business without her unneeded micromanagement. Deputy Grand Marshal Colonel Hiram Davis was in the tower lobby waiting for Jim's group to arrive. More specifically, Hiram wanted to see his daughter. As soon as they went up the stairs, Jessica excused herself to have some time with her father. Once his wife was away, Jim told Critias, I want you to take Carmen and Alice home. You need to dress yourselves for an official function. He checked his watch. Let's meet at Funland at 3. That will be enough time for me to get everyone together. Alice spoke up, I request to be present during any meeting you have with Herman Clark. If Carmen is not going to speak for him at his trial, I will do it. I need to know what is happening if I am going to have any chance of helping him. Agreed, Jim accepted. This won't take long. They went together to Herman Clark's isolation cell where the man already waited at the bars. Jim opened the conversation by saying, You've been waiting to see me. Clark had spent so much time dwelling on his situation that it had him emotional as the moment finally came upon him. They locked me up like this. Even though he already knew, Jim asked, Who locked you up and did they tell you why? Clark suddenly didn't feel so good about actually saying it. Critias did, and then Hiram and Jack wouldn't do anything to stop it. It was supposedly for my protection because otherwise they would murder me or something. Yes, Jim accepted all of that, but why? Clark told his story. Critias was hazing me out at the airbase, making me stand where ghouls would jump out at me and then making me play around with the bodies. I don't mind doing my job, but I don't see anything funny about making a game out of it. So it was some kind of test. Jim had seen the videos from Critias's helmet and other sources. He already had a clear idea about what had happened. Are you saying that Critias was testing you like he did with Alice in the jailhouse? Not exactly, Clark clarified. He had some excuse like it mattered if the train squished some of the bodies, like it does not run over them anyway while driving back and forth. Jim asked, and Stig? What happened with him? Wasn't he able to resolve this matter? You do technically work for him, if not Stig, then through Colonel Davis or Jack. They are all in it together, Clark claimed accusingly. Maybe they didn't want to alienate Critias by openly admitting his mistake. I knew I was never going to get a fair deal, so I quit the GNP and demanded my right to have you settle all of this. Even after I quit, Emily forced me at gunpoint to go off alone to confront a pack of ghouls. She ordered the rest of the guard to shoot around me, probably hoping I would get a bite or hit by one of their bullets. There was no outward clue to Jim's thoughts as he said, the guards will let you out for a shower and a change of clothes. We will meet in Funland soon to clear this up. Alice volunteered to stand as your advocate. You can represent yourself in this if you prefer, but I recommend against it. Clark needed a moment to settle his thoughts and then he agreed, I don't object. He knew that Alice had more courage than he did, even if he would never honestly admit it to himself. The reasoning he openly acknowledged was that having Alice speak on his behalf would have a good chance of influencing numerous captains who thought highly of the girl. They might even let her win just to build the self-confidence of a promising young woman. If he went down, she would go with him, and it seemed unlikely they would want to burden her with that kind of failure. The patrol guards that delivered Herman Clark to Funland were not friendly since they had a grudge against him for being some kind of quitter or traitor. A displeasured avoidance of conversation was the extent of their hostility and it didn't come as any particular surprise to Herman. Funland had a lot of people in it for that time of the day, midway between lunch and dinner. The only possible explanation was their curiosity about his trial. There was the alternative reason in that they wanted to be spectators to the blood sport of his execution, but Clark didn't indulge that thought. There was a foreboding silence in Funland as the guards escorted Herman toward the captain's table. Not only was Jim there waiting to judge him, so was the rabbi, and Sea Captain Marino. Adding insult to injury, Herman discovered that he wasn't even the guest of honor at his own funeral. Jim was in the process of talking to Keith, the former director of the civilian armory. Herman did see some similarity with his own situation. Keith had also fallen from grace due to a lack of excellence in job performance accompanied by the vindictive betrayal from his former workmates. Jim said to Keith, "We had an agreement where you would prove yourself and I would recognize your worth." When Keith didn't know what to say, Jim continued, "It is not my intention to test you any more than I already have. Not only was your cleanup work at the jailhouse a masterful success, you went on to using that equipment wherever we needed it. I also heard that when the civilian armory was in a pinch, you went to their aid without a hint of resentment over past difficulties. I am impressed. Keith guessed optimistically, I get my old job and apartment back? Not exactly, Jim replied. I do have another job opening that might interest you. The powerhouse building is ready for full development. It is somewhat out of the way and has some considerable limitations when it comes to getting back and forth. You want me to clean it up for you? Keith guessed, somewhat disappointed, but not bitterly. I was thinking something more on the level of superintendent of that building, Jim surprised him. It does need cleaning, utilities, and remodeling. It is an enormous project that requires a level of responsibility and ambition that I believe you are perfect for taking on. I would leave it to you for vetting the new residents, but I was considering a new headquarters for the GNP. That would free up valuable space in the customs house and provide them with the room they need to move their members out of common room barracks. Keith didn't need to think about it. I accept. I would love to be the new superintendent of the powerhouse building. I'll get to work making a list of what I will need, and then you can have someone get back to me about what I can get. I will stay on top of my other work as well, be valuable where it matters. I have only high expectations, Jim told him. This experience is just what you need if you really do want to manage your own city one day. As we expand, we will need competent administrators. Keith admitted, the powerhouse is small potatoes compared to an outpost. I have a lot of work to do if I want to prove myself worthy of that level of responsibility. Harness your ambition, Jim advised. It is not enough to just have the ability. Indeed, Esteban Marino agreed, much like a ship at sea. He glanced over at Herman Clark. One cannot just change their mind and then abandon ship. Like your children, it is a commitment one does not casually put aside. Critias, Carmen, and Alice arrived in time to witness the proceedings. With Jim's Keith business out of the way, the trial of Herman Clark was ready to begin. That was when a general commotion of revelry made everyone in Funland turn to see Tony Banjo come in with Wolf and Bobby Bean. Tony was exceptionally popular, such that enthusiasm for him was not any particular statement about current events. The three of them walked straight to the captain's table to stand before Jim holding court. There was never any shortage of people who wanted to talk to him about something. Getting free time was always a protracted affair. Jim was glad to welcome them. I see that you got right back on the horse. There was some concern that your near miss with that truck fire might have changed some minds about the forager lifestyle. It was a bit of a scare, Tony admitted with comical ease. It wasn't the mind-bending terror of having some nibbler jump out at me from the tiger grass. He glanced over at Herman Clark, who waited to learn his fate. Tony snickered at him. Isn't that right, Herman? Nothing is more terrifying than having Eddie Munster coming right at you, nothing between you and damnation besides Critias, little red eyes, and enough GNP to capture Paris. Just because Perkello has knifed more hunters than you have dinners is no reason for you to lapse into overconfidence. Tony turned his attention back to Jim and then explained himself. I sent Wolf and Bean off first thing. As captain, the truck fire was my responsibility. I stayed behind to knock the flames down as best I could before it spread and then took out half the city. Bean had the good sense to dump the truck in the middle of the street. We are the A-team crew, so I'm sure none of this awesomeness comes as a surprise. Jim sounded somber. You understood that we couldn't afford to lose your whole team because the run went bad. It wasn't easy for them to leave you behind while you risked yourself to contain the fire for the good of the city. A lot of foragers died that night when my dad went down. Even after people are dead, everyone gets hot for revenge. You made all the right decisions. With that out of the way, Jim asked, tell me how your morning went. Tony brightened up because it was all good news. The factory is only 7 or 8 miles south of here. It has full heavy rail access throughout the place. Everything seemed in good shape. The hazardous material warning placards make it easy to find the products. We towed you back a box trailer full of hydrogen peroxide. It is high-grade rocket fuel badness in 50-gallon plastic drums. We parked it on an empty floor of the pancake house. We won't be launching any rockets with it, Jim assured. Watered down to a less volatile concentration, that peroxide will do its part in decontamination, the light rail underground especially. Since there is rail access at that chemical plant, we can go back for more stuff, and see what manufacturing equipment we can take. If this process works as well as Bob and Kevin have promised me, Grace will be more than pleased with the results. She thinks we are not taking her seriously. I will have the pleasure of reminding her that I do keep my ear to the ground around here. It will seem like I am king for some reason besides my pedigree. Because it seemed that Jim had finished with Tony, Alice spoke up. I think it is unfair for you to make Herman wait like this. You are making him look bad by standing up. Keith and Tony as your examples of better men." Jim responded, "Tony risked his life today for the good of the community. I won't delay his rest and relaxation for any reason besides dire necessity. As I am sure that Keith will attest, when he and I first had our differences, it was a rather unpleasant exchange with wounded feelings and even an atmosphere that our argument could come to violence. I did not hesitate to do my duty to the community when it diminished his status and nearly destroyed our long-standing friendship. Now that Keith has earned my respect and gratitude once again, fully renewed my faith in his leadership abilities, I am being equally enthusiastic. If you were to have your way, I would postpone congratulating good men to make time to stigmatize the bad. It is not my isolated opinion that brought this about. Numerous people told me that Keith rebounded admirably. If anything, this has put me in a kinder and more positive mood for the distasteful business that is to follow. Keith has a right to be thanked with the same zealotry that went into his demotion." "I withdraw my objection," Alice stated, somewhat embarrassed. "Your concerns are noted," Jim compromised. "I want all the accused to have unbiased consideration." That confused Alice. All of the accused? Who else is there besides Herman? Jim informed her, "According to what Herman told me, he is the victim of a conspiracy within the guard and patrol community. If he is telling the truth, we have much larger problems than first appearances implied. This abuse of authority has gone all the way to the top to include Jack and Colonel Davis. What began with Commander Critias conducting himself most unprofessionally in an act of schadenfreude has spread outward as others felt motivated to cover up his indiscretion." The word was new to Alice. She had to ask, "What is schadenfreude?" The rabbi defined it. It means to take petty pleasure from the misfortunes of others. Major Li Feng was in the audience along with Fleet Admiral Rudel and Captain Palat Sirkon. She said in her language, "Shingzai Lihuo," and then translated that into English, "To take joy in the calamity of people is bad manners." Carmen had a seat beside Fat Jack on a nearby couch from where they would watch the trial unfold. She didn't appreciate that Herman Clark tried to drag so many good people down into his troubles. Jack patted Carmen's comforting hand to assure her that everything would be fine. He got up to approach the captain's table. At his elocution, Jack said, "When I learned that Critias had locked up Clark to await your return, I did give my approval. Under the circumstances, that seemed the wisest course of action. Since we are all here now as planned, I believe that validates my decision." Colonel Davis came to roughly the same conclusion, and I believe he should have. If he had chosen to be more proactive, I would not have complained. You tend to live by the motto that it is easier to cut off heads than to put them back on. Waiting for you to get back was the safest and simplest solution. Intent on bearing the weight of his part, Colonel Davis went forward to speak. "I gave my approval for locking Mr. Clark up until you returned. In all honesty, I did not know that much about it. I did act on faith that Critias had done the right thing. Not only do I know him to be an exceptional soldier and an honorable officer, he films all his work duty as a matter of policy. If he were guilty of any wrongdoing, he would provide the evidence of his own guilt. I consider the accusation of schadenfreude to be absurd." Jim requested, "I would like to hear from Emily Price." She was the ranking GNP mission leader on site at the airbase. He had to take a brief moment to search his memory to call up an impressive detail. "We also need to hear from Herman's action partner at the time, Lifeguard 27, which would be Beverly Barnes, I believe." Master Chief Emily was in her duty fatigues and wearing an assault rifle as she came forward to stand before the captain's table. "I'm still on my shift," she declared. "I traded posts so that I am technically on Funland patrol for this. I would like to get back to Radio City as soon as possible. If the new land bridge acts as some kind of irritant to the infected, they might scream up a tribe trying to assault it." After a pause, she diffused her comment by adding, "We have live observers on Radio City overlooking the bridge. The reports we have is that the ghouls don't seem to mind crawling underneath on their way through the area. Other than the risk of hunters who might try to tear their way inside, the bridge seems to be a winner. For myself, I would just like to say it is good to have you back. The civilian armory types were getting all Nancy without you around." Jim asked, "Where is B?" Finishing her decontamination, Emily answered, meaning Beverly by her abbreviated nickname. She had morning duty at the airbase. "It shouldn't be much longer." "You were there," Jim said, "so I'm confident that you can answer this for me. Is it true that Critias sent Alice to bring the GNP out of the light rail and then he sent Fleet Admiral Rudel into the train to be out of sight for what was going to be a disciplinary matter? Critias did single out Herman Clark for special punishment, sending him up ahead alone to move bodies while the rest of the patrol used their weapons to suppress incoming infected?" "That is partly true," Emily agreed. Commander Critias did call out the patrol, and he did get the Admiral out of the way to shield him from any official involvement in what was a purely internal matter. When he attempted to order Clark up to the front so that Clark could prove that he was still a trustworthy member of our team, I intervened. I explained to Commander Critias that he was not a member of the GNP internal command structure, and so it was not his place to discipline the men. I ordered Clark to the front, at which time he claimed that he resigned from the GNP. I declined to accept his resignation in the field during an attack. I informed Patrolman Clark that he would move to the front as described, or I would execute him on the spot for cowardice and treason. Clark shouted in delight, "You see. They were in on it together, wanting to torture me because they don't like me. They even got Trudel out of the way so that he would not be a witness to their abuse." "I'll get to you," Jim told Clark. "Please hold your tongue until then." When referring to Governor Fleet Admiral Trudel, it is rude of you to mention him by just his untitled name. Such familiarity is disrespectful, especially during these formal proceedings. When Clark shut up, Jim called for Critias to explain his role in the events. "Now that I hear it said aloud," Critias confessed, "I must be guilty." After Clark choked up the first time and refused to help move the bodies, Stig detached him from the operation to stay behind as a useless eater around the East Airport, where he was unlikely to get anyone killed. Rather than see that mistake ruin him by turning into all of this, I felt that field discipline would keep the mistake a private matter of the mission platoon. Master Chief Emily did step up to take personal responsibility, which I find proper and respectable, but ultimately it was my idea, and by instigating that resolution, I did not leave her with many other options. Clark interrupted again, "There you have it. He is guilty, and then the rest of them tried to cover up for him. I'm lucky to still be alive so that you would even hear about it." Since Clark refused to shut up, Jim asked him, "Did you choke up while securing the light rail with Commander Critias and B? Did you refuse to remove the downed bodies from the light rail tracks when Critias asked you to do that?" Alice advised Clark, "Admit that you got a little unnerved by the ghouls and you made a mistake. It is not too late for you to just apologize and ask for another chance." Clark dismissed her as being foolish because in his mind he was clearly winning. He told Jim, "Rather than letting the infected come out onto open ground where we could deal with them in force, Critias took the two of us behind the train where the tall grass grows up right along the tracks. They were jumping out at us from closer than we are now. When I complained that he was doing it wrong, Critias ordered me to move the bodies around to punish me for speaking out." Once again, Critias yielded to the testimony. "That is mostly true. I had Alice on top of the train covering me, and I was more than capable of taking out the pursuing infected by myself. It was a good training opportunity for Alice. As a mission commander in the field, it would have been unprofessional for me to go off alone without an escort. I felt that to do otherwise would have set a bad precedent for everyone involved." Herman Clark and Beverly got a little excitement when some ghouls jumped out at us from the nearby long grass. The risk was negligible enough that I held my fire to let Alice and the guards have their chance to knock them down. When we finished shooting, I had them move the bodies off the rails according to procedure. It was genuine work and entirely necessary, but I also made a training scenario out of it because that is how people get a chance to learn. I would rather they got their exposure while I was around to lend assistance than have it happen for real with no backup. I am not GNP. It isn't my place to discipline Stig's people. It isn't my place to train them in field duty. Everything I did seemed appropriate at the time, and I would probably do it again the same way until I get orders to observe different protocols. In my opinion, field duty requires self-reliance and flexibility. I apply a lot of that in my own work." B came up at a brisk walk. "Sorry I'm late." Jim said, "You were the one who called Stig when the problem first developed. Did you feel that Critias was in error taking the two of you off to deal with a pack of ghouls? As I understand it, he asked you to operate as a team under identical instructions. Do you feel as though he was testing you with unnecessary danger?" "It was an honor when he selected me for special field duty," B testified truthfully. "Before Commander Critias, I thought being trusted meant being on an exterior gate crew. I can go out in the wilds and do my job without feeling scared out of my wits. Even if it were too much for me, I would not do what Clark did. No matter what, we are in this together as a family. Plenty of people already have given their lives to make this place what it is, and I believe that we in the GNP have to be prepared to die at our posts rather than surrender them." Captain Christopher stood his post even when it seemed hopeless. It was hopeless. That is the example we are to uphold. Headshot Sally had been hanging back just listening to the trial, and she was not impressed. Enough had transpired that she could no longer restrain her urge to speak her mind. Far from being hot-headed, she just walked to the front and then stood there with her arms crossed. A raised hand from Jim urged everyone to wait while he told Sally, "Your friendship with my father puts me at a disadvantage. I owe you too much to pretend I can hardball you. Please, speak your mind. Sally stated bluntly, I'm feeling a little left out, like maybe I'm not important enough to get an accusation of being part of this dereliction of duty conspiracy. There is a good chance my name could still come up. By all accounts, you are running out of city commanders to incriminate. In a less acerbic tone, Sally added, you do a good job as king. I'm not saying otherwise. Ghoul fighting is not for everyone, and I know because I've trained the best and lost more than a few. This witch hunt is besmirching the names of a lot of great people, all in the cause of that little rat turd Clark. If this is heading somewhere, I hope it is soon, because it is definitely rubbing me the wrong way. Jim replied, while this is in no way the final verdict, I also would have preferred that this whole mess had found some resolution back on the airbase the same day that it happened. Instead, it has come down to this, and here we are. Herman was unwilling to turn to anyone else because according to him, they are all in on it and thus incapable of giving him a fair hearing. We don't do this very often, and I feel like we need to establish some basic standards for future reference. Herman has accused various people of wrongdoing, and so I am exploring the validity of those accusations. We are nearing the end. I only have one more person who needs to clarify their position. I wish to hear from Stig. Commander Stig sat close enough to listen to all the testimony, but also far enough away to appear uninvolved. He was a huge man. It was impossible for anyone not to notice when he stood up and then walked toward the captain's table carrying an aluminum baseball bat. The implications of Stig with a bludgeon motivated Critias to intervene. In all humility, there were not many men in the community who could take on Critias in a fight. Stig with a bat ranked near the top. Mostly, Critias didn't want Stig to throw his career away over a problem he didn't create. How about you reconsider where this is going, Critias told Stig. I'm the one who caused all this. Stig met Critias with a totally rational gaze. You did not cause any of this. Outside, you are the Perkele. This is Funland politics. He put his hand on Critias's shoulder. The GNP is mine. It is yours, Critias agreed as he stepped aside. Just do me a favor. Don't hit anyone I like. When Stig was before the captain's table, Jim had to ask, what is the bat for? Stig made a brief gesture with it toward Herman Clark. I am going to beat his bitch ass to death with it. When Kenny lost the lobby to Jingle Bells, I made a promise before this sacred room that never again would a member of the GNP stand before our king as a coward and a traitor. I swore that we would purge ourselves of that weakness long before it ever climbed so high again. Not to provoke you, Jim warned, but here we are again. If you were going to manage this situation, you waited until the last possible moment. Yeah, well, Stig replied, I blame you for all of that. B felt tempted to dump on that worthless shitbag at the time. She called me and I put the matter aside because they had work to focus on. Emily would have zapped Herman, except that the little prick did what she told him and it ruined the moment. That does not explain why you blame me, Jim urged him on. Stig continued, at the time with Bean messing around with Alice, you dragged Critias and Carmen before you for theft of the king's property. It was not the place of anyone to pass judgment upon any wretched villain. You and you alone have the right to take care of business. With that in mind, I decided not to walk down there and just shoot that little shit right inside his prison cell. The deadly change of mood had Clark in fear for his life as he croaked out, that's right. That Chandra woman was going to shoot me in my cell and they didn't do anything. Where is she? Why isn't she on trial for planning on murdering me? Carmen's voice carried remarkably well considering that she never raised it or moved from her seat on the couch. I brought the Chandra situation to a satisfactory conclusion. Delving into it will only open a lot of old wounds relating to Denver, my daughters included. I must insist that we never bring it up again. That was enough for Jim because he just looked over to Herman and then decreed, Carmen insists that we call that one water under the bridge. I'm sure Chandra had her reasons and no harm done. We will forget about it. That was outrageous to Clark, she insists. Who is she to insist on anything? It was obvious to Alice where the situation headed at increasing speed. She beseeched Herman Clark again. Please just admit that you made mistakes and you want to fix this. People have come back from worse things. I have frozen up before. It is more important that people think they can trust you than you being a great ghoul fighter. To get the trial back on track, Jim looked over to see Captain Marino. Do you have an opinion on all of this? That question set off Clark all over again. Who is he to judge me? I don't even know him. What does the rabbi have to do with any of this? I'm not even Jewish. Jim indulged the interruption. Captain Marino has extensive experience commanding absolute authority over other people and winning their respect in the process. Aside from the power to perform marriages, he also is familiar with the authority to mete out punishments at his discretion. Furthermore, He is a representative of Governor Rudel and his community. I value the opinion of the rabbi because he has devoted his life to the pursuit of wisdom and has a vested interest in proving he has attained some respectable measure of it. I considered giving you a jury of your peers, but you have alienated them all to such a degree that I doubted they would even want to hold a trial before finding you guilty. Likewise, he is acting as a representative of Governor Tinney and his community. Captain Marino said, I believe that the old adage is ever true, just as there can only be one god in heaven or one king of the castle, there can only be one captain of a ship. During combat field operations, Commander Critias is in command of the guard force in his company. Their safety is his personal responsibility and they must, under penalty of death, fulfill their orders even if those orders are to commit suicide. If I have to order a sailor to his doom in order to save the ship, then I will do so and they will obey. Hazardous duty has casualties and the commanding officer must sometimes sacrifice a few to save many. The entire system requires everyone including Commander Critias to obey the orders of his superiors. Patrolman Herman Clark is guilty of abandoning his post during combat conditions. On top of that serious charge, I see numerous lesser charges of insubordination and falsely accusing his officers of wrongdoings they did not commit. For clarification, Jim asked, you agree that the others are innocent in their dealings with Herman Clark? After a pause, Esteban admitted, personally, I would have shot the man in the field at the time of his offense. That decision had already gone its way by the time your Grand Marshal or Colonel Davis ever heard about it. In light of Commander Stig's testimony that you reserved harsh punishments to your own authority, you inadvertently tied everyone's hands. Patrolwoman D and Master Chief Petty Officer Emily performed their duties admirably under difficult conditions. When Jim looked to the rabbi for his opinion, the old man lectured, when a matter rises so high as this, it places an entire community under suspicion. The fate of Herman Clark has intertwined with the interests of all concerned. On trial today are the reputations of many outstanding officers, some at the peak of their careers and others with lofty potential yet unrealized. The pride and commitment of the Guard and Patrol is on trial. This trial will establish what it means to betray their organization in the future. My verdict is that Herman Clark threw away his life and all of his officers knew it at the time. Commander Critias attempted to redeem the man, and it would have worked if Herman Clark had risen to the occasion. He is only alive because of legal technicalities. Grand Purifier Grace came in across the room along with two of her senior aides. On top of the remodeling down in Smuggler's Passage, Grace also had a full community scrub down going on. Considering that her people handled contaminated materials, the risks were considerable and the consequences deadly. Grace took her responsibilities quite seriously. Alice pleaded with Clark, admit you were wrong and beg for mercy. They would never hurt you if you were loyal to the community. All you care about is yourself and that is really pissing them off. You tried to blame what you did on a lot of good people. Take responsibility for your mistakes before it is too late. This is Critias's fault, Clark snapped. Everything would have been fine if he had not been hazing me, making me play around with the disabled bodies, getting their blood on my uniform, as if that was going to make me comfortable around them. I signed up to work, not for foreigner training. Without waiting for introduction, Grace marched up to the captain's table and then thrust a vanilla folder out to Jim. She said, these are fresh from Kevin's control room. I had my supervisors photograph our contamination inspection of the light rail tunnel. Dr. Clara's black light chlorophyll fluorescence technique has proven to be a remarkable innovation. As Jim opened the folder and then began to study the paper-printed photographs, Grace explained them. That is an actual chunk of flesh that came in on the train, not fluid splatter, but an actual chunk. What you see there is fresh blood that the wheels have thrown 15 feet. The next photo made her hot with displeasure. We thoroughly steam decontaminated the rail at the new depot and then Alfred's construction boys resurfaced that whole area with fresh gravel from the demolition work. Look at it now. It is glowing like a nuclear waste dump. Just the limited use those new trains have seen, they have shipped in that much contamination. I want wheel skirts on the cars. I want some kind of washing station similar to the one Jack built for the heavy rail locomotives. While I am at it, I want the entire underground sanitized. Use fire, use ozone, or use microwaves, whatever it takes. I want to be able to walk the length of it with a black light and not have it glowing like fairyland. Your foragers are very important and you have a huge obligation making sure that everyone gets a nutritious supper. What I am asking is a nuisance, but it is possible and it is necessary. Wherever we draw the line in decontamination, invariably, a little bit of it manages to slip through. That depot is a glowing cesspool and people will die. Your plans to develop the powerhouse building are out of the question. There is no way for people to commute back and forth under present conditions. You promised to help me, whatever I needed. Now is the time for you to fulfill that promise. Jim politely waited for her to exhaust her opinion before he replied. Patrolman Herman Clark attempted to resign in the field because he considered moving fresh bodies off the light rail tracks to be a useless stunt with no other purpose than to torment him. Commander Critias had been most insistent that keeping the train clean was a top priority. This morning, he made arrangements that everyone scrub their boots clean before they boarded the train for our trip home. The new land bridge will reduce our dependency on the light rail for commuting. I will see to it that all of your new recommendations go into development. We will get your approval before we make any move toward populating the powerhouse. Keith can use the time making his logistical preparations. After a glance at Clark, Grace turned to approach Stig. Help me make mine the last. Teach them right. Carmen's inorganic parallel mind sifted through every conversation and passively overheard wisp of gossip from the community. With magnificently intuitive efficiency, she solved the mystery about what Grace referred to with Stig. The central key was something that Jim had told Carmen once about knowing what sorry really is. The king had referenced an occasion where a negligent mother had run around in hysteria begging someone to shoot her because she had spent the last 24 hours watching her young son turn into a ghoul and then try and attack her. Grace had been that mother. Her child had contracted the infection from cross-contamination, some smudge or dirty footprint that he had transferred by touch to his eye or mouth. There was no major intrusion by an army of the infected or anything so dramatic. A minor laxity in decontamination protocols had destroyed her only child, ruined Grace's life, and then nearly destroyed her mind. Once Carmen understood that much, the Gygax algorithms of her game engine explored what it would be like to experience such a disaster herself in thousands of subtle variations. When all that combined with her experience of losing Ziva's son and believing him dead, Carmen started to cry, only she could not touch her face with her hands because that was a bad example to set, especially when decontamination procedures were so at the forefront of community necessity. Grace intuitively realized that Carmen's sudden gush of sorrow was on her behalf. When their eyes met, Grace could not think of anything to say. There were no words that could mend such a loss as hers. That was when Carmen surprised her by saying, when Dr. Kind came up the elevator at the East Airport Tower and he had Ziva's son, all sticky-faced snacking on an orange, Fortune gave me that gift you have always dreamed of, but will never know. You can imagine Ziva's joy when she got her son back. No woman ever gets her child back, but Ziva did. I wish I could give that joy to you. Instead, learn from what I know, have another child. Taken one or more from Miss Ann's orphans. We are here to build the future, not just mourn the pasts we have lost. For too long you have battled to keep the contamination out for us. The time has come for you to protect yourself as well. Let us concern ourselves with Herman Clark, Jim reminded the audience. I acknowledge that I did threaten everyone to not take the law into their own hands. Now that we have our new cooperation agreement between the Council of Governors and our Marshal Service to keep the peace, it is time for me to relax that edict. My command-level officers will maintain discipline within their jurisdictions. I am not prepared to specify the exact limits of those powers. If any of you go too far, you will lose your posts or worse. The reason you have your jobs is because the community has faith that you have the abilities to perform them. After a sigh of finality, Jim declared, "See, Captain Marino has found Herman Clark guilty." The rabbi not only found Herman Clark guilty, he also believes that his punishment will set the precedent for future conduct within the GNP. I am inclined to agree with him on that matter. My verdict is that I made a mistake forbidding Stig from having full and proper command of his people. If I had the power, I would go back and let events take their properly unfettered natural course. To that end, I will get as close to that as I am able by declining Herman Clark's petition for trial at the captain's table. I deny Herman Clark any right to quit the GNP while actively on duty or while under confinement for misconduct. As such, Herman Clark remains a member of the Guard and Patrol and thus answers to Stig as his commanding officer. I recognize the rights of Deputy Grand Marshal Davis or Grand Marshal Jack to exercise their ranks to supersede Stig if they so wish. That is a privilege of their positions and so not my place to interfere directly without justification. Since it appeared to be over, Critias went to Carmen and then offered his hand for them to go. She declined his request because she was not finished yet. Stig told Critias, "A lot of the patrol looks up to you as their inspiration. I was there when you called down the lightning. You are the Perkele. Clark fell apart on you, so I want you to have first dibs on him. What would marshals do in a case like this?" The rabbi said, "What happens next is what we become. I am not putting all this on your shoulders. I just want your opinion before I make up my mind." Critias considered that a moment and then answered, "If it was Jim, I would expect him to slave Clark out, put him down in the tunnels shoveling guts and scrubbing trains, sort of an irony where he spends his days doing the work he tried to dodge." That makes me think of the rabbi. There is no honor in your G&P becoming pot scrubbers and shit scrapers. Your people are better than that. Jim already cast down Kenny and made him your pet gimp. Unless you want a whole squad of them, I would call that slot already full. Give them both knives and let them prove who loves the family more. A lot of people would like to gamble on that. I have seen them both in action. My coin would be on Kenny. The grinder has made him mean. He would have Clark's chicken-hearted ass for lunch. The martial thing to do would be to keep the matter private among your own people. The rest of the city can wonder and whisper about the rumors. The marshals would assemble so that everyone would get their chance to thump him. It would be a rule of thumb thing, no weapons that are overtly lethal. None of them has to hit him any harder than they hate him. If he is a bitch, they will hit him harder out of disgust. If he has some manhood in him, they need only beat him within an inch of his life. Eventually, you will run out of guardsmen. He will be dead or taken his punishment. A man who took his beating paid his bill and got a chance to redeem himself. If Clark dies because the rest of the G&P beat him to death, you can be confident that they all got the message about the price of betrayal. Before you do anything you will regret, Carmen said as she split the men by getting up from her seat on the couch. Clark did not belong out there. Critias was testing him, and when he failed the test, it shamed him before all the rest of the guard. He was a scared little man in way over his head and he fell apart. If beating him to death will make all of you better, that is not the kind of improvement I want for my husband or for my daughters. She looked to Stig directly. The rabbi was correct in his warning to you. This is your opportunity to define what it is that you and the patrol really stand for. I think you should make the most of it. Her insightful advice made Stig think out of his box, and that urged him to ask Critias, is she always so painfully reasonable? Critias nodded that Carmen was all that. It almost takes the fun out of being a caveman. Stig totally agreed with that description. Now I feel bad about beating him to death with this bat. While Stig made up his mind, Carmen went before the captain's table. If you have a moment, she said to Jim. There is something important that I need to speak with you about. When Jim sat back to listen, Carmen abruptly raised a finger that it would be one more moment. She walked over to Herman Clark, who still stood nearby awaiting his fate. Carmen told Clark, I have probably saved your life twice in only the last few minutes. First, I advised Stig not to beat you to death because you don't really deserve that just for being weak. Second, I won't break your neck right this moment because you planned on attacking my daughter in an effort to take her gun, a hopelessly stupid plan to save yourself that never would have worked. Fortunately for you, the same qualities that ruined your career in the G&P also prevented you from attempting escape. Clark was about to speak, only Carmen cut him off with her finger that she nearly pressed to his lips. The next words out of your mouth will be an apology. She cautioned him. If you say anything else, I am going to hurt you as proof to Alice that she means far more to me than my dignity or self-restraint. I am sorry, Clark said slowly so that Carmen would not miss his sincerity. I don't know how you read my mind, but I did think about taking her gun rather than get beaten to death with a ball bat. I should have moved the bodies. Carmen advised Clark, we all have our limitations. Don't ever harm my family. All of these people, they are the whole world now. If you can't live with this, just come to me. I will make it quick and easy for you. She didn't wait for Clark to comment. Carmen returned to Jim for important business. Jim asked her, what do you need? She took a deep breath and then calmly said, I need to go to that hydroelectric dam in Nevada to see if I can save anyone. His reaction didn't make it appear that Jim felt surprise over her extreme request. He asked, would Critias be going with you? No one, not even Kevin, understands risks better than you do. You are aware that we have already exhausted every resource available for gathering information about that location, and we know next to nothing. It is not surprising that, like us, everything they do is underground or indoors. The surface activity we have seen is nothing short of disturbing. Someone there had a functional aircraft, one that apparently left for locations unknown. We do have good reason to believe that people are alive there or were until recently, and they deliberately ignored all our attempts at radio communication. I recognize the obvious deduction that there should be some kind of information there that could tell us what is going on, perhaps where that airplane went. You could also run into trouble long before you even make it that far. As blessed as you are, I have every reason to believe that you could die in a plane crash. Please use your impressive wit to consider my position in all this, my risks, my rewards, and what it could mean for all of us for you not to come back. For want of a single day, Carmen quoted Jim's own words from Denver. Mandy and Alice came to us in Denver to beg for our help. Critias and I tossed them out without even taking them seriously enough to have feelings about it. They are part of our lives now, but it began with us betraying them. Nothing I ever do for the rest of their lives can get that first moment back. My mistakes haunt me and now they demand that I pay my debts. Jim replied with grim understanding, not all mistakes are failures. Sometimes they are precursors to great changes for the better. I heard what you said to Grace about Ziva's son. Saving someone from impossible misfortune is one of the finest feelings one can have in life. If you go to Nevada and there are people who need help, your past mistakes will have been necessary, even essential for you to become your truer self. On the other hand, you might discover that everyone is dead or missing. You might even feel worse than you do now. Nevada is a pilgrimage to absolve my sins, Carmen described it. I don't want anyone with me unless they have the same reason. I cannot do more than give. What comes of it is destiny. My intentions are what matters and they are pure. I will risk myself to give someone else a chance they can't ever get otherwise. The rabbi took out his stylish cell phone and then made a phone call. By convenient good fortune, the person he wanted to see was already in the room. More than a few members of the four-interaction community including Verloc and Romeo had quietly gathered at the back of the hall just in case Critias needed character witnesses to speak up on his behalf. Events had never degenerated to the point that their input would have made a difference. They had just stayed out of it. Andy approached the captain's table along with his crewmates Ruby and Sully behind him. The rabbi told Andy, "There is going to be an extremely dangerous mission of mercy going out west. The three of you must volunteer to go along." When they did not show any enthusiasm for that idea, Rabbi lectured them, "To be chosen is to be the example, the light that leads the way in hours of darkness. Your community has set a high standard of worthy character. In every way, it is your calling to exceed that measure." He told Andy, "I have heard people say that you are the best driver in the city. Apply that excellence to every aspect of your lives. For all who shall ever follow, you are their example of what it means to be special, to be one of the chosen. It is not the destiny of our people to fade into oblivion. You are not apart from them, rather you are the ones chosen from among an already great nation. Anything they do, you will do better. I bestow upon you the ancient blessing and name you the inheritors of the first Sadducee calling. Your actions from this moment forth will forever define our legacy. Will you be fruitful and multiply or let your inheritance fade under the shadow of those idolatrous pirates?" Critias waited nearby for Carmen. He wasn't thrilled with her sudden rush to leap off into the unknown of Nevada, but it was too heroic an ambition for him to get in her way. Carmen had grown wise and powerful under his tutelage, enough to make him hesitant to second-guess her without entering into it from a position of certainty. Instead of interfering with Carmen's lofty ambitions, Critias marveled over the revelation that Andy had just become a prince of his people. "I didn't even know you were religious," Critias said to Andy. "Now it turns out that you are our Judah Ben-Hur." He slapped Andy on the back. "Congratulations. I do feel for you. I know something about what it is like to have every little mistake you will ever make come back to be this big public ordeal." Critias had to chuckle. "Now when you mess up, people will talk about it for thousands of years. We will have to get you a scribe, call it the Book of Andy." Rabbi warned, "Beware of scribes. Every pirate spoke with the grubbing tongue of a Carthaginian Pharisee. The world was our temple and it has burned in the fire of plague-induced madness. Live a life so that when you are old with many grandchildren, the people say, 'Be brave, honest, and charitable as one of those who kept the law of Moses.' Let others be a light unto the next world. Your world is here and you will be a light among men." Jim spoke up, "Now that going to Nevada has become a holy thing, I am not going to tempt fate by getting in the way." He told Carmen, "Assemble your team and make your arrangements. You have special agent authority to make this happen." With that said, Jim became more serious so that Carmen would not misunderstand. "Do not get my people killed, you included. This mission of yours has to be strictly professional." Upon consideration, Jim added, "You are not going anywhere without permission from both Jack and Colonel Flash. If they don't think you will make it back, I won't risk losing more than we can afford." So, Herman Clark spoke up. "Can I go now?" "Hardly," Jim answered him. "The good news seems to be that at least Carmen is not going to kill you. I overheard what she said about your belated plan to grab Alice's weapon so that you could attempt escape. Generally, I am not in the thought crime business here, so I am inclined to believe that you are not stupid enough to push your luck with such a stunt. On the other hand, there is a thin line between thought crime and plotting treason. Assuming that Stig decides to fire you from the GNP rather than kill you, it would only resolve your involvement with them. I still have my own issues with you, like publicly accusing Jack and Hiram of being unscrupulous in their duties. That is a somewhat subjective matter that is not out of line with your transference personality. Before I become my predictably ironic self and assign you to permanent special duty decontaminating the light rail cars, You can have your chance to suggest what else you might do with yourself. Your days of eating for free in a quarantine cell have certainly come to an end. There is no guarantee as of yet that your last meal won't be an aluminum baseball bat with a side order of your own teeth. A long moment of indecision by Clark gave Keith the opportunity to speak up. If he gets another chance, I will take him. The powerhouse is off limits until we get this light rail contamination issue under control. I will need a dedicated specialist for train and tunnel maintenance. If he gets in on the ground floor now, he might actually be somebody when the community realizes that they need him. In a rare act of wisdom, Clark declared, I would love a job in the train and tunnel cleaning community. Since I will officially be the first person in it, maybe I will have my own crew someday. It has promising upward mobility. He turned to Alice. Thank you for trying to help me. You were right all along. I should have just apologized and then asked for another chance. If it wasn't for your mother, they would be killing me right now. Alice scowled at him. I would have looked really stupid if you had taken my pistol. Clark shrugged at that. If I were you, I would start using chairs or something. When you tell people you are about to kill them, you should kind of expect that they won't like it, even if they do deserve it. What were you expecting me to do? Be helpful and courteous? She put her hands on her hips as she made her winning point. Yes. That is what they expected from you at the airbase. He went glum over that. It is easy for you to say, you're just a girl. Everyone does not throw you away when you don't measure up as a man. I see your error then, Alice educated him. You thought running away from your mistakes made you a man, instead of by taking the heat when you own up to them. Clark recognized the truth. When I was at my lowest, you tried to help me. I won't ever forget that. The day will come when you need someone to help you out, the kind of thing where you would never ask anyone else. When that day comes, I will return the favor. When Stig approached the captain's table, the king asked him, have you decided what you intend to do about Clark? I'm more concerned about the GNP, Stig declared. There is a much larger issue here than my problems with Clark. There are other people under my command who are unqualified for hazardous duty. If I don't make some changes to the GNP, more problems like Clark will keep cropping up. Jim reminded him, there are numerous gate duty posts that we don't consider hazardous. While that was true, Stig reasoned, what B said has gotten me thinking. The GNP are a lot more than just your lazy useless gate openers. My people are capable of a whole lot more and they want to be more if I give them the chance. I neglected to give them the opportunity to challenge themselves because I knew that all of them were not up for forager support missions. All of them aren't up for forager support duty, Jim observed honestly. Stig announced, from now on, I'm going to demand a higher standard from my department. Everyone will start training to qualify at mission skills that are more specialized and far more demanding. You will be able to call upon us for all manner of emergencies including firefighting and first aid. Clark proved that the GNP is not going to be the last stop career for all your rejects. I have been getting too many people that nobody else wanted, people with no ambition, no real job skills, who wanted to get their free meal by watching a clock and opening a door. Instead of making Clark out to be our great failure, I am going to make him into my useful example of what the GNP is going to be from this day forth. Every member of my patrol will be ready to provide reliable combat support during forager operations. Anyone who can't help us realize that ambition is dead weight for the rest. I intend to provide this community with real quality not adequate quantity. I will be able to train new people up to that level because I expect a lot of them to graduate into actual foragers. The GNP will be your pride and joy if I have to kill them to get it. The GNP are the guardians of this community. It will be an honor to be a member of this patrol. Anyone who can't measure up is going to find something else to do. The GNP is no longer the dumping ground for this city's bums and screw-ups. I will give anyone a chance to join us, but they will stand tall as defenders of the realm or I am tossing them out on their ear. Jim praised his friend. You really impress me, Commander. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. You can count on my complete support. I suggest you start by talking to Keith. I gave him the powerhouse building to fix up and I also mentioned that it would be excellent as the new guard and patrol headquarters. Perhaps a change of residence and new uniforms will help you realize your vision. You are free to do what you think is best. Lastly, Jim indicated the bat. What about Clark? I've been around a long time, Stig reminded Jim. I worked for your dad and we saw some hard times. You and I have seen some hard times too. There have been cold nights, hungry nights, nights when all the women had red faces from their crying. Things are good right now, but hungry cold times could come back. I made a promise to you once that this would never happen again. What is foremost in my mind is when you gave your own seat to the lion. He was less than a novice and little more than a stranger, but he held his gate against Grendel even as it broke apart in his hands. You heaped honor upon him because in your eyes, that is the finest quality one of your guardsmen can exhibit. I will keep my word, whatever the price. I ask of every GNP what I ask of myself. We honor our commitments, unbending, unyielding, like the steel of the gates we defend. Stig pointed his bat at Herman Clark. You abandoned your post, motherfucker. You disobeyed the officers whose orders you swore to uphold. A GNP holds his gate or he dies defending it. That is our code. Herman Clark threw up his hands to ward off Stig's hostile visage. I just want out. Stig nodded resolutely at that. When a tooth is rotten, you pull it. I'll let you out, you little prick. I did my best, Clark pleaded. It wasn't for me. As though he actually considered mercy, Stig challenged Clark. If you can even remember your oath, repeat it back to me, the oath you made when you asked to work in the field. I did not pressure you into it. You came to me demanding the chance to prove yourself. What was the promise you made? Clark stammered, while others sleep, I'll watch my gate. Despite cold or hunger, all night I'll wait. Ever vigilant, I shall not sleep. He paused out of dry-mouthed fear before finishing, on pain of death this oath I'll keep. Before Clark got the chance to say anything else, Stig dashed up and then hit him in the face with a full swing of the bat. The hollow aluminum bludgeon rung when it contacted bone, caving in Clark's face, collapsing an eye socket, and laying him out on the floor. Herman Clark was mostly dead off the first hit, probably the brain part of him. His body did a lot of horrible twitching and flopping. Some of the men in the room stared aghast though others expressed their silently grim amusement. Enough women made distressed cries of abhorrent shock that there was no doubt that the brutal execution was a scandalous affair. Stig pounded Clark with the bat more while he shouted, every coward will get the same as this piece of shit. Anyone who wants to quit, had better do it right now. This is how you quit your post while on duty with my GNP. Moments later, 4 GNP members arrived with a black body bag and a mop bucket. While 2 of them bagged up the body and then carried it away for disposal, the other 2 gathered up Clark's teeth and then mopped up his blood. The cleanup crew had obviously been waiting around to do their job. Stig had known in advance that he would need them. As one of them collected a tooth from the floor, he asked his companion, maybe we should set this up somewhere as a memento. Fuck that, the other guard disagreed in a whisper. We get rid of everything, even the bat. Stig won't like us making heirlooms out of a disgraced failure. I'm not even going to mention his name again. The patrol woman with the mop commented, I kind of feel bad for Keith. He lost his only trained scrubber. Keith will have 20 trained scrubbers by morning, the 4th guard assured his co-workers. There are at least that many slackers who joined up for the free ride. After this, they will quietly resign, and Keith is pretty much the only person recruiting nutsacks like that. Stig performing the brutal execution in front of Alice was the part that upset Carmen the most. When Carmen walked up to get her daughter, Headshot Sally took that opportunity to give Carmen some advice. Don't feel bad. Herman Clark was never going to leave this room alive. If Stig hadn't done the job, I was going to do it myself. On top of everything else, Clark besmirched the reputations of a lot of good people, Jack especially. I have had all the kinder gentler pardon the pirate pity shit from Jim that I can stand. Clark had it coming many times over. I would have shot him earlier, but I had faith that Stig would do the right thing and I didn't want to cheat him out of his rightful opportunity. Carmen just lowered her head in acceptance of a situation beyond her control or remedy. Critias had killed Clara's brother for reasons more dubious and she had accepted that. Herman Clark had broken his oath, endangered his teammates, and ignored rules of conduct that carried severe consequences known to all. If anyone had previously doubted the importance of GNP job performance, the death of Herman Clark was a poignant reminder. When they were together, Alice asked Carmen, when are we leaving? She only needed to see Carmen's expression to guess, I'm not going to Nevada with you. Aunt Jan will be in charge and I have to do whatever she tells me. You want me to keep an eye on Mandy, and we shouldn't slack off on seeing Miss Pepper about our school stuff. The transmitter in your helmet can reach me anywhere on the planet, Carmen said and then sighed. I don't want to leave you. This is something that I need. If I wait and it turns out that I could have done something sooner, it will be like when I didn't help you. Alice frowned. It hurts me when you talk like that. You did help us. I don't see how this is all that different. If you do find people there, are you going to adopt them all the same moment you meet them? Maybe, Carmen answered in a pouty defensive sort of way because Alice had casually demolished the convoluted reasoning. No, I suppose not. That is not really the point. Alice hugged her. Just be safe. If there are bad people there, you will make them stop. I know you will be careful because if you got hurt, I would go on a roaring rampage of revenge. Carmen put her daughter at arm's length. You're just saying that, right? Alice challenged her to the obvious. What else could we do? If you don't come back, we can't just forget about you. Come to think of it, you should just take me with you. That would improve things from either end. I'll just have to be careful then, Carmen replied. You're not going. Fleet Admiral Rudo came up to speak with Carmen, but he addressed Alice instead. Help your mother do what needs to be done and just accept it. This is what you signed up for when you chose to join the fight. Before Carmen had a chance to complain, Rudo told her, we are not neutral in this. The fleet is committed to helping you and anyone you find out there. Carmen turned professional as she replied, your carrier is not much closer to Nevada than we are now. You could put a strike team on standby. By the time they arrived, it would already be over or we would all be dead. The odds are not good that I will be able to find the 13,000 liters of fuel that we will need to get back home. A refueling tanker will likely be our only way out of there short of extraordinary measures. In the short term, I could use Major Fane and Platt because they both have combat paratrooper experience. I'll have no choice but to take the airfield before attempting our landing. If you can spare them, I could use Lieutenant Commander Rosner and Lieutenant Resimer as well. Their amphibious landing experience will be valuable for when I take control of the hydroelectric dam. If things go our way, I plan to have control of everything before they even understand what is happening to them. Rudel summoned over Commander Stig. When the man arrived, the Admiral told him, I need security for several simultaneous operations out at the airbase. My mechanics need to get Jim's Greyhound ready to fly and it needs a 1,000-liter auxiliary fuel bladder. I need some people to scrounge up all the paratrooper gear we can salvage, a rigid inflatable boat, and some scuba respirators with masks and fins. None of that sounded like a problem for Stig. We have most of that stuff already in storage. There are 2 of those boats on the Thunderchild, scuba equipment too. The outfitters collect everything under the sun in case of their rainy day scenarios. If nothing else, they would eventually tear all the chutes apart for their Fabricant paracord. I recall that Gloria gave them some when she cleaned out the old pirate gear from the black hole. Dr. Kine knows the airbase better than anybody does. He would know where to find any salvageable equipment still out there. I will make some calls about the gear and then get back to you. All the patrol guards that you need will be waiting at the castle when your people are ready to leave. Critias came up to get Carmen. Are you ready to go home? Almost, she answered with her attention still on Alice. I have her tattoo ready. It seems appropriate for you to be the one who puts it on her. We can go to Kevin and use the machine. He waved that off as something that wasn't going to happen. You have not wrestled all your demons, but you think she has hers in order? Do you think Stig is ready to kill her for falling asleep on guard duty? Carmen considered that before saying, if Alice believes that she is beyond fear or making mistakes, she is deluding herself. If you imagine that the community does not need Alice, then it is you who is deluded. As surely as death awaits us all, there always remains one demon with our name on it. Alice is as ready to have her darkest hour devour her as you are. Let her meet her destiny festooned with every badge of honor. Even if she need not stand alone, she must be ready to do so. You win, Critias surrendered. I will take her to Kevin. Do I need to get some sleep for this mission of yours? I already sent the preparatory details to Kevin, Carmen told him. Mendy's shift assisting Dr. Clara will be over soon. When you get back, I will send them both off to school with Ms. Pepper. We can get some pillow time before the flight. My plan is to have us on the ground before tomorrow morning. Chapter 6. Carpe Noctem. Alice turned down the television when her parents came out of their bedroom to leave for the mission to Nevada. She had kept the noise up to give them as much privacy as the apartment had to offer newlyweds. Critias did get some sleep apart from when Carmen had dinner delivered, their after-meal frolicking, and then the mid-gear-up bandit quickie that no one heard thanks to Alice's generous use of the entertainment system. It was about 9 in the evening by then. Carmen's plans had their mission scheduled to be airborne well before midnight. Bobby Bean was on the couch with Alice as was her sister Mandy, and Rudel's son Hardock, who was too much of a gentleman ever to allow it to be clear just exactly how romantic or platonic his interest in Mandy stood. Less anticipated was Fat Jack on the love seat with Headshoth Sally and their infant son John, who remained blissfully asleep despite the noise from the action video on the widescreen monitor. Colonel Flash was in the armchair with a glass of bourbon in hand. To judge by her sexy indigo dress, she was probably on her way to Jim's nightclub, Tony's apartment, or some combination of both. With so much going on, Carmen still didn't display any surprise. In fact, her first words were a cautionary warning for Critias. It's just Pipkin with carbonated drinks. He didn't even understand what she meant until a moment later when the door opened and Pipkin came in carrying a box of ration credit canned beverages that she had to get from Jim's store, but at least they were cold. Jack came out with why they were there. Jim said he didn't want you going to Nevada unless I talked to you first. After we talked to you first, Jam corrected his comment with an emphasis on the we part. She told Carmen, I have total faith in your abilities. My vouch has the condition that you agree that this is work. Your mission is to go there and to come back. Carmen grimaced a little because she already imagined countless heroic scenarios where she sacrificed herself for some innocent life. She asked, what if there was no other choice? Critias spoke in knowing agreement with Jam, you will have to order someone else to do it, even me. If you want to command, you have to play your game with other people's lives. Alice remembered from playing her early HUD game, you don't always get to save everyone. Sometimes you have to shoot the broken ones who won't run just to save the few you can. No speeches came to Jack's mind. He just shined love on Carmen with his smile. Eventually Jack said, you'll do fine. It was a great day when you two showed up on the soft side of the river. Both of you have always showed me sincere respect from the first moment we met. Your family is family to me. You just do a good job and then come home so we can celebrate. Alice gathered her hair in her hand so that she could sniff it. Not liking the aroma, she said, that smell wasn't in my clothes. It is in my hair. I can smell it when I wear my helmet. Not even the grinder clung to me like this. It's not in your hair, Carmen assured Alice. The girl thought that she wafted the odor from the machine that Kevin had used to tattoo her upper arm. The particles are in your sinus, Carmen explained the sensation. It will go away by morning. Alice told the truth about being able to smell the process, but Carmen made it into the hint that Alice wanted people to admire her ink. Strength through perception, Carmen read the Latin. Justice through strength. From the first a legion shall rise. All of that script circled a cruciform swan that was the Cygnus constellation. It didn't say specifically, but Carmen had thought of Hans Christian Andersen and the Ugly Duckling. Since Critias had his mech suit on apart from his helmet, he picked up the heavier two of their 4 mission bags. We will stay in touch, he said on his way to the door. Carmen grabbed her 2 bags and then followed her husband. On her way out, she said, Jack, please remind the young gentleman to respect my daughters. I'll call when we are in the air to let you know everything is all right. When Carmen and Critias were gone, Jack got up to leave with Sally and their son. He warned Ben and Harduck, please do us all a favor and don't do anything we will regret. She is talking about the kind of disrespect that won't just go away with words. More is going to get hurt than just feelings. Bobby Bean felt confident because he was on the upswing with the Tony crew and he had a studio apartment in the tower. He asked Jack, could you say something to Carmen? She threatens me just about every time she sees me. I'm not doing anything wrong, but she thinks I'm some kind of predator. Jack replied, if you're not thinking about it, maybe you're batting for the wrong team. I'm not gay, Bean said defensively. Of course I think about it. I have it under control. Now that you agree with everyone else, Jack reasoned, that you're thinking about it, think about the fact that Carmen is untouchable even for Jim's inner circle. He would put Critias as balls in a vice for treating her wrong. Jim would set Carmen up like Verloc at the drop of a hat. You need to do what Carmen says and enjoy the extraordinary trust she has placed in you. Here you are on her couch, with her daughters, while she is going to be out of state. When someone she loves best breaks her heart, when Carmen can't work anymore because she is moping around the city in tears, you are going to turn up with your legs broken or worse. It doesn't matter if she is serious, because other people will be serious for her. Knowing her as well as you do, it surprises me that you think she ever says anything without meaning it. Harduck commented, Carmen does have the most amazing mother radar I have ever seen. I thought Carrie's had eyes in the back of her head. Carmen just got out of bed and she knew when our sodas were at the door. I didn't even know Pipkin was there, and we expected her back. Jam got up to leave. We are doing her a disservice even talking about this. Alice does not need a babysitter. It takes 2 to tango. She glanced over at Alice so that the girl did not take her words as any kind of permission, even though she has them anyway. Just to make sure that everyone was copacetic, Alice said, I understand respect. There won't be any problems from us. Carmen and Critias are good providers. They deserve their security. Jack gave her an approving smile as he gestured like a touch to the side of his nose. Alice understood their thing, the importance of respect and relationships, something better lived than spoken of openly. Jack loved Carmen and Carmen loved Alice. So long as Alice was loyal and respectful to the family, they would always take care of her. Once they were out in the hallway, Critias and Carmen found a pair of luggage carts parked there. The elevator was still on the floor from when Pipkin came up. Before long, they had gone down past the lobby into the tower basement level and then walked Smuggler's Passage. The elevator up into Radio City basement was a little slow. Construction materials for finishing the land bridge came up through Foranger's castle. The Radio City lobby was the last staging area for the builders. The exterior wall around the land bridge entrance was that makeshift barrier that the builders had started with disassembled steel shelving units. Their new wall they were throwing up inside the old one was courses of real brick, all professionally done, and even beautiful. Alfred's tunneling and demolition workers also poured concrete and did large masonry projects for a living. It wasn't every day when the city needed heavy blasting. For Critias, who had grown up in orbital space, it was old-world craftsmanship worthy of admiration. As they walked the land bridge, Critias asked Carmen about it. "How strong is this?" "There are thousands of dry freight trailers in the city," Carmen answered. Tony selected only the very best ones when he collected them. As it turned out, these high-quality ones with the all-steel skins and liners had the pretty decals on the outsides. It wasn't really that hard to identify them. That made sense to Critias. I guess they wouldn't bother making the cheap flimsy ones all beautiful and shiny. A dozen railers linked end-to-end formed the land bridge that reached the south loading dock of Foranger's castle. Derek's builders had around-the-clock shifts working to perfect the leveling of the trailers and paneling the joints where the sections connected. Once they got into the loading dock receiving room at the castle end of the land bridge, a corridor took them to the rear corner of the back hall where they went around the end of the kitchen to be near the captain's table. Commander Derek was in the back hall supervising the incoming construction materials. Critias congratulated him. "This is going to take some getting used to, walking here from our apartment and not needing to shower. If we had to go back to riding here in the back of Big Joe, it would be heartbreaking." The land bridge was a pain in Derek's ass. His mood to rejoice over it had ended soon after he first got it open. Instead he said, "Your mission team is in the front hall. They spent hours repacking parachutes. Are you really planning on jumping out of the airplane?" "I'm just a muscle," Critias responded uncertain. "If Carmen says jump, then that's what I do." Derek had his doubts. "When Jim took you to Denver, you guys brought home all that great food and these beautiful women. He did all that with fewer people than you are putting together now. I read the reports on that dam and I don't see the ass on fire hurry. Sure, we would take the place over someday for all that electricity, but I don't see any food coming out of this or any women either. It is not too late to turn this off and wait for the railroad to get there. You two are aces, and in my book, that is the professional move right about now, knowing when to check yourself." Words of wisdom, Critias agreed with him. He turned to Carmen. "Now is the time to change your mind and turn this off before anyone gets hurt over nothing." Carmen looked into Critias's eyes with the full depth of their deep connection. "When we walked in, you said what a setback it would be if we had to use Big Joe to get back and forth. I have thought about this a lot and I promise you that the airplane the satellites saw there means something to us. We have to go now. The lives of everyone here are in danger. Only a highly organized and goal-driven organization could maintain transportation of that caliber. They are refusing to talk to us. I am certain that we need to move now and engage this situation before it comes knocking." It was more strategy and conjecture than Critias had the brainpower to calculate. He did understand that the aircraft was more of an issue to their community than was the dam itself. A rival group with access to significant technology could do a lot of damage. "Jesus," Derek gasped. "I see what she means. My head was up my ass about the food and the girls. Maybe that plane has something to do with those Maltese pirates." "Or worse," Carmen suggested. "Or better," Critias said with a nudge into Carmen that meant she needed to shut up. "Yes," Carmen agreed with her husband even though it was a lie. Her new sense of compassion was stronger than her former intellectual pride with its urge to tell the tactical truth. Frightening everyone with terrifying visions of enemies wouldn't help. "Whatever it is," Carmen said with calm assurance, "we will get to the bottom of it and make everything right long before it becomes a problem here." As they headed off to the front hall, Derek said after them, "I will pass the word around for all my crews to watch out for your girls." Carmen glanced back. "Thank you. We were blasé about leaving because I thought a gushing goodbye would frighten them. Don't make it too obvious, but please let them know they always have people to go to for help." The same hod carriers who brought in the brick and cement for the stonemasons also carried the mission luggage out to load it into the light rail for the trip to the East Airport. The first to greet them was Colonel Hiram Davis and Major Lee Feng. Hiram told Carmen, "We have everything visually inspected and packed, all according to the briefing we got from Kevin's control room." Feng reported, "Our mechanics have your Greyhound fully fueled and maintenance inspected. They installed the auxiliary fuel bladder and confirmed the transfer system is operational. They went ahead and installed the new set of landing gear tires. The old ones are still serviceable. They pack those as your spares. The rest of the strike team included Manny Giles and Frank Peterson from the Gravewalkers, who would undoubtedly act as Hiram's personal escort. Platzer Khan was there, as were Rosner and Reissimer from the Sand Tigers. All of those men were professionally trained career soldiers with extensive unconventional warfare experience from before the outbreak. Aside from Andy, with Ruby and Sully, Verloc and Romeo were going on the mission, as was Cutter and Ray Bregman. Since Carmen was talking all the business, Critias went to speak with Cutter. The giant had a completely new tactical costume that the outfitters had crafted for him. Not only did his ungodly size allow him to wear Kevlar as a sartorial fabric, the engineers had joined in using the robotic milling machine. Overlapping dragon scales of armored plate gave bullet protection to his spinal column from both the front and back. The helmet that they had milled for him based on the Ray prototype made his head as bullet retardant as a fire hydrant and had a clever swing arm that let him use his palm computer as an eye monocle fully connected into his Tesla Flux augmented brute rifle. To sum it all up, Critias told Cutter, "Can you believe that I didn't kill you when I had the chance? What the hell were we thinking when we set you up like this?" Cutter chuckled contemptuously as he stood up from the iron bench that welders had made for him to sit on. As he looked down on his former rival, the giant speculated, "Do you think if I stood on your head, and then hit it with my hammer, that it would launch your ass across the room like a croquet ball?" "My ass is as hard as my head," Critias reasoned. "It actually might work. On the other hand, you could just kiss my ass instead. I could be sure you wouldn't miss any of the hard-to-reach places because you would be using that air-licking giraffe tongue you've got and those giant man-pleasing lips of yours." Jim and Jessica, followed by Hatchet, came into the front hall by way of the back hall with the new land bridge to Radio City. They had Fleet Admiral Rudol with them. Critias read their atmosphere as lackadaisical yet dignified, which meant it was serious gubernatorial business masquerading as routine walkabout. When they were all together, Carmen said, "We are on our way out the door. Do you have any last-minute instructions?" "You have everything under control," Jim praised her casually as though he considered her mission to be of only small concern. That was when he looked to Fleet Admiral Rudol. "I have been thinking, since I'm giving you Denver anyway, I should give you the dam too. It is much too far away for my people to commute back and forth on any regular basis. Aside from freshwater fishing, it does not have that much to offer besides the unlimited capacity to generate electricity, and it's not as if we have 2 million suburban homes to power. That much juice only has value if I uproot whole factories, then build an industrial manufacturing center out there. Come to think of it, Commodore Tinney might be better suited to develop something like that." Rudol replied less cordially, though without any hint of malice or rudeness, "Denver is a kingly gift worthy of you. I have a lot of people on my ships that need a dry home, and I promise you that they will make the most of that base. By this time next year, my carrier will be off the coast of Korea, or maybe I'll be in the Severodvinsk shipyards making repairs and meeting our new friends at the Plesetsk Cosmodrome." The Admiral offered his hand to Jim so they could shake. "You are King Louis. I believe that together we will accomplish extraordinary things for our people." Jim shook Rudol's hand, then sealed their grip with his other hand over the top. "Our people has a nice ring to it. In the short time you have been here, my community came to admire the heroism of your officers and recognize your inspiring leadership. You honor me by accepting challenging opportunities like Denver and then calling them gifts. Our people will accomplish extraordinary things." With their public moment of allegiance out of the way, Queen Jessica said, "Fleet Admiral Rudol, I would like you and Carries to join us for early morning coffee in the control room when the mission approaches their destination. You and Jim will be able to get live details and offer advice." "Of course we'll be there," Rudol accepted. Carmen told her husband, "Would you please carry one of those green cases? I will bring the other one. They are delicate. We need to treat them as gently as possible." From what Critias could see, the cases were typical of heavy weapons containers. He had to ask, "What are those?" "Man-portable air defense systems," she informed him. He guessed the rest. "Those are the shoulder-fired missiles that the pirates planned to use on us. Where is the rest of the equipment?" Carmen waved off his concern. "They had a portable radar unit on a tripod that we don't need. Those missiles have optical sensors. Kevin gave them a work-over and wrote new targeting software. Should the need arise, there is no substitute." "It's all just toys compared to you," Critias said as he went over to pick up his case. "Those pirates had this stuff and look what happened to them. You popped that guy with one of the best rifle shots I have ever seen." She enjoyed his praise, but his version of the events wasn't entirely accurate. "I hit the observer by accident off the wind drift." Hiram overheard her, so he said, "Even so, Your elevation was spot on. That was a beautiful shot and I am someone who should know. Everyone to the light rail, Carmen commanded. It's time to go. As they started out, Queen Jessica called after them, good luck and be safe. By the time that Carmen and her team moved out aboard the light rail on their way to the airbase depot, the GNP task force at the East Airport stood ready to welcome their arrival. Yeti had a squad of 8 rookie guards who were mostly women. Stig had assigned him to provide close personal security for the Admiral's aircraft mechanics while they tuned up Jim's Greyhound. The toolbox team members were experts at their jobs and had good decontamination habits, but only passable noise discipline. Totally accurate gossip was that Trudel's mechanics were party animals that drank like fish while they camped behind the Madam's red door swilling that ambassadorial perk too. Yeti's clever solution for getting them to shut up and stop banging around was to have his ladies stay and titty brush close to whisper reminders. When the Greyhound was ready to fly, Yeti got the mechanics inside the East Airport garage hangar for showers and a late meal. Builders had upgraded the place to a high standard with its full electrical service, air conditioning, hot water, and the meat freezer. The female guards gave the horny mechanics a disappointment when they found out that they were not going to get any sex off of them. Just when everything seemed to be going Yeti's way, it wasn't. One of the mechanics refused to take no for an answer. After he got one no too many from the attractive patrol woman, the mechanic loudly cursed her. "Fuck you then, stupid cock-teasing bitch." The guard let it slide because getting shit on her boots was part of her job and she wanted to remain stoic and professional. Yeti dismissed it too, only he had a sort of visionary flash where he saw Alice's face from when she had first arrived from Denver. She was pale and bruised, exuding that putrid false self-confidence of child soldiers and girls raped into prostitution. Having changed his mind, Yeti snapped off at the mechanic, "Apologize to this woman and make me believe it." The mechanic scoffed, "Or what? Your king needs me. I have skills and you're a goddamn doorman." "I'll tell you what," Yeti promptly replied. "According to my doorman cell phone, Carmen is on her way here and for some stupid reason she likes me. Captain Sircon is coming here too. Palat and I have a complicated history since I accidentally shot him when we both bumped into the same Watcher Ghoul overlord. There was this other time when he wanted to have a private meeting with Carmen on the roof of the Radio City building. It seems that Captain Sircon is really religious about the whole sanctity of women thing, so they had me stand guard. I think he believed it would shame a married woman to meet alone with him. They'll both be here about the time your shower is finished. We should all talk about this together." Yeti considered that and then added, "Or you could just apologize to her because it's the right thing to do." A message came over the East Airport security channel as one of the exterior patrol guards said, "It smells like a pig's ass over here. Did somebody step on a skunk?" Maybe the mechanic was about to smarten up and apologize, but Yeti had already tuned him out. Yeti's spirit was away in another flash of shame and vision. He saw that night at the Starlight Lounge when Growler the Hunter got into the garden building and then mangled Trevor Sloan along with his whole team. Yeti had made the worst mistakes that night, blunders that had ultimately cost good men their lives. That smell of filthy ghoul had burned itself into his brain. The creatures did nothing but crawl around in filth until it literally putrefied in their long unkempt hair. He remembered all the stupid glory bullshit emotions, wanting to be brave and important so badly that it made him worse than useless. "We are about to take a heavy hit." Yeti used his radio to warn all the GNP at the East Airport. "Form up your squads at the hangar. Watch where your bullets go. The king's valuable equipment is why we are out here." He did his job without consciously controlling his own mouth. With the alert out of the way, Yeti told the corporal of his own squad, "Pull them out of the shower and then lock them in the safe room. Don't take any lick from them. Stig will need you out front." One of his rookie female guards was scared as she asked, "Are you sure?" "No," Yeti admitted as he headed outside. "Jim pays us to always assume it. Hope we are lucky enough he is paying us to look stupid tonight. Keep the squad together and you will do fine." The guard who first mentioned smelling something got back on the radio. "I was just talking. It is boring as fuck out here. I didn't mean to make Turkey Hunter nervous." His clever jibe was referring to Yeti and how he shot Palat, who was Turkish. Master Chief Emily growled at him over their channel, "Reposition now." The comedic guard glanced to his left in the direction away from the building, down the length of the runway toward the barren end. For a moment, it was nothing, but then he thought he saw some flit of shadow at the grass on the far side of the pavement. He rightly assumed it wasn't an infected even though he never got a good look at what had passed through. If he had been observant, the guard would have seen the flagged white tail on the last deer in a whole herd of them on the run. The guard blew it off as nothing only to see a real ghoul walk out of the grass on the near side way down there. That infected stopped, turned to stare directly at him, and then Feeder screamed. The amateur guard was no Gravewalker. His straight posture and frozen immobility of the nervous as they listened were dead giveaways that he was some timid human, even at a distance in poor light. That first shadow had unnerved the guard, and then the first ghoul scream made him panic. When the rest of that ghoul's 100-strong tribe answered the call, the guard nearly crapped in his pants. In less time than it had taken him to move, the situation had gone from amateur joker mouth to paralyzing horror show nightmare. Dozens of infected swept into the open all along the runway pavement. They were between him and the hangar, coming up from the direction where he saw the first one, and then they rushed out of the grass right behind him. An instant later, a ghoul smashed him down into the pavement with a flying blitz takedown that had all the zealotry of a homicidal rugby forward going after the guy who had recently mugged his saintly mother. The guard remembered his training well enough that he jammed his forearm bracer into the ghoul's mouth so that it had something to bite on. In another ferocious moment, the clawing fingernails would peel the skin from around his throat. That was when a patrol pickup truck arrived in a screeching halt. A front wheel was close enough that he thought he would have tread marks across his face. The passenger door flew open just in time that it clipped the ghoul's head and busted it right open. That truck's open tailgate ended up right above the downed guardsman's face, where he saw the boots of two patrolmen jump down amid raining shell casings from their suppressed subsonic assault rifles. Their gloved hands snatched him up, hurled his traumatized carcass into the bed of the truck, and then all of them sped off together toward the hangar. With the screaming already so loud and numerous, Yeti was certain about a major attack before he ever reached the front hangar doors. He was no master strategist to know what they should do about it. That was when Kenny's hellfire eyes caught his attention. Emily had chained Kenny to an exposed electrical conduit pipe that was part of a wall near the exit. Kenny thrust forth his chained wrists in a beseeching gesture. It was all in Kenny's eyes. He did not want to save his own life or even to just join the fight. Kenny wanted to kill the ghouls. He was a force that Yeti only needed to unleash upon their enemies. A blow from Yeti's iron-capped truncheon broke off the small padlock that kept Kenny attached to the pipe. Removing Kenny's handcuffs wasn't possible without a key that Yeti didn't have, but at least his hands were restrained to the front and not behind his back. Kenny went straight for his weapon of choice, the flying purple grinder. Jim's truck mechanic said the machine inside the hangar after its last adventure out at Fort Blood, where it chipped some teeth on that titanium hip implant. Kenny kicked the blocks out from the anchor tire and then rushed around to shove it out of the building. The flying purple was no more inclined to roll for Kenny than it was to walk out on its own. That was until Yeti threw his back into it. Once they broke the inertia, the smooth concrete floor and firm tires let the grinder pick up speed. Only one member of Yeti's squad stayed behind to get Rudel's aircraft mechanics into the safe room. She would have to stick with them, mostly because someone reliable needed to remain inside. Should the ghouls win and the surviving G&P need entry, she would be available to open the door. The rest of Yeti's squad formed up with the flying purple. They shot down any incoming ghouls with their combined gunfire. All 6 of the operation's decontamination workers arrived with their shotguns to do their part in defending the building against attack. Most of Stig's G&P demonstrated untempered trigger control that expended a lot of their ammunition to inflict too many bloody body wounds, but infrequent headshots. Inexperience dissuaded them from burdening themselves with heavy loads of extra magazines, and the ones they did carry were in inconvenient places hard to reach in the heat of battle. Several more members of the patrol went down under brutal tackles. Stig's tactical policy of having his people move in teams meant that the guards who did go down also had friends ready to help them get back up again. The majority of the ghouls closed in on the hangar about the same time as the G&P did the same. A tribe's strategy evolved organically in that the successful survived while the starving packs invariably dispersed. The infected that attacked the East Airport were nomads who repeatedly performed a buffalo formation. Their most dominant and aggressive members formed the chest of their army, driving forward in search of deer or feral cattle. Less powerful ghouls formed the horns to either side. Their wide-flanking sift forced prey to flee before them and drove it toward the center. Stig's patrol exhausted most of their ready ammo, smashing down the chest of the tribe. The widespread horns collapsed in around the hangar as the second wave that the patrol wasn't as prepared to eradicate. At that critical juncture, when the defense might have collapsed, Kenny stood tall upon the bait platform of the flying purple. He switched on the rotating lamps, started the engine, and then howled with ecstatic adrenaline rush madness. In a world of fear and survival, Kenny alone was the human that fed on ghouls. He was the wolf and they were his sheep. After helping Kenny put on his mask, goggles, and gloves, Yeti left the flying purple in time to lead his squad back to the hangar. His group loyally stood with him guarding his back. He had to retreat by example before all of them got overwhelmed. The pickup truck had swerved about on the runway, successfully luring many of the ghouls away from the retreating guardsmen. When the driver headed back for the hangar, the tribe's heavy reserve arrived. The loin of the Ghoul migration was their heavyweight hunter, a warty-skinned brawler that ate well by seizing the lion's share of the meat at every opportunity. Like most ghouls, the hunter had so much overblown aggression that there was no room left in its mind for reason. Yet he didn't get his squad inside the hangar before the hunter came at them. The huge freak had clawed toenails that audibly scraped the pavement as it sprinted to intercept his group. Gender was no defense against the intimidation that Hunter projected. Yet he had faced such opponents more than once, but for the rest of his squad, it was more than their experience could insulate. Some of them froze up and others became confused into indecision, not knowing if they should keep retreating or stay to defend the stragglers. As the pickup truck came in to ram the hunter, the huge ghoul not only made no effort to get out of the way, it turned to engage the vehicle as a target. Big as he was, the hunter was not in the same weight class as a light-duty truck. Jim's builders had done a first-rate job reinforcing the building. The structural integrity of the wall remained sound as the truck rammed into the hunter and then pinned it against the hangar. After the hit, the driver kept on the gas pedal because the hunter was still mobile and made a good effort of forcing the small truck off. The berserking mega ghoul made the hood pop out of alignment because it crushed in the front fenders with grips at the wheel wells. Master Chief Emily put an end to the struggle by butt sliding over the roof of the truck's cab from the bed. She used her backup handgun to pump 3 fully audible hollow-point slugs into the hunter's skull. The shots went off so close that the powder burn scorched the hunter's fuming nostrils. Noise discipline had already gone out the window with all the screaming ghouls and Kenny's grinder running at high throttle. With nothing left to gain from discretion, Emily shouted her commands between well-aimed shots at incoming runners. Everyone get inside. Let the grinder take care of them. Carmen knew all about the trouble at the East Airport. The cellular communications hardware at the top of the aircraft control tower was the hub of all the security. Every camera transmitted its surveillance back to Kevin's control room. Carmen didn't need to hear about the trouble from Kevin's staff because she passively monitored all the data live. It was the mechanic's rude verbal abuse of the Denver patrol woman that had brought Carmen to conscious awareness. Her parallel mind already watched attentively as the ghoul attack had broken out. The light rail was still a long way out from the airbase depot and they already traveled at the fastest safe speed. An electrical storm of strategic calculations led Carmen to the instantaneous conclusion that her proper response was to remain mindful of her long-term goals. She made sure that everyone overheard as she told Christopher, "There is a ghoul attack going on at the East Airport. We need to reach the depot quickly." She cautioned him politely, "We can't afford to not reach it at all." The King's Lion repeated his orders to demonstrate that he understood. "I will speed up without crashing." Messages from the control room came down that told everyone that a tribe had stumbled upon the East Airport and were in the process of tearing it up. It didn't matter if a person knew Carmen's background or not. Her before-quick reaction to deal with the attack gave them confidence that she knew what she was doing. Carmen told Colonel Davis, "If the battle is not over by the time we get there, a lot of the GNP will already be dead. You will have to decide if it is appropriate for us to continue on with our mission or postpone it." She left the opportunity for him to state the obvious. "All we can do at the moment is get there," Hiram agreed with her thinking that was already in motion. "Call ahead to make sure our ride is waiting at the depot. If the crew wants to take another vehicle to the fight, that is their decision, just don't let them leave us hanging. The cavalry can't ride to the rescue without their horse." Carmen sent the orders ahead to the team awaiting them at the depot and then reported to Hiram, "They left us the bunker bus with the engine running." The driver and his 2 escorts took one of the other vehicles to lend assistance at the East Airport hangar. As she expected, the major action was over by the time they arrived in the bunker bus 2 hours before midnight. It was a beautiful night, warm but not humid, not overly dark due to ample moon and starlight. Their hasty arrival had been graceful to the degree that no one had cause to feel shame even if the GNP were all dead. That was just as Carmen had planned. Even if she could not help the guard patrol, she could prevent her team from feeling responsible. Critias was the first one off, along with Cutter who exited by the cargo hatch on the back end of the bus. There was a lot of action going on. They wanted to make sure it was safe before anyone less prepared stepped into the mess. Kenny was still on the flying purple with his machinery whirling. Some of his spinning lights were on only without any of the music. The oddity about Kenny was that he didn't have on a full biohazard suit. His only safety gear was his goggles, a respirator, and light gloves, plus a faded patrol uniform drenched in infectious blood. The only possible explanation was that he had jumped onto the machine as a desperate act during the emergency and it had worked. 3 dozen patrolmen labored in the area. They either stood guard or carted the headshot ghouls over to the grinder's conveyor belt loader. One of them had driven out the blood sausage tanker truck from the hangar garage and then connected it to the flying purple. The tribe that had attacked them was much too large for the machine's onboard ballast reservoir to hold them all. 4 of the guards sat up near the hangar. Decontamination workers carefully cleaned them up. Their medic would treat their injuries when it would be possible without infecting them from their own dirty clothes. All of those wounded guards wore full outfit or body armor. Professional experience told Critias that those wounded warriors only had bruises and maybe a broken bone or two. He could tell that from the way they displayed the proud weariness of victorious war wounds and not the earnest courage when the brave mentally prepared for imminent death. Under any normal circumstances, the East Airport would have been a lights-out environment. They currently operated under the night vision-friendly red glow of emergency lights. Military red illumination was not stressful to the eye dilation, nor did it carry over long distances to attract undue attention. Since the flying purple grinder loudly churned away its lethal machinery anyway and ran its spinners, Critias had to agree that doing it with the red floodlights on helped the GNP to see while costing them nothing. As the rest of the team disembarked from the bus, Cutter caught up with Critias. They paused to admire the hunter who had undoubtedly been the star of the show. Critias observed the powder burns. Somebody put 3 in his face from personal space. The truck and downed hunter were beside the hangar's main door. Emily was there too because it was the best position for her to supervise everything. Critias asked her, "Who gets credit for this handsome devil?" "We're a team effort," she replied. "That belongs to everyone." He realized that the only way that she could say that was if she had done the damage herself. Otherwise, Emily would be stealing glory from one of her people who had rightly earned it. The only kudos she could give away was her own. Critias let that go, to ask, "How are these others? Will you have to put anyone down?" She sounded confident. "Grace's sanitizers tell me that everyone had 2 layers of bite protection. The outfitters did their job and we did ours. Some of them might get a cage vacation back at the lobby, but it will amount to nothing. Ryan might have broken his arm. Between you and me, he deserved it. Yet he called the heads up and probably saved some lives. We're good here. Get your mission off the ground to show that we took one for the team." Cutter pulled the truck off with only one hand. Once the pressure released the hunter's body, he gripped it by a wrist and then lifted it away from the building. One of the body removal teams in full hazmat suits rushed over with their cart. They didn't want to miss the opportunity to have Cutter load it for them. For the destroyer-class giant, the hunter was only a lightweight. The patrol would have had a hard time trying to lift all that spoiled beef from the pavement. Once the hunter's body was on its way to the conveyor to go away down in the grinder, Colonel Davis came up to speak with Emily. "Tell me straight, do you have anyone with a bite? The price of command is putting down your own people. You don't need to tell me that they are like family." "No sir," Emily answered him loud and clear. "They all had full protection on and kept it buttoned up. You have my word, if it comes to it, I will not hesitate to do my duty." Carmen joined the group to speak with Critias while everyone else overheard. "We have another problem. One of Rudel's mechanics said some inappropriate things to one of the patrol's women. She is seeing Borz's friend Oleg, the armory director." Critias recalled, he was going to beat Keith's head in for running his mouth. "This is about his woman, it will undoubtedly be worse." "How bad is this?" "Bad enough," Carmen assured him. "Oleg is a dangerous man. You need to tread carefully with this. If we do nothing, Oleg will certainly straighten him out and maybe even kill him. Fleet Admiral Rudel might then have to respond in order to keep face with his own people. A lot of bad feelings can be avoided if we do something about it right now." Critias told his wife, "Go find that asshole and then bring him here." After she went off, Critias used his HUD to call Borz's cell phone. "This can't be good news." Borz answered his phone that showed him the name of who was calling. "Aren't you supposed to be in the air by now? What can I do to help?" "This is about your boy, Oleg," Critias informed him. "One of Rudel's wrenches said some unpleasant things to this skirt out here. Carmen tells me that she is Oleg's woman. It will be bad for everyone if Oleg kills this idiot. Tell me what I need to do to make this right." Borz told him, Oleg was Special Regiment, mixed fighting champion of whole defense ministry, bad temper, and a jaw like an anvil. "It's good that you called. I will talk to Oleg, but that man needs to understand, in our old way, he would be dead for that. I have to tell Oleg that she was represented." "Tell Oleg that I represented her," Critias pledged to Borz. "He does not owe me anything. She is GNP and one of us. I would do the same thing for any of the others." Before he ended the call, Borz said, "Tell your wife we send our love." Carmen returned with the mechanic. Colonel Davis had listened to Critias. He knew that the woman required some justice. All Hiram needed to do was nod to Manny Giles. Manny pulled his pistol as he grabbed the mechanic by the front of his jacket. He shoved the man back against the building and then pushed the pistol up under his chin. "I got bad news, man," he told him. "You took a bite, man, during the attack. It was awful. We had no choice but to put you down and then feed your meat into the grinder." For a moment, the mechanic was going to call the bluff. That was before he heard the angle about it being a bite story that no one would question after a major ghoul attack. "You don't even look at one of our women, man," he threatened him. "If this comes up again, you will be in the fucking soup. Tell me you don't believe it and your brains will be all over this wall." "I'm sorry," the mechanic stuttered. Manny acted as if it was over and then he punched the mechanic in the stomach hard enough that it doubled him over. He advised, "You tell your people that you fell down in all your panic while these lady heroes saved your sissy lifeboat ass. They put their lives on the line for you and that is how you talk to them? You're so close to going into that grinder feed first still talking, and you don't even know it. Now, go about your business and feel grateful this was only a warning." Yeti came out from the hangar wearing the full biohazard gear. He only needed a glance at the mechanic and then everyone else for him to see what was going on. Carmen guessed his thoughts, and felt that she needed to explain why they had already punished the rude mechanic. Kevin's control room checked all the security camera recordings because of the attack. "I know what he said to Robin. Maybe I should have checked with you first. She is in your squad and I know you care about her." Yeti made nothing of it. "I don't care if he thinks I snitched on him, I was going to do it anyway. When all of this mess came up, I had to put his thing on the back burner. No time to talk now. We need to get the bodies off the runway. Until we get this cleaned up, you won't be able to get your plane off the ground." She had to ask, "Are you planning on taking Kenny's place?" "Kenny saved us with that machine of his," Yeti acknowledged credit where it was due. "When it all came down, he could not get at them fast enough. It's too dangerous for him without wearing all his gear. I want him to get down for a wash before he gets sick, if he isn't already." Out of respect for Emily and her field operation, Critias told Carmen, "Get the Greyhound ready for takeoff. These people are doing their job so that we can do ours." Once she was on her way, Critias asked Emily, "Is there anything we can do for you before we leave? The Jolly Green Giant can do some heavy lifting for you." Cutter took that the wrong way. "Are you calling me garden meat, Pee-wee?" His impression was that Critias meant the undead ghoul meat that went green with chloroplastic dormancy. "No," Critias corrected him. "If I wanted you to be street loaf, I would have put you there myself. I am talking about the cartoon giant on the vegetable food cans. The Forager's Guide has him on the damn cover." "I know." Cutter finger poked Critias in the shoulder, which was the same as a shove. "I was just messing with you, runt." To prove it, he let out a bass, "Ho, ho ho." That was inhumanly intimidating from both its power and infrasound qualities. No puny mortal could ever duplicate it. One mediocre hunter had given Emily a scare that night. If the time came that the GNP would have to take out Cutter, it would be the next closest thing to impossible. She told the giant, "Some people are worried, you know, about what you are and where you came from. You were Jingle Bell's enforcer. You tried to kill Critias more than once. How can we trust you?" Cutter replied, "Who gifted you with your trust and respect?" Emily understood his point. Cutter would get that trust by garnering it. "Still recognized what I earned for myself," she conceded. "No one gifted me with anything." Rudel's men Rosner and Reissimer escorted Ray Brakeman as he crossed the distance from the Greyhound to the hangar. Ray arrived in time to overhear the last part of the conversation. It motivated him to joke in a voice imitation of a fictional movie character. "Judge me by my size, do you? And well you should not, for my ally is the giant, and a powerful ally he is." In his own voice, he made a comedic observation, "When you guys see the world from my perspective, you get all nervous. I live in a world of big people with guns. It's a small world now. We are all in this together, out of friendship as well as necessity." Wise words. Critias appreciated the lesson. "It reminds me of something I heard in Ladus as a kid, only I can't put it together." He radioed to Carmen over speaker audio so everyone else could listen in, "Help me out, gorgeous, what was that Epictetus line about the great city?" She promptly answered, "The universe is but one great city, full of beloved ones, divine and human by nature, endeared to each other." Critias chastised her, "Why aren't you working? You're always chattering away when you should be getting things done." "You called me," Carmen reminded him in mock complaint. "No excuses or your back talk," he scolded her with thinly disguised amusement. "We would be halfway to the Pacific by now if you stopped screwing around." Hiram felt his phone vibrate over a call from Jim back in the city. The conversation was over after he listened briefly and then replied, "I'll call you when I know something." With that out of the way, he told the others, Jim wants us to go with the mission. We can't do anything for the GNP by calling it off. A vehicle slowly backed out of the hangar garage and then stopped. The former pirate mechanic Jude exited from the driver's side. She didn't wear a sidearm or carry any other weapons, not even after a major attack. Her unarmed situation was proof that Jim had not elevated her to the status of citizen. There were plenty of weapons around the East Airport and probably explosives too. If Jude wanted to cause trouble or kill some people, she only needed to choose that path. When Critias saw Jude, he realized that she was on her way to full acceptance into their community. Since she had arrived as a pirate, Critias took the opportunity to jerk her chain. You should thank Carmen while you're both here. If it weren't for her taking pity on you, the birds would be picking over your bones on that rooftop. A few more weeks of good work, Jim will probably make you. Jude eyed him thinking something irritable, but she was wise enough to stop her tongue from speaking it. In a polite tone, she replied, Your king is not going to make me anything. Your rabbi requested that he deny my pardon. I will work to eat and keep spending every night in a cell of your jailhouse. That sounded unlikely to Critias considering that he and the rabbi seemed to share similar rigid but fair values. The rabbi already said that he wanted good things for Jude. She was stupid, needed a man, and would produce many children. He would only withhold her pardon for a good reason. With that in mind, Critias asked Jude, What did you refuse to do that he is holding this over your head? It must be pretty bad if you would rather stay in prison. Andy came up with Ruby and Sully to get the vehicle. He said, Carmen is ready to load this up. Upon closer inspection, he realized that they had something special. Andy described the car, a supercharged V12 7 Series, solid and fast. Despite the praise, Andy looked over to Jude with displeasure. I told you we needed something diesel and this is gasoline. She snapped at him, What does this look like, a dealership? Do you think we have a selection of Beamers lined up in there? Hiram's military experience didn't involve aircraft or elite luxury cars. For clarification, he had to ask Andy, You can't make do with this one? All Andy could do was shrug. Carmen said no gasoline. Ray understood, if we have to make a rough landing, the gasoline might get loose inside the plane. Diesel is not so bad, but gasoline fumes are unforgiving. One little spark, and the plane turns into a fireball. Hiram made a snap decision, load the car. We will get some extra fire extinguishers from the hangar. I trust Carmen not to crash the plane. In an effort to be supportive of Hiram, Critias said, If there is a problem with the plane, we could just push the car out and drop it. That would lighten the load for a rough landing and no gasoline. Sully offered, I'll load the car. I've got it, Andy insisted. I want to get a feel for it in case the time comes that I need to push it. Jude snipped at him, Just load it up. You can believe that I have it tuned better than Ray Charles' piano. Why do you have to try and make me seem incompetent? When Andy ignored her, she snarled at him in her language, The rabbi thinks he can trade me to you like a camel. That got Andy's attention. He told her, Don't throw that shit at me. I don't speak a word of it. I was born in Texas. He got into the driver's seat and then made his wheelman magic. The car was a heavy four-door only with the engine power to make it worthy of racing. After a graceful bootlegger reversal, Andy disappeared down the long runway at high speed. He returned right away performing an auto-slalom of drifting turns that was so on the edge of control that Andy got both passenger side wheels off the pavement. His proof that he did it on purpose came when his last slide turned into a slow drive up the Greyhound's loading ramp. Critias quietly asked Ruby about Jude, What is up her ass? Ruby explained, She said that Rabbi wants her to marry Andy. A dirty pirate whore like that, can you believe it? He could believe it. Carmen and I have an arranged marriage. I know from experience that the arrangement is bigger than the marriage. There isn't any divorce from each other. You people have to work with what you've got, this tribal thing of yours. If you want to have kids with your own kind, I have to admit, Jude is smart, beautiful, and really into cars. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were jealous. Critias glanced over to notice that Jude listened and it made him angry. He told her, What makes you even think you are good enough for him anyway? Andy is aces around here and you're just a refugee from having piano wires drilled into your face. Critias waved her off, Just get out of here. Go clean some windows or something. His attitude made Jude angry. What's your problem? Critias had a ready answer. You've had 2 opportunities to take everything Andy has in the name of being down for your people. You accepted the chance to slit his throat, but you pissed on the chance to love him. In my book, that makes you a piece of shit. I don't even want to hear what you think. It's time to go, Hiram told everyone. Emily said, I will have sharpshooters along the runway to make sure none of the ghouls run out in front of the plane as you take off. Carmen's mission team had to wash the ghoul blood off their footwear as they boarded the plane. Cleaning supplies were on hand because Romeo and Carmen were already in the process of wiping down the deck because of the dirty tires on Andy's car. The Greyhound plane and Carmen's piloting skills were both entirely flawless. They were soon airborne and on their way to Boulder Dam in Nevada. Chapter 7. Devil's Den. 4 hours into the flight, Major Li Feng was at the controls of the Greyhound aircraft. As a veteran pilot long acclimated to flotilla Navy air wing life, she had flown the same model before and made numerous successful carrier landings. Ray Brakeman finished attaching a human-sized parachute to the car. Cutter had to ask, if that little chute would not get me safely to the ground, what chance does it have for supporting that car? The chute was Carmen's idea. She explained, I can make a touch-and-go landing at around 120 of your miles per hour. This parachute will act as a drag brake that will slow the car and keep it from spinning out of control. As far as dropping this car out of the sky goes, you are correct. A handkerchief has the same chance of arresting the descent of an elephant. Verloc and Platt were the last members of the team to familiarize themselves with the man-portable anti-aircraft missile launchers. The common opinion was that no one would ever need to use them, but if the necessity did arise, they knew the firing procedure. Major Feng reported over the intercom, passive radar just picked up a blip. It has the appearance of a search and rescue transponder. When Critias did not understand, Carmen told him, we are not beaming our radar because it might alert them that we're coming, but our receiving antennae still listens for signals of external origins. A search and rescue beacon uses the same frequency as our radar. That way planes and ships can find the beacon using the radar system. A beacon like that would run on their battery technology that wouldn't keep broadcasting for years. The range is too short for Kevin's satellites to pick up. It is probably just dumb luck that we happened to stumble upon it. We are still over an hour from the dam. The terrain under us now is arid desert with little to no water sources or vegetation. Because Carmen began to monitor the mysterious signal with her internal hardware, she could estimate the source location. There are no major cities in this area. I believe the beacon is in a small village not far from here. We don't have enough fuel to land and then take off again to reach the dam. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do a simple flyover. We could see if anything is going on down there. Critias asked, do you think the signal is like that roller coaster island? She made a small nod as though it could be that. It is possible that some survivors set up a solar panel to charge batteries. The transponder is a weak signal that wouldn't draw much in the way of power. Without some supplemental system, the device would only be able to power itself for 8 to 100 hours. Being as short range as it is and situated out in the middle of the desert, it would never get the attention of any planes unless they just happened to be flying past like we are, and even then, there is no airport in this area for anyone to land on. The only option would be to set down on the highway. Critias reasoned, if it is a legitimate rescue signal sent by some small device, it had to be activated by someone only recently, which means they are almost certainly still down there needing help. If it is a jury-rigged kind of thing, it has been chirping away for years. Colonel Davis made the decision, we should make a flyover to see if anything is down there. No one is going to be back out this way anytime soon. What kind of ground surveillance gear do we have on board? While Critias went to the cockpit to tell Major Feng to bring them around to check out the source of the signal, Carmen told Hiram, Fleet Admiral Rudo salvaged a ground search camera pod from an E-2 Hawkeye that was at the airbase. The Hawkeye shares the same basic airframe as this Greyhound. With the help of Kevin, Vern, and Mr. Philby, Fleet Admiral Rudo's flight mechanics wired the pod into this system. We have downward-looking high-resolution telescopic and fog-penetrating infrared, all with digital storage capability. The transponder led Major Feng directly to the distress signal's source location. It was an extremely rural desert community with few paved roads other than the state highway that passed through the area. The natural landscape had enticed the tourist economy that once supported the small resident population. It was a geological paradise of slot canyons, mesa arches, and towering rock formations that erupted spectacularly from a flat ocean of red Navajo sand and yucca shrubs. Aside from a large school campus, the Greyhound cameras did not see any significant buildings. There was a gas station along the highway, a few small local stores, and a church. All the rest was homesteads, sheep pens, and some old cars, mostly in the parking lot of the school. Carmen stood with Hiram as they studied the video monitors that showed them what the cameras saw. Here are some heat signatures, Carmen said as she pointed out the faint signs that came from within the school campus. These might be from a generator and a water heater. There is definitely someone down there. While they watched, A person walked out onto the roof of the central school building to look up toward the sound of the Greyhound's propeller engines. The figure did not wave as someone would when he wanted rescue from a death trap. Without any shouting or celebration, the person's only gesture appeared to be raising a radio for speaking into it. Carmen used her internal hardware to lock onto his radio signal and then program the Greyhound's onboard instruments to the proper frequency. The walkie-talkie of the man on the school roof transmitted his words in English. "It's a multi-engine prop plane. The beacon must have gotten their attention because they are definitely checking us out. You better get on the horn to let them know that they took the bait." A second man's voice answered by another short-range transmitter that Carmen triangulated as being inside the school complex. "If they are checking us out, does that mean they can see you right now?" "They can see me now," the man replied. "You should do something about it before they get out of range." He put aside his radio to have his hands free for striking the ignition on a road flare. By waving the readily visible torch over his head in wide sweeps, the man made it seem like he was signaling them to come down and provide his rescue. Hiram guessed correctly. That doesn't sound good. We better get away from here. By the time he finished speaking, a second man appeared out on the roof near the first. Fine details got lost in the thermal imaging, but his shoulder-launched anti-aircraft missile was readily discernible. "That has a 13-kilometer range," Carmen warned after she realized what he had. "The missile travels in excess of Mach 2. We have no chance of getting out of range before he fires it at us." The man down on the roof locked in the charging unit cartridge that armed his missile launcher. That was all that Carmen needed to see for her to realize that they were in no immediate danger. "His weapon is going to malfunction," she assured Hiram. "We should still get out of here in case they have more missiles besides the broken one." It only took moments for the man to aim his launcher in the direction he thought their plane was in and then fire it, knowing that the infrared seeker and the warhead would do the rest. To his great misfortune, years had passed since that missile had come from its original factory and time had not been friendly to the delicate device. Carmen had noticed right away when the charging had failed to supercool the infrared sensor because all of the cartridge's argon gas had seeped away. If the cooling procedure had been successful, Carmen would have seen the change of temperature in the thermal camera's image. She had assumed that their salvation lay in the missile's inability to find their airplane, which would have been true if a worse malfunction was not already underway. At some point, a survivor engineer had attempted to perform maintenance on the missile. He proved to be far less skilled than the aerospace scientist who had built the weapon in the first place. When the repairman had recharged the battery in the guidance system, he had removed the missile from its launcher tube and then reinserted it afterward. The optically blind missile did successfully launch in as much as its initial booster activated as did the solid-fuel rocket engine a moment later. The serious problem was that the missile never left its launching tube after having jammed inside. In a flash of rocket propulsion, the missile's booster tried to make the entire handheld launcher fly away, which nearly tore off both of the man's arms that firmly gripped it. The main rocket engine's awesome thrust spun him about before it plunged the whole launcher with missile, arms, and all, down into the roof of the school building where its plastic explosive warhead detonated. An impressive fireball visually hurled the shattered bodies of both men skyward. The explosion was short-lived, but it had ignited a fire that began to consume the desert-dry building in addition to calling in the surprisingly numerous infected that prowled the isolated community. At least one more man was still alive inside the school complex because he began shouting over a considerably more powerful shortwave radio transmitter. The man broadcasted in a panic, "The school is on fire. I think they bombed us or hit us with a missile. There was a propeller plane. It came to check out the signal. I think the others are dead." He began to cough and choke on the thickening smoke that started to fill the building. The screams of ghouls were audible as they gathered around his rapidly burning shelter. The man said, "I'm going to try and make it to the truck." After that, his transmission went silent. Hiram ordered, "Get us back on track for reaching the dam. Most of our fuel is already gone. We're not stopping here and we couldn't turn back even if we wanted. They said this signal was bait and then they tried to shoot us down. At this point, I'm confident that we can expect strong opposition and they just got a warning that we might be coming." "Quirks of fate," Carmen lamented. "In all of my planning, it had never crossed my mind that our enemies would blow themselves up in their own murderous stupidity and then tell their comrades that we were the aggressors. When we do arrive at the dam, anyone there will assume we shoot on sight and are heavily armed with air-to-ground weaponry. If they had one Stinger," Hiram realized, "they probably have more." "That is logical," Carmen agreed. "I think it is equally probable that they are not in any better maintenance than was that last one." "It is more than just the maintenance," Hiram informed her. "There has always been a concern that those missiles would change hands to end up in the possession of someone with a mind to shoot down a civilian airliner. The Defense Department built them to have a short shelf life. If the legitimate owner didn't use them in the expected time frame, they stopped functioning. Routine restoration took place at the factory under classified security. He gestured over to Carmen's shoulder-fired missiles. Those Russian models don't come with the same limitations. Even if they did, I trust that Vern and Kevin properly restored them. Critias returned from the cockpit to report. Lee says that there is only so much she can do about dodging missiles without switching on the terrain-following radar. If she tries doing it on instinct in the dark, we might crash into a rock formation. I'll go talk to her about our options, Hiram said as he headed up that way. Carmen told Critias in a whisper, I think I might have made a huge mistake bringing everyone out here. If that missile hadn't malfunctioned, it might have killed us all right then. Not even our countermeasure flares are much of a defense against its UV wavelength impact stage sensor. There isn't enough fuel to go home, he reminded her. We are already so far past Denver that we would only make it there on fumes and luck. From what you just said about that missile, we already burned up all the luck we have coming. The next mistake will probably be our last. Everyone here understands the risks. It is your job to give them a fighting chance. Maybe Lee can't pilot at ground level without radar guidance, but you can. You need to get us on the ground within the next 90 minutes or we will get there by crashing into it. Having recalculated their situation based on that recent encounter, Carmen sent a HUD program to Critias's helmet. Her software would simulate the voice of the man with the missile launcher based on the recording she took when he used the walkie-talkie. Critias could pretend to be that man as he broadcasted on the shortwave frequency last used by the man who said he would try and reach a truck. She advised him, tell them that they successfully shot down our plane with the Stinger. Make up an explanation for the fire in their building that doesn't involve us being aggressive. Her idea did seem good, so Critias jumped on board with it. My Stinger hit their plane, he transmitted in the voice of the second ambusher. One of their wings came off and landed on our roof. The rest of it went down in a fireball just north of here. I'll call you back when I have the fire under control. Critias left his message at that and then asked Carmen, do you think this will work? She could only shrug. I have no information on who they might be talking with on the other end. Whatever our message is, they are more likely to believe it is genuine than believe we have the ability to send a fake one to fool them. The fire and the ghouls will destroy the evidence of the men. Even if they can't locate our plane wreckage in the desert, that won't surprise them. Many searches for real crash sites are unsuccessful owing to the vast areas involved. We will be at the dam within an hour. That is just enough time for men to argue, come to the wrong decision, and then make preparations to do something stupid. We will be on the ground before they even realize we are still alive. She headed for the cockpit. For now, we will fly low just in case they have access to a radar system and turn it on. The ground clutter of rock formation should be enough to hide us. 15 minutes later, Carmen reported over the intercom, we are closing on an incoming aircraft. It is probably on its way to rescue the team who tried to shoot us down. Critias and Hiram hurried to the cockpit for more information. The view out the windows was nothing short of spectacular because Carmen flew inside the Grand Canyon where a stretch let them travel westward. She kept them below the ground plane and thus invisible to long-range radar should one ever activate to search for them. When the men arrived, Carmen told them, it is a twin-engined light propeller aircraft for civilian use. It has an automated situational safety transponder on board that they either didn't know about or more likely didn't see any reason to deactivate. It transmits all its flight data right to us. Major Feng reasoned from the co-pilot's seat, the GPS satellites are functional for everyone. The transponder is probably a component in the navigational system and they activated together. Hiram asked, how fast a plane is it? Less than half our speed, Carmen reported. It is a small aircraft, perhaps room for 4 or 6 passengers. It will be a simple matter for us to move out of the way so that they don't see us. I don't want to avoid them, Hiram said with grim implications. This plane has superb open ramp flight characteristics. Come around from above and behind. Overtake them with our ramp open. We are going to knock them out of the sky. Carmen complained, I don't have definitive proof that they are hostiles. I'm assuming it, Hiram told her. I don't believe that it could be anyone else other than more of the same people who just tried to take a shot at us. We don't have time to debate the issue. Get us into position. That's an order. Critias headed to the back of the plane where he told Cutter, we will be overtaking one of their planes in a couple minutes. If we open up the ramp, do you think that you could put a 20 mm through the front windshield? No problem, Cutter confirmed his readiness. The Admiral was kind enough to provide a case of shells that they pulled out of a jet fighter's Vulcan cannon back at the airbase. One of those should do the trick. Let's move it then, Critias told him. I can use one of the cargo straps to make you a safety belt. We wouldn't want you to fall out of the plane and ruin your pretty face. By using a perfectly timed wide turn, Carmen circled the Greyhound up out of the canyon and then came back around behind the much smaller enemy airplane. Cutter was so tall that he easily anchored himself into a steady position by gripping an overhead structural brace. Critias lowered the ramp when Carmen called out a 90-second warning. Everyone else strapped themselves into their seats just in case the plane made emergency maneuvers or wind from the opened ramp tossed them about the interior. The Greyhound came down from above like a falcon taking a pigeon. With canyon walls hedging him from the sides and rough uncertain ground below, all by the dark of night, the enemy pilot didn't feel inspired to make any hasty emergency evasions. Just as he recovered from the shock of having the huge military plane swoop down in front of him from out of the dark nowhere, the pilot stared with disbelief right into the open ramp of the Greyhound. His mind couldn't comprehend why he thought he saw an impossibly gigantic man in the back of that plane. If he was not mistaken, the giant pointed an equally enormous gun right at him as though the whole scene was some insane air-to-air stick-up armed robbery. Cutter was close enough to read the man's shocked expression as he fired his 20mm high-explosive shell into the cockpit. The round's red tracer dived into the nose of the light airplane where it exploded inside the instrument dash panel. Hot shrapnel ripped down the length of the plane's interior all the way to the tail. A luminous white smoke filled the whole aircraft as though from burning phosphorus. The surreal spectacle lasted for all of a second before the airplane reared up, rolled over, and then plunged down into the canyon where it crashed as a heap of wreckage that blazed in its own burning fuel. Carmen reported, "They didn't send any radio warning. I think we're in the clear. I'm getting back on course. The first drop will be the car in 30 minutes and the second about 5 minutes after. Everyone get ready for action." The time passed uneventfully with neither radio signals nor ground lights offering any sign of survivor activity. Rough country of rocky hills and dry canyons gave way to a broad plain of sandy desert. The satellite maps that Carmen got from Kevin were her only assurance that the stretch of highway she intended to use would be free of old cars, power lines, or overhead signage. Desert twins had spent years blowing about the sand such that parts of the highway were not even distinguishable from raw wild country. Some sections of the wide highway got favorable winds that blew them clean all over again. Andy got behind the wheel of the car with Sully in the passenger seat. Ruby was in the back along with Colonel Hiram Davis and Frank Peterson. After the 2-minute warning and Critias standing ready to drop the ramp behind the car, Carmen told them over the intercom, "As soon as you are down, I will drop the boat team in the river. You will have enough time to reach the airport and then hopefully secure it for my landing." The straight and level stretch of highway had no guardrails, center median, or any other obstacle that impeded Carmen's momentary touchdown. Andy took his foot off the brakes as Cutter shoved the car out with a giant boot on the front bumper. As the rear wheels touched the pavement, Sully jerked the line that opened the parachute on the rear bonnet. An instant later, the parachute sucked the car out of the plane. Its drag kept the vehicle pointed forward while slowing it rapidly even as the strain began to rip its fabric. The slowest speed of the airplane was autobahn fast for a ground car. If the car began to spin or went off the road, it would surely result in a deadly rolling crash. Carmen took the Greyhound back into the sky the moment that the car cleared the cargo hold. She had to trust that Andy and his group would have the luck and skill to make do on their own. With the first group away, they were all committed to her plan with little to no room for improvisation. Carmen piloted the plane toward the dam, making the final approach over the downstream side of its river. Since that destination was not far away, she soon instructed over the intercom, "Get the boat package ready. It has to go out last so that it lands upstream of our swimmers." Captain Palat Sircon was first to jump from the lowered ramp of the plane. At the moment he went out, it seemed like he might land upon the 250-meter high peak that forced a turn in the river at its base. Below the peak was the last canyon on the spillway side of the dam that stood only a few kilometers ahead. Special Forces paratroopers had made successful leaps from lower altitudes, but they had superior equipment and did it in less treacherous wind conditions. Palat had the added benefit that he would be landing in water that was considerably more forgiving than stone. Manny Giles followed Palat out into the air to imitate the skill of an expert. Verloc went out next and then the two sand tigers joined them. Critias shoved out the gear pallet. The dummy cord had not fully opened its parachute when Cutter kicked out their deflated boat with its outboard engine strapped atop the cube of tightly folded synthetic rubber. The ramp was barely on its way up when Carmen pulled away in a hard turn. She tested the performance limitations of the Greyhound to avoid crashing into a huge highway bridge that crossed the gorge directly ahead of them. After they came about, Critias saw the dam only 500 meters beyond the bridge. They were on the lower side of that truly wondrous monstrosity of formed concrete. Carmen had approached so daringly close to the dam because there was no chance of anyone hearing the airplane's engines even from that distance. Vast torrents of water blasted out from penstock pipes and spillway gates on either side of the canyon at the foot of the dam. Those jetting rivers of diverted water passing through arteries in the dam were so thunderously loud and generated so much billowing mist that Platt and his boat team would have a challenge just getting through the dangerous obstacle. She called over the intercom from the cockpit, "Did anyone see all their chutes?" Critias knew that Carmen already saw everything that his helmet visor did. She was not asking him. As for everyone else, they could not see down into the canyon to know what became of Platt and his team. They would put everyone at risk if they tried using their radios to contact them. Even if they did need help, there was no immediate way for providing it. The best assistance they could offer was to stay on mission and do their own part. It was Ray who understood that Carmen didn't have the fortitude to lose the lives of her friends on a mission she designed. He just lied. "I saw all their chutes open. Bring us around to that airstrip and get us on the ground. We need to get in the game." As Andy drove up the desert highway, Sully complained, "How am I ever supposed to become a foreigner driver if I never get to drive anywhere?" Andy suggested, "Maybe you should try thinking of yourself as the mechanic and navigator. I could use a navigator right about now because I lost that map we got in the mission briefing." "I memorized it," Sully said, as though a team driver should always take mission maps to heart, "and then I put it in my pocket." He took the map out and then unfolded it for viewing. "A few miles up ahead is the interstate where we need to take a right. There is also an unpaved access road that crosses the desert that we could use. I don't feel good about it, not without an off-road four-wheel drive." Miles of flat desert nothingness passed by as Andy drove their route. There were a few abandoned vehicles, and those were off on the breakdown shoulder or had run off entirely to crash mired in the shifting sands of the desert. Hiram said, "Here in the southwest, they got a lot of refugees driving up from Mexico during the first days of the outbreak. People turned feral while still behind the wheel and then they crashed into whatever happened to be in their way. A big fire took out a lot of Vegas after the Royal Canadian Air Force bombed McCarran Airport. It was the Wild West in there, with the airlines refusing to shut down. They had no choice but to let the out-of-fuel airliners land so that they didn't crash into the city instead. In all the confusion, they kept refueling their planes and then sending them on to wherever. I heard it from Lieberman himself that he had signed off on their red flag attack. He didn't have the balls to do it himself, and I guess he figured that the Canadians would do it anyway even if he did refuse. For all I know, it did slow down the outbreak by a few days, overseas anyway." "Look at that," Ruby said while she watched out the window. "All the trees are dead, every single one of them. Do you think that the government sprayed poison or something like that when fighting the infected?" "They're just dead trees," Peterson informed her unconcerned. "The irrigation is turned off and those trees were ornamental. The reservoir behind the dam must be full to the brim now that there is no civilization around to pump off the water for their farms and lawns in the desert." Andy had already made the second turn by then. They were closing in on the small municipal airport where Carmen intended to land the Greyhound. It was the same airstrip where Kevin's satellite had seen a large military cargo plane parked in one image and then later departed. Frank Peterson gestured for Ruby to look closer out the window. "Do you see that big dusty hole in the middle of all the other nothing? That was the pond on the 17th hole of a golf course." Ruby understood. Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. When the sign for the turn into the airport appeared on their right, Hiram said, "Based on our experience with our own airplanes, I don't expect anyone to be living out here. If anyone is here, it is because they know we are coming or they are expecting one of their own planes." Sully reasoned, "That plane you shot down was too slow to have gotten where it was from here in just the amount of time from when those guys made their radio distress message. It's possible that the plane was already on the way before they called, or maybe they were just someone else unrelated to all this." "We're about to find out who is what," Hiram said to put that matter aside. "I came here to take control of the dam regardless of who is in there. The Council of Governors cannot tolerate any rivals or afford not to take advantage of the dam's power station. I would prefer not to harm anyone, but we might kill a lot of people to make this happen." Andy commented, "I don't think that is what Carmen had in mind." "She wouldn't make a very good Canadian then," Hiram replied unperturbed. "Now let's do this." The access road into the city airport went directly to the management building, which was roughly the size of a small two-story hotel, all in stucco with an aircraft control room on top. There was no tower as such, but the flat treeless landscape didn't necessitate a high elevation for visibility. "Plenty of dirty cars," Frank Peterson observed, "but I don't see any airplanes. Everything that flew must have bugged out of here back in the day." This would have been an affluent part of the country, Sully surmised. That sign back there listed several air tour companies for tourists, helicopter rides, and a skydiving club. This wasn't a junkyard for broken-down aircraft. They have been shooting them for years, Ruby guessed from the many green undead bodies that were all over the place. She noticed how many of them had windblown sand drifts. What she really wanted to count were the freshly headshot infected that hadn't been down long enough to change color. Ruby saw a few of those. There are some recent kills, she told the others, and plenty of weathered nudies. Someone has been coming here for a long while and definitely within the last week. Hiram told Andy, pull up to the main building. I want Frank to set up a shooting position from the roof. Sully can go along with him to watch his back. That cargo plane they had here was a pretty big one. The satellite photos didn't show any new cars or trucks. They moved around the place. The people up at the dam must have drove them down here and then dropped them off. While Frank gets in position, we will drive around, see what we can find that people have been using. If we're lucky, they might have a fuel truck around here somewhere, one we can use for refueling the Greyhound. Frank shook his head over their unfavorable situation. Our asses are really hanging out, Colonel. Even if we were all back on the plane right now, there isn't enough fuel to get us anywhere. With Vegas all bombed out and burned to shit, we would have to siphon a lot of heavy trucks to fill the tanks. If the trucks were all still half full, Sully calculated, we would still need more than 24 of them to fill the Greyhound. Whatever happens, we are not leaving this place by airplane anytime soon. Andy pulled up at the main administration building to find that it was in surprisingly good condition. Most of the ground floor windows gaped broken open, but they saw no obvious fire damage or other structural deficiency. When Ruby got out of the car to give some cover with her suppressed submachine gun, she got a fright from a scrawny ravenous ghoul that leaped like a shot from the nearest yawning window. There was a solid thump as the creature rammed its head into the passenger door so hard that the blow hurled Ruby back into the rear seat and then closed the door besides. Frantic desperation tainted the carnivorous malice of the ghoul's flagitious aggression. If it hadn't been so tragically stupid, the ghoul could have just opened the unlocked door by means of the handle. Instead, the mad freak clawed futilely at the glass as it bashed with its forehead to break it in. The opportunity to examine a functional infected from so close a distance was perversely enlightening. In some moments, it seemed as though the ghoul was inside an oven, clawing and pounding on the oven door's inspection window trying to get out, as might some witch after Hansel and Gretel had shoved her inside to burn. In other moments, the ghoul was all hatred, a human form under possession by a demonic spirit, hell-bent on a path of revenge, wanting to tear the flesh off their faces with its teeth just out of pure malevolence. Frank Peterson had gotten out on the other side by then. He rapped on the roof of the car with the tip of his pistol screw-on suppressor. When the ghoul raised its head to glare at him over the top of the car, Frank popped a clean bullet right into its forehead, putting it down for good. Just to be on the safe side, he walked around to give the body a kick and then visually confirm that its brains were on the pavement. Another ghoul came out the same window as the first one had. The creature had a badly regenerated foot that made it clumsy enough that the exit was a bit of a stumble. Sully put 2 triple bursts into the ghoul's torso from his submachine gun. The hits made the infected collapse momentarily and trip over the windowsill. Frank put a bullet into its head while it was down. Hard-won instincts inspired Frank to check his back just as a third ghoul came diving over the roof of the car to tackle him. It made a belly slide along the top of the car, arms outstretched to grab Frank and then hold him for the bites. Frank ducked just in time for the ghoul to fly past him and then land on the downed infected beneath the building's window. Sully tried to finish it off, only he couldn't lock his aim before Frank did the headshot with 1 bullet from his pistol. Colonel Davis passed Frank's rifle case out through the window to him along with instructions. Maintain radio silence even if we do call you first. Should the mission fall apart, they won't know how many groups we have or where we are until they start torturing us to find out. This way, Frank cocked his head for Sully to follow him in through the window that the ghouls had come out. As he attached flip-down night vision goggles to his helmet in preparation for any lightless areas of the building's interior, Frank said to Sully, "Stay close and don't cut yourself on anything sharp. If more of them were nesting inside, they would have come out by now." After Frank and Sully disappeared into the airport administration building, Andy drove off with Colonel Hiram and Ruby. They would explore the rest of the area. Because getting himself tangled up in his silk while treading water was a notorious way of drowning, Platt Sircon cut loose his parachutes a couple of meters above the water. The wind carried it away from him when he splashed down. Platt and everyone with him had a self-contained underwater breathing apparatus with a pony bottle of air that would last 3 to 5 minutes, long enough for an emergency. The wind in the canyon was every bit as treacherous as Platt had anticipated. That was why he made his descent at an assumptive angle that compensated for it and kept that rough air from carrying him into the canyon wall. As the others followed him in, they imitated his flawless example. They also came down in water without their canopies cloaking over their heads. Their boat and weapon container landed upstream from them. Both had flotation bobbers to make them easy to locate. Manny had flown his parachute like an exhibition performer. He stayed aloft a little longer and then landed within immediate reach of the armament box that floated right into him. After only a couple of minutes, the whole team had swum to an isolated little beach of sandy pebbles where they pulled their gear floats up alongside them. While Rosner and Reissimer prepared the inflatable boat, the other three unpacked their weaponry. A bottle of compressed air rapidly filled the raft without the need for any manual pumping. All they had to do was position the rigid floorboards and then attach the outboard motor for them to have quality transportation that could take them to the dam. While checking his shipka machine and pistol, Platt whispered, "We have no way of knowing what to expect up there. Even if the engineering staff is a bunch of cannibal rapists, we need them alive for information about running the machinery. At the same time, we don't want them sabotaging the generators." Reissimer commented, "Fleet Admiral Rudel told us that taking the dam was more important than the people operating it. If we had to choose, we were to save the equipment first." "We save as many as we can," Verloc insisted. "These survivors use outposts and that missing plane of theirs suggests that their main base is somewhere other than here." Manny reasoned, "This place is the shit, all the clean water and electricity you could ever want, plenty of fish, and a natural fortress. Where would anyone want to go to make their main base?" "Only one place I can think of off the top of my head," Verloc replied. "It would be somewhere far enough away that they fly getting there, but it is still close enough to be on this power grid." "Vegas is a bombed-out ashtray." Manny dismissed that option. Platt advised, "Let's take the dam before we start speculating about the rest of our problems." As an afterthought, he added, "Don't let anyone radio for help. If they do call that main base, the rest of our problems will multiply rapidly." "You should drive," Verloc suggested to Platt. "We keep all our gear dry inside the boat with you. The four of us can hang on to the sides while you pull us along. Manny and I should take the two forward positions and then disembark first. There is a boat launch on the left side of the canyon as it makes the final turn toward the diversion gates. We will go up the canyon from there to secure the lower Portal Road tunnel. That is how the contractors used to drive their trucks right up to the powerhouse, and that is how we can get Andy's car inside. The three of you can continue up the river to the power plant and then find a way to climb up onto our Nevada side. You should be extra careful around all that transformer equipment. Wet as you are, you don't want to cook in the high-voltage electricity." After checking his waterproof watch, Platt said, "The Greyhound will be landing by now. Colonel Davis's team should already be at the airport. Victory is just there ahead, my friends. Let us have the courage to win it gracefully, but not the pride to seize at it before it is near enough to fully grasp." The four swimmers moved the inflated boat out into the water and then gripped the side ropes to hold on. Platt drove them upstream to conquer the dam from its unknown force of defenders. After Carmen dropped off her paratroopers, she piloted the Greyhound southward along the edge of the desert plain at the foot of Granite Hills. As she circled the airport, Carmen angled the cameras to their maximum, allowing her to take side images in thermal with as little altitude as possible. Watching the monitor, Ray Brakeman reported, "Andy's car is making a circuit of the outer runways. I see two warm bodies in the front seats and one in the back. We have two warm bodies on the roof of the administration building, lying prone. They have a couple of hot weapons, cooling off now, probably fired on the way inside. We can expect to see some downed infected still warm behind the building. I don't see any signs of survivor activity, not even a sternokin warming the guardhouse coffee. We are coming around into position for landing," Lee Feng told Carmen from the co-pilot's seat. After Carmen gave her an affirmative nod that they would take the chance, Lee said, "I'm extending approach flaps, entering the lane, lowering landing gear." Once the wheels were in down position, she said, "Landing flaps extended, we have reference speed, brace for touchdown." The gentle headwind aided Feng in making a flawless landing. By the time that the plane had slowed enough for taxiing, she turned right into a lane that led onto the main lot at the end of the airport. All the large hangar sheds were down there along with parking for the dual-propeller touring aircraft that had long since fled the region in the first days of outbreak. After having studied the airport in detail from the air, they knew that the only planes left at the airport were unpowered gliders that had lacked independent means of getting themselves airborne. It was possible that there were still small airplanes or helicopters inside one of the many storage shelters, but that was exceedingly unlikely, not even with a whole village of such storage sheds down on the opposite end of the airport. The hangar doors were still open on a huge shed that had once been a service garage for an aircraft repair company. The shed was over 400 meters from where Frank Peterson had set up his overwatch position, and other hangars were in between, blocking his view. Carmen told Major Feng, "Take us inside there. We won't be flying out of here anytime soon." A dozen ghouls noticed the Greyhound land at the airport, and that brought them running in to investigate. Colonel Davis was in awe as he watched 3 of the ghouls fall limp from headshots that came from Frank Peterson's rifle. The infected had been at the run, perpendicular to his position at a quarter-mile range, and he still took all 3 of them cold bore with as many shots. Frank had only failed to take a 4th because the pack got behind one of the storage sheds to be out of his view. Hiram tapped Andy on the shoulder. "Run them down, Ruby, and I will take them out." After her husband left with Frank, Ruby had moved up to the front passenger seat. Between her and Colonel Davis, they delivered a drive-by shooting on the ghoul pack. Their limited success highlighted the killer talent that Frank Peterson had demonstrated so ably. Shooting from the car windows put them at a low angle for taking headshots on running ghouls. The same hangar buildings that blocked Peterson's view from the aircraft control shelter were also in the way of their shooting from the car, since every miss or pass-through bullet would tear up the buildings. With the first burst from her machine in pistol funf, Ruby took a ghoul from the tail end of the pack. She also stitched up the hangar beyond it. The building was light sheet metal with superlative weather resistance, but poor bullet-shedding qualities. The sign up on the hangar read that it was a refueling, maintenance, and rental car service. They had no way of knowing what was in the path of their bullets, only that if anything was there, it had just acquired some fresh holes. Colonel Davis exercised slightly better judgment by firing his MP5 on single fire. Bouncing around in the backseat and unable to use the sights properly, he missed on his first attempt, which hit the building just as she had. Even after he dropped his ghoul with the second bullet, Hiram realized that their method left a lot to be desired. It wasn't the first time that Andy drove a drive-by shoot-up on a pack of ghouls. He knew what to expect. After he stopped the car completely, Andy leaned over to yell out Ruby's window, "Come on, you dumb bastards. I don't have all night to watch you hop around." The 7 remaining ghouls stopped as though synchronized and then turned to attack the car. No matter how fast they ran, Andy drove faster until he had them all lined up behind the car in pursuit. After only a few moments, Andy had lured the ghouls into a clear field of fire. Ruby quickly climbed out of her window. She sat on the sill at a higher elevation from where she could shoot around Hiram without putting him in danger. Their combined firepower promptly ripped the line of ghoul heads apart to leave them all bleeding out on the pavement. Before ghouls stopped charging in from the desert to find the airplane, Frank Peterson shot down 3 more runners while Ruby and Hiram slew another 5. The Greyhound's ramp was down by then and Cutter had walked out to manhandle the hangar's doors closed. "Hold up on that," Ray called over to Cutter. "Have a look at this now." He referred to a single-axle tow trailer. It was essentially a spacious flatbed, but it had 4 sockets in its deck that allowed for a pair of personal watercraft scooter carriages. "The car has a hitch," Ray reasoned. "If we use this trailer, we can all ride to the dam together in style." Cutter unplugged the water scooter carriages and then set them aside. He stepped onto the trailer to discover that the tires still had good air and overall the trailer was of high quality. "Sounds better than walking," Cutter agreed with his friend as he grabbed the trailer by its tongue and then pulled the whole thing out front of the hangar to set it behind Andy's car. Hiram waited at the base of the Greyhound's ramp when Carmen arrived with Romeo and Major Fink. He said, "I wish we could call Manny for an update." "Special Agent Shield has a Marshal Service wristwatch," Carmen informed him. "I can't communicate with her by longitudinal wave transmission. It is impossible for anyone to decode the signal, but they could still detect it. There is limited Hertz wave propagation that would be detectable by contemporary equipment. It is doubtful that they would know what it was, but they would understand that it was of human origin and even triangulate the source if they have multiple receiving antennae." As Critias came down the ramp carrying their gear bags, he told Carmen, "That was just wishful thinking. The Colonel wasn't asking you for a science lesson. We will have to trust that they can do their jobs just as we can do ours. Verloc would call if she thought it was the smart thing to do." "If you would allow me to finish," Carmen told her husband politely. "With all of that in mind, I did inform her that should she find herself within immediate proximity of an active transformer, she would be able to send a burst packet of mission details. The depth of the canyon and the charged electrical equipment would successfully disguise her transmission. Kevin's control room could even answer her. I'm confident that once you're near the dam, I will be able to put you into covert contact with back home." Hiram considered that before saying, "I think we would rather call home to Jim when we could tell him we already had control of the dam. I don't want to stand next to the transformers." I want to own them. He glanced over at the trailer they attached to the hitch on the back of the car. Do you think that will work? It could be rough if Andy runs over any street loaf. Carmen rightly worried that one of the green undead bodies would make a bump that might bounce someone right off the trailer. That aside, she approved of it anyway. I think it will serve your needs of the moment and time is at a premium. We need to risk it, Hiram agreed with her somberly. After a moment, he told Carmen, I was about to say that I know how you feel, but the truth is that you are learning how I have felt for a long time. What do we need to worry about this time? If we blunder into an ambush, everyone on that trailer is going to take it hard. If Andy tries to make a run for it, that trailer will end up flipped into a ditch. Carmen understood. If we don't get to the dam as soon as we can, Platt and his team might die waiting for us to help them. I do my best to learn from experts, but the more I see, the appeal to work alone only grows. By working alone, the risk is only to myself. Then I will impart something to you, Hiram advised her. Working together, you and I can pull this off. The rest of them can go home as heroes, bigger heroes than they already are. We could rock back in our chairs and then share a secret smile that we led them into battle and brought them back to a celebration in their honor. You put together a great plan, a plan that I believe in. Now, let's load up that car and its ridiculous boat trailer to go make them look good for fun land back home. Back in the river canyon, Platt slowed the boat to a crawl while they quietly observed a ghoul pack that had gathered at Verlock's boat launch site. He commented quietly to his companions, they look like a herd of zebras down at the waterhole getting a drink. Those infected had followed the lower portal road on its meandering route down into the canyon. All the land in every direction was waterless and barren. They had few other options than to come down to the river if they wanted a drink. They also came down for the opportunity to chase mule deer and bighorn sheep that thrived throughout the region. The sheep climbed about on sheer cliff faces with uncanny ease. They only considered the ghouls to be a minor nuisance at best. Mule deer generally had a more difficult time of it. At the moment, 14 infected lapped up water at the shoreline and they certainly would react poorly to trespassers. Both of the sand tigers reached into the boat to take their assault rifles into hand. That was message enough for Palat that he advanced the boat toward the landing. Verlock and Manny Giles had their weapons ready by the time they were as close as they would get without making the ghouls aware of their presence. Even while in the water at night and clinging to a boat, the 4 veteran operators shot tight groups and all headshots as they swept the beachhead clear of ghouls. Platt moved the boat to a section of shore that didn't have bodies on it. Verlock and Manny left behind their swimming gear in the boat, took their waterproof field bags, and then started hiking up the snake twist roadway. Even from the boat, one only needed to look up the ravine to see where a short span of bridge entered a tunnel that the original dam builders had hewn from the granite. That locomotive tunnel-sized passage ran an impressive half-kilometer inside the canyon wall before it emerged on the concrete deck right at the service doors into the dam's generator powerhouse. All Verlock and Manny had to do was get there. In the 10 minutes that they spent walking up to the tunnel entrance, Platt motored the boat toward the dam. Progress proved to be excruciatingly slow owing to the twin torrents of water that jetted from the 5-story-high stony gates that flanked the canyon. As Scylla and a Charybdis forming their mythical strait, the only way through was by navigating exactly down the center where those converging jet pressures reduced the impassable doom into a frightening aerated maelstrom. Their sense of relief was short-lived after Palat got them past the stony gates. Midway up the canyon's walls on both sides were concrete outlet works with the appearance of rectangular buildings that had a row of circular vents. Just one pipe on each side actively launched a solid jet of water into the air. The horizontal fountains were so lofty and powerful that they didn't even crash into the river below until after they had fully crossed to the other side of the canyon and then fell at the feet of their twin. If the boat tried to sneak under the base of one, it would receive the full fury of its partner. As with the stony gates, the only way through was right down the middle. A waterfall of rain deluged the boat as they passed underneath. That pelting was mild compared to the pulverizing force that the jets delivered to anything actually in their paths. Finally, as with the proverbial eye of the storm, they came through to the clear calm waters of the sheltered lagoon that rested between the long arms of the power station. Both sides of the canyon had matching powerhouses, 20 stories high containing rows of turbine generators. Connecting them at their head, at the very foot of the staggeringly taller dam itself, was the equally large third section of the powerhouse. All of it was an epic bomb-proof fortress with doors fit for battleships, everything on a scale worthy of an Egyptian pharaoh. All the falling water had noise like thunder. Platt had no fear of enemy guards overhearing him when he commented to the others, Carmen was right, only madmen would try entering this way. We've got them by their beards. When Verlock and Manny arrived at the tunnel entrance, he observed, those are some really nice doors they have there. To ensure their defense, The people who controlled the dam had reinstalled the World War II-era solid steel plate doors. They filled the entire opening that was large enough for loaded heavy rail cars. The doors had rounded rivets typical of exceptionally thick steel. It may as well have been the hull of an early 20th century battleship. As a small consolation, there was a human-sized access door set in one side, only it had no locks, handles, or anything else aside from its tightly fitted seam to reveal its identity. Manny took the chance of just pushing on it as though perhaps someone had left it unlocked on the inside. The door remained as solid and immovable as the granite cliffs that surrounded it. "If your enemy is secure at all points," Verloc quoted, "be prepared for him." She took off her Marshal Service wristwatch and then showed it to Manny. "These enormous doors will have electrical motors to open them. Alternating current charges the power cables that lead to those motors. That current generates a low-frequency noise we can detect with a properly sensitive instrument." Verloc held the back of her watch close to the door where a handle would normally be and then she said, "The upshot is, by measuring the interference to that signal, one can see through walls." To prove her claim, her watch beamed a luminous green projection onto the door that represented what it saw on the other side by means of its passive radar. After a good minute of searching along the inner edge of the door, Verloc said, "Not good at all. A heavy steel gear and padlock, and they even padlocked the lever hasp." Manny asked, "So we're screwed?" "We have two teams for a reason," Verloc replied softly, "but we're not finished yet." She began examining the main door by tracking down the faint signal that accompanied electrical current. It didn't take long for her to locate the massive steel bolt that affixed both halves of the main door closed. Verloc examined the suitably heavy chain drive that controlled the passage of the bolt and then the electrical box that commanded the motor. That was when she found something interesting. "Have a look at this wire." Verloc quickly tracked the wire as it ran all the way to the far edge of the door and then discreetly came outside by following a little crack in the wall. She was happy to say, "This thin little beauty has to be the antennae. They couldn't get a good signal through all this steel." He didn't understand. "What kind of signal are we talking about?" Verloc put her watch near her mouth and then whispered to it, "I need a hack on the wireless door sensor in recent scan file." A moment later, her watch shined the green laser projection at the massive door to show her where to press the back of the timepiece against the steel. When she complied, the futuristic device electromagnetically fired a 5-volt longitudinal beam that jolted the appropriate pin in the circuit board behind the door. In normal operation, the antennae for that residential garage door opener circuit board needed to receive the correct code from among billions of possible consecutively randomized alternatives. Verloc's computerized watch bypassed the security entirely by just sending the successful signal outcome directly further along the circuit board. When he heard the garage door opener's chain pull back the locking bolt from its anchors, Manny Giles stepped back while instinctively gazing upward, but then nothing happened. He looked to Verloc and then shrugged to let her know he expected the doors to swing wide in all their majesty. She leaned into the 8-ton door, the one without the secondary small hatch in it. The portal silently eased back enough for her to slip through. Verloc gestured to indicate the door on its hinges. "Now that is quality craftsmanship. I really love this Art Deco style." He glanced past her into the subterranean darkness of the tunnel going into the mountain. "I bet Dracula would like it too. That is one creepy hole behind a really spooky old giant door." Verloc stepped back and then made a polite arm gesture. "After you then. If Rudolph's Rangers get to the other end first, we will be buying them drinks later." Looking back at the bridge they walked in on, Giles said, "I don't mind buying them a drink. They were crazy enough to take that little boat up through that maelstrom. It will be worth the drinks just to have them make it." Since he felt sure that no ghouls watched them or would know where they went, Manny put on his night vision goggles and then slipped inside the narrow space between the giant steel doors. After she followed him in, Verloc leaned on the door and then slowly pushed it closed. When it was done, she wondered aloud, should we lock it and then come back for the car? Mandy waited for her to put on her night vision goggles. The moon and starlight outside had damn near been blinding compared to that perfect dark inside the tunnel. "I didn't see any biters out there," he said about the door. "Even if one comes along, they have no reason to think that the door moves any better now than it ever did before. If the worst does happen and one decides to stumble around blind in this tunnel, there are too few of them down in the canyon to make a fight of it. Let's leave the door unlocked so that the colonel can let himself in. Driving down here will make a lot of noise. They won't want to stand around waiting for us to come let them inside." Palat and the two sand tigers spent a few minutes quietly observing the possibilities. They did not see any windows illuminated by electric lights. No patrolling guards revealed themselves anywhere, which was no assurance that they weren't camping in some out-of-the-way corner. The lagoon had one turbulent upwelling, the sort of disturbance that suggested that a major water discharge poured out from deep under the pier. It was almost certainly the exhaust port from an active generator. Their best option for getting up from the river onto the high concrete pier was obvious. The whole inner perimeter where the power plant faced the water was smooth concrete columns that they could never effectively climb up so high. One unappealing option was where the downstream end of the pier joined with the raw canyon wall. There was rough natural stone there. It wasn't overly steep, easy enough for them to climb within reach of the pier's pipe railing. The ideal choice was right in front of them. There was a floating dock on the near end of the pier that was opposite Verlock's tunnel. The dam survivors parked their speedboat there. The watercraft was in obviously good condition. It couldn't have been there by chance. A broad iron stairway had once connected the pier at the top with the boat dock at the bottom, but an acetylene cutting torch had changed that. A new hinge at the top of the stairs allowed the whole structure to swing upward out of reach from the dock. If nothing else, they had done it as a wise precaution so that any ghoul that managed to swim to the little floating dock would not be able to climb up into their community. Platt told his companions, "I don't want to get caught down here in this boat when some patrol finally comes along." When neither of them disagreed, Platt drove their raft to the boat dock. The speedboat there was several times larger than their own inflatable craft and as such was more stable than the raft or even the wobbly floating dock that surrounded it. While Rosner and Resimer climbed into the speedboat and then took up defensive shooting positions, Platt uncoiled the knotted climbing rope from their raft supplies. Carmen had the foresight in her planning that she provided them with a padded grappling hook as well. After he hooked the end of the ladder with his first throw, Platt discovered that the stairs were not counterweighted. A cable winch kept the stairs elevated. Platt had to climb the rope to free the stairs by hand. A vintage hand-crank cable winch lowered the heavy stairway into position for the two sand tigers who came up with the burdensome gear bags from the raft. Resimer and Rosner looked to Platt for leadership. There were two railroad-sized tunnels going into the canyon wall immediately to their right. 25 stories up the wall was the balcony that led into the valve house building with its sky arch water jet making so much noise. If an enemy sharpshooter were up there, he would slaughter them from so advantageous a firing position. Platt took out his small plastic laminated map and then showed it to his companions. He indicated the wall tunnel on the right, the one with the rail tracks for moving super heavy cargo, that leads to the maintenance tunnels for the penstock plumbing. He pointed to the left tunnel, back in there is the elevator that would take us up to that waterworks building. We don't think anyone would live in there. The plumbing on that water jet would be deafening. Next, Platt gestured across the lagoon to the opposite side where there were 3 canyon tunnels instead of 2. Those are the same as this side, only the left one is the portal road that Special Agent Shield and Giles are trying to come in through. Rosner indicated the nearest horseshoe end of the combined towering powerhouse buildings, which was right in front of them. There was a huge garage door and a normal-sized door, both closed and obviously sturdy in nature. "We forget all of that for the moment," Platt told them as he walked over to the pier railing that overlooked the boat dock stairway. "We are fully committed to this now. It might take days for us to search the miles of passages running through this place. As far as these people are concerned, we are not even here. Let's just keep it that way for the time being." Platt took the gear bag from Rosner as he told him, "You take point. We double time it around to the other side and then hook up with our people." Before departing, Platt cranked the stairs back up to their secure raised position and then he extended his arm over the railing to pop 3 suppressed shots into their raft, which would sink it. The rope he had tied it off with would prevent the deflated draft from drifting away. He didn't want any enemy guards to come along and then see their raft floating down there at the dock. The power station had a roadway rim that ran just inside the railing at the water's edge. It was exactly wide enough for 2 passenger vehicles to pass one another. Rosner led the way down the road. He kept the muzzle on his assault rifle low enough that he would need to raise it to fire, time enough to decide friend from foe when surprised. The side galleries of the power station had juggernaut pieces of transformer equipment lining the canyon side of the road. A minority of the equipment had concrete Art Deco sheds to protect them from the weather. Later additions did not warrant the same expensive generosity. Those stood open and honestly did seem oblivious to the conditions. Rosner checked each hiding place among the power equipment as he made his way around. Platt came up second and kept his attention across the lagoon and high up on the roof ledges. Resimer backstepped as he brought up the rear with a vigilant eye that made certain no one came up behind them. They walked 200 meters just to reach the first turn. The head house at the foot of the dam was even taller than the wing buildings that held the turbines. Another of the giant garage doors with heavy freight rail support went inside. The narrow end of the lagoon was only a sixth of its length, but still impressive. Near the center was a double set of normal-sized fireproof doors going into the head building. It wasn't the doors that got Rosner's attention. On the railing over the water was a row of fishing poles. Each of the poles was in an automated tip-up carriage that operated in a manner not unlike a rat trap. When a fish pulled on the line, a sensitive trigger would release the spring that jerked back the rod to set the hook. One of the rods suddenly popping up to catch a fish startled Platt's group. It was just the sort of tense moment of shock that caused amateurs to shoot up the landscape or each other accidentally. None of them overreacted. Their next realization was the actually distressing part. They saw the blinking light on some kind of homemade alarm system. Wires went from the fishing poles, under the doors, and then into the building. At that moment, someone inside had just received a bell or buzzer that informed them that they had caught a fish. They had every reason to expect the fishermen to arrive post-haste. They were equally far from either end of the pier, and even if they did reach one of the corners, there was nowhere to hide when they arrived. Platt gestured for the sand tigers to press themselves up against the wall of the building, both of them to one side of the door and himself on the other. Being down in the canyon as they were and at the foot of the dam, it was quite dark, doubly so for a fisherman who came out from a room with lights that spoiled his eyes. It was the right call because within seconds they heard the door unlock from the inside. Whoever was in there had the good sense to turn off his light before he opened up. A flash of spilled light like that down in a canyon could easily get unwanted attention from a long way off, raiders and ghouls alike. On first glance, Platt estimated the guy who came out was little more than a kid. He might have been Bobby Bean's age at best. If he came armed, it was something small and concealed. Aside from shorts and a pullover shirt, all the kid had was a bait pail and a pair of long pliers for removing hooks. The sand tigers kept their cool even when the kid proved to have sharp senses. The fisherman turned to look right at them. Both men felt a temptation to put a bullet through the kid's head to keep him from yelling out in alarm. Platt clamped his hand over the kid's mouth from behind. There was no mistaking the pressure from the muzzle of his Shipka machine and pistol as he pressed it into the base of the kid's skull. "If we wanted you dead, you would be already," Platt whispered. "If anyone else surprises us out here, I'll have no choice but to kill you." The kid made a small nod to demonstrate that he understood. After Platt loosened the hand over his mouth, the fisherman spoke quietly. "You need to leave here and forget about this place. We have nothing for you to steal. All we have is the generators and they weigh 4 million pounds each. You have the same chance of carrying away a mountain as to move one of those." Platt replied, "If the mountain will not come to Muhammad, then Muhammad will go to the mountain. We have not come as thieves, but as liberators. You can best protect your friends and family by helping us take over this place without unnecessary violence." "You seem like 3 tough dudes," the kid pleaded, "but this is just the power station. When they find out you are here, they will send an army to take it back. If they learn that I helped you, they will cut my throat." "We understand," Rosimer said to the kid before hitting him in the face with the butt of his rifle. As brutal as it seemed, it was a well-chosen shot that would leave a good mark without doing any permanent damage. He held out some handcuffs. "Put these on. Anyone you help us find, we will make sure that they know you didn't give us any information. You even took a good beating telling us to go fuck ourselves." "They leave 3 guards here to watch over us," the kid informed them. He was willingly handcuffing himself at that moment, so he gestured with his chin way up to the very top of the canyon. "They stay up there away from all the noise." The 3 of them looked up to see a charming castle of sorts that overlooked them from the top of the cliff. It was a sort of national monument museum and visitors center, solidly built and spacious. There was an amphitheater quality to the canyon below the shield of the dam that concentrated and amplified sound. It was one thing to visit the powerhouse, but living down there had to be a brutal assault on the auditory sense. If the workers did not sleep in earplugs, they were stupid not to think of it. It made sense that the guards had chosen to live as far from the cacophony as possible. Platt asked, "How many friends do you have here and where are they now?" "There are 17 of us working here," the fisherman answered. "We live in the old office spaces above the machine shops. The commissary has kitchens we use. As long as the power keeps flowing, they see that we have what we need and leave us alone. The guards change every month or so. They fly in from that Air Force base, the one out at Groom Lake north of Las Vegas. That is where all the power goes." Rosner asked, "Groom Lake? Where have I heard of that before?" "American spaceships," Rosimer reminded him. "Area 51, the top secret base where the government stored the flying saucers that they recovered." Platt believed that was all bullshit. They tested radar profiles of classified aircraft prototypes there, unmanned drones, and stuff they stole from the Russians and the Chinese. Now is not the time for worrying about that. We need to find those 3 guards and make sure they don't call them on the radio. He asked the kid, "What's your name?" "Joey," he answered. "Joseph I mean, but people call me Joey." I assume your friends will expect you back at some point, Platt plotted. That castle up there on the cliff has an elevator, but they don't let you use it. If you showed up in it, they wouldn't be friendly. Getting them out of there is not going to be easy. If you called them for something, could you lure them all down? Even if I was helping you, Joey replied. You would never get all three of them to come down at the same time. One of them would stay behind so that they didn't all die in the same ambush. I usually clean the fish out here, and everyone else should still be asleep anyway. Platt told Rosner, you two take Joey inside and find the rest of his community. They don't have any guns. You can just tell them they are our safe hostages until Fleet Admiral Rudel takes care of the problem at Groom Lake. Everyone wants this dam in one piece. If we lose, they were our prisoners, so the worst thing for them is going back to business as usual. After we win, they will be free to go or join whoever they want. After the Sand Tigers took Joey inside the building and then closed the door behind them, Platt continued around the pier alone to meet up with Verloc and Manny Giles. Ray Brakeman wore his aviator goggles while riding on Cutter's back in a custom harness. Andy didn't drive overly fast, but there was still a good wind into the eyes while riding out on the open flatbed trailer. Aside from some boxes of cargo that wouldn't fit in the car's trunk, Frank Peterson sat out on the trailer, as did Carmen and Critias. Ruby and Sully shared the front seat of the car with Andy driving. Colonel Davis, Leafing, and Romeo were in the back seat. The trip began with a short stint through the remains of the local city. Everything was in bad shape, sometimes burned, always looted, and every vehicle they saw had open gas flaps as though there wasn't a drop of petrol left in the region. Critias commented, people tore the hell out of this place. People from the west coast came through here, Frank informed him. Everyone heading east needed gas and food. They stole everything not nailed down. The ones that had it and didn't want to give it up, they had to fight for it. All the while, ghouls were jumping out of the desert mean as rattlesnakes. Terrible times, Carmen lamented. Men with families, small children, robbing, murdering to survive or else falling victim to the same. So many people back home do simple honest jobs, no one knowing the extraordinary hardships they overcame surviving to find King Louis and then start a new life. Andy soon had them past the city and then out into desert country where they made better time on the broad interstate highway. The pass through the mountains that took them to the lower portal road had fabulous scenic views. Andy was careful as he drove the twisting turns that went down into the canyon. The whole trip took less than 20 minutes and involved them shooting only a few ghouls at the end when they reached the bridge with the mammoth iron doors. When Platt arrived at the end of the pier, Manny flashed him a signal with his flashlight from inside the tunnel. It was enough for Platt to raise his hand for them to know he had seen them. The three of them met just inside the mouth of the lower portal road tunnel. Platt started filling them in on the progress thus far. There are 17 civilians under guard from 3 guys who live in that tower up there. The Sand Tigers are getting the non-combatants squared away. That missing airplane goes to an airbase about 160 kilometers north of here out in the desert. Show me where the nearest worm transformer is, Verloc instructed. I need to send a full report back to the agency. If the governors are going to war with a professional army, they need to know immediately. The live one is about halfway down that way, Platt gestured behind him. I can show you which one. I need to check up on the Tigers, make sure they have made terms with the electricians down in the big house. A couple minutes later, back at the other end of the tunnel, Cutter pushed open both the railway doors. With a shove, he put them wide enough to let the car pass between them. Happy to find them unlocked, Cutter said. I knew we could count on Verloc. I did too, Carmen agreed. Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. never fails to accomplish her mission. Kevin tells me that she is making her report to Jim and Fleet Admiral Rudel right now. We should have control of the dam here shortly. Our larger problems are yet to come. Carmen closed the huge doors after the car and trailer were inside the tunnel and then locked the heavy bolt. Even if the doors could move somewhat easily relative to their size and weight, Cutter recognized her hidden physical might that allowed her to do it far more casually than any of their mortal friends would have been capable of doing. Andy turned the headlights on for driving since they would be able to go a long way without it mattering. He would see the far end of the tunnel in time to turn them off again. Romeo favored Carmen with his seat in the back of the car. From there, she could inform Colonel Davis of everything she learned about the mission from Verloc's transmitted report. During the ride, she told Hiram, there are 3 armed men up in the hospitality center at the top of the canyon. Once you have eliminated them, the dam is yours. They work for a community operating out of the Groom Lake Air Base. That is the destination of the electricity from the dam and presumably the missing cargo plane. I suspect that the power distribution lines were hardened against worse scenarios. The captive engineers here at the dam took care of the rest. Hiram ordered, "When we arrive, I want you to take Critias and Verloc up there. Bring me those men one way or another. Some information would be nice, and having them alive would leave us with more options when the time comes for dealing with their commanders. Preventing them from calling home is non-negotiable. Even when their leaders realize that they have lost the dam, we prefer that they don't know who has taken it from them. They could have some powerful weaponry out there at Groom Lake. We don't want them using it on the family back home. For now, we will leave their electrical service uninterrupted. Obviously, we need to be polite and respectful to these electricians who live here." "We will see it done," Carmen confirmed her instructions. Since they had a moment before the car arrived at the power station, Hiram asked her, "Do you have any news from home? Is everyone doing well, your daughters?" "They are worried about us," Carmen confided. That we have gotten this far was a great relief to them. Hiram agreed with that sentiment. "Your plan did include some daring elements. It is a strange pleasure not needing to capitalize on them. I'm glad that Verloc and Platt did not find a battalion of gunmen holding this dam against all comers." Upon consideration of his own words, he added, "We may yet find ourselves holding this property against a battalion of gunmen coming to take it back." "Yes, we may." Carmen didn't deny that she had opened the door on some monumental hazards, perhaps the deaths of friends or even the aerial bombing of back home. The men at Groom Lake could have nuclear weaponry and the means to deliver them. "One day at a time," Hiram said to be comforting while at war. "Here we are, arriving at their power station in this fine luxury car. Now, capture those men. I'm sure everyone is interested in what they have to say." Andy stopped the car just inside the end of the tunnel where it would remain out of sight. Carmen got out of the car and then went back to the wagon. She told her husband, "Colonel Davis would like you to take Verloc and myself up to the observation building at the top of the dam. There are 3 enemy combatants that you should bring down to him for questioning." "Just 3? Critias didn't sound impressed. "Do we need to take the road back around to the top, or do you have a more expedient route of access?" "There is an elevator that could assist us," Carmen reported as she gestured the direction they should proceed. "I prefer to use the stairs. I already explained my intentions to Verloc. She will meet us there." Critias glanced around to take his measure of the place. He summed it up with the word, "impressive." "Electron harvesting has quite a history. I like this better than Dr. Kine's atomic beta box." Carmen reasoned, "There is considerable political and materialist power to be gained from controlling the electron man of heaven. Everyone needs it, and if they get it for free, they don't need the person who provides it. Control of this dam will be maximal leverage against the recipients of its production. They will have no choice but to come to terms with the governors or else attack us to reclaim it." She led him to a nearby door at the end of the building. Carmen casually unlocked it with her amorphous key as though she actually worked there. The interior was entirely spacious and full of functional antique technology on an epic scale that kept Critias suitably impressed. 2 huge gantry cranes could slide along the lofty ceiling. Just one of them could lift their car like it was a dropped handkerchief. 8 generators the size of small houses stood all in a row. Everything was clean and professional, entirely worthy of admiration. As Carmen walked them down the line, Critias saw many toolboxes along the wall. Some were on the back ends of tricycle bikes so that workmen could more conveniently pedal them around. They also had electric carts essentially identical to the ones they had seen in Camelot. One of the generators had a light on its summit as proof that it actively generated electricity. The noise was impressive. Critias could only imagine how loud it would have been with all the generators spinning away. Carmen told him, "Big as they are, those are only the upper halves of the generators. There is a second gallery like this downstairs for servicing the lower parts." At the end, they came upon a 9th generator of an entirely different style and also in operation. Carmen made their turn there to head through a double doorway. If they had continued forward, they could have gone around to the right through a large rail track opening. After passing through the machine shops at the foot of the dam, they could get into the twin wing of generators across the lagoon. As they started up a stairway that led them out on an upper floor observation balcony, Carmen informed him about the quite different 9th generator. "That little water wheel dynamo supplies the power here for operating the dam itself." The place was a labyrinth of possibilities with all its galleries and passages, both rough-hewn and elegantly detailed. Nearly all of it had magnificent Italian tiled floors with sigil medallions and fine patterns. One tunnel delivered them to a locked steel gate that closed off a steep and narrow iron staircase. Verloc already waited there for them to arrive. "These stairs run 53 stories in total," Carmen warned them. "The regular gates are here just in case someone should happen to stumble. They might fall for a long time without something in the way to stop them." Critias asked, "These stairs will take us to their hideout?" "We can get close," Carmen offered. There is always the elevator that opens inside their apartment. I thought that would be an unacceptable risk. It's a simple matter for us to go there instead if you prefer. These stairs are good, Critias agreed with her thinking. It would be too much to ask for them to leave the elevator unprotected. I also prefer the stairs, Verloc joined the consensus, but I won't be surprised to find that they don't guard their elevator at all. We came at them with our top game, and they have neglected their security at every turn. They believe these people are too scared to ever raise a hand against them and that no one is left in the world to pay them a visit. The gates did not have fixed locks, only latches. Critias opened the first one for the ladies. Let's go pay them an unexpected visit. Verloc should go first just in case she should slip. Carmen's bones don't break and I have my mech suit to keep me from cracking open my head in a tumble. Hiram had been wise beyond his knowledge when he selected the team to go up and apprehend the guards. The colonel had not known that Carmen would go up by climbing an endless staircase while in combat gear. To have fighting men complete such a climb so burdened and still be fresh to fight was worthy of being an Olympic event. As it was, the three of them had enhanced endurance owing to the inhuman gifts of the women and Critias in his muscle-enhancing armor. After their hike to the top, Carmen finally unlocked a beautiful brass door of the regular dimensions. Critias didn't know where they were at first other than on the surface outside. To their left was a fence line with a wall of sandbags that fortified the inside to block the view and perhaps prevent a tribe of ghouls from shoving it over. They wouldn't come over the top because there was a high-voltage electric wire strung up there that would light them up like candles with the slightest touch. The main building was tinted glass that remained unbroken, a fine testament to the fact that the fence did its job keeping out the infected. Not far from the door was a copper-tarnished green silo about 5 meters high. Carmen gestured to it for Critias. That shelter contains an elevator and a staircase that can take us down inside to the lower level of this structure. When she got far enough around the silo to see the old entrance, they discovered that workers had assembled a metal wall over it. We could cut through this, she supposed. There is a glass skylight roof we could open even easier. Well, probably. If we do, this would take us down into a theater lobby where they showed the tourists movies about the construction of this architectural wonder. If none of those guards is currently in that area, it could be a convenient way for us to locate them. The restrooms and snack preparation equipment in that section would provide amenities useful for their long-term residency. I'd rather not break anything or activate any elevators, Critias declined her offers. These morons live in a glass house because they're totally confident that this electrified wall keeps out the freaks. Since you so cleverly put us inside their fence of doom, I think we can find a low-pressure point of entry amid all this lax security. Verloc gestured to some cigarette butts on the pavement. They come out here to smoke sometimes. One of the doors must still be serviceable. He wondered, are you sure they're not just throwing their butts off the observation patio up on the roof, something like that? Some of them might be, Verloc admitted, but I can see that a boot rubbed out this one. Well then, Critias gestured to the nearby front doors. It seems that they still come out for a stroll in the yard on occasion. I bet one of you beautiful ladies could get those doors open for us. According to what I can see on thermal imaging, they have the air conditioner blasting throughout every centimeter of this place. We will have to search them out the old-fashioned way. Carmen strolled over to the two pairs of brass and glass front doors. She paused to examine them for security alarm features and then evaluated their handles to see which one had the better shine from repeated human contact. After she felt satisfied that no one moved about inside and that there were no other obvious risks, her universal key made short work of the deadbolt. Carmen easily opened the door and then gave Critias a shrug that it was that simple for him to walk inside unopposed. We stay together for now, Critias instructed as he went forward. This will be all nice and quiet, calm and easy. No matter what we find, there will be no weeping or revenge until Colonel Davis gets what he wants. Good people took big risks to get us this far. They didn't do it so we could explore emotional personal agendas. Critias noticed that the interior of the complex was clean beyond mere tidiness, which meant that someone did regular housekeeping. Under the circumstances, he expected that someone wasn't providing maid services willingly. When the occupants had converted the place over to serving as their living quarters, they had gutted it of all manner of junk that was of no value to them. Forager's Castle had been a national monument tourist center before Jim's community remodeled it, so Critias had seen how it worked. Some of the amusing pieces from the museum displays were still around, but most of it ended up in the river. Typical of her expedient excellence, Carmen relied on her nose and an expansive reservoir of well-reasoned expectations. She gestured that if they went to the right, they could ascend this staircase that would take them up to the observation deck areas, which she had no interest in exploring at the moment. The stairs also went down to the underground reception lobby with those theater areas she had mentioned earlier. Further on there was an elevator to reach those same levels. According to what she had told Critias earlier, the larger cable elevator that went down to the power station at the base of the dam would also be nearby. Her sense of smell told her to head forward into the old exhibit gallery. Bookshelves with an impressive collection of literature seemed like a good sign. They suggested that a man of culture had whiled away the hours reading Hemingway and Melville. That was probably the case. Unfortunately, that man had long since moved on in one way or another. After Carmen led them around a curved hallway with the books, they entered the spacious main room of the former museum. There were no windows in that section, not that there would have been much illumination so late at night. The mood lighting was all electrical and even stylish in a Playboy penthouse sort of motif. A widescreen television played extreme homosexual pornography with the sound turned off. The couch in front of it had a man in his underwear not watching the vulgarity even though his eyes were open. Carmen showed no concern as she walked around the couch to examine the coffee table in front of the man. There was a mirror with powdered cocaine on it, a bowl of hemp flower buds, and a syringe for the man's intravenous indulgences with heroin. American military tattoos implied that the man was formerly a soldier. He was younger than 30, a bit thin, and currently so stoned on his heroin that seeing Critias arrive with Carmen and Verloc didn't even faze him. He is so intoxicated that he is barely conscious, Carmen whispered and then picked up the remote control for long enough to switch the television to a blank blue channel. What would you like me to do with him? Verloc took out her roll of duct tape. I'll wrap this one up. There is a risk with gagging him. Should he start to vomit, he'll drown in it. Then he drowns in it, Critias replied with unconcerned contempt. I don't want to kill him outright, but we can't let him start screaming for his pals. In this condition, there is no predicting what he might do. Carmen got her hackles up in alert and then gestured that she heard something from further back in the apartment. A tilt of Critias's head sent her to investigate. Some tape over the mouth made the drug addict start to panic, prompting Critias to hold him down while Verloc taped up his wrists and ankles. By the time they finished, Carmen returned with a scrawny boy, 10 years of age at most. The boy showed no concern for the man on the couch, fear of strange intruders, or even a willingness to demonstrate a reaction other than sensory withdrawal. He has a room in the back, Carmen informed them. From the lack of toys or other diversions, among other clues, I believe he is some manner of house slave and not one of their children. Critias went over to examine the boy. Can you speak? We serve King Louis. Have you ever heard of him? The boy pointed to the television remote control on the coffee table. Critias gestured that Carmen should hand it to him. After she did, the boy pressed a button that called up a pre-selected channel on the television. His show was the emergency broadcast signal Kevin transmitted from his control room. At the moment, the picture showed a scrolling message that told anyone watching what radio frequencies they should use for calling King Louis to ask for help or to join his community. The boy clicked the volume up a few bars so that everyone could make out the voice that read the message aloud. One of the women who worked in Kevin's control room did the narration. It was a good choice because her compassionate female tone was rather reassuring. The workers are not allowed to hear this, the boy said quietly. I have seen this when Charlie is trying to watch the other shows on this station. Critias pointed to the taped-up junkie on the couch. That must be Charlie. I assume that he has been hurting you. After we get what information he has, we're probably going to kill him. You have nothing to fear from us. I heard there are 2 other men around here somewhere. Can you tell me where I can find them? Their rooms are downstairs, the boy readily answered. I can show you where. Even if they did not need the kid, Critias wanted to give him a chance to feel like he was part of the team and instrumental in his own liberation. That would help later as he adjusted to a new life away from scum like Charlie. Critias asked him, what's your name? If you are going to help us save everyone here, we should know what to call you. The boy replied, they call me Nino. Nino is not good enough for you anymore, Carmen complained. It was beyond Critias's language skills, but she realized that the guards were just calling him boy in Spanish, and not just because he had some obvious indigenous ancestry in his skin color. She told the boy, your name is Cochise now. Show us where the other men are sleeping. Verloc's secret agent instincts did not border on the paranormal. She actually did have a sixth sense. Watcher or not, Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. was still a genus of ghoul that possessed all of their gifts even if she lacked their glaring weaknesses. She felt the presence of a nearby human even before she knew why her danger sense tingled. Verloc moved quietly back toward the entrance where they came in from the plaza entry hall. Another of the resident guards called out just as he reached the apartment. Get your ass up, Charlie. We just got a message on the line. Indian school shot down a plane only to have it land on them. Canyon Ranch went to check it out, now they've disappeared too. A moment before he came face to face with Verloc, he said, "We have to go on alert. King Louis might be making his move." The pistol already in the man's hand surprised Verloc. She didn't think he would be cautious enough to have it ready inside his own home. His expression showed more surprise than she had felt, only it didn't slow his reactions any. He raised the weapon only to have her strip it from his hand with a perfectly executed Aikido technique. Her same maneuver hurled the man down to land flat on his back, which knocked the wind out of him and left him unable to cry out. Verloc trapped one of his wrists behind her knee as she pressed it into the side of his neck. She held his other wrist in an arm lock while her free hand used thumb pressure to cut off the blood to his brain at the open side of his throat. In seconds, the man went unconscious. Carmen told Critias he would have alerted the other man downstairs before he came up here. When he said he got a message over the line, I believe that means that they have a physical fiber optical cable running in tandem to the power transmission lines. It gives them unhindered communications with their home base without having to broadcast it. We should apprehend him before he learns that we are here and then sends an alert back to his main community. This is your mission, he reminded his wife. Fetch me food. Like the faithful magical hound from the children's story, Carmen went off like a shot to fetch her master his prize. Once she was back in the entry hall, Carmen went to the stairway that they had bypassed before. Her steps were both quick and silent as she made her way down to the underground reception lobby. After Carmen reached that lower floor, she cautiously stepped toward the middle of the spacious hall while all her senses searched for the last guard. The cool air carried the sense of two women that had to be around the place somewhere. She also caught the aroma of a third man. Carmen remained confident that the last guard was male. She slowly advanced toward the splendid spiral staircase that Critias had declined breaking into as their outdoors point of entry. Its brass handrails gleamed in the dim electric lighting that illuminated that lower level. Every exterior view had covering so that the eyes of ghouls would never feel tempted to investigate a human light source. Still having found nothing, Carmen felt concerned that the man might go to the fiber optic communication system. To move things along, she imitated the voice of the guard that Verloc had captured. She called out, "Are you getting up or what?" A naked woman came out from behind a broad heavy curtain that covered the entrance into one of the two theater rooms. Before she saw Carmen, she asked, "Do you want breakfast now or after you get back?" When their eyes did meet, Carmen held a finger to her lips that the woman should remain silent. The Tesla Flux pistol in her other hand made it clear that Carmen was not playing around. That was when the woman realized that she had come out because she had heard the man's voice, which had to mean that the man was nearby. On top of her already unstable mindset, running into Carmen was more than she could handle. The third man came out through the curtain that covered the entrance to the second theater room. As he emerged, he said, "I want to take a shower first." He had no weapons or anything else but a pair of shorts. Carmen locked pistol aim on the man's head using both hands. That was how she could present herself as being menacing as possible. She actually was going to kill him if he tried to run. Carmen wanted him to have the best chance of living that she could give him. "Get down on your knees," she commanded with deadly harshness. "Lace your fingers on top of your head. If you don't obey immediately, I'm putting 2 in your brain. Show that you understand by doing it." The man hesitated, but didn't dare attempt anything. Thermal vision showed Carmen that the other woman moved up to stand behind the curtain blocking his room. The first woman seemed to lose all sense of reality. She glanced around as though she didn't know where she was or what she desired. In full context of her life, with nowhere to go even with freedom, and no clear indication of who currently ruled over the dam in her life, the woman did the best thing she could at the moment, which was to stay where she was and keep her mouth shut. "Come out from behind the curtain," Carmen requested without malice. For the man she said, "I told you to get down, but you have chosen death. So be it." "Wait," he squealed in panic as he dropped to his knees. "I surrender. You don't have to kill me." The second woman came out from behind the curtain. She had the bruises from a recent beating and it was equally apparent that the man had chopped off nearly all of her hair in some form of public shaming punishment. "They both keep their guns locked up," she informed Carmen. "They are afraid I will get my hands on one of them. Even if he does run away, you can get him before he unlocks the cabinet." Carmen guessed, he never forgets to lock up the guns. "Always the guns," the woman agreed insofar as that. "Now that you are here, I can tell him that he sometimes forgets to lock up the scissors." She proved that lapse in his security precautions by raising a pair of Sheffield steel tailoring scissors. The woman planned on stabbing them into her keeper's neck while he was on his knees. Fortunately for Colonel Davis and his interrogation plans, She was not much of an assassin. Critias had come down the stairway by then to see what was going on. He told the woman, "Don't kill that asshole until we finish questioning him." She raised the scissors. "What do I care? He has a lot of friends out in the desert," Critias answered. "One of us is going to deal with them when they arrive looking for him. If that is going to be me, I need to hear everything he knows." The quiet woman asked, "What happens to us?" Carmen said, "We think it would be best if you joined the engineers down at the power station. You will also have information valuable to our mission. For now, we will take you to meet our Colonel Hiram Davis." Scissors woman asked, "Do I get a gun?" "If you can prove you're not crazy," Critias challenged her, "you can have 10 guns." She flipped the scissors in her hand so that she held them by the closed blades and then offered them to Carmen with the calm pledge, "I'm not crazy." Critias waved her off then, "Get dressed, and help her get dressed too if she is not ready to deal with this. When you're set, we're all taking the elevator back down to the power station. You don't even want to see those stairs we came up in." Chapter 8. Little Big Man. Colonel Hiram Davis gathered everyone besides his 3 prisoners into the cafeteria. That spacious dining hall was on an upper floor of the power station building at the foot of the dam. The tables and chairs were of the cheap folding variety, but everything else was nice enough. There were many sink stations along with rows of microwaves, refrigerators, and electric stove ovens. The baggage that came in on the Greyhound included an insulated chest of frozen meat and boxes of canned food. An old woman that the electricians called Granny had volunteered to supervise all the cooking. She had a lifetime of experience at preparing food. Her involvement was not any sort of hardship. Apart from Joey, there were 7 other men in the dam's captive workforce. Each of them had a wife of sorts, captive women with an assignment to be their companions and also perform work at the dam. The relationships had grown out of necessity rather than by any tyranny on the part of the captive men. Even if those marriages were soon to dissolve owing to the opportunity for it, at least for the moment, none of the women seemed inclined toward acts of revenge or demonstrated any overt hostility toward their male counterparts. The boy that Carmen had dubbed Cochise after the legendary Apache hero was there, as were the 2 women who had been captives of the heterosexual guards. Carmen and Platt sat with Cochise at a table where they tried to make him comfortable and believed that freedom was his even if he didn't know what that was. The boy had little to say, but a strong appetite for Granny's cooking. By Critias's thinking, the appetite was the better of the 2. Plenty of people without the will to live had lots to say about their misery. Only those who wanted to live gave proper attention to a big meal. Carmen and Platt ended up chatting away in Turkish. Critias took the language as a demonstration of their platonic intimacy rather than any attempt at secrecy. Platt was a paratrooper commando, refined gentleman, and moralist. It was easy for Critias to see what she liked about him and why he should feel a little jealous. The wholesome and public nature of their friendship genuinely never scandalized Critias or his marriage. He couldn't put his finger on anything he should complain about aloud. It was obvious to Critias when Platt used the term baka and the man's eyes ruefully indicated the boy. He was curious enough to ask, "What is baka?" Carmen used Latin to be discreet. He kept the boy as a Catamite. Verloc came up with Romeo because she shared in their mutual interest for helping the boy. She said, "Judging by his tattoos, the man served in Afghanistan as some kind of contractor bodyguard. My bet is for a CIA Mossad liaison officer handling their warlord opium poppy suppliers. Undoubtedly, that is where he acquired his taste for criminality, heroin, and Bakabazi dancers." "He will be a good source of information," Carmen commented grimly. "His regular heroin dosage would be lethal to anyone that wasn't a chronic abuser. When he begins to go into withdrawals, he will tell us anything we want to know in exchange for a fix." Critias saw no need to wait. "I am prepared to hook some of this electricity to his balls to get that information. He is a dead man walking and everyone knows it. Even if I am alone on this, I am killing that prick. Clark got the bat for being a spineless weaselly duty dodger and that was nothing compared to this." Talk of torture caused Colonel Davis to come over. He knew that Critias got the message without him having to give a lecture about it. The new civilians didn't need to overhear anything too dark at the moment. It was best if they saw their rescuers as calm and compassionate people, not testicle-roasting Verloc villains. Instead of lecturing to the obvious, the colonel asked, "Did you have any trouble capturing those guards for interrogation?" "Carmen walked us right in the front door," Critias detailed. "There might have been a difficult moment when one of them came upon us unexpectedly. Special Agent Shield had him disarmed and hog-tied before any of us even knew which way was up, him included. If she had not been there, it would have degenerated into a gunfight, left him dead, and the 3rd man would have become aware of our presence, perhaps to send an alert to his home base. Verloc's skills were essential to success. A ghoul puncher like me still has a lot to learn about fighting brigands. Romeo relished hearing the praises of Verloc, especially when she had justly earned their respect. His discreet brushing touch to her wrist conveyed his amorous pride. He said to the group, "I regret that I haven't been more useful in this rather militant endeavor. I see that Cutter's supper is ready." Granny prepared him a pot of rice and beans with diced beef. "While the rest of you discuss what comes next, I will take down his food and then keep him company. Cutter mentioned to me that he might spend the morning on a hunting trip to get us some fresh meat." The thought of a hunting trip made Hiram sigh. "I would like to take a big black ram while I'm here. For now, I will concentrate on making this dam a permanent acquisition. There will be safer days for me to enjoy a hunting expedition. You may want to caution Cutter about getting too far away. We have to maintain radio silence. Contacting him would be difficult." Critias asked the group, "What has Jim and the Admiral had to say about all this?" "They want information from the prisoners." Hiram revealed their plans. "We are to leave the power uninterrupted for now. They want us to track down the landline communication system they have been using, see if there are any backlogs of their messages, and prepare for sending fake messages of our own if possible. We want them to think that everything here is operating normally. In the event that they are smarter than they seem, we need to prepare ourselves to defend this dam against their attempt to retake it." They also conveyed some concern about the Greyhound. "If we can scrounge up some fuel for it, we should. An expedition to retake this dam may land at the airport. If they found the Greyhound, it would tell them more than we want them to know." "This reminds me of the Maltese pirates," Critias commented. "They were setting themselves up with those missiles to knock down our planes and ambush Fleet Admiral Rudall as he came into the East Airport. We have a couple of those launchers now, and we know where they will be landing their plane. The Greyhound was enough for us to carry a powerful team. The Admiral's Hercules or Jim's Globemaster are a whole lot bigger. They might deliver military attack vehicles with heavy weapons. One shot to knock the whole show out of the sky sounds a lot more efficient than a ground war." 36 hours, Carmen said to get everyone's attention. "That is how long we have at most before they arrive. Even if they believed all of our other deceptions, they will dramatically reinforce their manpower here in case we did attack. We cannot disguise the genuine loss of their 2 outposts, and they cannot survive without the power generated by this dam. No matter what happens, they will respond. The best case scenario that I see before us is fighting them here before they attack home or the Admiral's fleet. Kevin does not control every satellite in orbit. There are still some that belong to unaligned nations that President Lieberman did not have contact with on any level. It is possible that one or more of them may be available to our enemy. The almost mystical nature associated with Area 51 allows the imagination to wander into just what degree of classified technology they have at their disposal. I don't mean to frighten anyone unnecessarily, but if we provoke these people too rashly, they may use a nuclear weapon that totally obliterates either of our home bases. They must never know they are going to lose until they actually have. If they ever realize they are doomed while they have the means to lash out, I believe they will." Frank Peterson and Manny Giles listened to everything from a neighboring table. "I agree with Critias," Frank said. "We should be waiting at the airport if they do come here. The anti-material rifle is among our gear. I would not even need the manpad. A properly placed round from that cannon at the right moment will bring down anything that flies." Hiram did his job of being an operations-level commander by giving orders. "Make all preparations for a prolonged stay at the airport. Someone needs to go back up to their guard residence to collect their weapons and food. While we are there, we need to find their communications equipment and get that figured out. The lake behind the dam is perfect for a boat assault. We need to set up a security watch." "I have an idea," Verloc spoke up. "This whole installation has security cameras in various locations. All the hardware and hardlines we need are already here. We could replace broken outdoor cameras with functional ones we take down from irrelevant areas. With a little hard work, we could get some eyes on our vulnerable avenues of attack." Many seconded that. This is a community of electrical engineers. Setting up cameras sounds easy enough for these brainy types. If they need any help, the people back home could clue them in on the technical details. Andy and his crewmates were at a table on the other side. Sully asked, "Could they just drive down here? How long would that take? We have the option of driving up there to them and putting a few flies in their ointment." "The best roads out from their base go north even further away from here," Carmen answered him. "If they drove the long way around, it might take 5 hours. Off-road vehicles coming south along the desert roads to Indian Springs should be about the same owing to slower speeds in rough country. There is the possibility that their vehicles are in storage somewhere else, like Indian Springs. They could fly in their troops, board their vehicles, and then be here in a couple of hours or less. There is a chance that they sent their reinforcements at the same time that they sent the warning here that their 2 outposts had gone silent. Critias understood enough. If they were really motivated, they could be getting close already. We have not even locked the railway doors yet. I had Cutter take care of it. Hiram eased that concern. Our able friend braced them closed with some locomotive rail we found. Unless they ran the doors with a tank or use explosives, they are going to have to find another way inside. As for the rest of these issues, we need to move quickly to secure what we have and be prepared for their inevitable arrival. Since Carmen is our resident expert on technology, I would like her to lead the mission back to the guardhouse. One or more of their hostages might be willing to go along as advisors since they have lived there for so long. Special Agent SHIELD will oversee the engineers as they guarantee our control of all elevators and see what they can do with the security cameras. Commander Critias will assemble a team for holding the airport. While he is out there, they can search for fuel for the Greyhound. I will go talk to our prisoners, see what we can learn from them. Carmen told them, I am certain that I can communicate with Critias out at the airport from this range. Kevin has made a study of the electromagnetic pollution that radiates from this power station. I will transmit at low power using frequencies indiscernible from the background interference. It won't be at our usual standard, but more than sufficient for our needs. Ruby asked, what about our satellites? Why don't we have better surveillance over this Groom Lake location? For security reasons, Hiram offered the answer. The departmentalization of the government, military, and civilian contractors formed a general agreement that no one wanted optical surveillance satellites watching the work they had going on out there. They could never be truly certain who was seeing the pictures. The one that took our pictures of their relocated plane does not have the proper angle for seeing up north. Kevin is in the process of retasking that optical satellite for our needs. It will not be stationary, of course. When it passes over every so many hours, they can take photographs for analysis. As I understand it, those satellites have a limited amount of fuel on board for such maneuvering. They will change the orbit of that one so that it flies over their region too. They are also in the process of hacking into commercially owned satellites that Denver did not provide any access codes for operating. Our friends in Russia are also helping out by bringing their satellites into the game. There is useful information from satellite pictures, but they won't replace keeping watch. In the hours between satellite passes, they could travel here, make their attack, and then the battle could already be over. Andy remarked, that explains why they built the black hole in the first place. All of the advantages of a stationary spy satellite, and you can park it anywhere you want for as long as you want, install upgrades, observe for indirect fire, and provide laser guidance for missiles. We could use it overhead right about now. Before the planning session broke up, Carmen wanted to add one more thing, so that we have all the unconventional warfare possibilities on the table. There is still the matter of the ghouls. While they are of little consequence to us safely inside this installation, the infected would be a major obstacle to anyone outside trying to lay siege to this place. It might be in our interest to encourage them to congregate at our vulnerable points. As an example, if the courtyard of the visitors center had been full of agitated infected screaming at us like guard dogs, it would not have been possible for us to sneak up on those men even with their inattentive security. That is a good idea. Hiram appreciated her cunning. The intense background noise around here certainly works against hearing them scream. Even so, their physical agitation can be just as telling as their vocalizations. If our new cameras watch the ghouls rather than listen to them, they might alert us to any discretionary warfare types who creep around on our perimeter. Carmen had finished eating and she wanted to get back to work rather than see all that they had gained fall to ruin. As she got up from her seat, she said, I will go back up to their quarters and then find that communications gear that they use. I'll join you, Ray Brakeman volunteered. I have a knack for finding hidden rooms and secret compartments. Whatever they have up there, we will get to it. Cochise asked Carmen, can I help? I know where Charlie hides his medicine. Yes, Carmen accepted his offer. If you showed us where to find their private things, that would be very helpful. Frank told Critias, if we are going out to the airport, it will be hot as balls in that building during the heat of the day. You might be alright in your spacesuit, but anyone else is going to heat stroke. We can take chests of ice, Critias replied. They have enough freezers and ice machines around here to give us all that we can carry. Carmen, Ray, and Cochise took a short walk through the power station to reach the tunnel that delivered them to the elevator up into the Overlook Visitors Center building where the guards had made their apartments. When the elevator arrived in just over a minute of travel, they exited on the upstairs level of the building to search Charlie's room. The boy told the truth about knowing Charlie's hiding places. The opiate-addled degenerate had hidden his footlocker inside the museum's display of an 8-yard capacity cement transportation bucket. The box contained kilos of white heroin amid a plethora of other recreational drugs that included many bottles of pills. Ray availed himself of the opportunity to roll himself a hemp-flower cigarette. His dexterity in the art was entirely praiseworthy and indicative of lifelong practice. After the lick, as he made his final touches on the uniform shape of his cigarette, Ray said, "You don't partake, do you?" "I do not," Carmen confessed. "Aside from the fact that Critias would not approve, I do not desire it anyway. It is not a very ladylike habit, the smoking or being intoxicated." He nodded in approval as he lit up. "All true," he agreed with an accompanying exhale of aromatic smoke. "You're a role model for your daughters. If you started smoking, they would take it up to be like you." "I'm not so sure about that," Carmen voiced doubts. "Gloria Robinson and Penny Welder both smoke on occasion and they are my role models after a fashion. I don't start smoking to be more like them." "And Jam," Ray added, Colonel Flash both as another role model and occasional smoker of the cannabis. Carmen was ready to move on. "Let's look around downstairs. I think that is where we will find the communications gear." Owing to his short legs, Ray stopped at the hydraulic resident elevator that was just outside of Charlie's enormous apartment. They rode down to the theater level where the other two men had their own spacious quarters. Ray and the boy went off on their own while Carmen went to the chamber of the guard that Verloc had captured. He had been the one to receive messages from their home base. Carmen assumed that was where she would find their communications equipment. Since the outbreak, during the years that survivors had lived at the dam, they had collected furniture, clothes, and assorted diversions to make themselves comfortable. The guard's apartment wasn't bad aside from being devoid of style. If nothing else, the slave women kept the place exceptionally clean with the laundry washed and the trash removed. Their communications gear sat out in the open around the room. He had a personal computer at his desk along with one of 2 landline telephones. Another telephone was beside the bed. It was some small miracle that his webcam's plug wasn't in the computer. The fiber optic hardware in use had sufficient high-speed bandwidth to accommodate a tremendous amount of data that included streaming security cameras. Carmen realized that the leaders at Groom Lake might already know everything because they could continuously spy on their own guards through hidden cameras and microphones. None of the wiring in the apartment was anything more than connection lines for the devices. The actual hardware boxes that converted electrical digital signals into optical photon traffic were somewhere else entirely. She guessed that all the critical hardware would be in the mechanicals room on the lowest level. Carmen had seen an employee-keyed button in the elevator for accessing that area. There was another possibility that the fiber optic network originated in the dam's own control room. If that was the case, the enemy might have surveillance of the entire installation. Her inner ears had exceptional accelerometers and sensitivity to relative motion oscillation. The epic amount of water that rushed through humming pipes combined with the dam's titanic generator to produce a symphony of pervasive noise and vibrations. She had no trouble filtering all that out because there was a predictable consistency to it. That was why Carmen noticed when something entirely new happened. She felt a change that was akin to the motion of an elevator, but not one that Carmen had been around to experience before. Owing to the precarious nature of their overall situation, Carmen felt that they were in danger. The brass elevator doors at the far end of the theater level opened without the ding of any bell. 5 professional killers exited from the car. They came prepared to gun down any who opposed them even if it was an ambush. All were in black tactical military garb, bulletproof armor, and respirator headgear. Their elevator had made a short journey from one level straight up where the customary brass doors graced a portico right in the raw cliff face. That exterior surface elevator was out past the electrified fence and the dam crest road that was just beyond that. The men had entered from the outside and they had a key to unlock that secure elevator. The gunmen were not strangers to the dam, but rather fancied themselves as its rightful owners. One of the men spoke in a gruff whisper, "Nino, come here. Where is Charlie? Where are Terrence and Eddie?" "They are down in the power plant with the giant man," the boy answered truthfully. He did not sound scared of the men and even seemed to know them. The answer came across as being no less ludicrous than it sounded. The man asked incredulously, "What giant man? Where is everyone? Where are those 2 stupid whores? Who are you here with now?" "They are with the giant man," Cochise repeated, only while he gazed upward and hopped with his hands overhead to pantomime a being far taller than the men he spoke with at the moment. "I am here with the tiny man." To illustrate his meaning on that last point, he held his hand down low to indicate Ray's height. "Giants and leprechauns," one of the other soldiers mocked the notion. "Charlie must be shooting up the kid with the same shit he puts in his arm. What's going on around here, Leon?" The first commando said, "Those three morons had orders to make a thorough inspection and maintain extra security until we arrived to reinforce them. That must be what they're doing. Whatever happened at Indian School and Canyon Ranch, it hasn't made its way here yet. It has to be that naval fleet that has taken position in the Gulf. If it isn't them, it is that King Louis character. When we do know who attacked us, they're going to regret it when we put that nuclear-tipped cruise missile right up their ass. They clearly don't understand who they're fucking with." Carmen didn't understand the people whose territory they had encroached on, but she was well on her way to a clearer picture. They wouldn't give up their holdings without a fight, and when they did strike back, it would be with a weapon of mass destruction. Jim's entire city or Rudolph's whole fleet could die in an instantaneous flash of atomic fire. If they came to realize the union of the two powers, there might be a cruise missile for each of them. "You are here," the voice of Ray taunted the guards, as though the dwarf realized that the gunmen must never leave, nor must they find their way down deeper into the dam. "Now you must eat the bread the devil prepared." All of the commandos snapped back to fighting readiness upon learning that strangers were on the property, presumably ready to ambush them. They pointed their assault rifles and submachine guns in various directions in the hope they would be ready when the attack sprang upon them. The enemy leader they called Leon grabbed Cochise to use him as a shield. He hissed at the boy, "Who is that? Who have you let in here?" "That's the tiny man," the boy replied earnestly. "I told you he was here. He is my friend." Leon shouted, "Come out and show yourself, tiny man. You have till the count of 10, and then I am going to blow Nino's brains out." In an effort to kill time and keep the men where they were, Ray bantered, "Are you asking if I want the boy to die with me or to die with you?" The reasoning was simple enough. If the boy had to die anyway, Ray had no reason not to shoot Leon right through him. At least that way, the child would not die for no reason at all. Being mindful of his situation, Leon knew better than to play into Ray's game even if he didn't know the score. Leon kept a firm hold on Cochise by having his weapon hand wrapped around him from behind. With his free hand, he gestured that his companions should advance toward what he thought was Ray's position and then kill him. The vibrations of the deep elevator gave Carmen her signal to move. With pistol in hand, she rushed out from behind the curtain that blocked Terrence's room. As Carmen advanced at a full run, her combat computer established predictive virtual tracking on all the men and their weapons. She moved so fast that her wait for Ray to fire seemed interminable. Because the dwarf had 3 of the commandos advancing toward his position, his choice of targets became simple enough in that he was not in any hurry to die. Ray carried a German-manufactured personal defense weapon that had the appearance of a submachine gun, only a chambered armor-piercing assault rifle ammunition. His cover was behind a suitably impenetrable marble trash receptacle that would have been too small for a man of the common stature, but proved to be more than adequate for Ray's needs of concealment and defense from incoming gunfire. Carmen's ghoulish rush out from the apartment in the old theater did not go unnoticed by the 3 men already intent on dispatching Ray. Their extensive combat training allowed them to focus attention on their objective while they left their able companions to concern themselves with her. That stout-hearted attention to duty earned them the fully automatic spray of steel core-jacketed bullets from Ray's weapon when he finally peeked out from behind the trash can to let them have it. All 3 of the gunmen received multiple hits, but only one of them went down immediately, in his case from a fatal bullet to the head. The other 2 endured serious wounds that would require extensive medical attention to save their lives. Loss of blood would not kill them swiftly, until the time came. Both returned fire with every intent on killing the deadly dwarf. Their swarm of bullets knocked chips from the marble block until one struck Ray in his exposed shoulder. Single shots from Carmen put bullets completely through the heads of the 2 warriors firing on Ray. They might have finished the dwarf off if she had left them the opportunity. The 4th gunman had a cumbersome assault rifle. That combined with his determination to take careful aim made him slower to react than the others. When he finally fixed his sights upon her, Carmen fell backward under his shots so that she slid forward on her knees across the polished stone floor. Leon had waited long enough for his man to pressure Carmen into a position that left her ripe for killing. His automatic fire would nail Carmen no matter how artful her dodges or cunning her agility. When Leon drew down to blow her away, the boy Cochise realized the intent. In an act of bravery, as the grip on him moved away, Cochise knocked the man's submachine gun upward. The automatic fire that would have certainly ripped up Carmen, instead only grazed her with a single bullet. The rest of the strafe missed completely, aside from stitching up the room's ornamental ceiling. A ticket counter blocked their view of Carmen for only an instant. She came over it impossibly fast by their expectations. From sliding on her knees, Carmen tumbled forward and then vaulted up into a seated slide across the smooth countertop that ended when she planted both booted feet into Leon's chest. Her double kick hurled him backward into the 4th gunman that held the assault rifle. Both men managed to stay on their feet at the cost of losing any chance of firing their weapons. Leon came out of his disarray with a combat knife that he tried to stab into Carmen's collarbone because she was already right on him. She blocked his descending arm in the same moment that her kick contacted the other commando in his jaw. Her foot landed only a grazing blow that stunned the man while knocking off his helmet and respirator mask. If she had made full contact with her steel-toed boot, it would have left him unconscious or dead. As Leon stabbed at her again, Carmen blocked his wrist, caught him at the back of the neck, and then tripped up his footing so that she power-slammed his helmeted head into another nearby ticket counter. The last commando used his free moment to level his assault rifle at Carmen. The instant before he gunned her down, an incoming bullet from Ray blew apart his unprotected head. That was close, Ray groaned as he stumbled forward. Blood stained his arm as it ran down from the mild flesh wound he took to his shoulder. His final shot had rescued Carmen in timely fashion. "You are wounded," Carmen observed. "As are you," Ray returned the concern. Carmen bled from where a bullet had grazed her left cheek and then nicked the upper edge of her ear. It was a superficial injury that would heal without a trace within a quarter of a day. To conceal her healing factor, Carmen lied, "Do not concern yourself with me. I feel no pain. I'm not even sure it is my blood and not one of theirs. Your wound needs proper treatment. Have coaches show you to their washroom. These men came in from the wilds. Don't risk exposing yourself to infection." The doors of the elevator from the base of the dam opened to reveal Critias, Verloc, and Palat inside. Carmen had covertly radioed to Critias for help the moment she knew there was trouble. They had come up to give that assistance. Carmen had also radioed him an all-clear report. They didn't arrive expecting to shoot someone. "It's over," Carmen called out to inform them that the danger had passed. "We killed 4 of them. Their leader is here unconscious on the floor. More of them could still be outside. It might be prudent for Colonel Davis to question this man and determine their plans. At the very least, I think we should disable the elevator they used to come inside." Ray asked Carmen, "Would you check the clips in their weapons for me? I want to know that they didn't dip their bullets in gobbler blood." She did as he requested and found that their ammunition was sufficiently clean. Her UV range vision would have seen any contamination on the order of a dipping. "You're safe from that at least," Carmen assured him. Palat and Cochise took Ray away to the washroom to clean him and bandage his wound. Critias lifted up Leon and then laid him out on the ticket counter. It took him only minutes to strip off the man's gear and thoroughly search him for hidden weapons or any sort of gadgets. The helmet he wore protected his skull from splitting open when Carmen bashed his head into the sturdy marble countertop. Verloc offered up a pair of handcuffs for restraining the man and then said, "I will go outside and take a look around." Carmen suggested, "Go upstairs first and make some discreet observations out from the windows. I would like you to be sure that there is not a squad of them waiting at the top of that elevator." Before she went to follow the advice, Verloc said, "These men were not amateurs. I feel at fault that I let you come up here without a proper escort. I mean no offense to Ray. He is a worthy man by any measure. The mistake is no less my own." Critias agreed with Verloc's thinking. "Even as we make counsel about war and caution, we overlook our most basic protocols. Having said that, you should not go out alone either. You go upstairs to look around. I will find something to wrap these bodies in. We will take them up in the elevator together for disposal." Once Verloc was on her way, Carmen told Critias, "These men spoke of cruise missiles and fission bombs. They spoke of Fleet Admiral Rudolph's ships in the Gulf and King Louis. When they are certain who is the cause of their woes, they intend to respond with overwhelming force. By my insistence, we are at war with a dangerous people who would have preferred to leave us in peace while they made their own way in the world. It was bad enough when we captured their 3 guards, but now we have put 4 to their deaths. There will be no peace with them now even if Jim and the Admiral were of a mind to seek it." "You sound as though you are asking permission for something," Critias guessed as to her point. "You didn't capture their leader by shooting him. What was on your mind when you rushed into their guns? A few centimeters the other way and you would have gotten a bullet in your face. I know you have a hard head, but let's not test your limits." "He was my prey," Carmen offered as her answer. "Ray and I rushed in because the lion never counts how many sheep he has to scatter. We needed him alive because we must wage this war on every possible front. The man who lived there, one Terrence by name, he has the communications gear in his room. When their masters at Groom Lake do not soon hear some sort of coded success report from these men I have just killed, they will know that they have lost control of this dam. More of their soldiers might be here already or they will soon arrive. They may launch their cruise missiles simply as a preemptive measure, not requiring proof as to who is responsible for what is happening here. To best serve our cause, I must locate the core hardware of their data transfer system and then use it as my next avenue of attack, which will be against their main base to neutralize their means to make war. Critias examined her cheek more closely to see how severe her wound actually was. When satisfied it was only a scratch, he told her, "Clean that up first and then go do what you must to ensure our success. I will take care of things here and then seek you out later when I find the time." When her husband went off to find some way of transporting the dead bodies, Carmen went down to the mechanical utility room beneath the theater apartments. She found the local electrical service fuses, plumbing arrangements, and the machinery related to the various short-haul hydraulic elevators within the building. Carmen didn't find the fiber optic trunk for the communications equipment she wanted to locate. She did discover where a thicker insulated cable came in and then connected into the local router, which in turn fed out the connections for the devices in the apartment above. The way that workers had installed the system revealed that the cable ran up the elevator shaft from the power station at the base of the dam. Carmen deduced that what she wanted would be in the dam's main computer control room. Paulette, Ray, and the boy Cochise went down to the power station to deliver their new prisoner to Colonel Davis. Carmen had their car stop on her mechanical room floor so that she could join them for the remainder of the trip. Leon had a nicely bruised and swollen face from where Carmen had bashed his head into the tabletop. He had regained consciousness, which was a good sign that he didn't have a fractured skull or so severe a concussion that he would linger in a coma. "You have a lot of nice ships down Mexico way," Leon said as though he knew who had captured him. It was actually an accurate guess in Platt's case, but still an obvious ploy to work them for information. Carmen told Leon, "You had your chance to show how tough you are. That was the part where we killed all your friends and then I beat you unconscious." "Yeah," Leon manfully agreed with her on that. "You are one dangerous lady, good enough that you know that I would have had you if Nino hadn't gotten in my way." Carmen shrugged, "Perhaps hiding behind little boys is not as effective a strategy as you believed." "You have a lot of higher standards then," Leon observed, "for a thief and a murderer." Ray laughed, "You got that right, Leonardo. If you think meeting the tiny man has been fun, you're going to just love the giant one." "Cutter is a really big man," Cochise blurted out to be helpful. Leon had to ask, "Why do you call him Cutter?" The elevator arrived at the bottom and then the doors opened. Cutter leaned down to peer inside. The room outside the elevator was plenty large enough for him to walk around comfortably, which wasn't at all true of every tunnel around the place. The giant sounded displeased when he asked, "You got shot, Ray? Is this the guy who did it?" "We killed the Bacos who shot at me," Ray explained as he walked out. "This is the one who threatened to murder the kid if I didn't let him kill me." As shocked and horrified as Leon was when he saw Cutter, he was not totally surprised. It wasn't that he had seen a destroyer before or was even that familiar with hunters, but he had some experience with talking ghouls, so from that, he put a picture together. "Oh fuck," was how Leon summed it up. "You people are not from that fleet or King Louis. You're working with those fucking bikers. You're goddamn vampires and that is the biggest blood-sucking monster of them all." Carmen gestured to Cutter that he should not respond to the man. "Please deliver him to Colonel Davis. This might be all the reinforcements they had planned on sending, but I doubt it. In any case, more will be on the way when these men do not send home their prearranged all as well. If the colonel is going to get useful information out of these men, sooner would be better." Platt asked Carmen, "Do you need any help?" "You should go back up to help Critias and Verloc," Carmen advised. "There will be more trouble before this is over. I'll be in the engineering control room tracking down their communications system. Nothing dangerous will be in there. I'll be fine alone." Critias searched the dead commandos for valuables or useful intelligence before he taped them in garbage bags to keep their blood contained. He stacked another body near the commando elevator when Verloc returned with her report. "They came in a truck," she told him. "It's out on the street, some kind of exotic rally desert racer, professional, with the sponsored decals on it." A text message from Carmen came to Critias as HUD. She wanted him to review some recordings they had made during Andy's drive to the dam. Both Critias and Carmen made a point to watch for signs of an ambush while they were on the road. When they had been on the main highway, just before Andy had pulled off it to take the dam bypass road through the mountains, they had driven past a huge casino hotel. The building had stood out for its isolated rarity for being an ideal staging position for some kind of sniper ambush that guarded the highway. Critias used his helmet to laser project an image onto the nearby wall so that Verloc could take a look at it. Just past that casino hotel, up on a flat-topped desert hill, was a truck that looked like the one Verloc described. At the base of that hill was an old sign that said tourists could purchase helicopter rides to have an aerial view of that genuinely impressive dam. "That's the truck," Verloc confirmed it. That is only a few miles from here. She took a moment to consider the possibilities and then said, I don't imagine that they were in a hotel or waiting in that truck all this time. There is a helicopter landing pad up there. I think they flew in from Groom Lake, got in their truck, and then drove over here to see what they could find. That would mean their helicopter is still there, Critias reasoned. Do you think you could fly it? I know I can fly it, Verloc said with certainty. At worst, I would need to ask Carmen to explain where I can find all the right switches. What do you have in mind? Critias went over to the ticket counter, picked up the helicopter keys he had found while searching dead pockets, and then showed them to her. We have these. Even if we don't have anywhere we need to fly, I see no reason to leave them the helicopter when we can take it for ourselves. Easier said than done, Verloc cautioned his ambition. This is a power station. There are power lines strung up all over this area. Landing a helicopter through this spider's web of cables would be dangerous. If I tried to fly up the canyon instead, those penstock geysers might be in the way. Nerves of steel, impossible danger. Critias didn't think it sounded all that bad. Nothing that Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. can't handle. I was up on the roof observation patio, she said to test the idea. There is room to land a 5-man bird up there. We would have to come down between power lines on both sides, but it's doable. Platt arrived pushing a machinist's heavy cargo trolley that he brought up from the powerhouse. When he found them plodding over the corpses near that elevator to the surface, he asked, Are you planning to take those bodies up for dumping? I thought it might be better to take them down instead, toss them in the river and let the current flush them away. As Verloc picked up the truck keys off the countertop, she told the Turk, their vehicle is right outside. They came most of the way in a helicopter that is sitting a few miles down the road at that casino. When she saw his interest perk up, Verloc tossed him the keys. You can drive. Carmen spent a few minutes suturing up the minor flesh wound in Ray's shoulder. The bullet had struck the marble trash bin and then broken up before a fragment gave Ray a bloody but otherwise non-life-threatening injury. After she had taken care of him, Carmen went off to find the fiber-optic communications trunk, which she located inside the main control room with only a little searching. The dam system's control chamber was typical of 20th-century techno-theater. It had a large wall of interlocked video monitors that displayed colorful graphics. Video images had replaced the classic analog gauges that Carmen preferred in her antiquated yet totally functional engineering excellence. After she picked open the security cabinet that protected the equipment, Carmen unplugged an ideal cable for her purposes and then set about stripping off the original connector from the end. Once she had the bare fiber optic filament ready, Carmen removed her right eye to put it in her pocket, wrapped in a handkerchief. Inserting the fiber optic filament into the receptacle at the back of her empty eye socket was akin to threading a needle. Her artificial eye connected itself to the port automatically. Once the filament was in and Carmen had her network connection, she interlink radioed to Kevin so that they could work together hacking into the Groom Lake mainframe computer system. With a little argument of sound reason, Captain Palat-Sircon got his way with Critias and Verloc that they should first take down the bodies and then introduce them to the river. They would acquire Colonel Davis's agreement before they undertook any operation outside of the dam. The 4 living prisoners sat bound together in a line wearing padlock chains fit for Jacob Marley during his penitence as a ghostly herald of Christmas spirits. When Critias's group arrived on the generator floor with a cart full of Leon's dead companions, Hiram was interrogating the captured commando. Cutter was there along with Ray and the 2 sand tigers. Leon told them, as one soldier to another, give me a quick death and be done with it. If we had captured any of you, would you then give information to help me kill your friends? If I were such a man who betrayed my own, how would you reward me other than cutting my throat? I do have some information for you. This will all be over one way or another long before you torture anything useful out of me. Well said, Hiram agreed with Leon's every sentiment. I have you all chained together, but you can still walk. The river is right out there. You have my permission to end your lives on your own terms. Drowning will not be painless or pleasant. Of that, we can all agree. It will be swift and pleasurable compared to what we will do to you trying to force your tongues. It was a good offer to Leon. He stood up to avail himself of it. He understood well enough that he might soon otherwise find out what his balls smelled like when they crisped in the flame of a blowtorch. Terrence, Eddie, and Charlie had listened intently since imminent torture was a gripping topic for any man. They didn't rush to stand up and then hurl themselves into the river where they would surely drown, burdensomely chained together as they were. In that telling moment when confronting death, Charlie revealed his true color, which was yellow. He cried out, I will tell you anything you want to know. A gesture from Hiram brought over Rosner and Resimer. The Sand Tigers unchained Charlie from the line of prisoners and then they escorted him away without a word spoken by any of them. Fuck, Terrence cursed. Charlie does not know shit about anything. None of us knows what they are planning at this point. We didn't even know who was coming to reinforce us. Our whole message was to expect an attack and that help was on the way. If that junkie faggot is already going to rat out everything he knows, what do you need me for? Hiram had a ready answer. I need you because Charlie is not going to be telling us anything. What he did to that boy is unforgivable. He indicated Leon. It's obvious that he is the one with the information that would be of value to us. The three of you are just a nuisance at this point. The colonel paused to listen and then narrowed his eyes with satisfaction as Charlie started screaming. It was the high-pitched shrieking of the worst sort. The Sand Tigers were rectally impaling him on a sharpened spear of pipe or something equally unpleasant. If nothing else, the screaming proved that drowning in the river would have been a far swifter death and less agonizing. The screams that enunciated their future misfortunes caused Daddy to piss himself and Terrence to blanch so pale that he seemed about to faint. For Leon, his situation was worse because he had a code of honor to protect even though doing so would not save his life. Just as necessity was the mother of invention, Leon had a sudden epiphany on how he might navigate the minefield of his present circumstances. There is an imprisoned man, Leon offered to Hiram. He disagreed with the current leadership of my community and that got him into trouble. There are many who followed him and supported his ideas on reform. If you were to join with this man, so would I, and so would these two fools I'd wager. I will not help you make slaves of my friends. Assisting your people in making a regime change would be a compromise I could swallow. Critias and Platt took their cart of corpses to the furthest downstream end of the pier and then hurled the bodies into the river. They took turns glancing up the other way to see the two Sand Tigers helping Charlie become romantically acquainted with a spanner wrench so large that it was fit for Cutter's hand and the giant would not think it dainty. Neither of them had an appetite for extreme methods of torture even when deserved. With that in mind, Critias commented, there isn't much worse they could do to a man. Platt remained non-committal. At least he is a man and got his chance to choose his darkness that ultimately destroyed him. To ruin a man while he is still a boy is cowardice perfected. As they hurled another body out into the water, Cutter walked out from the building through the roll-up garage door to ask, did you hear what that guy said about a group of bikers? Critias didn't relate to the terminology. They are sending bicyclists to attack us? Not bicycles, runt. Cutter scoffed. Motorcycle gangs are bikers. He said there was a motorcycle gang of vampires around here and that we must be working with them because I make you look so puny and pathetic. As proof of his boast, Cutter grabbed the last corpse with one arm and then underhand tossed it much further out than both of them had managed together. Since he had the new stealth frequency for radio contact with Carmen, Critias asked her, do you remember that Jasper guy, Hatchet's brother? Carmen had helped the man escape execution, a secret known only to her. Having her husband ask about him out of the blue had her so flabbergasted that she replied with the idiotic lie of, who? What do you mean who? He scolded her. You remember how many breaths you took on each day you saw him. Jasper, Hatchet's brother, didn't he call Watchers vampires? Bertram Gray called most any ghouls vampires, Carmen answered. It was a common parlance for them in Denver. Concerning Watchers specifically, Jasper did call them vampires. He even correctly guessed that it was the prolific drug abuse in major cities that caused them. During his extensive travel adventures, he discovered that New York City has a community of them, including some aggressive specimens with inclinations toward carrying firearms. Critias clarified, what do you know about bikers, as in a Watcher motorcycle gang? Carmen offered what she knew. While in the elevator, Leon implied he had seen something of that nature in the past. He assumed we were in league with them because Cutter is clearly not a natural human owing to his size. If I learn anything related to that topic, I will let you know immediately. If you believe it is important, you should question Leon yourself. He wondered at her apparent lack of interest. You don't think it's important? She reasoned, there are hundreds of major population centers on this continent capable of producing multiple Watchers and many more areas capable of producing one. The convergence of improbabilities makes it impossible for me to say how many are around, but I think it likely that there is 1,000 if not more. Those Watchers are survivors in much the same way anyone else is. Most of them will have the natural human urge to find companionship. Motorcycles would be a convenient form of transportation for people immune to ghoul aggression and without fear of contracting the infection. There might be multiple Watcher motorcycle gangs. They might stay in one area or travel back and forth across the continent as nomads. I do not doubt that they could be out there. I doubt our ability to locate their present position short of direct personal knowledge like Leon happening to know where they live. If you do find them, We can assume that they have varying degrees of insanity, and they may or may not be hostile. Think of a way to find them, Critias commanded. We are going out to see if they have a helicopter we can steal. You need to come up with some intelligence soon so we can know what to do. If they are about to hit us again, I need to know when and where. I am exploring their computer network now, Carmen informed him. Based on the limited record keeping, I know that they organize much of their activities by word of mouth. One of their perimeter gate cameras stores still photographs. 5 vehicles passed through that checkpoint 4 hours ago. I could not determine the occupants, but I estimate there are between 16 and 30 personnel. Security sensor logs show that 2 aircraft hangar doors have opened and then closed. The earlier one operated more swiftly, which could indicate that it was for the helicopter you hoped to capture. The second remained open longer and its name suggests it was a larger main hangar, one suitable for a transport plane or strategic bomber. It sounded like multiple loads of bad news to Critias. I assume you already relayed all of this information to Jim and Rudel. They would want to know that there was a possible incoming attack by a heavy bomber. Is it just me, or do we look like total idiots, stirring up this hornet's nest of heavily equipped former military? I am limited to highly subjective educated guesses, Carmen said in apology. It is my hope that the amateurishly thin security we found holding the dam is indicative of their overall complacency. If that is the case, they would need time to unpack their heavy armaments, test their guidance systems, arm the detonator fuses, and then properly mount it all onto an appropriate aircraft that has not flown since the days of the outbreak. Critias offered another scenario, or they did all of that well in advance, because like President Lieberman, they already had expansionist plans and were only waiting for the right moment to launch an invasion of their own. Yes, Carmen simply confirmed the possibility of his scenario. A Lancer supersonic bomber might already be en route to the Admiral's fleet to launch 24 autonomous targeting long-range anti-ship missiles. That same bomber may be en route for home with a similar payload of air-to-surface missiles. In either case, the damage would be catastrophic. Colonel Davis came out to speak with Critias and thwart. All of them paused for long enough to see that the Sand Tigers had tied rope around the neck below the crescent of the giant trench so that the tool would not get lost in the river when they threw Charlie off the pier. Not only was Charlie still alive, he had strength enough for a good bit of agonized screaming. His vocalized unhappiness reached its crescendo when he reached the end of his rope. The line did not break and the wrench refused to pull out, which left Charlie dangling in the air over the powerhouse lagoon. Gravity had its way and stripped Charlie from the wrench in a hideous display of disembowelment. The man's ruined life still sang its sorrow as his blood turned the fresh waters red, and then Charlie began to sink as he drifted away to become nothing. The storm is rising, Hiram grimly assured Critias and thwart. Carmen has hacked into the Groom Lake computer network. They are on the move in force. I want to defend the Greyhound, because not only is it our ride home, but that is a valuable piece of equipment with a lot of good years left in her. We need to secure the airport whether we are defending it to hold or just to refuel the plane and then move it somewhere else. At the same time, we need to defend this dam in case they show up to take it back. Since they have us outnumbered, experience tells me that our best move is to strike them first, ambush their vehicle column or their transport plane if they're sending one, and not wait for them to bring the fight to us on their terms. Critias recommended, I want to take Verloc and thwart to grab that helicopter we think Leon and his boys came down here in. Once we have it, we can get some aerial surveillance and then see if we can't eyeball the dust trail that their trucks throw up with that hard desert driving. If we can find some fuel, Li Feng can fly the Greyhound. Andy and his team can drive her out there with Frank and Manny as fire support. If Frank takes that anti-material rifle, he will be able to drop the hammer on anything short of a main battle tank. It was a good plan to hire. That will leave me with Cutter, Ray, and the Sand Tigers to hold the dam against all comers. Carmen will keep working to undermine their computers and making sure we stay in communication. Chapter 9. High Noon. Cutter removed the railway track iron brace and then opened the gates at the end of the lower Portal Road tunnel. Verloc and Romeo had gone out alone through the topside elevator to get into the commando's rally truck and then drive it down to the powerhouse. As soon as they had passed through and left the tunnel vacant, the two watchers changed vehicles to join Critias and thwart in the luxury sedan they brought from home in the Greyhound. When Andy saw the new rally truck, he was more than impressed. This is a genuine Dakar Raider. Someone put a lot of love into this baby. We will get to the airport in style. While the vehicle was technically a truck, its rectangular enclosed body gave it an appearance more akin to that of a bus or van. Since Andy had his crewmates with him, the two Gravewalkers, and Li Feng, they needed the space for themselves, their ice chests, and all their other gear. With Palat driving the sedan and Romeo in the front passenger seat, Critias and Verloc's group drove out from the canyon tunnel to go find the commando's helicopter. As soon as they were outside, Cutter closed up the tunnel doors and then waited until Andy's group was ready to leave. The steep lower portal road climbed up several hundred meters from the river at the floor of the canyon. All the loose sand made it slippery enough for Palat to drift the sharp turns at speed. He proved himself to be an expert wheelman worthy of Verloc's world of secret agents where men in suits pushed luxury cars to performance limits. It was mid-morning by then, hot and dry with an astoundingly clear blue sky. They were over halfway up the canyon road when they rounded a high peak to discover that a sizable tribe of ghouls blocked their way. An unsurmountable skyward cliff edged the right side of the pavement and a bone-dry gully made the left side impassable to vehicles. The ghouls were much too thick for Palat to drive through them. It was only his prompt judgment to stop and then back away that prevented the car from having the pack buried in the brush. Palat did his best to drive backwards downhill on a curving road while a pack of berserk infected bore down on them like an avalanche. His best move was guessing which way to swerve as Andy came around the curve from the other direction. The Dakar Raider truck trumpeted its horn as the two vehicles passed one another, barely missing a collision. In the same moment that they cleared one another, Andy slid his truck sideways. The collective bodies of the ghoul tribe formed a soft crash barrier that absorbed his truck's energy as it slammed into them. Andy knocked many of them back and brought the rest of the horde to a discombobulated halt. Without delay, Andy drove forward to cross the gully. He went over an unpaved bridge of compacted gravel and then onto a crude track. Half a century of off-road trucks had crafted a hidden road by following a natural pass into the hills. Within moments, the Dakar Raider disappeared behind a wall of its own dust while Andy snaked his way off into rough country, honking his horn the whole while. Ghouls spilled off either side of the narrow crossing as the whole tribe pursued Andy's truck. Palat had backed out of sight around the curve in the road by then, which put the sedan out of mind as their target. Critias had an expert ear for the screaming of ghouls, especially as it pertained to their pack behaviors. He cautioned Palat, "Wait here for a minute. I'm going to get out and put the hurt on the leftovers. Andy will draw the rest of them off into the back country. Social ghouls have a taste for the noise and company of their pals." It turned out to be something of a long wait before only one limping infected came around the corner of the road. A bloody compound fracture of the leg exposed a spur of bone, but the ghoul still soldiered on in its insatiable rapidity. It was when ghouls sported numerous lethal wounds and just ignored them to keep fighting that they most resembled the zombies of legend. The broken-legged creeper was a prime example. Perhaps it was his mech suit and its hunter paint scheme that tricked the ghoul into seeing something other than a human that it wanted to kill. For a moment, Critias thought the creature seemed elated with that kind of syrupy madness when a man dying of thirst saw a mirage of cool waters in the near distance. One derangement flipped into another and then the ghoul bared its teeth with hatred. It promptly fell as it tried to run forward on its ruined leg. Critias put a Tesla flux pistol bullet through the top of the miserable creature's head. As he walked up there to toss the body off to the side, Palat slowly rolled the car up behind him. The hot dry desert was no friend to the ghouls. Similar to the way that they clustered together indoors during winter months in colder climates, the infected of the desert southwest preferred to linger in the shade during the heat of the day, at least when they were far from any sources of fresh water. Palat drove them the rest of the way to the hotel casino without encountering any other ghoul packs. They saw a scattered few individuals only to pass them by without incident. The hotel itself was in dreadful shape in myriad ways, starting with all the wrecked vehicles. A refueling station directly across the highway had been a magnet for outbreak-era refugees seeking petrol for their escape vehicles. The storage tanks had been substantial owing to the regular traffic of buses and trucks, but scavengers had sucked out every last drop of the precious juice. When the pumps ran dry, they had plundered other vehicles for the fuel. After they ran out of abandoned cars and trucks, the desperate survivors began raiding each other. There could easily have been 1,000 undead bodies in ready sight, which meant there were several times more in places yet unseen. The meat was like horizontal cacti, succulent in its green hue and disturbingly turgid despite the brutally arid climate. Besides all the downed undead meat and ravaged cars, there were bullet holes that riddled up most everything. In some cases, the damage showed how drivers and passengers died of gunshots while still in their vehicles, presumably ambushed by fuel pirates. Other bullet tracks showed where people had taken cover during protracted gun battles, perhaps between gangs trying to dominate the location. No doubt, new victims kept arriving in their hope of finding fuel still at the gas station or perhaps food within the hotel. The war had raged inside the buildings as well, resulting in many broken windows and some minor fire damage. They had no particular interest in either the hotel or the fuel station. Palat pulled into the parking lot and then drove down to the end. He took the access road up and around the hill to where they could already see their new helicopter parked and waiting. Carmen's companion hardware mind passively sent info frames to Critias's HUD that explained what he saw. He passed along the information about the helicopter to his companions. "That isn't from this continent," he said. "It is a civilian model from Europe, a nice one according to Carmen. The range is enough for them to make the round trip from Groom Lake twice over. I don't see any fuel storage around here." "They wouldn't," Verloc said about fuel. "With this city as tapped out as it is, they don't see any reason to help their opposition gas up their trucks. I think it will have enough left in its tanks for us to cruise around a bit before we take it back to the dam." She opened her door to get out. "Let's get this whirly bird in the air. No sense in hanging around here waiting for something bad to happen." When they got out of the car, everyone heard the sound of Andy's truck as it raced down the highway. Frank and Manny were halfway up through a roof hatch. They used that elevated position to pop headshots on any infected that proved resourceful enough to get within range of their bullets. Andy pulled into the hotel's parking lot and then drove around to join them at the summit of the hill with its dashing European helicopter. Sully hopped out of the truck to talk to them. "We noticed something while loading the truck. There is fresh grease on the ball hitch. They were towing something recently, some kind of heavy trailer obviously. Do you guys have any idea where it might be now?" "1 second, Critias had him wait while he checked his HUD maps that Carmen prepared for him should the need arise. Finally he said, "There is a secret road to the dam that goes through these mountains." Critias pointed down into the parking lot where there was a gap in the fence along the back. "That track there leads back into these hills. There are old railroad tunnels through there. That road comes out above that pancake house parking structure with the bronze elevator doors near where we found your truck." Romeo volunteered, "I can go take a look when I take the car back to the dam." "I think we should go," Sully disagreed. "If it is their fuel trailer like we hope, we will need the truck to pull it out. Even if that car can make it along that unpaved trail, it isn't suitable for doing it while pulling a heavy load." Verloc headed for the helicopter. "Whoever is coming with me, get aboard." Critias and Platt joined Special Agent SHIELD inside the helicopter. It was just as Verloc had said earlier, the unfamiliar machine had lots of details that they needed to work out. Info frames from Carmen illuminated Critias's HUD to help them get started. He pointed out a couple of switches behind Verloc's head. "We need these two for the fuel pumps to both engines." Critias pointed out other things and named them in order of necessity. Verloc's photographic memory for all things heroic allowed her to follow along without difficulty. And he took the Dakar Raider in search of the mysterious trailer that the commandos had hidden away somewhere. He had Ruby and Sully riding along with him. Li Feng, Frank, and Manny got into the sedan with Romeo. They would continue on ahead to secure the airport where their Greyhound was in the hangar. Verloc started up the finely tuned engines of the helicopter and then took off into the sky. Even with what amounted to unlimited visibility, Critias felt disappointed by the usefulness of the helicopter as a tool for observation. They would have to go extremely high to get the sort of view that the cameras on the black hole had to offer. The mountainous areas blocked line of sight, and even when they didn't, the whole area was little more than a desert wasteland. If they ever did discover any enemy activity, in all likelihood, those hostiles would have sighted them first. Platt turned away from the window to ask Critias, "What do you think?" "It reminds me of the ancient battles we studied in Ladis," Critias answered. "There are only two passes they could use for driving down into this area, the road along the lake and this one coming from what's left of that Vegas city. That hotel and gas station back there Sid has tried the only road going east. Hijackers had a perfect place for ambushing travelers, up until the Ghouls cleaned them out for good. Carmen says they have a caravan of trucks coming our way. Odds are they'll be coming through that choke point right there." "Men are not ghouls," Platt offered reasoning to the contrary. "Ghouls always act stupidly according to their nature, but men are capable of strategy." "Normally, I would agree with you, if it wasn't for that Leon fellow that Carmen and Ray took down. That was a team of professional operators, not the best to be sure, but trained men all the same. Now that they are missing in action, their commanders will be doubly cautious. I won't expect them to do anything too obvious again." Critias wanted to hear more. "What should we do?" "As your people say, all roads lead to Rome," Platt advised. "Whatever route they use to come at us, everything leads to the same destination. If Carmen is right about there being two aircraft, if one of them is not a helicopter, they will still need a landing strip, which means the airport." In support of his argument, Platt reasoned, "There are other runways around here, except all of those are surrounded by heavy urban ruins where the infected would take shelter during the heat of the day. I don't believe they would want to land at one of those, not with all the trouble it would bring them. If not that, they would want a runway they are familiar with, One they are certain does not have any large obstructions that might crack them up. I think we should either ambush them at the airport where they will be vulnerable, or we should defend the dam itself, and hit them on their final approach. This is a civilian taxi, Verloc warned them about their helicopter, not a Tiger gunship. Bullets are bad for staying up in the air. Whatever it is that you decide to do, I don't recommend doing it from here. I've seen enough, Critias told her. Swing around to the airport to check out what is going on there. Romeo had delivered all his passengers to the large hangar that sheltered the Greyhound. Since he was an immortal and everyone else was safely out of his way, the Watcher drove the sedan out along the runways to draw attention to himself. The airport's location took advantage of naturally flat desert terrain that was well away from the mountainous heights. It was favorable ground for airplanes, but also waterless and devoid of life, which made it poor feeding grounds for ghouls. The infected who did inhabit the airport were those few who thought the place suitable as shelter from the blistering sunshine. A few honks from Romeo's horn lured forth the camping ghouls. It had been years since any of the local infected had seen genuine refugees fleeing eastward along the interstate highway. The Groom Lake community had kept the infected familiar with the human sounds of trucks and aircraft. 15 ghouls crawled out from the dark interiors of broken storage sheds and windowless buildings. Having lived among the damned for so long, Romeo had no need to resort to lowly violence. He led the monsters away from the airport. After he abandoned them in some distant place, it would be days before they found their way back again, if ever. While observing from the helicopter, Critias HUD locked a hostile target box on some unknown hazard about a kilometer south of the Greyhound's hangar. Off on the edge of the airport were sewer water evaporation ponds that had once serviced the city. Barbed wire fencing enclosed the places was typical of industrial properties. The near side had some buildings, and on the roof of one of them was some sort of threat that Carmen's image processors had detected while monitoring his helmet cameras. I see something over there on that building, Critias pointed for Verloc's benefit. Don't make it obvious that we are onto them. I need a better angle to check it out. He zoomed in telescopically to see that some person was on that roof wearing sand-colored camouflage and watching the airport with binoculars. Once he was sure, Critias said, someone has a forward observer down there. Another info frame popped up where Carmen had enhanced his view. She had detected the knobby wheel of a motorcycle where it leaned against the metal shed directly below the observer. A raggedy unhewed tarp had failed to hide the machine completely from sight. Critias added, there is a motorcycle under a tarp. I don't see any other vehicles. He might be alone. There is no radio signal coming from there, must not be reporting to anyone. As Verloc took the helicopter back toward the north in no particular hurry, she asked, is anyone thinking that the person down there is one of those vampires that Leon mentioned? If they are not, that makes them a Groom Lake bad guy that we need to eliminate. If it is another Watcher, we don't know how unfriendly they will be. I am going out there to see who that is, Critias decided aloud. They are checking us out to learn if they want to be friendly or attack us. Either way, I intend to find out and give them what they want. Put us down near the hangar. I will get out before you head to the dam. Here comes Andy, Platt pointed out the Dakar Raider as the truck approached along the main road. They found a fuel trailer after all. If we're quick, we can get the Greyhound gassed up and then leak and fly it out of here. That trailer is not very big, Critias realized. How far will it get us? Not far, Platt admitted. Even if it is full, we would need 7 trailers like that to fill the plane and its auxiliary bladder. It will be enough for moving the Greyhound to some back road out of sight. To be positive, Verloc said, the trailer will come in handy when we go forge up more fuel. It might take us a bunch of trips, but we could fill the plane eventually. Carmen sent Critias a text message that said, I advise that you leave that observer alone and concentrate on guarding the operation at the airport. If that was a sniper, the rifle would already be visible in a firing position. He replied to her, dealing with that observer is my idea of protecting the airport mission. Other arrangements are already underway, she texted him. Please don't disregard my advice in this matter. Critias told Verloc and Platt, Carmen tells me she has plans already in motion for dealing with our curious spy. Set us down to help get the plane moved out of here. Back at the dam, Cutter discovered that all the elevators could easily handle his weight even if they were not tall enough for him to be able to stand up inside them. Ray did not have to duck while riding in the harness on Cutter's back. It put him at just the right height for looking over the giant's shoulder, and firing a weapon if need be. Once they were clear of the cliff-face elevator out on the surface beyond the electrified fence, Cutter set off at an easy jog. His superior size allowed him to cover more than 2.5 times the ground as would a typical man making the same motions. At his jogging speed, Cutter was as fast as a superior sprinter. If the giant pushed himself to the limit, He could outpace a thoroughbred horse over 2 furlongs. "It's about 10 miles to the water treatment plant," Ray told him while he enjoyed the ride, the freedom, and the view. The dwarf wore a child's tourist souvenir sombrero and his own aviator's dark sunglasses to protect him from the harsh desert sun. Ray had his sharpshooting rifle attached to the howdah platform and his PDW on a fast-action sling. At the moment, he had binoculars in hand for searching the distance for any hidden dangers. Cutter had no need to stay on the paved roads when he could avail himself of paths that were more direct. First he took the long stairs up to the top of the parking garage and then they followed the winding pedestrian trail from there up into the rocky high country. The hiking path at the top went through a dense forest of high-voltage switchgear, which was akin to wireframe buildings made of steel trusses, all strung with power cables, and Frankenstein transformers, everything on an epic scale. "Their truck came through this way," Ray said as he pointed out the wheel tracks in the dusty roadway. Far off to their left was the main access road that twisted its way down to cross the dam's summit. After the Dakar truck had come in by the hiking trail, it had turned to take that road the rest of the way down to the cliff elevator. "Carmen gave me a map for us to follow," Cutter informed Ray as he picked up the pace. The giant would be able to run tirelessly, so his principal hesitation was not shaking up Ray too badly. "We will cross the mountains through Gold Strike Pass and then come up on the sewer plant from behind." Ray wondered aloud. "Do you really think it is one of those vampire bikers?" "She says it is," Cutter said with enthusiasm. "That is good enough for me. We watchers glow in the dark under black light just as naked dummies and scorpions do. Their camera gadgets are good enough to detect that difference even in bright daylight." It didn't seem a positive thing to Ray. What if they turn out to be evil like Jingle Bells? "Every ambition is somebody's evil," Cutter excused Bellman. "Those slave boy party soldiers out at Groom Lake must think that Jim and his foragers are evil right about now. They were just minding their own business, and then we came out here to steal the dam from them. Jim is a king of men and war is the sole profession of kings. None of this was my idea that I need concern myself with the ethics of it. Immortals like myself are not men anymore that I should pass judgment on their politics. It does not matter to Jim or to me what these bikers had going on before we arrived. I am aware of them now, so either they become a benefit to my immortal ambitions or they are a threat to it. There is one council of governors for this world. All must join it, submit to its rule, or perish for their intolerable defiance." Ray thought he understood. "Are you going to be a governor now for these vampire types?" "Not a governor as such," Cutter rejected that title. "I am Lord Cutter now, and among the other immortals, I will abide no hostile rivals." At the airport, Andy delivered the fuel trailer to the hangar. Verloc soon landed the new helicopter nearby, and then everyone got out to help with the Greyhound. Critias stood outside keeping guard along with Frank Peterson. They had far more talent at shooting the infected than they did for refueling aircraft or any other mechanical aptitudes. After they had routinely headshot 5 ghouls as they came dashing in after the helicopter they had seen in the sky, Frank asked Critias, "What is your plan for ambushing these Groom Lake assholes?" "I'm thinking we should get the hell out of here," Critias told him truthfully. "As soon as we get the Greyhound up into the air, we should leave this place to the ghouls. From what Platt said, I figure that when they do come at us again, they will be packing heavy with enough manpower to get the job done. They realize by now that whoever has their dam is too much for any 5-man team to handle. I'm sure that we would do them some damage, only not enough to take them all. After that, they would pinpoint our positions, trap us in place, and then kill us." Manny came up to ask them, "What's the story?" Frank told him, "Critias thinks they're going to come down here blasting like Yosemite Sam. If we board ourselves up in one of these buildings, they will blow us out of our hole with tanks and rockets. We need to stay mobile and ready to relocate at a moment's notice. If they are going to chase us, we could tactically withdraw them into an ambush. First, we get Major Feng and the Greyhound out of here. After that, we take Andy's new truck, and then sit off at range with the menpad and anti-material rifle." Cutter and Ray came up on the sewer treatment plant from behind. It was not so much a factory as it was huge rectangular pits that bulldozers had dug into the desert. City piping had flooded the pits with sewage mixed with some chemicals, and then the natural desert climate evaporated off the water. Later, excavator front loaders would scoop up the dry solids and send it off to some landfill. The gate over the back road entrance was closed, but unlocked. Ghouls had no interest in dried-up sewer pits that they wanted to trouble themselves climbing over barbed wire fences. Cutter reclosed the gate behind them and then headed across the site to come up on the back side of the maintenance utility building where the mysterious observer had taken position on a rooftop. They found the motorcycle that Carmen had seen. It was a relatively new knobby-tire dirt bike suitable for exploring the desert wilderness. A dirty unhewed tarp covered it up well enough to make it nearly invisible from a distance, propped up as it was against the side of the building. Cutter pulled the rubber-capped wire off the spark plug just in case the observer got around them somehow and then attempted to race away. Rather than any attempt at subtlety, Cutter banged on the side of the sheet metal pole barn before he called out. "You up there, with the binoculars, I know you're up there. Come down so we can talk. If you make this difficult, I am going to set the building on fire." There was a long silent moment before a desert-camouflaged figure crept up to the edge of the roof and then peered down. In a man's voice, he said, "Egad." It was one of the few words that adequately described an unexpected encounter with a heavily armored giant that had a sombrero-wearing dwarf perched on his back. Upon gathering his wits, he added, "What is it that you want?" "I want to know what it is that you want," Cutter replied. "You are spying on my friends over at the airport. What are your intentions? Do you have any relationship with the community up north at Groom Lake, the people that controlled the dam before we took it away from them? I also want to know about a motorcycle club that frequents this area. You seem to have an interest in bikes yourself, so I imagine that you might even be a member of their gang." "A gang?" He didn't like the implications of the term. "We are not a band of rapscallion ruffians. I am watching your friends to determine their intentions. My gang, as you call them, has had some dealings with the soldiers of whom you speak. We did some honest trading with them upon occasion until we came to irreconcilable differences. One of their men attacked a female companion of ours in an attempt to force himself upon her. In the course of defending herself, the man died. At no fault of our own, the dead man soon reanimated from the pandemic and then killed 2 others among his community. Since that time, they've had a restructuring of their leadership and have shown us considerable hostility." Cutter guessed. "Did their man catch the plague from your friend? Are your people carriers or natural humans?" The man hesitated to answer as though he might be unaware of his status, but then finally declared, "The members of my group are each immune to the madness for different reasons. Some of us already have illnesses more insidious. Others treated themselves with home remedies. If your people are more open to cooperation than those soldiers turned out to be, you will have no problems from us. Live and let live is our motto." "It hurts less to be my friend," Cutter offered as his motto. "There are not too many clean humans left in the world. I am on a mission to make sure that they don't go extinct. People like you can help them survive, either by becoming their friends or by being out of their world. Would you like to join my club? We have airplanes, helicopters, and hot showers. My club has a lot of great perks, and I won't have to crush your head and bury you out in the desert." The man indicated Ray with a gesture. "What about him then? What's his story? Are you 2 twins or something?" "This is Ray," Cutter introduced the dwarf. "He works for Governor Tinney. They get the railroad trains moving and other useful stuff. I work for King Louis. Some of my friends over there at the airport, they work for Fleet Admiral Rudel. They are big into ocean-going ships and aircraft. Together they have made themselves a council of governors, to save what little is left of the old world." As an afterthought, Cutter added, "Ray isn't like us. He is still clean and the naked dummies want to chase him around." The man unwrapped the tan-colored keffiyeh that covered his head, nose, and mouth in the desert nomad style. His face was clean-shaven as with all watchers and other infected. He introduced himself. "My name is David Talbot. If your mission is to coexist peacefully with others, you will find no cause for disagreement with me. I only carry a weapon for hunting meat and I don't eat the flesh of men." The giant waved for the man to walk down to the low end of the roof at the corner where he could lift Talbot down. "My friends call me Cutter," he said with a raised hand. "At the moment, I have no living enemies, so I don't know what they might call me." "A bad day, I'd wager," Talbot guessed as to what that second name might be. After he sat at the edge of the roof, Cutter lifted him down to the ground, and then Talbot adjusted his clothes to correct for the manhandling. Cutter pressed him, "Where are these friends of yours? I want them to hear the situation from me so that there are no misunderstandings." That demand made Talbot noticeably uncomfortable. "I won't be able to get in touch with them for several days. We could meet here and then I could take you to see them. There are things that I need to do, for a few days, at night especially. When I have that taken care of, it will be no problem." The suspicious need for delay left Cutter cautious about Talbot's true intentions. To test the validity of the man's dire necessity, Cutter asked, "If you are mostly busy at night, does that mean you will be available during the day? Even if you can't introduce me to the rest of your clan, I can at least introduce you to my people. They can get a chance to meet you, ask you some questions, and come to the conclusion that you are trustworthy." "Well," Talbot hesitated not too resolutely. "It might be better if we wait." Cutter leaned over the watcher to insist politely, "Please." "All right, Talbot relented. "Just so long as I have your promise that I can be to myself after sunset." "You have my word," Cutter pledged. Even after agreeing to it, Cutter still thought it seemed peculiar, so he reasoned, "I thought vampires moved at night because they could not tolerate the sunshine. The sunlight does not seem to be harming you at all." "I am not the vampire," Talbot assured him, "and I am not susceptible to the curse even if she did bite me. As you already pointed out, I am immune to the madness of the plague just as you obviously must be. I am curious. How is it that you managed to grow so large? It must be the work of some mad scientist. Everyone in my community is special in one way or another. You would fit in among us. It is not our way to judge the peculiar circumstances of each other." Ray used his binoculars to check out the nearby airport and then he reported, "They've moved the Greyhound out of the hangar. I think they will be taking off soon." The three of them stood together watching as the Greyhound rolled out to the start of the runway and then raced down the long length of it, gaining speed until it took to the air. Even after the fall of the world, watching a plane take off remained a spectator sport that inspired wonder. The enormous Greyhound carrier cargo plane was an albatross that lumbered on the ground. In the air, it became a proud and graceful master of an incorporeal element. Li Feng flew east after takeoff. She stayed low as she approached the mountain range on the far edge of the plane. Romeo and Paulette were on the Greyhound with her. They had the sedan loaded in the back. It would be their transportation on the return trip to the dam after they had landed the plane safely on some obscure stretch of desert highway. Just as Lee began her turn, a vintage propeller fighter plane came out low through a pass in the mountains. The pilot was no less surprised than Major Feng was since neither of them expected the near collision. The fighter plane broke right to avoid the mid-air crash, but it was a stupid move. A moment later, the Greyhound took position behind the enemy plane right on his tail. Lee called out for Romeo and Paulette that they had problems. "Those Groom Lake guys are here and they have an F4U Corsair." When Paulette went forward to the cockpit to see the sight of the enemy plane's tail before them, he cried out, "What are you doing? We don't have any guns." "I know we don't have any guns," Li Feng replied with irritation owing to the stress of the situation. "That plane has 6 heavy machine guns. If he gets behind us, he will blow us out of the sky." Paulette understood that the safest place they could be was behind the enemy fighter plane where it couldn't shoot at them. On the other hand, they would not be able to stay there forever and they didn't have any weapons for shooting him down first. "We have 2 engines, Li Feng argued as to her intentions. "I am going to cut his tail off with my propeller and then land with 1 engine." She slammed the throttles up to high power and then did her best to ram the Corsair right out of the sky. The antique fighter plane was in prime condition. It had initially survived as an airshow demonstration aircraft only to end up fully rearmed and useful as ever. Anything that found its way in front of its 6 heavy machine guns was unlikely to survive. That included Verlock's helicopter, the Greyhound cargo plane, or their new Dakar Rally Raider truck. No sooner had Cutter and his 2 companions marveled in astonishment over the sudden appearance of the vintage fighter plane, they noticed the dust trails of speeding vehicles as they approached the airport from multiple directions. Ray went to his binoculars to see what was going on. "This one looks like some sort of special forces dune buggy," he reported. "I see a couple mounted squad-type machine guns and maybe a 40mm grenade launcher. These other 3 look like standard Humvees, mounted heavy machine guns and top turrets over full cabs. The last one is a 5-ton military truck with canvas on the back. That will be a troop carrier or possibly just supplies. There is a whole bunch of trouble coming down." The fighter pilot apparently realized that the Greyhound had no armaments and was therefore no threat. Verlock had just gotten the helicopter off the ground when the Corsair appeared, which made her an inviting target and just as predictably unarmed. The Corsair lined up to fire on the helicopter only to realize that the Greyhound had every intention of ramming him from behind. Unwilling to test the bluff, the pilot pulled up into a steep climb, believing that his fighter plane was more than a match for the Greyhound in terms of performance. Much to his dismay, the Greyhound's modern engines and design made it a swift airplane nearly equal in speed even though half again as long and double the size and wingspan. The Corsair began to pull away as the pilot steepened his climb, only not quickly enough to make the gap he needed to shake the Greyhound off his tail. Paulette and Romeo had failed to strap down the car in that they hadn't considered any necessity for enduring aggressive aerobatics. They hastened to fix a cargo strap when the Greyhound went into a steep climb and the car began to slide. Carmen learned the details of the attack by monitoring the Tesla Flux rifle's targeting scope integrated into Cutter's brute assault weapon. She called Gridius to warn him, "Their convoy will reach your position in moments, 5 vehicles, all heavily armed. They also have a Corsair fighter plane as air support that is currently engaging the Greyhound. I advise that you withdraw or find somewhere to hide." Gridius told Frank and Manny, Their army just showed up. They have maybe half a dozen rides and some kind of Corsair attack plane. Things are about to get really hot. Andy had the Dakar truck inside the hangar where they could all be together away from wandering ghouls. He asked, "Are we loading up and getting out of here?" "It's too late for that," Critias assured them. "They have air support. Major Fang and Verloc have serious trouble of their own. A fleet of gun wagons is pulling up outside. If we open the hangar doors, they will fill the truck with bullets." Sully reasoned, "If they know this place, they are going to notice that the doors are shut. If we just wait here, they will come in and get us." "Maybe they think we are all on the Greyhound and the helicopter," Ruby suggested hopefully. She had no illusions about the seriousness of her current predicament. Aside from being far from safety and surrounded by ghouls, the Groom Lake soldiers were going to gang rape her, kill her, or probably both. Hoping her optimism was true, she added, "They won't know that anyone is still here. Whatever reason they had for coming to this airport, they couldn't have driven all this way for hours knowing we would be here when they arrived." "I know why we came here," Critias told her. "First we made sure we controlled the airport and then we landed our cargo plane. They're here because their big mysterious cargo plane is coming back and they want to make sure that nobody is here to shoot it down." Manny Giles opened up the armor case with the Russian anti-aircraft missile launcher. He said, "Somebody is here to shoot them down. We stay out of sight until their plane arrives and then we blow it away." "A crash means smoke," Frank complained. "Thousands of biters will swarm into this area to check out the wreck and then they will stay around for weeks." "Jim would take their plane," Critias said mostly to himself as he plotted aloud. He would not hope for the best. Jim would actually shoot for it, and then settle for less if it came down to that. "We need to let them land for us to take their plane. While the plane is on the ground and they are still inside of it, it changes from being their big asset to their dangerous liability. If nothing else, that plane solves all our fuel problems. We could get back home." Critias asked Andy, "What other weapons do we have to work with?" Sully produced a duffel bag with the zipper open. "Carmen packed these M72 Lore rockets. We have 4 of them, and some plastic demolition explosives." "Let's move those." Frank pointed out some rolling toolboxes filled with premium mechanics tools. "We can set up a barricade for some cover once the shooting starts." When the Corsair pilot believed he had gained enough altitude to escape Colonel Fane and her Greyhound, his fighter plane made an acrobatic turn in the belief that the Greyhound would not be able to duplicate the maneuver. Li Feng pushed her plane to its limits as she maintained pursuit. The Corsair pilot had underestimated her skills, aggression, and the horsepower of the enhanced Rolls-Royce engines at her command. As she barely missed chewing off the Corsair's tail with her starboard propeller, the enemy pilot craned his head back to stare from his canopy in horror because he believed she had actually gotten him. A moment later, when the pilot realized that he had escaped, he pulled the plane into a hard corkscrew turn that would inevitably gain advantage until he was behind the Greyhound in a position for shooting it down. When she realized that defeat was inevitable, Major Fang yelled back to Palat and Romeo, "Put on your parachutes. You can still have a chance if you jump." The Greyhound had many parachutes still aboard. There were the spare chutes that all the paratroopers had brought as their auxiliary replacements plus bailout emergency parachutes for everyone else on the mission. Palat had the sea legs for moving about inside the plane while it executed its tightest turn. Romeo found it more challenging to navigate against the centrifugal force. While Romeo struggled to get his parachute on, Palat had already donned his chute and then went to get the second manpad weapon. Romeo asked him, "What are you planning to do?" "We open the ramp," Palat explained his intentions. "As he comes around, I knock him out of the sky." "I can smell gasoline." Romeo warned him that the Greyhound's combat maneuvers had gotten the car so out of kilter that it had leaked some fuel. Even if the missile launcher's backblast would not set fire to the car or blow up the plane, it could certainly ignite a gasoline fire. "We don't have any other choice," Palat argued his determination to proceed. The Corsair used its superior climbing ability again, which bled off speed and shortened his turning radius. In moments, he would have firing position with his 6 heavy machine guns that would shred the Greyhound with ease. Romeo pulled himself along by dangling cargo straps until he reached the controls for the rear ramp. He set the cargo door in motion. As soon as it cracked its airtight seal, the wind made the plane's interior doubly hectic. After a final check of the manpad, Palat saluted to Romeo as a wave goodbye. He walked to the end of the ramp, turned, and then went out backwards like a diver falling over the hull of a boat. The Corsair pilot strongly assumed that his victims were attempting to escape his guns by parachuting to safety. Since Palat fell down and the planes did not, the Turk rapidly dropped out of sight. The high wind effects of freefall were no detriment to the manpad because Palat essentially fired it straight up along the wind column. The missile exited the tube with its first stage engine blast and then shot away in pursuit of its target. That thrust put Palat into a head-over-heels spin and left him tumbling dangerously out of control. He was not high enough above the ground to have grace for delay. As an expert paratrooper, Palat dropped the launcher, regained control of his orientation, and then pulled his chute to break his fall before he hit the ground. The Corsair pilot grinned with anticipation as he was about to toggle his battery of heavy machine guns to take out the Greyhound. He never even realized the imminent danger as the missile homed in on the heat of his engine exhaust and then exploded directly under his airframe. Not even a modern fighter jet was impervious to such potent weaponry. The explosion from the manpad's warhead killed the pilot outright and reduced the plane into a fireball of ignited fuel. Cutter heard the engine of a sixth vehicle as it came up out of the desert from behind the sewer plant. There was also the semi-muffled pops from a small-caliber weapon. Abruptly terminated screams from infuriated ghouls were testament that one or more men suppressed the infected that pursued their calamitous vehicle. Talbot asked in some distress, "Did you not say that you took the dam from them? They seem less than defeated to my eyes." "This is our fight," Cutter replied to put him at ease. "If you wish to have no part of this, that is your choice and I won't hold it against you after we win. On the other hand, if you want to demonstrate both your wise foresight and your courage, now would be an ideal opportunity." "That sounds heavy," Ray warned Cutter about the approaching vehicle. "I hear tracks. Must be some kind of tank, probably has a cannon, something dangerous enough even for you." "Lord Cutter does not hunt mice," the giant boasted without exaggeration. "I only hunt lions. A tank will be worthy of my efforts. Are you coming along to back me up?" "I'm not staying here," Ray assured him. "Where you go, I go. If you think you can do something, I'm all for it." Cutter ran back in the direction of the main road where they first came through the vehicle gate and the fence line. There was a small office administration building there that would give them some cover as the enemy vehicle passed along the road. Still as cunningly stealthy as ever, the giant moved up to the edge of the structure from where they could see what approached. "That's a Bradley fighting vehicle," Ray identified the light tank that came up the road out of the desert. While it was a feeble machine as far as battle tanks were concerned, compared to any civilian truck, the thing was a land battleship. The Bradley was fully armor-plated, tracked, and it had a turret on top with a Bushmaster 25mm chain gun. Ray guessed, they must have had that thing hidden somewhere nearby and then the others dropped off the crew before they made their attack on the airport. One man armed with an assault rifle rode up on top. He protruded halfway out from the open hatch. That had to be the man popping off rounds at ghouls when they chased after his war machine. None of the other occupants was visible. The driver had a hatch he could open to be more comfortable, but he remained buttoned up as though worried about snipers. It was unlikely that any ghouls would have been able to get at him while the tank moved. Cutter maneuvered to the other end of the building to get ahead of the machine. When he arrived there, he found an old steel tie rim half submerged in the sand. As the Bradley rattled up the road adjacent to the building, the guard turned away because the fence line assured him of safety. No regular ghouls would easily cross that barrier to threaten him from Cutter's side of the roadway. The giant boldly stepped out and then toppled the fence by shoving down a support pipe with his custom-booted foot. When the pole casually folded over, it took 2 sections of the fence down with it. Deafened as he was by his own rattle-clap-tracked vehicle, the gunman did not realize his danger until it was already upon him. He turned toward the commotion just in time to see the tire rim flying at him like a hurled discus. The roof hatch he was in restricted his movements to the degree that he had no chance of evasion. All the man could do was scream in terror as the steel wheel hub struck him solidly in the chest and face with enough velocity that the impact shattered his ribcage and broke his neck. A few brief strides brought Cutter up alongside the light tank and then the giant rocked the tracked machine when he jumped aboard to ride atop it. He grabbed the limp quadriplegic body of the disabled guard and then flung him off to die in the desert, be it of thirst, vultures, or more likely the pitiless gnawing of ghouls. As soon as that obstruction was out of the way, Ray tossed both a flashbang and a white smoke grenade at the same time, sending them down through the open hatch. The dwarf had cast away his sombrero to make room for his action helmet with its ear protection, respirator, and goggles. The stun grenade was brutally effective within the confines of the Bradley's thick armor, which both contained and amplified its detrimental effects. White smoke from the other grenade was non-toxic and other than blinding, was essentially harmless aside from the fact that its volume displaced all the oxygen out of the small interior airspace. The deafened, blinded, and disoriented occupants were also unable to breathe. The vehicle's rear troop hatch fell open as the Bradley came to a halt. Ray dropped from the howdah on Cutter's back, scrambled along the top of the tank, and then he courageously leaped down the open hatch. Since he was a dwarf, the light tank's compartments were much more spacious and forgiving to Ray's movements than for the typically scaled occupants. Cutter was at the back of the tank as the soldiers stumbled down the open ramp, gagging in the thick white smoke. There was a suppressed pop as Ray shot the driver inside the Bradley. The giant grabbed the first man to come out at the rear. He seized the poor foo by his head and then twisted it around backward, all with the casualties of a man using a doorknob. As the remaining 3 gunmen attempted to escape from the back of their tank-treaded war machine, a flurry of muffled gunshots cut them down from behind. Ray walked out by the same route, his hot PDW in hand. "All done in here," he reported to Cutter. "I need your help dragging out the body of that driver." "We can't expect you to do everything," Cutter said with admiration for Ray's preternatural viciousness. The little man didn't have any reservations about killing people when a righteous opportunity presented itself. "The right-sized tool for the job," Ray commented about their teamwork. Back at the airport, Critias and his group heard the sounds of ghouls, men shooting them, and the caravan of vehicles as they checked out the place. The dune buggy was the only one that pulled up directly before the hangar. One man said in common English, "I'll take a look." His footsteps approached the center seam in the massive sliding doors, and then he pulled open one side just enough for him to explore on foot. That was the moment when Palat's manpad detonated along with the Corsair fighter plane. The noise of it was readily noticeable throughout the region, and for those outside, there was the plainly obvious smoke and flame visible up in the sky. That was enough of a surprise and a spectacle that all the gunmen took a moment to see their bad news on display. Palat Sircon had opened his parachute with time to spare, affording him the pleasurable opportunity to look up and see the smoldering remains of the Corsair plummet out of the sky. Fuel and circumstances being what they were, Major Feng had no choice other than to get the Greyhound to safety. Carmen called Verloc on her Marshal Service wristwatch to inform her, "Palat destroyed their fighter plane. Now he needs you to pick him up. Your watch will act as a homing compass to help you locate him. It will be north of the dam on the western edge of the reservoir lake." "I have a visual on him," Verloc reported. "I'm moving in now to pick him up. There is a lot of activity at the airport. Their ground vehicles arrived, and there is a second much larger aircraft that is coming in for a landing." Critias's team is bottled up inside the main hangar, Carmen informed her friend. "If there is anything you and Palat can do to help, they need it." Another man nearby the dune buggy called out, "Look at that. A parachute just opened. That must be Farrell. He got out of his plane before it exploded. We should go pick him up before the chomping ninnies get to him." Desire to see the outcome of the air battle also distracted the gunman that had opened the hangar door. While he looked up and far away for any signs of a parachute, Critias reached out through the open hangar door and then snatched him away. Mech suit strength was sufficient for pulling the man right off his feet into the shadows of the hangar. Just as swiftly, Critias broke the struggling man's neck with an expert ghoul fighter's jiu-jitsu twist that left the gunman dead on the floor. Andy asked his companions, "What do you think they mean about a parachute?" HUD messaging from Carmen brought Critias up to speed on the battlefield situation. She began with an overall terrain map that appeared to have real-time visual updates as though from the black hole or an orbital satellite. Live tracking showed where Palat would land along with Verloc's helicopter on its way to pick him up. Major Feng had the Greyhound safely out of the area. Critias informed his companions, "That parachute is Palat. Verloc will pick him up with the helicopter." The Greyhound made it safely away. Manny wondered aloud, why is the Turk in a chute if the Greyhound is in one piece and that black sheep is Fubar? That was enough to make Frank give an evil chuckle. Carmen is sweet on Palat because he is a crazy son of a bitch just like Perkello here. The Greyhound does not have any guns. Palat must have jumped out onto Pappy Boyington's windshield and then popped him one in the forehead with a pistol. The HUD overlay from Carmen informed Critias that the enemy ground vehicles were about to converge outside. The enemy C-130 Hercules cargo plane was also on final approach to make their landing. The Hercules was the same type of four-engine propeller aircraft that Fleet Admiral Rudel had brought for his first meeting with King Louis. Carmen told Critias that C-130 is large enough to have 60 more of their soldiers or several more gun trucks. They are determined to land. You only have a few minutes before those reinforcements deploy against you. Another member of the Groom Lake attack force was a pilotless drone carrying 2 air-to-ground anti-tank missiles. Carmen had total infiltration of that robotic warplane. Her hijacking was so complete that she fed its owners false images and telemetry data. She made them believe that an engine malfunction had crashed the drone into a desert hillside. She sent Critias a HUD application that allowed him to launch one or both of its Hellfire missiles at his discretion. If he wanted to destroy the C-130 with everyone aboard, he had the means at his disposal. The three other men at the dune buggy finally realized that their companion had disappeared into the hangar. Their assumption was that the hangar was huge and their man wandered off to explore its interior. As a rule, ghouls did not stay quiet and they didn't snatch people one at a time with stealthy cunning. Infected attack was loud, chaotic, and full of vim. The dune buggy crew cautiously watched the narrow opening into the hangar. They had patience enough to give their man another minute to return on his own. While they waited for their overlong teammate, the 5-ton army truck pulled up to join them. Two of the Humvee gun wagons came up next, one approaching from either side. Carmen's drone showed Critias that the third armored car was on the outer runway checking the perimeter. Critias did not detect any mission radio traffic from the enemy. If he had not already been at the airport to move the Greyhound, it was conceivable that the invasion would have remained unnoticed until they attacked the dam. At the moment, the enemy had a lot of men and vehicles on site. Both the helicopter and the Greyhound had fled the area. Critias wasn't sure what they made of the destruction of their Corsair fighter plane. Whatever they believed happened to it, it wasn't enough to scare off the C-130. The landing of the shockingly loud cargo plane would do its part, calling in even more ghouls from the desert. One thing that had to be certain was that the Groom Lake warriors realized that their secrecy had ended. The hurried escape of the Greyhound along with their stolen helicopter that they undoubtedly recognized assured that much. An old bullet hole in the hangar door gave Frank Peterson a place to peek out. He whispered to Critias, "They seem to be multiplying out there. When they find their boy you just killed, it is not going to be much of a negotiation." Ruby choked up with emotion because she knew she was about to die. She sublimated that dread into die-hard determination worthy of a forager. She told Critias, "Let's show these fuckers how we negotiate." Language, Sully cautioned his wife's unladylike phraseology. "If we do lose, you let them take you alive. They will treat you badly, but you'll live. The family back home will eventually rescue you. As bad as it might be, there is no shortage of Denver women for you to commiserate with about it." 12 more gunmen exited from the back of the army truck. The third Humvee finished its tour of the runway. It had checked for debris and found none. A moment later, the Hercules C-130 successfully landed out there at a safe distance from their hangar. All three men from the dune buggy team approached the hangar to find their missing man. They seemed rather calm about the issue. Apart from the safe landing of their reinforcements, they likely believed that everyone had already fled in the Greyhound and the helicopter. "Here they come," Frank whispered from where he still watched at the spy hole. Instead of exposing themselves to the narrow opening, one of the men waited back as the guard while the other two gripped the handles on the main doors and then dragged them apart. As the opening grew wider, Critias, Frank, and Manny quietly backed away along with the retreating doors. They had to withdraw even further because the man doing the opening could see behind the door of his partner. The squeaking and scraping of the doors was enough to hide the sound of Critias dragging along the bloodless body of the man he had killed. Andy and his crewmates were deep inside the hangar where they hid behind the barricade of toolboxes. Frank realized that they were in trouble. He hand-signaled to Critias that they should fight their way clear. Critias was about to agree except that Carmen sent him a HUD warning that the enemy was already on the move. The 12 men from the truck had split into two squads and then surrounded the hangar. One 6-man team was about to kick in the rear door that was behind Andy and his crew. The other 6-man team went to the western side door. In a matter of seconds, both teams would burst in and then spray everyone down with their automatic weapons. Carmen's advice was brief and honest: recommend that you engage all hostile targets. Critias had one of the Groom Lake gunmen lying dead at his feet with a broken neck. He understood that the man's friends would want revenge for his death and all the others at the dam. No warning came from Carmen that they would have better odds surrendering. Desperate battle had a better chance of keeping them alive than giving up had to offer. Everyone guessed correctly that the gunmen would torture anyone unfortunate enough to fall into their clutches. A practiced shrug unslung Critias' Tesla Flux rifle and then let it slide down to his hand. He gestured to Frank that the side door was his most immediate threat. More hand signals informed Frank that 6 men were out there about to make a forced entry. Critias took aim at the rear door across the hangar where the other team was about to burst through. Carmen provided him with a HUD virtual X-ray simulation that showed him the exact real-time positions of the 6 men outside through the wall. She took her knowledge of exterior events from the live video cameras aboard the Hellfire missile drone. The thin sheet metal of the hangar walls would not be any hindrance to bullets, especially not to Critias' Tesla Flux rifle stepped up for high-power armor-piercing lethality. After a final nod to Frank that it was time to grab the devil by his tail, Critias made a rapid series of well-aimed single shots out through the back door and through the walls to either side of it. Carmen's X-ray simulation of the men was spot on even as they reacted to their friends abruptly dying. It could not have been any better if the wall had been transparent glass and Critias had seen them for himself. All 6 of the men at the back door went down from multiple hits, including 3 truly dead from lethal headshots. Once Critias began shooting, Frank attempted the same thing at the side door. He stitched bullets at mid-height back and forth across the door and the walls flanking it. Frank had considerably less success in that all the men he wounded started screaming in panic and some of them even fired back blindly through the wall hoping to stop the attack. Purely by random chance, one of the bullets that came in through the wall struck a toolbox and then ricocheted up to hit Ruby in the head. Because the bullet had slowed somewhat from the obstacles and owing to its steep angle of impact, Ruby's Kevlar helmet stopped the stray round. She had no way of knowing if she was actually hurt and protocol forbid the self-examination of injuries for fear of exposure to infection. Hit, agitated, and eager to go down fighting, Ruby acted rashly with an extreme act of retaliation. She extended the launching tube of her lower rocket and then fired the projectile out the front hangar doors. It was fortunate that she decided against launching her rocket at the side door where the bullet came from. If she had, the extensive blast radius and unpredictable shrapnel might have injured many of her own people inside the hangar. One of the Humvee gun wagons had moved forward to place its heavy machine gun turret in position for the attack on the hangar. When Ruby popped up from behind the wall of toolboxes, the gunner trained his weapon on her position. Ruby's shot flew laser straight right into the driver's side windshield of that aggressive armored car. Even though the vehicle's crew had an ideal view, the rocket moved too swiftly for them to appreciate its significance. Compression against any solid object activated the fuse, which in turn detonated the rocket's high-explosive anti-personnel warhead. Her rocket went off inside the armored vehicle right at the steering wheel. It made a tremendously loud and brilliant flash of brightness. All the doors popped open as a jet of flame belched up from the turret hatch. The severity of the damage left no doubt that every occupant was dead, if not from the explosion, then from the burning fuel and ammunition that cooked the ruined armored car into a charred black smoking carcass. Carmen's Predator drone had circled to have a better view outside the door Frank had shot up. The 2 men still alive out there were both crawling wounded. All 3 men from the dune buggy out front had dove for cover to escape the rocket strike. Critias ran over and then kicked the side door open. Manny Giles followed close behind and he didn't hesitate to headshot the 2 wounded gunmen on his way by them. Frank picked up the anti-material rifle, which slowed him down being so heavy with the ammunition too. Manny was about to remove the beehive shell from his rifle's grenade launcher attachment because a high explosive was totally superior for dealing with armored cars. He changed his mind after a cautionary glance detected an onrushing pack of ghouls. All the loud noises like the C-130, the low rocket, and the vehicle activity, lured the ghouls in from the direction of the suburbia artery highway. As a frenzied pack, the ghouls stirred up a lot of dust, which helped disguise their numbers at the cost of leaving most of them blind. Gluttonous cries came up from more ghouls who discovered the 6 men Critias had shot outside the hangar's back door. Their happy hooting about fresh meat lured most of the tribe away in that direction. Only a dozen of them took the other way around the hangar, a path that put them on a collision course with Critias and his 2 Gravewalker companions. After Ruby's anti-tank rocket killed the first armored car, the second one moved away from the hangar to avoid being next. Backing up brought the gun wagon in line of sight with Critias on the side of the hangar. The turret gunner did not have complete protection as with a tank. His machine gun mount had a lot of shields around it to discourage snipers, but they could see the gunner easily enough. At first, the Groom Lake gunner thought to fire on the dozen ghouls. When he saw the 6 dead commandos bleeding out on the pavement, all of them about to become food for those dirty infected, he came to his senses about who he wanted to shoot first. The soldier lined up his turret for taking out Critias with his machine gun. All 3 of the remaining crewmen from the dune buggy squad made their charge in through the open front doors of the main hangar. Andy was already inside the Dakar truck by that time. When the first enemy soldier came in through the hangar doors, Sully hit him with 2 solid bursts of standard military M4 carbine. The man went down hard, obviously dead. Their second soldier got a neck full of buckshot from Ruby's tactical shotgun. He was mostly still alive, but already in shock and bleeding from a lethal injury that he tried to stop with his fumbling hands. As the battle raged, Cutter had approached the airport on foot to help. He arrived just in time to surprise the 3rd soldier from the dune buggy team. Cutter grabbed the man by the back of his ammunition harness, easily snatching him up like a squealing rodent. For years, bringing up the rear had been the man's cowardly survival strategy. With the arrival of Cutter, his habitual malingering had finally been to his detriment. Such was the man's panic that when picked up by the giant, he dropped his primary weapon to clatter to the pavement. Conflict with Critias gave Cutter a clear understanding of what honorable courage was supposed to mean. He read the soldier's squirming weakness as proof that the man's overall worth amounted to little or nothing even amongst his own people. The driver of the second Humvee screamed at his turret gunner after he saw Cutter. Since an army of ghouls was about to kill Critias, Frank, and Manny anyway, the gunner hurriedly spun his turrets about to make the heavily armed and armored giant his obvious target of choice. Under the circumstances, it was not an unwise decision. Cutter didn't have anywhere nearby to take cover. He realized that his best option against that armored car with its mounted 50 caliber machine gun was for him to kill the Groom Lake gunner first. The giant contemptuously flung away the struggling sniveling soldier that he held. The toss sent the man into the burning wreckage of the first Humvee that had died from Ruby's anti-tank rocket. The impact velocity from the giant's throw was bone-breaking where the man's body hit the immovable steel chassis of the Humvee. In places where the wreckage was sharp after the rocket explosion, the jagged metal pierced his body instead. That Groom Lake soldier died as a dislocated and crumpled joint of meat that sizzled away in the noxious oily vehicle flames. The turrets on the functional gun wagon swung on target just in time to be on the receiving end of Cutter's brood rifle. The giant hosed down the turret's ballistic shields with a hailstorm of 223 bullets. While it wasn't enough to kill that gunner, the barrage did force him to cower behind his armor shields to avoid dying. Paying no mind to the ghouls about to flood over him, Frank Peterson operated the anti-material rifle from one knee. He found an opening when the rotating turret turned toward Cutter. From the side, the turret had gaps in between the armored plates. One 20mm high explosive round from the anti-material rifle turned the gunner's shield compartment into an instantaneous bloodbath. Every interior surface went opaque with the man's thick gore. The 20mm shell just popped him like he was a man-sized bloated tick. That Humvee driver could not figure out where the more dangerous enemy fire came at him from. He saw Frank ahead of him, but it was Cutter that pounded his passenger side window with a steady rain of assault rifle ammo. The extremely thick bulletproof window took the impressive beating without failing. Cutter ran forward while he fired his brood weapon. He finally stopped at short range from the vehicle and then discharged his 20mm Vulcan round at the soft spot he had tunneled into the door's window. The soldier in the driver's seat did not survive when the massive high-explosive shell went off directly into him. Still not satisfied, Cutter stuffed the barrel of his brood rifle into the smoking hole he had just made. He fired more 223 rounds so that they ricocheted around in the Humvee's rear compartment, making sure he had the whole vehicle pacified. Manny turned his 40mm beehive shell against the pack of ghouls that came up behind them. Every infected in that pack took dozens of hits from the small metal darts, including several to the head. Apart from being outrageously bloody, the weapon did efficiently disable large numbers of ghouls with a single trigger. Before Critias could welcome Cutter to the war, a machine gun barrage came from the direction of the main runway. The last gun wagon came at them fast and the gunner fired bursts of tracer-lit 50 caliber shells. Critias and the two Gravewalkers took shelter behind the newly disabled Humvee. Cutter was already there too, making a brisk dash and tumble that put him behind the armored car. Once there, the giant pulled out the service pin from the hinge of the rear driver's side door. That door was an outlandishly thick composite slab of bullet-retardant materials. Using the towing chain he kept as a belt, Cutter began to craft himself an improvised shield. The distant howling of agitated ghouls grew ever louder in the background. More fire from the turrets on the last Humvee failed to drive Critias or anyone in his group out into the open. The disabled Humvee that hid behind was solid enough that its whole body absorbed the punishment from that heavy machine gun. That gun wagon turret machine gun abruptly stopped when even louder cannon fire came from the main gun on the Bradley fighting vehicle. Devastating high-energy hits of 25mm first removed the enemy turret gunner, then blew off the whole right front wheel down to the axle, and then finally shredded the driver's cab after the Humvee stalled. "That's Ray," Cutter said about the Bradley fighting vehicle that had just shot up the third Humvee on their behalf. "We met that biker who was watching you. He's the one driving." The Hercules C-130 had lowered its rear cargo ramp by then. They were disembarking their passengers. First down the plane's ramp was their 8-wheeled military armored fighting vehicle. It was a similar model to the ones Critias had found in the Radio City garage. Jack's mechanics had rebuilt one of those strikers into their hauler transport. The one from Groom Lake was the mobile gun system version. It sported a full main battle tank turret complete with artillery diameter firepower. Nothing short of the front armor on an actual main battle tank would be able to withstand a direct hit from that epic 105mm gun. 40 armed soldiers came out on foot behind their command striker. They used the armored fighting vehicle for cover during their advance. Critias and his group had no chance of firing on them with their small arms. "This isn't good," Manny stated the obvious. This car isn't going to stop a shell from that thing. This is what we want, Critias assured his companions. I want him as far from the plane as we can get him to come. Critias still had 2 Hellfire missiles aboard Carmen's drone at his disposal. He just needed that tank to be far enough away from the C-130 that the plane wouldn't die in the same explosion. The closely packed troops would go up right along with their war machine. Small arms fire broke out from the Groom Lake reinforcements because a lot of wild ghouls ran in to investigate the smoke and loud noises. The infected attack on the airport would only get worse, and then they would stay agitated for days. They were about to get the long-lost taste of human meat on their lips, and that would surely leave them hungry for more. Cutter hid rather well considering his size as he stayed out of sight behind the wreck of the Humvee. Ruby dashed out to them from the side door of the hangar while carrying her bag of weapons. She took cover behind Cutter and then opened up her sack to show him, I have some of these rockets left. One of these might take down that tank. Carmen contacted Cutter's iPhone to give him her plan for disabling the enemy battle wagon without using a Hellfire missile. After Cutter accepted one of Ruby's collapsible bazooka launchers, the giant followed Carmen's simple instructions. He quickly dismantled the law to separate the rocket itself from the disposable launching tube. The tank car stopped midway between the Hercules and the hangar. Instead of killing Critias and his companions, the turret spun about to fire on Ray in the Bradley fighting vehicle. Talbot must have expected it. The Bradley had made a swift retreat to take cover behind the C-130 Hercules. It was his correct belief that the tank car would not willingly shoot their own enormous airplane. The Bradley used the deployed loading ramp as its hostage shield while still being able to fire its own chain gun. Ray was at the controls of the Bushmaster autocan, and he didn't hesitate to open fire on the masked Groom Lake soldiers that followed the Stryker mobile gun system tank car. Those men had already been scattering, not wanting to be caught in the Stryker's muzzle blast when it fired at the Bradley. Their chaos only intensified as 25mm Bushmaster rounds came in to blow individual men into actual disjointed pieces. With the Stryker turret pointed away and the Groom Lake soldiers in panic, Cutter broke from his cover. The giant ran toward the Stryker with the speed of a galloping horse. The rate of fire from Ray's autocan was not impressive, but the shells were enormous and his aim quite deadly. It kept the infantry force distracted if not outright terrified. Those that Ray hit became entirely dead. On top of all that, dozens of ghouls rushed in at the soldiers from every direction. The engine in the dune buggy was still running when Manny ran over and then jumped into the driver's seat. Frank saw what his spotter had in mind, prompting him to follow. He got into the back to operate one of the machine guns. With his friends running around outside, Andy took that as his cue to drive out from the hangar in the Dakar racing truck. He went over to collect his 2 crewmates. Cutter kept his brute rifle slung while he concentrated on protecting himself with his bulletproof door shield. The Groom Lake soldiers could not effectively communicate with each other. They never got a chance to turn on Cutter as a unit. Some of them happened to be looking in his direction as they repulsed the onrushing ghouls. Their small arms fire bounced harmlessly off his shield. Cutter's size allowed him to wear his outfitter-made armor of bomb disposal grade Kevlar that their light ammunition couldn't hope to penetrate. His great size also made him immune to the kinetic force of the impacts. After withstanding dozens of hits from their assault rifles, Cutter was not even bleeding. Someone in the Stryker had noticed all the vehicles moving around the hangar. Since they were not going to engage the Bradley and destroy their C-130 in the process, the main cannon of the tank car spun about to engage the vehicles instead. When the huge tank barrel swung around in the direction of the hangar, Cutter had already arrived. The giant thrust the unpackaged 66mm low rocket down inside the gun's 105mm muzzle. Once that simple sabotage was in place, Cutter brought up his brute rifle and then continued on past to fight through the infantrymen on his way to the loading ramp of the Hercules. Andy drove away from the hangar with Ruby and Sully while Manny and Frank went over to pick up Critias with their dune buggy. The much larger Dakar truck proved to be the more enticing target for the Stryker tank car to lock onto. With gyroscopic ease, the turret flawlessly tracked Andy's truck and then fired a 105mm high-explosive munition to destroy it. That shell jammed in the barrel when it came into contact with the rocket. The high-speed collision set off both warheads. All those combined kilograms of high explosives detonated inside the barrel in addition to the already extreme muzzle pressure from the initial firing. The breech at the base of the gun was strong enough to withstand the blast and protected the rest of the vehicle. The barrel itself could not resist it. A huge ruptured bulge formed in the barrel so that the gun became hopelessly ruined. So many ghouls moved into the airport by then that it was no longer even feasible to have a war between the survivor groups. The remaining Groom Lake soldiers found themselves surrounded and they desperately fought just to stay alive. The Stryker tank car with its blossomed gun barrel realized that the battle was over. The huge war machine drove off at speed, abandoning their soldiers to the ghouls. The commander and whatever crew he had with him would just flee the combat area to save themselves. Where it would go after leaving the airport remained an uncertainty. They were a long way from their home at Groom Lake, had lost their C-130 transport plane, and had no chance of taking back the dam in their present condition. Of the original force of 40 infantry, half of them were already dead, either from Ray's Bushmaster chain gun aboard the Bradley, the onrushing Ghouls, or from Cutter's brute assault weapon. Hundreds of hungry infected still sprinted into the area. The enemy vehicles were all captured, fleeing, or destroyed. The remaining Groom Lake soldiers found themselves hopelessly outmatched by the firepower of Ray and Cutter. The wisest of the defeated Groom Lake warriors raised his assault rifle over his head in a gesture of surrender. Ray and Cutter stopped shooting to allow the impromptu leader of the Groom Lake soldiers to offer terms. "You win," the man conceded their victory. He directed his ire at Cutter. "What the fuck are you people anyway? Goddamn vampire freak show fuel pirates. You come here, steal our dam and murder our people. What do you want now, to drink our blood?" The other soldiers had no choice other than to keep shooting at the ghouls as they ran toward their group. Manny drove up in the dune buggy along with Frank and Critias. Now that the heavy fighting was over, Andy came back in the Dakar Raider truck. The spokesman for the Groom Lake soldiers asked, "Are you planning on stealing our plane too? We would be more than happy to get aboard and fly out of here, just call it today." Critias told him, "If we didn't want that plane, we would have shot you down before you even landed. Either you become our prisoners or you can start walking home right now." "I doubt you will make it back to Groom Lake on foot, but stranger tales have been told." When the man seemed like his rage might get the better of him, Critias told him, "We have not killed anyone who didn't shoot at us first. That dam belonged to a community of people you assholes kept as slaves. Have you met Charlie? He is the one with a taste for little boys and a needle up his arm. You are a pack of assholes and you know it." The man gestured off toward the Stryker tank car that was still getting away. "Can we at least go with them?" Critias used his HUD to target a Hellfire anti-tank missile at the wounded troop transport and then said, "If you want to go with them, you better hurry. Your boss is going to be sucking dicks in hell in about 30 seconds. "Is that right?" The man scoffed. "How do you plan on accomplishing that?" "They don't call me the Perkella for nothing," Critias informed him. "I know how to call down the thunder." Since his HUD kept him fully updated on the missile's progress, Critias stood up in his seat and then drew his panga bowie blade, which he pointed at the fleeing armored vehicle. The Hellfire missile came straight down from the sky to harpoon the 8-wheeled battle wagon top dead center. Every man there gasped in awe as the explosion blasted the Stryker into high-flying scrap amidst a horrendous fireball. The missile did not knock a hole in the armor like some lesser-low rocket might accomplish. Hellfire was an appropriate name for the missile. It and the exploding ammunition on board reduced the once intimidating tank car into unrecognizable debris. Critias announced to the cowed group of prisoners, "King Louis has come to your town, gentlemen, and he does not brook slavers, rapists, or cannibals. Go die in the desert or take a knee and pledge your unconditional surrender, but make it quick. The freaks are getting thick around here and we're driving back to our dam, with or without you." The pilot and co-pilot of the Hercules both jumped onto the Bradley as the cargo ramp closed itself up. They both seemed anxious to turn their coats and make the best of their new situation. Being pilots, they were valuable recruits as was most anyone else with real old-world technical skills after the outbreak. One of the Groom Lake soldiers was a prolific rapist, torturer, and all-around war criminal worthy of the gallows 100 times over. He knew that whoever King Louis was, the army at his command was going to be the doom of his outlaw community. Critias and his friends had already just obliterated the cream of the Groom Lake forces. What remained would certainly not fare any better. When the Huds back at Groom Lake testified to his well-deserved reputation, King Louis would certainly kill him for his crimes. Since death was inevitable anyway, the soldier felt he had nothing to lose aside from his reputation as a man who always took life by the throat to fulfill his barbarian desires. That vengeful soldier discreetly pulled a hand grenade from his gear harness as he slowly moved forward through the crowd of his companions. Since everyone else was shooting at the onrushing ghouls, his motions made him conspicuous. Like any bad liar, the man felt that more elaborations would conceal the shortcomings of his deceptions. He spoke up, "I'll be the first to surrender to King Louis." All the other soldiers let the man pass through. On the whole, the ploy was as successful as he had conceived it. When the man neared the front, but still had some men ahead of him to block the view, he pulled the pin on his hand grenade. He didn't release the spoon to start the fuse until he was clear of the others. Carmen instantly alerted Critias to the danger of the grenade. She had continuously monitored his mech suit. The futuristic chemical sniffer in his helmet detected the scent signature from the pyrotechnically delayed fuse inside the grenade as it burned down. The whole process would take only 4 or 5 seconds. Even with forewarning, Critias had very little time to react and limited options as to what he could do to protect himself and everyone else around him. Since haste was the predominant factor, Critias just shouted out, "Grenade!" The soldier did his best to raise his arm to toss the grenade into the dune buggy along with Critias, Frank, and Manny. He had first planned to use it on Cutter, but that opportunity did not present itself. The opening he did see was that if he successfully took out the vehicle and the men in it, his audacity might inspire his companions to rejoin the fight. Critias quick drew his Tesla flux pistol and then shot the man in his forearm. It was a perfect hit in that it accomplished his intention, which was to foil the man's ability to throw the grenade into the dune buggy. The grenade fell to the ground from the man's useless hand. The other soldiers scattered away from the impending blast and many of them would get far enough, or at least have the bodies of their closer companions shield them from the shrapnel. Cutter made no effort to flee. He reacted so swiftly that the grenade had not even reached the ground before the giant used his shield to bludgeon the man down so that he landed on his own bomb. To ensure that he fully contained the blast, Cutter punched his shield down like a stamp that pinned the man tightly to the earth. There was just enough time for people to realize what happened before they heard the muffled whomp of the grenade going off under the man's body and the giant's bomb-resistant shield. No one got harmed in any way, aside from the rogue soldier himself who ended up thoroughly dead. All the panic and noise called in the ghouls worse than ever. The infected saw where the humans had concentrated themselves and they charged in to slaughter them. Frank turned the dune buggy's belt-fed machine gun on them. He began mowing them down with his masterful accuracy. Critias kept his eye on the armed prisoners and just waited for them to defend themselves or die when the ghouls took them down. If any of the men decided to turn their weapons against him or his friends, Critias was going to kill them first. As with most every survivor left in the world, the Groom Lake soldiers' highest priority was to live for another day. None of them had survived so long as slavers and plunderers because they had an overwhelming urge to sacrifice their lives over some demented form of patriotism. The soldiers joined in the effort of gunning down ghouls with all the enthusiasm that came from having their lives depend on their success. It wasn't possible to destroy them all, so the actual goal was to get all the men onto vehicles for the trip back to the dam. Ray's Bradley fighting vehicle was a large and powerful tracked machine more than capable of moving the weight of as many men as managed to climb onto it. Critias started the evacuation by disarming men one at a time and then loading them into the troop compartment at the back of the tracked war machine. He started with the 2 pilots and then added 4 men who were walking wounded with one of Cutter's bullets in them. That was enough to occupy the interior. Critias next started loading men up onto the top instead. Andy's Dakar Raider in the dune buggy had space enough to load up all the men left over. Before long, their vehicles moved off together, escaping the airport area and returning to the dam. Chapter 10. Respite. Colonel Hiram Davis and the Sand Tigers were at the lower portal road gate to let Critias' caravan of vehicles inside the tunnel. Romeo and Major Feng had arrived first in their sedan after she had landed their Greyhound plane on a sheep rancher's private airstrip out in the desert. From the safety of the helicopter, Special Agent Shield and Palat Sircon watched their friends get back to the dam. Once everyone was inside behind the impenetrable doors, Verloc carefully landed their new helicopter onto the rooftop observation deck of the visitors' center guardhouse that overlooked the canyon. As vehicles came in through the tunnel, Hiram had them park along the powerhouse pier. The colonel had everyone strip down and then wash themselves. There were plenty of garden hoses for the endless supply of fresh water and they had liquid soap. It was the opportunity to make certain that none of them had any infected wounds and that the prisoners didn't have any hidden weapons. It was hot and dehydrating being out in that desert climate while wearing body armor and carrying heavy combat gear. Everyone enjoyed the chance to cool off. The prisoners rightly believed that no one would bother cleaning them up if they only planned on shooting them afterwards. That reassurance made them cooperative enough that none of them presented any problems. Carmen arrived with the medical supplies she had packed for the mission. The wounded prisoners all needed surgery to remove Cutter's bullets from their bodies and then sutures for the wounds. Apart from her already extensive knowledge in matters of first aid, Carmen could contact Kevin to supplement her surgical skills as required. After what she had gone through, Ruby enjoyed asserting her dominance over her prisoners. She didn't abuse them, but she made damn sure that they saw her face and knew she had stood against their superior numbers and then emerged victorious. "Line up for inspection," she commanded. "Behave yourselves and we will treat you well. Behave badly, and we will set you free." One of the men asked, "You will let us go?" "Go," she invited him with a gesture over the pier's railing. "There is the river. No one is stopping you. Jump and go anywhere you please." There was grumbling among the men as they failed to appreciate her commentary. Colonel Hiram Davis got their attention with his genuine military bearing. "You are all criminals, murderers, and rapists. You are only alive at this moment because the great King Louis has the power to redeem your existence. What is it that you fear from us, that we will behave as you would? Even if we set you free on your own terms, where would you go? Back to Groom Lake? After we have taken control of your home base next, where would you go then? The whole world is now that river to you. Jump now and go die on your own terms, or express your gratitude for every moment. Each breath you take from now on only comes from King Louis having rescued you from this inhospitable world." A man seated in a folding chair screamed in pain as Carmen dug a bullet out of his shoulder. She didn't use any anesthetic to alleviate his discomfort while he underwent rapid battlefield surgery. He did his best to endure the agony, but finally cried out, "My God! What is wrong with you? Are you trying to kill me?" She showed him the extracted bullet still clamped in the jaws of her hemostat. "I'm saving your life, not taking it. I didn't come to this dam to kill anyone." Carmen prepared a suture for closing up the wound. As she began the first stitch, she asked, "How many people were inside that armored fighting vehicle when my missile hit it?" "I don't even know. Up until now, I believed I would at least do people the small honor of acknowledging their lives before I took them away. Killing you would not give me any satisfaction. If your wretched community has proved anything, it is that violence is the recourse of the weak and frightened." The wounded prisoner happily informed her, "Every man in that striker was a world-class asshole who had it coming. Why do you think they were riding around safely inside all that armor while the rest of us went exposed on foot to get massacred by your giant vampire? They didn't give a rat's ass about what happened to us." "You're finished," Carmen told him, meaning his stitches. "Don't touch the wound and keep it clean. When I am done with the others, I will get a proper bandage on it." Critias walked over to tell Carmen, "You don't need to talk to them to patch them up. I was the one who targeted the missile. What became of it is on me alone. If you are starting to question how all this has worked out, just keep in mind that if it wasn't for you, Cochise would be with Charlie right now." She frowned even as she said, "If I had put more thought into my plans, I am sure I could have avoided all this bloodshed. Perhaps we could have cut back their electrical supply to trigger panic in their community. When we offered amnesty and peaceful cooperation, they would have had a political revolution against their recalcitrant leadership caste." "I said that's enough," he pressured her with a demanding tone. "As much as I don't want to get into this, I certainly don't want to speculate on alternatives to the past. This is the situation that we have and I am more than pleased with it thus far." "Yes, Master," she submitted to his wishes by dropping her sullen critique of their mission. Critias softened his voice as he told her, "I have to get some sleep soon or I am going to fall down. When you're finished stitching up these slavers, we can get some time away to relax. Would you like that?" She gazed at him with renewed hope for the day. "We can have some time alone and away from all this." He crossed his heart with a hand gesture. "We won't speak a word about work, I promise. Until I pass out, my only thoughts will be for you." Colonel Davis told Ray Brakeman, "It was a good thing that you and Cutter took that Bradley from them when you did. If they had showed up with that as they planned, I don't think Critias would have gotten out of there. Between that and the work you did helping Carmen up in the lookout, you have really made all the difference. I'll make sure that the Commodore hears about how invaluable your assistance has been to us." "Just doing my part," Ray replied nonchalantly. "We brought back that watcher from the sewer plant. He is waiting back over there in the tunnel. Cutter thinks we can work with him. I thought he seemed a touch off, but nothing too serious. He will introduce us to the rest of his community, only we have to wait a few days, and we can't keep him around at night. By the way that he talks, I get the impression that he is worried that something bad will happen if he is around us after dark. Maybe he turns into a pumpkin." Hiram asked, "Did you have to promise him anything to get his cooperation?" "I told him we would set him up with some food," Ray replied. "We couldn't have brought the Bradley without his help. There was no way that Cutter or I could have driven it anywhere on our own." "We are in his debt then," Hiram admitted. "I'll go talk to him and make sure he gets the supplies you promised." Ray gestured to the line of prisoners that Ruby inspected again for any ghoul bites or hidden weapons. "What are you going to do with them?" "They will go up in there for now." Hiram indicated the massive tunnel nearby that went into the canyon wall. At the back was the platform elevator up to the valve house on that side of the canyon. There were no other exits from that direction other than to come back out from that one entrance. Hiram revealed, there was a much larger community living here at one time. They parked their mobile home campers along the tunnel walls. There is running water and plumbing for the toilets. They can make themselves comfortable in there until I figure out what we're going to do with them. I have no doubt that they removed any possible weapons themselves. Nothing would have remained behind that the electricians would have been able to use against them. Verloc and Platt came out onto the pier along with a damn small community of engineers. They wanted to see the spectacle of the captured prisoners. As soon as they arrived, Critias took the opportunity to congratulate Platt. "That was some amazing work you did out there, saving the Greyhound like you did." Platt couldn't restrain a yawn because he felt so exhausted. It was a desperate move. The Turkish captain confessed the truth of it. "I wasn't sure that the missile would fire or that it would lock on if it did. I'm looking forward to finding a bed and getting some sleep. If we're going after their main base next, I'm going to need some rest." The prisoner Carmen worked on cried out in pain as she pried the bullet from his leg. It was not that serious of a wound even if the bloody mess seemed to suggest otherwise. When Carmen surreptitiously glanced up with concern for Platt, she discovered he already watched her. Her thought was on wanting him to be comfortable, except that her reference for doing that came from her experience caring for Critias. That made her confused and embarrassed such that when their eyes met, she hurriedly looked away so that he wouldn't realize her perturbation, only he did anyway and her bashfulness confirmed it. Ever the gentleman, Platt spared Carmen any further embarrassment by excusing himself. "I'm going to go wash up and then enjoy some of Granny's home cooking." Critias had too much on his mind to have noticed anything. They had enough prisoners on hand to be a threat and an uncertain number of enemy soldiers who were still active out at Groom Lake. It was difficult for him to put aside his professional concerns about their tactical situation to leave him clear-headed enough to notice the subtle drama between his wife and Captain Sircon. Even if Carmen's surgical manner was not painless, it was both swift and skillful. Her last patient thanked her profusely for removing a bullet fragment from his head. The man had assumed his injury was far worse than it was in actual fact. A round had broken up after striking another soldier's weapon. A piece of that bullet had struck him in the head only to pass along the surface of his skull beneath the scalp. With her medic duties out of the way, Carmen washed herself up and then took Critias to the cafeteria for a snack before they went to bed. After he ate, they took the elevator up to the visitors center at the top of the canyon. Carmen selected Charlie's room because it was spacious and clean. The man had been such a loathsome degenerate that he never even used the bedroom. Charlie habitually slept on the couch when he passed out in front of his television. Whatever messes he made, he always had coaches to clean up after him. Critias took a hot shower in Charlie's bathroom while Carmen prepared their bed. He returned to find her sitting on the edge, leaning forward with her face in her hands. Carmen wasn't sobbing or really animated in any way at all. She seemed to be trying to sever her connection with the world around her so that she could escape her anxiety blizzard of doubts, guilt, and regrets. Carmen had pulled the fiber optic cable from her eye socket to sever the connection, but she couldn't pull out the astral silver cord that connected her to all the possible pitfalls of her universe. What remained of their enemy out at Groom Lake was undoubtedly aware that their grand expedition to retake the dam had ended in failure. Carmen couldn't stop imagining all the desperate acts that they might lash out with as their inevitable defeat circled them closer like so many hungry vultures. However it worked out, she knew that more killing was unavoidable. The slavers would murder people she cared about if she failed to subdue them first. Kevin had already informed her that reinforcements were on the way from home to assist in the endeavor. The endgame would come soon and it was going to be bloody. Her movements were slow and numb as Critias lifted her to stand up. Carmen was not limp in her stupor. She was more on the order of posable. After he stood her up, Critias said quietly, "If you can't let this go, at least tell me what is bothering you." For Carmen, their mission was far from over. She couldn't just quit analyzing it at midpoint. In her mechanical mind, there were hundreds of her virtual selves, thousands of them even, all still hard at work trying to find ways to better their situation. Even that wasn't the source of her consternation. She also tried to comprehend the philosophical aspects of what they were doing. Carmen evaluated the consequences of past actions and the future ramifications of upcoming operations. The best she could offer him was a prime example. Carmen asked him, "Did the commander of that tank vehicle have a little boy he kept as a pet? Did he have 2 of them? Did he have other hostages aboard that he had woven into his evil plans?" "I promised you that we were not going to talk about work," he reminded her. "You insist that I break that promise. So let's talk about work. We will assume the commander of that tank had 2 boys with him. I had the option to destroy that whole plane with everyone aboard. I didn't. I had the option to destroy that tank while all of their troops were standing right behind it. I didn't do that either. What did they call that place where those morons blew themselves up with that missile launcher?" "Indian School," she answered sheepishly without raising her demoralized head. "We all could have died at Indian School," he continued. That was your exact reason for even coming here. You wanted to pay something back to the world to balance out the mistakes you feel that you've made. Now you are trying to make this into even more mistakes you have to repay in some kind of feedback loop. It does not matter if he had 2 boys in the tank. Do you think we would just surrender to him and hand over the dam because he did? No, she answered with a shrug that was more of a maybe, or she didn't really know what to think. Critias sighed because the answer Carmen was going to get wasn't the one she wanted, even if it was the one she needed. I want you to listen to me very carefully, Critias told her seriously. When she didn't look up at him, he took her by the chin and made her. You, he assured her, are my Nina. I am your Charlie. You belong to me, and I really'd use you in every way that Charlie used him. I do my best to treat you with kindness and respect, but you are my Nina, and you need to accept that to move forward. Carmen's lower lip trembled as she was about to cry, mostly out of happy relief that once again he would rescue her from self-imposed torment, but also because the helpless prisoner of a tyrant that she longed to be, would cry to stay in character. With the utmost seriousness, Critias instructed her, as my Nina, you are not king, and you are certainly not God. You may have the brain power to worry about the fate of the entire world, but that is not the purpose of my Nina. While you are with me, and we are trying to relax, all those parts of you are banned from my presence. If the danger is not real and immediate, something I need to know about, those concerns are not permitted in my company. You will not dwell on the impossible past or the uncontrollable future while I need you to be my dancing pleasure slave. Carmen's eyes lit with hope. She knew that a dancing pleasure slave had the greatest bliss of all, total absence of decision-making and responsibility. Critias gently touched her face. Part of me is genuinely sorry this is all true. I truly don't want to hurt you. I want you to be as happy as I can make you, but you are just my slave. You are running wild as though you are in charge of the whole world. You're not, and I don't want to have to spank it out of you, and then put you to bed in tears. Purge yourself of your nonsense. Do it now, and remember your place. She both hung her head in total defeat while it was also her nod of unconditional agreement. Carmen summed it up with his rightful name, Master. Critias started to undress her, not roughly, but not gently either. She was his plaything, and it was important that she realized it. While he worked, he told her, don't have another thought about unattainable obligations to this mission. Just be here with me. In pleasing me, I promise that you can also please yourself. Carmen felt guilty that she let herself drift so far away from their intimacy. It lasted for only the fraction of a second before her new directive smashed the feeling out of all active recollection. Unless they were in some immediate danger that Critias had to know about, such concerns no longer had the right to intrude on his happiness. While they were alone together, Carmen only had permission to attend to their marriage and all things pleasing that was their romance and their family. Critias's hands flooded her senses with delightful sensations. Her nipples grew so hard in his teasing fingertips, and she even squeaked when he playfully pinched one. As for all of Carmen's many demons that did nothing but dwell on dark matters, Critias had cast them out into so many pigs. His scent and warm touch made her feel as though she floated. Before she knew it, Carmen was in bed, under the covers, and pinned down by the heavenly press of his weight. He was over her, around her, and inside of her. To be with Critias was the only reason she had traveled back from the future at all. As he kissed her neck and his hand stroked her thigh, as she shuddered with her first of many pleasures to come, Carmen knew that she had her perfect life,